This boy is our protagonist, Li Chial. He was once an unparalleled genius, but because he was born the illegitimate son of the clan chief, he received not a single privilege. However, there is one thing they don't know, that Chial is hiding a secret. He has fully learned all the clan's martial arts manuals, thanks to a peculiar ability of his, a power that lets him read the memories stored in weapons, and those very weapons became the best teachers he ever had. The story begins in the northern frontier, an uncharted region. At that time, a group of martial practitioners gathered and chatted, and among them, a young man looked around bewildered. Just then, an uncle carrying 2 cups of water stepped up to greet him. "Hey, young man, is this your first time participating?" Hearing that, the youth hesitated slightly, then reached out to take a cup, nodding in admission. "Yes, I've been in gates and dungeons before, but this is my first time coming to this land, so I'm a bit nervous." Seeing this, the uncle laughed heartily. "Ha ha, then you should brace yourself. Places like this have been abandoned for hundreds of years, so they're surely teeming with monsters, maybe even ancient beasts, who know." As he spoke, he sat down beside the youth. Then suddenly remembering something, the young man turned to ask, "But our expedition leader is from the prestigious Li Martial clan, right? I heard he's the chief's brother, so he must be very strong." Hearing that, the uncle glanced at a man sitting nearby and shook his head with a mocking smile. "You mean him? But he's just an illegitimate son. He was so weak he was expelled from the clan." The man he looked at was about 40 with a dejected face, looking like an unemployed fellow. "This is the 9th legitimate son of the prestigious Li Martial clan, Li Chial." Looking at Chial's somewhat shabby appearance, the uncle continued, "Not only incompetent, he probably has no perseverance either. That's why at this age he's only reached level 7 in martial arts. How could we rely on someone like that?" At the same time, a man in black stepped up to Chial and reminded him, "Expedition leader, let's move on." When he heard his name, Chial only lifted his eyes to glance at him, then bowed his head again, whispering, "All right." After that, the group quickly packed up and moved forward, yet for some reason Chial felt uneasy about the trip. As he walked, he thought that the black-veined squad under the family's martial lord should have been protecting him, but judging by how things look, that's not the case. "I have a bad feeling about this," Chial silently warned himself, and his mind began to recall his origin. "I once carried hopes and dreams. The moment I realized the pressure of being part of the Li Martial house was also when I was chosen by the top divine weapon in the divine weapon selection ritual. Back then I thought that if I kept learning and striving, one day everyone would acknowledge me. However, that never happened. It started when Chial was about 7 or 8, when a clan doctor pointed at an ultrasound photo on the wall and explained, 'Look here, I've never seen mana like this before. Mana like this is unsuitable for learning magic, and if you force training in martial arts, it will be hard to stabilize.' With young Master Li Chial's condition, reaching level 9 would be nothing short of a miracle." Hearing that, Chial's father only sighed once, then quietly looked out the window in disappointment. That was the moment everything changed. When people learned of my condition, they thought my being chosen by the divine weapon in that ritual was just coincidence or simply a mistake. Even so, I gave it my all. I wanted to prove him wrong. I reached level 7 at 25, and I was genuinely thrilled, even though my brothers hit that rank when they were kids. But that joy didn't last long, because I was expelled from the clan at exactly 30. If not for my eldest brother, I probably would have been nothing more than a corpse after leaving the clan. Since then, I've been on the run. It's been 10 years now. Chaos came, the uncharted regions expanded, and the monsters multiplied quickly. My father, famed as the pinnacle martial chief of the Li Martial house, passed away, and not long after the news hit the papers, a group of cloaked figures came looking for me. Seeing them, I immediately frowned and demanded, "Black Vein Squad, how did you find me?" The black-clad group opposite didn't answer. Instead, they handed me a letter and said in a low voice, "This decree is for you." Back in Chial's view, seeing the Black Vein Squad ignore his question, he sighed and mocked himself. "Ha ha, they're just going to ignore my question. Huh, so I can never escape this cursed bloodline." Thinking that, he quickly read the letter and started to grasp the situation. Clan Chief Li Gunseong has third brother become chief. What about my elder brother? Chial wondered inward. But before he could think further, the group opposite spoke again. "We'll meet in 1 hour." Then they turned and left. Seeing that, Chial clenched the letter and hurriedly asked, "Wait, what happened to my elder brother?" The Black Vein Squad didn't answer and remained silent, so Chial continued, "I haven't even used a sword in 10 years. Then why are you sending me to scout the uncharted lands?" Hearing this, one black-clad man seemed irritated. He glared back at Chial and said, "So you intend to refuse this mission?" As he spoke, he subtly tightened his hand on the sword at his side, which made Chial shudder, realizing that refusing without a good reason would mean only death. So with no choice, Chial accepted his demand. "Fine, I'll do it." Upon hearing that, the Black Vein squad seemed satisfied and vanished before Chial like a gust of wind. After they were gone, Chial angrily crushed the paper and ground his teeth. Those bastards. Back in the present, after moving through the forest for a while, Chial's group suddenly came upon a huge, dilapidated building ahead. This left the young man quite astonished. Ah, an abandoned building. It's actually pretty well preserved. Beside him, the man in black suggested we go inside. So the group drew their weapons, gripped them tightly, and advanced into the house, all the while scanning around. The scene before them sent shivers down their spine. Inside, the house bones were piled up, human and monster alike. What the hell is this? The remains of ancient monsters, someone shouted. But before they could find an answer, a black-clad man widened his eyes and ordered, "Begin the operation." The instant the command was given, two black-clad men on either side dashed forward. The young man, not yet understanding, had his head cleaved off. The event happened so fast the martial party couldn't react and cried out, "What are you doing?" Answering that question was the cold voice of an assassin. "You knew you were dead from the start. Be honored to die for the clan," he said as he lunged forward with his weapon toward the uncle. But what he didn't expect was that before he could finish off the man in front, a sword stabbed through his chest from behind. And the one who struck was none other than Chial. He coldly asked them, "Who's behind this?" Up front, the assassin answered calmly, as if feeling no pain, "The clan chief is behind this. We were ordered to bring you here. Oh, of course that is, if you didn't resist." As he spoke, he reached out and crushed the sword protruding from his body. Then the huge wound on his chest began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye, which made Chial rub his eyes in disbelief. Taking advantage of this, the martial uncle immediately circled behind him to strike. Sadly, his skill was a bit lack. Before his attack could land, the assassin casually swung his sword backward, cleaving the uncle in two. Fresh blood spattered everywhere, filling the air with the stench of iron. After finishing that, he glanced at Chial with a mocking look. "Pathetic, I thought you'd be stronger, especially with half your blood from the Lee Marshall house." Then he dashed forward like a lightning strike, delivering a kick straight to Chial's chest. It made him cough up a mouthful of blood and fly backward like a cannonball. His body finally stopped after smashing through who knows how many walls and bones. Yet in that extreme danger, for some reason Chial's mind remained unnaturally calm. He reminded himself he couldn't die like this. "I need a weapon," he thought as he quickly scanned the area. He spotted a long sword stuck in the spine of the giant dead monster over there. That blade looked strong enough to fell a monster that size. "If I use it, I might have a chance, please." Without hesitation, Chial grabbed the sword and pulled it free. But for some reason, as he drew it, the sword slowly dissolved into black smoke. Seeing this, Chial went blank and murmured like a soulless man, "Why?" At the same time, the assassin's voice rang right behind him. "I can't imagine someone from the Lee house being this pathetic, so at least let me send you off as one of the Lee." Saying that, he swung his sword fast, a red streak cutting across Chial. The protagonist lost all strength and collapsed forward, his only thought a bitter one. Heavens are cruel. Am I really going to die like this, after a life of running and endless failures? If I could live again, I. Thinking that, Chial's eyes went pitch black, yet his consciousness hadn't fully faded. A ray of light began to appear in the darkness, then a familiar voice echoed. "Is this Yu Young's child? What happened to Yu Young?" Beside him, a man dressed like a butler stammered. "When we found her, she was," his voice trailed off. Back in Chial's perspective, the familiar voice and face filled him with nostalgia. That voice was his father's, but his father was dead. Wait, he looked so young, and not just him. Even Butler Choi looked the same. Father Butler, Chial thought as he reached out, but what he saw were unusually small hands. The reason is simple. He's currently in the state of a newborn. Staring at his tiny hands, Chial even waggled them a few times to see if he was mistaken. He wondered inwardly what had happened. He should have been dead. Is this the afterlife or just a memory? Not knowing his son's thoughts, his father Lee Tishin instructed the butler. Young would be a fitting name for him now. Like other children, arrange a maid and a few members of the Shadow Sword Unit to protect, and let him take part in the sword selection ritual with Miss 8. This remark surprised the butler, who asked again. "Right away, sir, but he's not ready yet, and Miss 8 is a few months older than him, sir." The butler's words made Tishin ponder briefly, but then he shook his head and said, "Never mind, I'll go first," and he glanced at Chial, which startled him, and he hurried out of the room. Only after the man had fully left could Chial finally breathe a sigh of relief. Phew, it's Dad after all. Even after so long, the pressure from him is the same. So what's going on? This feels way too real for a mere memory. In that earlier conversation, those events actually happened, although I don't want to believe it if this is true. Then I've really regressed back to this damn time. The more he thought about it, the the more our protagonist felt it was a bit absurd. Time flew, and a few months passed since Chial's regression. Today is the big day for the Lee Marshall House, the sword selection ritual, where the clan's heirs display their talent through the weapon that chooses. In the past, his father was chosen by dozens of swords and became the strongest swordsman of his generation. His older brother had been chosen by sword, tome, and staff, gaining renown thanks to his swordsmanship and magic. Now it was his turn. Chial was dressed in very fine clothes, though they made him a bit uncomfortable. But a maid, seeing his appearance, smiled with squinted eyes and praised him. "Oh, my young master is dressed so nicely today. Even in an unfamiliar place, he hasn't cried at all, so grown up." This girl was Chial's maid, Moongawa. She reached out, held Chial in her arms, and added, "I'm sure the young master will get a good result. Your future will surely be brilliant." Looking at her face, Chial unconsciously smiled. A trace of memories from his previous life appeared. Maid Gawa was like a mother to him. But because of his brother's jealousy, she had been expelled. She was the only one who cried over her loneliness and always stayed by his side. "But this time I won't let that happen. I'll protect her at all costs." Thinking that, he touched Gawa's face with his small hand, which surprised her a little. But she hugged him tighter, and then, at that moment, someone approached and informed them, "Young Master Young, everything is ready." Hearing this, Gawa turned to Chial and said, "Shall we depart now?" In another development, Butler Choi stood behind Tishin and reported that all preparations were complete. In response, Head of House Tishin turned and nodded. "Very well, then let's depart." And so the procession quickly moved to some area that looked like an arena. Above the arena, countless weapons were planted upright, while all around many guests had gathered to watch the ceremony. They looked toward Chial and whispered, "That child, the illegitimate one brought in from outside." In another corner of the stands, important members of the clan were also present. The young, beautiful matron was the clan's lady head. Her name was Beek Hwei. The long-haired man beside her was the steward Lai Tihung. Next was the clan's eldest son, Lee Myeongjung, and finally the clan's third son, Lee Gunseong. While everyone quietly observed and judged Chial, Lee Myeongjung suddenly spoke up. "He's still too small. Don't you remember we took part in this ritual at that age? Right, Gunseong?" he said, glancing at his younger brother beside him. To this, Gunseong replied coldly, "Yeah, probably. I don't know where he fell from," he said with an expressionless face, though inwardly a bit intrigued. Cut to the arena. Tishin loudly declared, "The weapon selection ritual begins. Bring HWA out." Hearing this, a girl hurried in carrying a little girl. The girl was named Lee HWA, the clan's 8th child. Tishin placed her propped against a chair. Then he took a dagger out of his inner pocket and nicked the tip of her tiny finger with it. A few drops of blood immediately flowed, making the little girl burst into tears. Strangely, as the drops fell, they emitted a blue light, directing straight toward the weapons in the distance. And a silver-white sword among those weapons suddenly shone. Seeing this, the onlookers gasped. "Wow, that's the Exalted Saint Relic Sword, the Tooth Sword, truly a masterpiece that hasn't responded to anyone for generations." Ignoring the murmurs, Tishin immediately reached for the sword, using his power to draw it into his hand. Once he held the sword firmly, Tishin gently embraced his little daughter and said, "From now on, the Tooth Sword belongs to HWA." Hearing this, the middle-aged ladies nearby voiced their congratulations. "Congratulations, Miss, another genius is born into the clan. Today truly is a momentous day." Receiving the praises, clan matron Beek Hwaein smiled pleasantly and softly thanked, but her expression suddenly darkened when she heard Tishin continue speaking. "And next, Young's ritual will begin." The moment he finished, the crowd's excitement seemed to vanish. Instead, they began to doubt and whisper among themselves, "That's the illegitimate child from outside, right? Tusk, why let someone like that take part in the ritual?" Paying no mind to the gossip, Tishin seated Chial leaning against a stone. Then he pricked the tip of Chial's finger for blood, just as he had done with HWA. But because Chial retained the mind of an adult, he did not cry like his sister. This pleased Tishin somewhat. He said softly, "I feel very proud of you." Saying that, he also ruffled Chial's head as a form of praise. But Chial felt a bit anxious inwardly. He thought, "So the moment has come. In my previous life, I was chosen by the Vong Than sword, a heavenly grade blade." Thinking this, Chial also extended his hand and let the small drops of blood fall. Cut to the upper stands. At this moment, Steward Tihung glanced coldly at Lady Beek Hwaein to the side and pondered. Judging by her expression, it seems the great sister-in-law is not pleased at all. After all, she's the hidden bloodline of the eldest brother. It's understandable. The child truly has a cruel fate. Bearing the title of a secondary son and hopping to survive in the Lee clan is likely no easy task. Perhaps it's precisely because of these stubborn old men clinging to pureblood ideology that things have become this way. Thinking that, Steward Tihang sighed with regret. At the same time, as if reading his thoughts, an old man behind him stroked his beard and said with a smile, "It seems the steward also takes considerable interest in a secondary son." As he spoke, he glanced at Tihang with a meaningful look. This old man was the clan's chief elder. Hearing this, Tihang coldly returned the glance and replied, "Greetings, chief elder." In Tihang's eyes, there was also some wariness toward this crafty old man. He thought to himself that this was someone who never revealed his true thoughts, so he must not be careless around him. Unaware of Tihang's thoughts, the old man Li Qiao-yung continued cheerfully, "That child, is that the baby the head brought back from outside?" Tihang answered without bothering to look at him. "Yes," it said, "the spirit sword core found and protected." Qiao-yung had already known about this, yet he still asked, puzzling, "I cannot guess the head's intentions. How could an unknown secondary son, born of who knows whom and how, participate in the selection ritual?" The selection ritual has never meant anything for secondary sons. That was clearly proven by the steward's past experience, was it not? The old man's words dripping with sarcasm made Tihang's face harden. His hand tightened so much it trembled as he demanded, "What did you just say?" Hearing that, old Qiao-yung hurried to correct himself, though his sly tone remained. "Oh, my apologies. It's just that steward, you coming from outside, previously weren't chosen by any weapon in the selection ritual. You're simply too notorious. However, a secondary son is still only a secondary son. So it's best you know your place," he said, then spread a mocking smile. By now, even a saint would feel some anger. How could Tihang sit idly while being humiliated like this? He ground his teeth and shouted, "That's enough. I will not endure such insulting words any longer." Before he could finish, a dazzling light suddenly flashed from afar, leaving Tihang and Qiao-yung stunned. Tihang was so astonished, he rose from his seat, widening his eyes to observe more closely. Beside him, old Qiao-yung looked bewildered, as if he'd just lost money. "What is this? Why is this happening?" he muttered, while Steward Tihang's face flooded with joy. He couldn't help bursting into laughter. "Ha ha ha. Even witnessing it with my own eyes, I still feel as if I'm dreaming." At that moment, by their view, all the weapons on the arena simultaneously lit up, emitting a light so bright it hurt the eyes. Even masterpieces like the famed Blood Spirit Spear or the Irondung Blade, and sacred artifacts like the Holy Sword Ma or the Saint Thunder Responding Dragon. All of them reacted to Qiao, accepting the boy as their next master. This rendered the entire audience suddenly silent in shock, and just seconds later countless frantic screams erupted. "How can this be? It's absurd. Not only the ritual weapons, but even those already claimed by others are reacting." Over here, the sword of the clan's eldest son Myeongjung also glowed, trembling repeatedly as it reacted to Qiao, which left Myeongjung with only a bewildered smile. "Ha ha, how can this be? Gunseong, do you believe what you're seeing? It seems our ninth brother possesses a talent far beyond what we imagine." In response, Gunseong remained cold as usual and conceded, "Indeed so." Elsewhere, the guests who came to watch continued to chatter excitedly. "Isn't something wrong here? This result shouldn't come from a secondary son, but damn it, the selection ritual absolutely cannot be mistaken." Turning to Lord Tishan's vantage, faced with such murmurs, he shouted loudly, "Silence. According to clan rules, any weapon that has chosen someone must belong to them. However, resolving this simply may not be easy, so I want to hear everyone's opinion." Responding to him, Steward Tihang raised his hand and voiced his thought. "I have a proposal. Regardless of clan rules, I believe granting all these weapons outright would go against the meaning of the selection ritual. The selection ritual is a tradition that must be preserved for future generations. So why not let the ninth young master choose one sword for himself? What do you think?" To Lord Tishan, this was an offer he could not refuse, so without much thought he immediately agreed. "Not bad, that proposal shall be accepted." Saying that, he snapped his fingers to command the weapons that already had owners to fly toward the arena. Then he used his energy to gently guide Chual's body, who was sitting in front, and spoke in a soft voice. "Come son, pick what you desire." From Chial's perspective, he saw all the weapons radiating shimmering light before him, leaving him stunned. He wondered inwardly why everything was different from before his regression, but in any case, this was clearly a great opportunity for him, so he would make the most of the situation. With that thought, Chial swiftly crawled forward. He crawled past the sword bearing the bloodline of the true dragon Praha, without any intention of stopping. Even weapons of destructive, immense power, like the holy spear-beak Jeong forged by fusing part of a saint's body to slay super-strong beasts, failed to draw his attention. There was also the Valheen staff made from a branch of the world tree where spirits dwell, and the spirit moon sword forged at the convergence of moon, sun, and stars, each a great weapon awaiting Chial's choice, yet he did not hesitate long. Chial reached out and touched a certain sword, as if with prior intent. Behind him, Lord Tishan's eyes betrayed surprise when he saw the sword Chial chose. That sword was the one the Li clan's progenitor had found in an uncharted wilderness. For generations, no one had been able to awaken its hidden power, and it had lain silently in the dark. Coated in the dust of ages, its name was Black Knight, based on known capabilities. This sword did not qualify as top-tier heavenly grade. However, because of its connection to the clan's progenitor, it was kept alongside the heavenly grade weapons. To this day, no predecessor had ever been recorded as choosing. Was this merely a meaningless choice by an infant, or would it be the unfolding of a new, great destiny? Tishan whispered, his voice so low only he could hear. Then after Chial selected the sword, he drew the boy and the blade toward and declared that Li Young had chosen Black Knight. Thus the ritual officially concluded. At the same time, up in the stands, Lady Beek Hwayan, upon seeing Chial choose that sword, flashed a murderous look that made others shiver. Another nuisance has entered the Li clan in the person of secondary son Li Young. If he becomes an obstacle, he must be removed. Time flew, and in the blink of an eye 9 years had passed. Now our protagonist Chial was 9 years old. Inside a villa of some sort, he called out loudly, "Nanny, I'm going to train this afternoon." Hearing this, Gawa hurried after him. "Oh, let me see you off for a bit." And so the two of them walked together. At this, Chial blushed slightly and scratched his cheek. "I can go by myself." Gawa replied with a question. "But sir, the other training areas are all empty. Why do you insist on choosing the first area? That place is too old-fashioned, isn't it?" To that question, Chial offered little explanation, only smiled faintly and said calmly, "Someone is waiting for me there." Chial's answer left Gawa astonished as she murmured, "Someone waiting." Then suddenly a shout rang out, catching both their attention. Not like that, Gawa stopped, glanced to the side in surprise. Oh, it seems someone is in the 7th area. Inside Training Area 7, a little girl was practicing swordsmanship intensely under the instruction of some master. "Gripping the sword too tightly will injure your hand. Now slice down once more." "Yes, ma'am," the girl shouted in response. This girl was Li Hwa, the 8th young miss of the Li clan. She had participated in the sword selection ritual with Chial when they were young. Outside, seeing this, Chial shrugged and said, "So it's the 8th miss." Behind him, Maid Gawa quickly reminded him, "You should call her sister, sir. Someone might make a fuss if they hear." Her voice was full of worry. Chial found it amusing inwardly. Only 5 months difference, so what sister? And paid them no mind. Inside the training hall, the teacher's barking voice continued. "Always swing the sword as if directing your own body. Do it again. Handle the blade carefully so you won't be injured." The repeated admonitions gave Hwa a headache, making her tremble with frustration. And she threw the sword aside. "Damn it. Master, why do you keep nagging like this? Any way of holding the sword should work. As long as you hold it firmly, that's enough." Across from her, the master, seeing her anger, quickly raised a hand to calm her. "Miss, all of this is for your sake. First calm down and try again. This time you'll do better," he said as he picked up the sword and handed it back to Hwa. Outside, watching the awkward struggle of an adult facing a 9-year-old, Chial curiously asked, "Who is working so hard over there?" Hearing this, Gawa was slightly surprised but quickly replied, "Ah, that's Beek Li Hyan, captain of the Black Squad." At that, Chial couldn't hide his surprise. The captain. A 9-year-old with a master like that is too much. Behind them, Gawa sensed Chial's mood waver and thought he might feel lonely for lacking a mentor. So she comforted him. "A fine master will soon appear and recognize your talent. It's my failing. Unable to serve you properly." Miss Hwa had been raised, since infancy, on medicinally fortified weaning food. At that, Gawa's eyes began to well up, and Chial, hearing it, was a bit annoyed and scolded. "Really, again with that, Nanny is someone I owe so much to. People like that I don't need. They're certainly here only because of the Li clan's status. Besides, I already have good master," Chial said confidently. Time passed quickly as the scene shifted to the first training area reserved for the Li clan. This place is a symbol of the Li clan's long history, lined with all kinds of weapons and training dummies, though it's somewhat worn and seems seldom used. For Chial, entering this training area, he didn't bother with the surrounding training gear. What a waste of time. Now it served almost more as a monument than a real arena. Yet Chial had only one reason for coming, because this place held arms older than any cache in the other training ground. Thinking that, Chial opened the storeroom door. Inside were countless swords leaning against the wall. They were very old, rusted, and many bore numerous cracks along their blades. But Chial paid it no mind. He glanced at a longsword not far away and moved toward it. "Oh, found it. Let's try this one today." Saying that, he took the sword to the practice area. As he walked, he thought that since 9 years ago, when he returned in his second life, an extraordinary change had occurred in him. Among those changes, the most astonishing was that he had gained the ability to read the hidden memories within weapons. At that moment, as Chial clenched the famed sword and focused his mind, suddenly some strange images appeared in his head. He stood in line with a group of people holding swords, and an anonymous voice instructed them, "Train your fundamentals thoroughly. Whether high-tier or low-tier swordsmanship, the foundations are the same. From top to bottom, from left to right, the clearer the memories become like an unshakable pillar. Engrave that foundation into your swords." As that voice echoed, Chial began to move his body slowly, thinking to himself that this was another layer of memory deep within the weapon. The older and more refined the weapon, or the longer and more fondly it was used by its owner, the clearer the memories from the past would appear. With a powerful swing from high to low, Chial produced a loud boom as shockwaves erupted outward, sending dust flying everywhere. This was the 7-star sword technique 1, Red Gale. Seeing the result of the strike, Chial couldn't hide the joy in his eyes, so the 7-star sword is complete. Over the past 2 years, I'd read nearly all the memories of the weapons in the arena. Just then, from behind him came a sudden clap of praise. "Wonderful. It's been a long time since I've seen such a perfect 7-star sword." Hearing the familiar voice, Chial turned around and witnessed the speaker. It was the steward Tihang who had arrived. A flicker of information about him began to surface in his mind. Tihang, steward of the Li clan, was a 4th-rank martial artist. Though born a secondary son, he earned recognition and his current post through ability. From his previous life until now, he had been the only one in the clan to genuinely care for me. Thinking this, Chial hurriedly bowed. "Greetings, uncle." Hearing this, Tihang happily ruffled his hair and praised him. "Ha ha, you can just call me uncle. You never skip training, commendable. Whenever I go to work in return, I always see your figure. Being discriminated against by the other siblings must be hard. But still, I hope you can remain steadfast and overcome everything," his voice full of affection. As for Chial, he'd already experienced such discrimination long ago, so he felt no inferiority now. "I'm fine, uncle. After all, I carry the blood of the Li clan. Using the sword as proof is the meaning our family name carries, and that's how I was taught. So I will prove myself by my own strength," Chial said with a radiant face. This left Tihang momentarily stunned. Then he sighed with regret. How did such a child end up born as a secondary son? He cleared his throat and said, "Come to think of it, it won't be long before you reach the naming ceremony age. Though it's a bit late, I would like to be your master beforehand. How does that make you feel?" Unfortunately for the uncle, he was a bit delusional, because Chial awkwardly declined afterwards. "I appreciate it, but I can't accept." Hearing this, Tihang was struck like lightning. He hurriedly asked, Why, aren't you pleased for me to be your master?" Chial raised both hands to reassure him. "It's not that. Before the naming ceremony, one must not serve a master. That's a rule I don't want you to be put in an awkward position over." Chial's words made Tihang resentful on his behalf, since other siblings brazenly broke that rule, trained under famous masters and nourished with all kinds of elixir. Tihang grasped Chial's shoulder as he spoke, yet Chial silently shook his head in refusal. "Just because no one else follows a rule doesn't mean I shouldn't uphold it. And as I said before, I want to prove myself by my own strength." To Tihang, Chial's excessive maturity raised doubts in his heart. Is this child really only 9? Those eyes are like looking at the eldest brother. Thinking that and faced with Chial's resolve, Tihang did not press further. "It seems you don't intend to give up this stubbornness. Just like your father, truly stubborn to the end. What a bother," he sighed and continued. "So then there's nothing I can do to help. Doing nothing for you leaves me uneasy. Is there anything else you need?" Tihang asked with a smile, which made Chial's eyes light up. "Thank you, uncle, I'll accept that offer." Chial muttered inwardly, scratched his head, and made his request. "Actually, I want to ask you to show me the secret vault's basement." Time passed quickly. To grant his nephew's request, Tihang put him in a car and drove to the place called the Secret Repository. Outside, 2 guards stepped forward to block their vehicle and said sternly, "Please stop. Excuse us, please verify your identity and state your purpose for visiting." Hearing this, Tihang rolled down the car window and replied, "I am Steward Tihang conducting a routine inspection," saying which he produced his identification for the guard to verify. Then he pointed to Chial in the back seat. "This is Li Young, the youngest son of the Li clan. I'm bringing him along for a tour." Seeing that, the guard glanced over and stepped aside to invite them in. "Identity confirmed, please proceed." And so, after a brief set of formalities, Tihang's car rolled onward into the compound. As for Chial, he'd visited here in his previous life too, but now he still had to act a bit childish so as not to arouse suspicion. Telling himself to behave childishly, his eyes brightened as he looked out. "Wow, so this is the vault." Seeing his reaction, Uncle Tihang believed him completely and laughed, so excited. "Are you that thrilled?" Chial replied with extreme enthusiasm, "Of course. The vault houses the clan's most precious treasure. Speaking this, Chial truly wasn't acting at all, his hand clenched in excitement. What I'm searching for is inside there. Legendary weapons, ancient artifacts whose existence is even doubted by many. Those who seek such fanciful things often get an answer. Everything can be found inside the Lee clan's vault, within a hexagonal building, modern and gleaming enough to reflect like mirrors everywhere. On the walls and all around, the Lee clan crest of two crossed swords is visible. On this side, Uncle Tihung pressed the elevator button as he spoke. The vault's basement is where weapons sealed for various reasons are kept. Upon hearing this, Chial's eyes sparkled and he asked, "Among them are there those monster weapons that swallow their owners whole, right?" Answering him was a nod from Tihung, who even teased his nephew. "That's right, you know it. If you touch those weapons carelessly, both your body and mind will be devoured by them," he said with a strange smile, making Chial's shoulders twitch as if frightened. This made Tihung burst into amused laughter. "Well, are you scared?" Chial replied with a determined face, "Not at all," and the elevator doors opened. However, Tihung had no intention of entering. He turned to advise Chial, "Don't worry, you can't go into such dangerous places anyway. I have some business above, so take your time touring." "Yes, thank you, uncle," Chial nodded and quickly stepped into the elevator. The moment the elevator doors closed, his childish, innocent demeanor vanished completely. He exhaled heavily. Pretending to be an innocent child for so long was not easy. Waiting until the elevator doors opened. Before Chial was a gleaming armory, filled with countless types of weapons. This was the vault's basement, also called the weapon graveyard, a place sealing countless weapons and artifacts. The reason I came all this way is one, to find a special weapon. It is called Vo Tiletarwani. It originally looked like a rod sword, but when infused with mana, Vo Tiletarwani can freely change its length, shape, weight, and even its properties. Before the regression, Li Gunxiang was the one who found Vo Tiletarwani inside the vault. Thanks to the sword's limitless transformation and overwhelming versatility, he earned the title of the Ever-Changing. By that title, it wasn't the eldest brother, the one once a top candidate for clan head, but third brother Gunseong who became the clan head. And then he found me, the one hiding in the shadows, and eliminated me without hesitation. That's all I know so far. To prevent that tragedy from repeating, there's something I must do. Though it will take time, I have no choice but to check everything one by one. This time I must get Vo Tiletarwani before Gunseong, Chial said, and black smoke began to seep from his palm. Then he started to scour the armory, touching each weapon in turn, but still could not find Vo Tiletarwani. Not this either, an hour had passed. I've checked all the rod swords that seemed suitable, but there's still no sign of Vo Tiletarwani. Chial sighed in frustration. But he quickly recovered his spirits. Chial surveyed the surroundings and thought, "No, it's definitely here. I haven't checked everything yet. This time I'll inspect the display cabinets over there." Saying that, as he moved, Chial bumped into a nearby table, causing a rust-covered rod sword to fall down. The sound it made hitting the floor was not small, and Chial, seeing the sword's unusual appearance, felt curious. So encrusted with rust, how could it get to this state? As he reached toward the sword, at that moment, the black smoke from his palm somehow emerged and enveloped the blade. The black smoke was denser and thicker than ever, even enveloping Chial's entire body, causing him to feel a bit frightened. "What's happening? What's going on?" Chial whispered as his vision was soon obscured by the black smoke. When Chial finally came to, he found himself on some unfamiliar battlefield. Around him were piled corpses as high as mountains. Where was this? Could this be a memory sealed inside this rusted rod sword? The sensation was unlike the memories I'd read from other weapons. It felt as if I were truly present there, an astonishingly vivid feeling. Thinking that, Chial glanced left and right. Then suddenly he got a chilling sensation that made his hair stand on end. Chial spun around and discovered a massive figure behind him, staring straight at him. At that moment, a thought burst into his head, an overwhelming presence so terrifying that even nature must tremble. The apocalypse beast that once rose from the blue hole long ago, devouring countless civilizations. Before Chial stood a gigantic monster, its body mountain-sized, grotesque in shape, with innumerable tentacles sprouting from it. It was hard to describe the monster's exact form. Facing it, Chial's body shook uncontrollably. His instincts screamed at him to flee. "I'm going to die, I'll die. There's no way to win against that. I have to run now," Chial thought as he stepped backward. But then he tripped over something and plopped down to the ground. At the same time, footsteps began sounding behind him. A stranger holding a long sword was slowly advancing toward the giant monster. This left Chial astonished. When did this person get behind me? He wondered, but just then the stranger gathered force and shot forward like an arrow. He leapt high and engaged the giant monster in combat. With a earth-shaking battle cry, he unleashed a single sword strike to pierce the enemy. In an instant, the attack left a streak of light across the creature's body, and a second later its body exploded into countless fragments, raining blood across the sky. Meanwhile, Chial stood dazed, unable to process what had just happened, saying in bewilderment, "Impossible. Just one slash and it was finished. Where did that person go just now?" he thought. As Chial searched for the figure with his eyes, at that moment, the warrior in front suddenly turned his head to stare at Chial and asked coldly, "Who are you?" The question made Chial tremble. He thought, "Can he see me?" The unnamed warrior continued, "Why am I here? Out of mercy I will send you off without pain." Saying that, he raised his sword above his head and brought it down toward Chial. At that instant, Chial jolted awake, breaking free of the illusion. Chial began gasping, sweat streaming down his face, and the rusted sword lay fallen right before him. What was that? What was the scene just now? The oppressive sensation still lingered throughout his body, as if it had been real, Chial thought in confusion. Before he could find an answer, the nearby broadsword began to tremble. Pale orange smoke spread from its blade, and in moments its form had completely changed. Seeing this, Chial hurried over and picked up the sword to inspect it. Could this really be it? I'll become the master of myriad weapons, he thought. Chial lightly sliced his fingertip with his knife, letting a few drops of blood fall onto the blade. Instantly, the broadsword glowed, emitting a soft blue light, as if accepting Chial as its owner. Unable to contain his excitement, he began swinging the sword. With each swing, the weapon's shape kept changing. From a broadsword, it quickly extended into a longsword. With another swing, it transformed into a spear. Witnessing this metamorphosis, Chial had no doubts left. He murmured, "Found you, Muja." Time passed quickly. Chial kept training as usual, but he felt a bit discouraged, failed again. A week had passed since I obtained Vo T-letter 1EADN. The Vo T-letter 1EADN I took from the underground armory that day. Now I'm keeping it in the form of a ring to avoid detection. But what exactly happened that day? Right, that man, his slashing strike seemed to remind me that I'm not yet worthy. The dark aura revealed the technique and its name to me, setting aside its power. Just the man's movement exuded refined beauty, yet no matter how hard I tried to imitate it, I couldn't reproduce it. Even so, I'm not impatient. In my previous life, I was scorned. I wasn't even taught the clan's basic martial techniques. It's only one move, but this is the first time I've encountered an advanced martial technique. I can do it. I remember the way he moved in the memory more clearly than anyone. Thinking that, Chial's face suddenly went blank as he realized something. Wait, about that man, I'm not an adult like him. I'm only a 9-year-old child. If I try to copy an adult's movements exactly, of course I won't be able to unleash the technique's full power. I have to accept this body. Slowly and naturally, swing the sword in a way that fits me, he thought. Chial slowly closed his eyes, relaxed his body, raised the sword above his head, then suddenly clenched his hands and poured all his strength into a downward strike. The moment the tip hit the ground, a thunderous sound rang out. The earth split into pieces and debris flew like bullets. Chial looked at his result with satisfaction. Well done, seems I've got the feel of it. Now it's just a matter of applying mana, he mused, his face growing thoughtful. No matter how many times I try applying it within the memory, it still feels like a crucial part is missing. I can't reproduce it. In the end, I just have to keep experimenting. Okay, start again. Chial sighed and continued training, but just as he drew the sword back, his sword was suddenly held firmly by the hand of a young girl. She asked gently, "Hey kid, where did you learn that technique?" To Chial, the girl's appearance made him curious. Jet black hair and brown eyes, she was of Li blood. Thinking that, Chial asked directly, "Who are you?" Across from him, the young girl's eyes showed slight surprise. "Huh, you don't know me." "Ah, that's true. You might not know me well, since I don't often show my face," she said cheerfully and continued, "So what's your name?" Seeing her friendly manner, Chial hesitated then answered, "I'm Young." The moment she heard the name, the young girl suddenly grabbed Chial's hand and shook him like a doll. "Young, your name is really special. Right, I'm Li Jeongha, nice to meet you." Upon that introduction, Chial quickly recognized who she was, the youngest Miss Li Jeongha. According to Tihang, she was somewhat different from others, so their grandfather couldn't accept. "Uncle told me that in my previous life, but beyond that, why wouldn't she consider her absurd strength when toying with her nephew like that?" Chial thought as he glared at Jeongha without saying anything. Jeongha only remarked casually, "Your body seems a bit weak, huh then?" She slowly stepped forward and got straight to the point. "So kid, where did you learn that technique?" Chial wasn't foolish enough to answer directly, so instead he asked back why she was asked. Jeongha laughed and replied boastfully, "That's ancient martial arts. I absolutely love old fighting styles. Isn't that from the era when monsters rampaged? She said, then pulled an old book from her sleeve and handed it to Chial. So this is a gift for you, present. Chial asked curiously. Jongha nodded urgingly. Yes, open it and see. With that, Chial didn't hesitate and quickly flipped through the pages, skimming. The handwriting is awful, so it's a bit hard to read, but is this magic? Not only magic, but martial techniques are recorded too. The level is so high I don't understand any of it. Maybe the rumors about her aren't accurate. Thinking that, Chial hesitantly asked, what is this? Seeing her nephew didn't understand, Jongha came over and explained. Ah, this is it. These are ancient magics based on exposed mana. In the old days, magic could only use the exposed mana in the body without mana cores, while modern magic relies on storing mana in the heart. But can ancient magic be considered obsolete? Perhaps the mana control techniques back then were even superior to today's. Saying that, Jongha pointed at the book in her hands. So I am researching amplification techniques and transmutation, but the remaining records are too scant. Meanwhile, Chial felt a surge of excited interest at this idea, a perspective he'd never considered. Vo T-letter-1-EADN's magic. Thinking that, he blurted out, Miss, wait a moment. Saying that, Chial dashed off, leaving Jongha bewildered. Next, somehow Chial fetched a sword. He gripped it with both hands, closed his eyes, and focused on controlling the heart energy. Mana from the mana core spread throughout his body, but instead of absorbing the mana back into the heart core, wait, the unnamed martial artist used it with exposed mana, the way the man in the memory employed mana that I couldn't understand before, but now I can. With that thought, a light flashed in Chial's eyes. He tightened his grip on the sword and struck downward with full force. A large slash appeared on the ground, debris scattering everywhere. Seeing this, Chial couldn't hide his delight. Success, he whispered. But at that moment, Jongha suddenly dashed over as if chased by a spirit. She grabbed Chial's shoulders urgently and fired questions. What was that? That was an amplification technique, right? Upon hearing this, Chial felt a bit embarrassed, glanced to the side, then answered, yes, it's an amplification technique. Jongha shouted, how could you do that? Faced with the question, Chial wasn't foolish enough to explain details. He just shrugged and replied carelessly, I just can't. Of course, Jongha wasn't satisfied with that answer. She said irritably, I mean, how did you do it? Chial frowned and countered, why should I tell you? In response, Jongha showed obvious eagerness. It's because I only learned about this thanks to the notebook I gave you. Come on, I've lived my whole life for this. She's been searching for it for over 10 years, even after being kicked out of the house. Please, she tightened Chial's hand, her eyes sincere as if pleading, if I do something for you, could you show me? Chial looked at Jongha and sighed. All right, but you have to promise me three things. First, Chial said seriously, you must not tell anyone anything about me unless I allow it. Of course that includes my eldest brother and my father. Why? Jongha asked suspiciously. Chial answered curtly, because I don't like others talking about me without my permission. Hearing that, Jongha suddenly grew quiet, her face a little sad. Oh, I understand, me too. Her expression made Chial wonder why she looked unhappy, but putting that aside, he continued with the second condition. Second, you must not lie to me, because we have to trust each other. I'll also be honest with you as far as I can. Hearing this, Jongha hesitated for a moment, but agreed a few seconds later. Okay, so what's the last one? As for the last one, that's the next dialogue the author hid. Time passed quickly. A year later, the maid Gawa came running with a letter to inform Chial in haste. Young master, she shouted. Inside the training yard, seeing her hurried figure, Chial stopped his motion and turned to ask the wet nurse what had brought her to the training ground. Opposite, Gawa was nearly out of breath, but still managed to speak with effort. Look at this, she said, handing the letter to the protagonist. This made Jongha beside them a bit curious, but with memories from his previous life, Chial already guessed what it was and thought to himself, it's finally here. Inside the letter was a summons ordering 9th young Master Young to attend on the 10th day of the month at 10 o'clock. Participants in the naming ceremony must gather at the central arena before 10 on the 10th day. Note, anyone bringing items not on the permitted list will be severely punished. Representative of the family head, Lee Myung-yu. Seeing his eldest brother's name listed as the representative, Chial was a bit curious. The representative is family head Lee Myung-yu. Is father not at home? I haven't heard anything about him going on campaign, he said, turning back to Jongha. For some reason she became so agitated she practically spat fire. A naming ceremony. Seeing this, Chial couldn't understand why she was freaking out and asked why she was suddenly so worked up. Jongha put her hand to her head, stroked her ear, and said everything is just getting started. Now is the most crucial time. If you participate in the naming ceremony, you'll be held there. Don't go. Her demeanor was like a child angry at the thought of losing a toy. This made Chial shake his head in exasperation. It's been a year since the pact with the youngest miss. Since then, we've been researching magic together. Modern magic focuses on mana cores, while ancient magic focuses on exposed mana. Combining these two systems creates an entirely new kind of magic. That's the lifelong dream she wants to achieve. Mana cores are used to store and alter mana attributes, while exposed mana helps control and operate it. Thanks to this, her practical magical ability has far surpassed that of children her age. Beside him, Jongha kept muttering, giving Chial a headache. Can't you really skip this? Researching magic is more interesting. Hearing that, the protagonist didn't want to waste time and cut to the chase. You know you can't, right? Don't worry, even if time is a bit reduced. I'll keep practicing magic and restoring ancient magic. His words made Jongha's eyes widen. Question marks seemed to sprout from her head. How can you do that? The naming ceremony training schedule will be intense, she said, to which the protagonist replied with utter confidence. I'll do both at the same time. Time passed quickly. Now Chial and the girl HWA were inside a room, both seated within a glass cage. A man in front of them announced the training. Today begins with enduring magical attacks for 30 minutes. The man was Captain Jang Wook of the Blood Tiger Squad, their trainer. Then the glass cage began to spit out countless erratic bolts of electricity. However, before they could strike Chial, an invisible barrier around him repelled them to the side. Seeing this, Jang Wook's brow tightened with thought. Ordinarily, the ninth young master, having never had basic training, would have collapsed from the shocks, yet he countered everything with magic. Sensing Jang Wook staring at him, Chial glanced over to observe. That single look startled Jang Wook. The kid was testing and observing him to gauge his level. It also forced the trainers to teach at a higher level. How dare a mere 10th-born act like that? Damn, call him a 10th-born. No, given that ability, calling him that would be an insult to a martial artist. I must reflect on that. This was no longer simple preparatory training for the naming ceremony, but an opportunity to impart knowledge to him with full effort. Thinking this, Jang Wook's hand unconsciously clenched. He felt excited by Chial's enormous potential. Time flew by and Chial, tired from the electric drills, stretched and muttered, "Finally done, this clan is insane." They hurled him into a magic-emitting device to train magic resistance. Who knew the other side would be the one apologizing first? At some point, everyone's gaze toward him had changed. Anyway, go rest a bit, Chial muttered and hurried off. But things never went his way. Suddenly, a shadow appeared beside him and tried a sneak attack. But with his vigilance and the knowledge from his past life, Chial easily swung to block the attack. The attacker was none other than the brat HWA. Seeing her attack fail, she coldly ordered, "You 10th-born, come here a moment." Having said that, she tore her hand away from Chial. He had no intention of obeying and instead asked back, "What are you playing at?" Chial's blunt words instantly made HWA furious. She pointed at him and snapped, "Watch your mouth. I'm the legitimate child and you're just a 10th-born. Besides, I'm 1 year older than you." From Chial's perspective, he had no time to argue with a brat. He'd rather train or rest than waste time. So he waved her off. "I don't have time to bicker with you." Then he turned to leave, making HWA behind him live. The girl immediately concentrated her mana and clenched her fist, shouting, "Don't you ignore me." In front, Chial felt the mana fluctuation and panicked, turning back. She dares use mana. I was going to let this go. But I should teach her a lesson. Thinking that, he tilted his body to the side to dodge the punch. At the same time, before HWA could retract her arm, Chial's hand flashed forward. He grabbed Hwa's fair throat and hoisted her body up into the air. Then Chial pulled her close and warned her that if she wanted to complain, she should take it up with her mother and not bother him. He was very busy. Having said that, Chial sighed in annoyance and released Hwa's collar. HWA, realizing she couldn't beat Chial, began ranting. "It's all your fault. Because of what you did at the selection ceremony, I'm constantly compared to you. Please remember your place as a 10th-born and shut up, it's unfair. I trained day and night while you were born with talent. I don't want this either, but my mother." HWA realized she had spoken too far and hurriedly clamped a hand over her mouth. Chial, hearing this, switched to his lecturing mode. "Blaming others is easy, isn't it? You say I'm a 10th-born, but that status doesn't grant me luxuries. Can't sleep, then don't sleep. Can't keep up despite snacking, then skip proper meal. If I upset you, then try everything to defeat me and force me to apologize. That's the Lee family's way." Having said that, Chial didn't want to waste more breath and walked off. Behind him, the girl clenched her fists and shouted loudly. "That brat spoke boldly. At the naming ceremony, I'll outperform you. I'll make you call me sister. Kneel and beg me, remember that." Chial turned and replied, "Fine, I'll wait and see." Time passed quickly until the afternoon, when the scene shifted to the training grounds for direct line members in the 7th District. At that moment, the matriarch of the Beek family, Hwayin, also arrived to visit her daughter. Seeing this, a nearby maid hurriedly bowed and announced, Madam has arrived. Lady Beek Hwayin replied with a cold face and stepped back. I have matters to discuss with my daughter. Then she entered the training room. She walked straight into the practice chamber. HWA was still training vigorously on the dummies when Beek Hwayin asked, "What are you doing?" The familiar voice startled HWA, and she turned around. "Mother, I'm training," she answered, her gaze dropping as if she couldn't meet Beek Hwayin's eyes. Just as she expected, Beek Hwayin had come only to scold her. "I've heard about this. You're being dominated by him. I've told you, if you can't suppress him, crush him. It's truly disappointing. If you train only out of fear of punishment, then stop." HWA fell silent for a few seconds. Then she lifted her head, looked Beek Hwayin straight in the eye, and replied, "I know what you think about my training. But I do this because I want to. I'll beat that boy not because my mother told me to, but because I want to. I'll decide for myself." Seeing her determined stance, Beek Hwayin quickly guessed something and murmured, "So an unknown person has been provoking you. You are the direct line of the Lee family. You and him were never on equal footing from the start. Defeating him should be obvious, so why be provoked?" At that, she took out a small glass vial, handed it to HWA, and instructed her, "This is an illusory toxin. It's a deadly poison. If you can't overcome him, trample him. That is the Lee family's way." After saying this, she left the room, leaving HWA standing there dumbfounded. As for the maid Gawa, she had a stunned look on her face as she stared at the monitor. This can't be. In front of her was the Lee family's website used to evaluate and rank disciples. It was showing the week 14 scoreboard. Li Chial, male mana technique level 1, weapon technique level 1, theory level 1, overall rank level 1. Beside Chial, she beamed and bragged so. Wet nurse, less worried now. At this result, Gawa lost all her worry. She hugged him excitedly and cheerfully said, "I didn't do much for the young master, yet you did so well." Hearing that, Chial smiled and replied, "Wet nurse, you've helped me a lot, don't say that." At that moment, powerful footsteps sounded outside, making the two of them look at each other curiously. A second later, Jeongha ran in shouting, "Kid, let's train." Seeing her eager posture, Chial couldn't help but reproach with concern. "But I just finished training," he protested. "That's why we must go on. Mana practice will make you less tired," Jeongha said while flexing her arm. Those words might fool ordinary kids, but not someone who's lived decades like Chial. "I've never heard that helps," he said, looking at Jeongha with skepticism, making her blush and avoid eye contact. "Really? Probably," she stammered. Putting that aside, Chial remembered something and added, "All right, anyway, I have something I want to show you." Hearing this, Jeongha was curious, then suddenly widened her eyes. "Could it be you've reached first-tier level already?" Chial only gave a slight smile, as if to agree. The mana control technique normally goes through 3 stages. Augment the body to reach the strong body realm. Transform the nature of mana to reach the chi cultivation realm. And manifest extraordinary power through mana to reach the chi kinetic realm. But Chial's mana technique was different, still stage 1, yet it could do much more and unlock additional abilities. Thus, Jeongha's mana system was divided into grades called tiers. She was now channeling her energy into Chial to test him. After seeing the results, she happily said, "Perfect, it's truly first tier. Don't you find it strange when using magic? I thought it'd take at least another year." Thinking back on his hardships, Chial began to tremble. "I realized this just from studying theory. In retrospect, it was a kind of crazy training. If I failed to control mana, the balance between the heart and the mana channel could collapse completely. In reality, letting things flow naturally is enough. Mana is like water and will follow its own rules. In the end, our bodies are merely vessels for mana." Chial's calm words seemed to enlighten Jeongha. She murmured, "The body is a vessel. Child, I think I can do it too. Might take time, but I can do it." Seeing that, Chial offered a small smile, happy on behalf of his aunt. Before Jeongha lunged to hug him, cheerfully saying, "Thanks, my lucky charm," her arm tightened involuntarily, making Chial's ribs creak. "Let go, you're breaking my ribs," Chial yelled. Seeing this, Jeongha reluctantly released him, but excitedly continued, "Wonderful. Now let's move to second. From the start, I knew my first tier differs from ordinary stage 1, right? So what do you think I'm best at?" Chial stroked his chin, thought for a few seconds, and answered, "I think what I'm best with is the sword." Jeongha shook her head in objection. "No, that's not it according to me." This comment surprised Chial, and he asked, "But you've never seen me practice swordsmanship?" Jeongha shrugged and answered, "I have, just a few times when I was free. What I mean is you have a talent even greater than swordsmanship. It's hard to explain in words, but your greatest talent is mana technique. Your mana talent is so overwhelmingly superior that everything else pales in comparison. I've tried teaching the magic I created to many people, but no one could do it." From Chial's perspective, he stared at his hands with doubt, remembering how he was once mocked for being unable to use mana. Seeing Chial lost in thought, Jeongha flicked his forehead and reminded him that reaching second tier now wouldn't be difficult for him. And if you succeed at second tier, the naming ceremony will be child's play. After that, I'll teach you real techniques, so focus. On this side, Chial cheerfully replied, yes, understood. Hey miss, what's that beside you? He said, glancing at the wooden box on the table. Oh that, Jeongha said softly. Immediately something flew past Chial's face at super speed, leaving a scratch on his cheek and embedding itself deep in the wall behind, causing cracks to appear. Jeongha smiled and answered, it's an iron marble. You must learn to release mana while moving. If you only use it standing still, that mana technique is useless. All right, let's begin, she said with an excited face, though for some reason, Chial felt slightly uneasy about this hellish drill. Time passed quickly. The scene shifted to a certain arena where Chial and HWA were being trained by Captain Lee Young. I am the captain of the Blood Tiger Squad, Lee Youngkwon. From now on I will instruct you in the techniques of Sungmuik. Choose the weapon you will use and bring it here. You have 1 minute, so don't dawdle. Hearing this, Chial and HWA hurried to the weapon rack. But meanwhile, HWA kept sneaking glances at Chial. It made him a bit fidgety, and finally he couldn't stand it and shouted, really? What are you looking at? What do you want to say? HWA startled and denied it. Look at what? There's nothing to say. Then she leaned close and whispered to Chial, you're using a sword too, right? Not at all, Chial replied coldly. He quickly grabbed 2 swords and a spear and returned to the arena, which left HWA astonished. Huh, but earlier I saw you learning weapons. It was clearly the sword. Over here, Captain Youngkwon looked at the pile of weapons in Chial's hands and curiously asked, what are you doing? Chial answered, you told us to choose our weapons and bring them. Youngkwon warned again, I said choose what you actually use. Chial shrugged, this is what I use. Hearing that, Youngkwon fell silent and shook his head in disappointment. I thought you weren't that stupid. Turns out you're a blockhead. Engrave my upcoming words into your bones, and remember, I said I'll teach you secret arts, but not specific moves or stances. In Zhengma, there are countless manuals called Yui. To comprehend those manuals, you must first awaken the origin sleeping within your blood channel. From now on, I will help you open that sense, so don't worry too much about awakening your instincts. As he spoke, Youngkwon swung his spear. Each swing generated powerful gusts of wind, and he quickly assumed an attacking stance. Seeing his ferocious posture, HWA couldn't help but feel afraid and asked, what is he going to do? Chial had already guessed what would happen next, so he warned them to prepare if they didn't want to faint right away. Before he finished speaking, Youngkwon flashed and instantly appeared before Chial, unleashing a powerful formless strike. The blow sent Chial's body flying into the air. The only luck was that in that brief moment, he managed to use his sword to protect himself. This surprised Youngkwon, who laughed loudly, you blocked that. Meanwhile, Chial landed lightly, clenched his teeth, and thought, damn it. I never expected to go through this madness again. In my previous life, I didn't even finish this training course. But this life is different. Saying that, Chial poured force into his soles and lunged forward. His stomp was so strong it cracked the floor as he surged forward at wind-tearing speed. Time passed like that. The training of Chial and HWA under Captain Youngkwon continued. Of course, with his power, the two of them were thoroughly beat. So a month had passed since I began training with Lee Youngkwon, no matter what. A 10-year-old undergoing training that breaks bones and injures internal organs is not a child's regimen. But I have no intention of complaining. I'm slowly getting the feel of it, Chial said with a faint smile. Elsewhere, HWA jolted awake from her daze. Alarmed, did I faint again? Chial shrugged and reminded her, yes, this is your 20th time. I'm only at 16. The protagonist's teasing tone infuriated HWA. She snapped that she should have prepared better on the first day. From Youngkwon's perspective, watching the two kids argue, he quietly calculated, Miss 8 has extraordinary physique. I've been a bit harsh, but she never suffered serious injury. And that wild boy gave an impression of being valuable from day one. At first, seeing him bring a pile of weapons, I thought he was some fool, but his proficiency with each weapon is solid. His practical application even exceeded expectations. Moreover, after only a month, results are gradually showing. Interesting indeed. Thinking this, Youngkwon's cold face broke into a faint smile, and he decided to give the brats even more of a beating. All right, let's resume training. Everyone return to your positions. Hearing this, Chial and HWA hastily ended their quarrel and tightened their grip on their weapons, faces turning utterly serious. Then Chial realized that fighting normally wouldn't touch Youngkwon, so he proposed, I'll signal you, try to block once. HWA asked curiously why she should. Chial shrugged, fine if you don't want to, I just think I can land a hit on the uncle. Chial's words changed Hwa's expression immediately. She seemed deeply resentful after being beaten by Yunquin so many times. Then she asked cautiously, "Are you sure?" Chial nodded, "Sure." Hearing that, HWA didn't hesitate. She gripped her weapon and rushed to intercept, shouting, "You owe me for this." From behind, Chial surged forward to attack right after Hwa's strike. He thought that against a genius-level foe, he had no chance to win, so he could only exploit the advantage of numbers. Opposite them, Yunquin watched their coordination and praised them without restraint. Coordinating with each other, isn't that the optimal choice? But that's if the plan works, he said as he tilted his head and dodged the spear thrust from Chial. Then he swung his spear to counterattack, but Chial had anticipated this and quickly retracted his spear to block the blow. This made a look of astonishment appear in Yunquin's eyes. Next, he gathered his strength and surged quickly toward him. And at the very moment both were about to strike at each other, Chial shouted, "Now's the time," saying that he jumped back to keep his distance, while HWA rushed in to attack at lightning speed. However, her downward sword slash was simply blocked. From behind, Chial hadn't expected them to hit Yunquin so easily. He tossed his spear aside and quietly transformed his unlimited weapon, changing the ring's form into a long sword. The only damaging strike came from the sword he had taken from the endless secret stash. Then he began to cloak the sword with his energy and drove force into his souls. He stomped hard and lunged forward like an arrow. At that moment, HWA had already been knocked back by the master trainer, but Chial seized the opportunity with perfect timing. At that instant, he suddenly released the sword in his hand, channeling the power into his fist. He thrust a straight punch forward, but nothing comes that easy. His fist was caught cleanly in Captain Yunquin's palm. This made Chial force a strained laugh. "Ha, you caught it." No sooner had he finished speaking than Yunquin landed a punch that sent him flying like a cannonball. He slammed heavily into the wall and spat a little blood. However, the combined attack by the two also left Yunquin very satisfied. His voice held a note of praise, so it took 37 days. "Congratulations, you've opened the sixth sense, but the young miss is still far from it," he said, as he leaned aside to dodge Hwa's attack. At the same time, he swept her leg, sending her crashing into the wall. Seeing both of them in that battered state, Yunquin temporarily let them off and ended today's training. That's it for today. Turning to HWA, she began to question the protagonist. "Hey, you said you could land a hit. I trusted you." "That brat." Unmoved by their quarrel, Captain Yunquin turned and left, quietly looking at his slightly bruised palm and thinking, "Even though I activated mana, it only pierced a little. Even if small, I've broken the taboo against using mana." Abandoning such a technique, combined with an already excellent fighting instinct, would make him someone the clan's pillars would fear. Time passed quickly. The training with Captain Yunquin concluded, and the remaining time was for rest and reviewing what they'd learned. And at that moment, the one who came to find me was my big brother, Lee Myung-young. Lee Myung-young is the eldest son of Lee Tishan. His title is Song Seong, a master who is second rank in magic and also second rank in martial art. Everyone both admires and fears him, but to me my big brother is the only brother I have. Jial silently reminded himself to return to the present. After sitting at the tea table, Myung-young awkwardly apologized to his younger brother for not being able to pay attention to him. He used that as an excuse, saying he'd been a bit busy lately. Jial gently replied that it was fine, he was okay, understanding that his eldest brother had countless things to worry about. Opposite him, seeing Chial's attitude, Myung-young chuckled. "Is this the first time we've met, and yet you already know who I am?" In response, Chial answered, "Of course, even if I'm an illegitimate child. As your brother, how could I not know my big brother's face?" Hearing this, Myung-young's body trembled for a moment. Then his face turned sad as he warned, "Don't ever call yourself an illegitimate child. Though our mothers are different, you and I are still brothers." Saying this, he felt a pang of bitterness for a child who hadn't even had a naming ceremony yet, but already saw himself as an outcast. Unaware of these thoughts in his brother's heart, Chial awkwardly scratched his head and said sorry. Seeing this, Myung-young could only sigh heavily. "There's no need to apologize, just understand. Next time you don't need to greet me so formally. We're siblings. There's no need for such politeness." "Yes, I understand," Chial said with a bright smile and nodded. In his memory, his big brother had always been like this when he was young. Putting the formalities aside, Myung-young gave Chial a gift, something he got when he enrolled at the Eiffel Magic University in France, which he thought would be more useful to him. It was a divine elixir called nectar, he said, taking a small glass vial from his inner pocket. Having lived a life before, Chial recognized it, a high-grade spirit elixir that the Magic Tower in France produces 500 ml of every 10 years. After thinking, he took the small vial and stammered his thanks. "Big brother, you gave me something so precious. I'm truly grateful." Across from him, for some reason, Myung-young looked a bit surprised at Chial's words. Then he murmured that Chial was somewhat different, and Chial narrowed his eyes in confusion and asked what he meant. To explain, Myung-Yung smiled and said the younger ones he'd met before all treated him as a rival, so this feeling was both strange and pleasant. From Chial's perspective, he also clarified his thoughts. It's not that I don't see you as a rival. Being born into this clan, my big brother is also my rival, so don't just see me as a cute child. Who knows, one day I might become your greatest rival. I hope we'll have an exciting competition. That confidence made Myung-Yung laugh heartily. Ha ha, very well. I'll wait for that day when you become my strongest rival, he said, then ruffled his younger brother's hair. Chial resolved to himself that his eldest brother had always sincerely loved and protected him, and this time he would definitely protect. Time passed quickly. A few days later was the day of the Lee clan's second exam. The naming ceremony had arrived. On a ship, Chial and HWA were taken to the exam location. It was called the Crimson Azure Isle, an island whose soil color changes according to the density of mana in the air. For a long time it had been the site of the Lee clan's naming ceremonies. As the ship neared the island, a crew member reminded the two of, "Now I will explain the naming exam. Young ladies and young masters must survive on Crimson Azure Isle for 3 weeks and prove themselves. The devices issued to everyone are for location tracking. Unless in an emergency, they must be carried on their person. The final stage of the exam will open 2 days after the end of the 3rd week." Good luck. Seeing this, Chial and HWA quickly fastened the watches to their wrists. Then both hoisted backpacks containing the necessary supplies and were left on this deserted island. After that, for some reason, HWA suddenly spoke up. "I have something to say." Before she could finish, Chial sighed and complained, "So you've already made up your mind, huh?" "What?" HWA asked back, and Chial blurted it out. "You've been meaning to say that since training," he said, hitting the mark and making the 12-year-old girl flush with embarrassment as she shouted, "How did you know that?" Seeing her awkwardness, Chial sneered inwardly. "How could I not know?" Then asked, "Go on, I'll listen." From Hwa's point of view, the young girl swallowed nervously as if steeling herself. Then she took off the badge on her shirt. She glanced at Chial and signaled with her eyes for him to do the same. After stowing away the 2 eavesdropping badges, Chial casually asked, "Are you done? What is it?" At this point, HWA no longer hid any. She pulled a glass vial containing the poison that Lady Beak Hwayan had given her from her pocket and said plainly, "This is a poison called Dreambite. It only affects children under 15. If exposed to air for more than 5 minutes, it will evaporate. Once absorbed, it will block the mana channels for a long time." Across from her, Chial's face turned as dark as the bottom of a pot as he coldly asked who gave it to her. To that question, HWA could not reveal that her birth mother had given it to her. "I won't tell you that," she said. Saying that, she hurled the vial at a nearby rock, shattering it into pieces. And she added, "See, no evidence remains. I'll beat you fair and square. You don't need to use that poison, so you must give it your all in the contest." Her determined tone surprised Chial a little, but then he cheerfully replied, "No need to say it. I was going to do the same." "Good." HWA nodded in satisfaction. They put the badges back on, but before moving, HWA reminded him, "Have you reattached your locator? Don't recklessly go into the island's center until you're familiar with the terrain. It's dangerous." From behind board, Chial said, Okay, I know. Are you worried about?" Chial's attitude in front of her immediately infuriated HWA. "Worried? I'm just afraid you'll be dead somewhere before you even get to fight me." Before she could finish, horrifying roars from some monster in the forest cut their argument short. The 2 kids exchanged worried looks toward the forest, and HWA quietly warned, "Then don't die, okay? I'll go ahead." Saying that, she hurried to one side. Watching her shrinking back, Chial murmured, "Fine, but my goal is the island's outskirts." "All right, I have to set off too," headed straight for the center of the Crimson Azure Isle. He cracked his knuckles as he spoke, his eyes alight with boundless excitement for the next journey. At the same time, in the Lee clan's observation room, core members watched Hwa's activities through monitoring screens. Someone commented, "She really is the Lee clan's 8th child, already completed her first hunting task, and has slain quite a few monsters. After all, this is probably Hwa's first real combat." But that sense didn't come from nowhere. "It must be 47 days, the sly old man Chial Jung said, stroking his beard with a smile. Responding to him, Captain Yunquin, leaning against the rear wall, also spoke up, "This child isn't like that by nature. I think it'd take at least 2 months." Saying that, he thought to himself that while talented, that's as far as it goes. Someone must have provoked him. That someone is the youngest, Lee Young. With that thought, he glanced at another screen in front showing Chial. Unlike HWA, who kept fighting monsters, Chial seemed to be exploring the island. This made the old Chial Jung curious, and he asked, "What on earth is that kid doing?" It looks like he's searching for shelter, Yunquin voiced his thought. After that remark, a few contemptuous sounds rose up, acting like a scared mouse running away, a real coward, an illegitimate child indeed. Elsewhere, Myung-young, also in the observation room, couldn't tolerate them mocking his younger brother. He glanced at everyone and warned, "Don't speak like that. Finding shelter first in a place this dangerous is wise, nothing to be ashamed of." His words made a few fools cough awkwardly and justify themselves. Well, maybe it's true, haha. Perhaps we've been watching the young lady too much and our standards got too high. On the other side, the sly old Cheol-young, unbothered by Myung-young's rank, continued to sneer. In the Lee clan, being ordinary is practically a sin. Isn't it? A person with Lee blood behaving like a commoner is ridiculous. To Myung-young, hearing the old man's words, his hands clenched in indignation. He thought to himself, belittling and mocking a child just because of his origin. Since when did our clan become like this? Or perhaps we've always been this way. But what exactly is Lee Young intending to do by heading toward the island's center? Thinking that, he glanced at Uncle Ti-hung beside him. At that, he was so worried he kept biting his nails. Tusk, what the hell is that kid thinking? He muttered something that made Myung-young feel he wasn't the only one puzzled. What are you planning, Lee Young? Switching to Chial's view, Chial had found a cave to use as shelter. Next, he began burning some herbs and tossed a torch into the cave to check inside, then used leaves to cover the entrance. His careful actions earned approving noises. His stealth skills aren't bad. Then suddenly the sly old Cheol-young widened his eyes and shouted, "Wait, hold on, what is that kid doing?" By his account, Cheol had taken off his watch and the badge on his chest and set them aside. Then he covered those two items with some leaves, causing the tracking data to be immediately blocked and the screen to go dark. In the rear, Captain Yunquin couldn't help laughing heartily. Haha, truly unpredictable. Ti-hung and Myung-young could only hold their heads at Chial's actions. As for Chial, he had many secrets and of course couldn't let clan members casually observe him. After carefully hiding those two items, he muttered, "No need to let others see this. Now I can use it endlessly. Once you're on Crimson Azure Isle, you must harvest as much as possible. Now then, let's go." Saying that, he transformed the ring on his hand into the shape of a short sword. Time quickly passed until evening. Our protagonist was frowning. He stared at an earthen pot before him. Inside was a dark blue liquid that looked extremely toxic. Chial even vaguely saw a face screaming within the mass. Just its appearance was enough to disgust someone. This is probably done for, but it looks horrible. Is this really mana tea? No one would guess it's an infusion of mana herb. He told himself that in his past life, he couldn't even afford cheap spiritual medicines, so he used to tag along with herb gatherers and apothecaries to find mana herb. Crimson Azure Isle is saturated with mana in the air, so you have to take advantage and increase your mana intake. The youngest sister said as much. If you drink an infusion made from mana herbs, it will certainly be more effective. Phew, all right, Chial gritted his teeth and lifted the earthen pot toward himself. Not long after, he flung the pot aside, dangling. Chial's face had gone deathly pale as if he'd lost all life. Truly a flavor from hell, he muttered. Thus the solitary struggle of 3 weeks officially began. Time flew and the scene shifted to Lee Myung-young's office. While he was working, someone suddenly entered the room and said, "Captain, may I come in?" Hearing this, Myung-young paused his hands and replied, "Ah, yes." The stranger, seeing Myung-young still at work, looked apologetic and said, "Sorry to bother you, Mr. Myung-young." He waved it off. It's fine, seems like bad news, huh?" At these words, the brown-haired man set a serious expression and nodded, explaining, "A large group of settlers appears to have infiltrated the northern area of the peninsula. I thought they'd pass through the undeveloped lands, but they moved straight south. 2 days' march from them is the Lee clan's mana quarry. The speaker is Deputy Captain Yu Janghyun of the Chungshin unit under Lee Myung-young." Upon hearing this, Myung-young stroked his chin thoughtfully. He considered some reports he'd received recently. Settlers usually choose undeveloped lands to traverse, causing countless crimes as they move. He murmured that those scavengers certainly wouldn't invade our territory without ulterior motive. Janghyun fully agreed and added that although they appear to be settlers, that could be a cover. It's possible another power is pulling the strings behind this. Myung-young began tapping his fingers on the table and continued. Earlier, there was intelligence that Geelong City is mobilizing forces toward the northern border. Speaking of Geelong City, it's a giant power of the Central Plains. We share a border with the undeveloped lands. They've provoked the Lee clan before by encroaching on our territory. Perhaps news of the patriarch's absence has leaked. This is the most opportune time for enemies to strike. Thinking this, Myung-young looked up and asked whether our intelligence branch was aware of this. Janghyun responded with a shake of his head. "I knew even before them because you told me to watch the situation." Hearing this, Myung-young rose from his chair, tired, and said, then coordinate with the Intelligence Investigation Unit to probe further. I have a feeling this is not simple. I hope it's just a bad premonition, he said, glancing out the window, yet the sense of unease remained. The scene shifted to somewhere within Crimson Azure Isle, where suddenly a red magic circle appeared on the ground. The magic circle then flared brightly. It created a floating spatial rift in the air. From within the rift, someone's silhouette stepped out. He wore white robes and carried a monk's staff. The stranger muttered mockingly that 2 nights is more than enough to kill a bastard child. Apparently his target was Chial. Time passed quickly to the next morning. Somewhere above the island, a huge dragon with glowing red eyes was snarling and threatening someone. It was a level 7 draconic monster, Draco. Facing him was none other than Chial. He gripped his sword, panting from exhaustion, as if he'd been fighting the giant lizard for quite some time. Then, as if to finish the fight quickly, the dragon suddenly opened its mouth, inhaled deeply, its throat swelling like a balloon and glowing with an orange light. 1 second later, it opened wide and unleashed a massive column of fire that shot forward at high speed. Chial could feel an awful heat blasting straight at his face. His eyes widened to their limits. He tilted his body to the side and narrowly dodged in a split second. Without hesitation, Chial lunged at the dragon while it was still standing there preparing to breathe fire. He concentrated mana into his sword and executed a technique. Called Mana Cleave, Chial used the force of his fall from above. He drove his sword deep into the center of the dragon's head. From the strike, bolts of lightning began to release. Its head scorched, and with a mournful roar, the colossal beast died on the spot. After sensing the creature had no life left, Chial exhaled in relief and had to admit its danger. Indeed, a dragon is on a completely different level from other monsters. If he'd fought it upon arrival, he'd likely have fallen to the first blow. It took him 19 days since entering Crimson Azure Isle to reach the dragon's domain, but staying longer would be a waste of time. There was still a reason he had to come here, he thought as he sheathed his sword. Before he could do anything else, a loud noise from the distance caught his attention. Unable to suppress his curiosity, Chial carefully and stealthily followed the sound. Through his gaze, he traced the source of those strange noises. It was a group of lizard folk wielding weapons, 8th-tier monsters, and their sudden gathering here, screaming as if insane, made Chial suspicious. Something unusual had been happening since yesterday. Normally, lizard folk appear only on the island's fringes, but now they swarmed into the center, attacking and then fleeing. These creatures aren't smart and are low-ranked. Could they be influenced by something external? If so, I need to investigate. With that thought, Chial drew his sword from its sheath and dashed out of the bushes toward the lizard folk. At the sight of him, they panicked, cried out, and hurriedly fled. The monsters showed no intention of fighting at all. This confirmed Chial's suspicions. Once might be random, but if it happens a second time, something's wrong. Better to observe. He swung his sword quickly and decapitated the group of monsters. Then he silently pondered that the strange phenomenon on the island was exactly as he'd suspected. Speaking of the mage who infiltrated the island the day before, he was now radiating purple mana and muttering continuously as if possessed. Face the martial fighter and fight 7 rounds. A kid that small could single-handedly withstand so many monsters. A descendant of the Li clan is truly different, but it's nothing to worry about. After all, he's just a child. Surely he'll fall into this obvious trap. I fear we won't need Plan B, the young sorcerer said while stroking an egg in his hand. He was the Beastmaster Nishiyama Shaogo, just as he'd predicted. Now Chial, having followed the lizard folk to the spot they sought, crouched in a bush above. He was aware of his situation and felt some doubt because it was too obvious. But it turned out to be a real trap. The ability to control monsters belonged to a Beastmaster. How did an outsider manage to sneak all the way in here? Chial wondered. Very quickly he answered himself. Wait, it's not impossible. If a teleportation formation was set up inside, it could happen. Then the person behind this must be a member of the Lei clan. Should I report this to the clan and the team members? No, if I wait until they arrive, it will be too late. By then, I won't be able to find who's behind this. There's only one option left. I'll hide my presence with concealment technique and finish him myself. Thinking that, Chial ripped the badge off his chest and tucked it into his inner pocket. Next, he used the concealment spell, surrounding himself with a blue energy that hid his breath and presence. Immediately after, Chial leaped from the tree and dashed toward Nishiyama at top speed. Without hesitation, he swung his sword straight for the back of his neck. But things never go easy for Chial. At that moment, the egg in Nishiyama's hand suddenly emitted an alarm sound. It turned out not to be an egg, but some bird curled up to look like one. Its piercing cry startled Nishiyama into turning around. When did it cry out? Behind him, Chial silently cursed. Damn, it has a relic that senses danger. Thinking this, Chial increased the speed of his attack. Unfortunately, Nishiyama reacted in time. He swung his staff back and shoved Chial, leaving a long skid mark on the ground. Both paused for a beat. Nishiyama praised the clan's bastard. "You're better than I thought." To that compliment, Chial replied sarcastically, "Maybe you're just too weak." The child's taunt enraged Nishiyama. He focused on the task of eliminating Chial and immediately ordered the nearby lizard folk, "Shut up and attack him." Obeying their master, the stupid lizard folk rushed forward without fear of death, seeking some of his blood. Seeing this, Chial began channeling his mana into his sword. He used the ultimate technique, Heavenly Slash, his body slicing forward as the blade swayed through the air like a silk ribbon, neatly severing the heads of 3 lizard folk before they realized. But this didn't panic the sorcerer. From the start, he'd used the lizard folk to hold Chial back briefly and buy time to cast his magic. At that moment, a magic circle suddenly appeared at Chial's feet. From it, countless blazing red chains shot out, wrapping tightly around his body and sword. Chial's face went blank as he said he couldn't move. In front, Nishiyama laughed loudly as if seeing his victory. "Ha ha, you're trapped. This is a high-grade formation that can seal a warrior's mana vortex. Without mana, you're just a weak, useless child, die in helplessness." He laughed loudly, not knowing that this was the stupidest thing he'd said all day. It inadvertently offered a hint on how to resolve the sealing of my power. "Then I'll just use my mana channels instead," Chial said, beginning to distribute mana throughout his body along his meridian. Then his body slowly moved forward. Under the pressure Chial emitted, the chains could no longer hold him. They began to creak as if about to snap. With a forward leap, Chial broke the restraints and lunged straight at Nishiyama. He blocked the sorcerer's escape route. In Nishiyama's terrified eye, Chial pointed his sword at his face and asked coldly, "Aren't you going to run?" On the other side, Nishiyama stepped back a few paces, slightly panicked, and asked how he could have escaped. Facing Chial, he of course had no obligation to answer, so he just shook his head. "I have no obligation to tell you. I've reported this to the clan, so surrender now." From Nishiyama's perspective, perhaps he still had an ace to play. He confidently said, "Ha ha, no matter. I'll kill you and win back my freedom." Chial was genuinely baffled by the sorcerer's insane words. "What are you talking about? What the hell?" Before the words finished, a massive dark shape suddenly lunged toward Chial. The impact sent his small body flying like a cannonball into a tree not far away. The blow was so strong it made a deafening sound in the air, and Chial spat a mouthful of blood. After being hit, an image formed in Chial's head. Trembling, he looked up to observe. He saw that the thing which had struck him was a giant green turtle with long whiskers. It was the guardian of Crimson Azure Isle, a truly third-tier monster, overwhelmingly powerful. Could an ordinary beastmaster like him have tamed it? Chial thought, turning his skeptical gaze toward Nishiyama. Just from that look, Nishiyama could read Chial's thoughts and admitted, "Seems you grasped the situation quickly, though I can't control it completely. But if it kills you coldly on its own, it will obey me for sure. So you'd better give up fighting," he said, pulling several talismans from his sleeve and tossing them into the air. Then his body dissolved into a wisp of purple smoke to avoid the giant turtle, which during its fight with Chial might accidentally trample him to a pulp. From Chial's view, he could feel the terrifying presence the giant turtle radiated. His hair stood on end. He told himself to stay calm. If Nishiyama can't fully control it, I just need to capture the Beastmaster first. To do anything about the Guardian, this is the only way. I prepared this as a precaution, though I didn't expect to use it like this. He produced a banned drug. Its side effects are severe though benefits great, the mana enhancement pill. He took out a brown pill and threw it into his mouth. The moment he swallowed, it released an energy that flowed throughout Chial's body, filling him with vigor. However, this was not all Chial needed to prepare. One more thing, the technique that youngest Gyeongha told me to use only in the most dangerous situations. Now is that time, he thought. Chial's body began to emit a terrifying stream of energy. The aura he released pushed all the surrounding dirt and rocks away as he prepared to use the heaven-defying technique. Next, because the drug's duration was limited, Chial didn't waste a second and darted forward like a lightning bolt. He swung his sword at the giant turtle, creating a blade of light that slashed straight toward its neck. However, it was barely a scratch. The turtle's defensive power was so high it made others despair, and Chial found it extremely difficult. He hadn't even touched it. But it couldn't stop, could it? I'll finish it with this move, he thought, and began concentrating energy into his sword to prepare another ultimate strike. However, the giant turtle ahead was not stupid. It had no intention of standing still for Chial's attack. It opened its mouth and released a spreading purple sonic wave. The moment the sonic wave hit, Chial felt a heavy oppressive sensation weigh on him. He thought to himself that this roar must be the fear skill. This demonic vibration made me unable to move. Damn it. While Chial still didn't know how to deal with this skill, a familiar black smoke began to spread from his chest. immediately relieving the pressure on his body. This surprised Chial. The dark energy inside him had countered the mountain turtle's skill. At that moment, Chial drove force into his feet, leapt forward powerfully, and used the demonic station skill, a technique he had learned from the nameless fighter in the memories of the infinite weapon. The strike landed precisely at its throat, causing the turtle's head to tilt back toward the sky. A column of deep purple light began to spout from its mouth, giving people a spine-chilling, terrifying feeling. Even part of the clouds far above were torn apart by that beam of light. After unleashing that move, Chial felt intense pain all over. He collapsed to his knees, continuously vomiting blood. Damn it, I have no time left. The side effects of amplifying demonic power and the heaven-defying technique will render me immobile for a while. Within 10 seconds I must find that beast tamer, he thought. With no time to waste, Chial started sprinting forward. Using all his senses to search for where Nishiyama had run, it seemed even heaven wanted to help Chial. He suddenly noticed a red energy trail on the ground. He hurriedly followed it, and sure enough the trail led straight to the mage Nishiyama's location. Ahead, Nishiyama saw Chial rushing at him with murderous intent and turned pale with terror. What? How could this be? He let out a soft cry and hastily retreated, but by then Chial's sword was already right at his throat. Chial told himself the distance was still not enough, just a little more. If I were a bit stronger, I could just extend the sword, he thought. Chial shouted and began using the infinite's transformation power to lengthen the blade. He then swung with blinding speed, slashing straight into the chest of the mage Nishiyama, sending him to meet the king of hell immediately. Afterwards, Chial was so exhausted he couldn't even hold the sword. I need to take care of myself first. If I pass out now, my life is over, he thought. Youngest Jongha told me to take this if I used that move. Fortunately, I brought the nectar. Now, before any monsters come, I must deal with this guy first. Thinking that, Chial hastily swallowed the prepared pill. Soon after, his body went limp, and he collapsed to one side. Some unspecified time later, when he opened his eyes again, Chial suddenly found himself lying in a blinding white space. Black smoke continued to spread across his body, and Chial wondered where this whiteness was. What happened to the beast tamer and the mountain turtle head? Thinking that, Chial tried to sit up, but a sharp pain struck. His face twisted, and his whole body trembled as if about to shatter. Chial thought to himself silently. Unbeknownst to him, in that blinding white space, a gigantic eye had been staring down at him from above, and a strange voice began to speak. Chial wasn't sure if he could hear it, so this is how it turns out. Are those things too dangerous for humans to absorb? How can both coexist within a single entity? I had hoped you wouldn't wake. If only. The voice fell silent for a moment, then rose again, feeding. Right after the words, something suddenly fell straight in front of Chial, prompting him to look up curiously and examine. He began to associate the object's shape in his mind. It was a purple honeycomb. Could it be the Zihua stone? The strange voice continued, "Not you, it needs to eat this. The era has shifted. Be strong, child of humanity. Don't let yourself be swallowed by the times." Back in Chial's hazy vision, he seemed to see the giant turtle speaking to him before turning and walking away into the distance, and his sight gradually went dark. Returning to reality after an unknown time, Chial opened his eyes again and saw little HWA. Noticing the protagonist awake, she poked her head in and asked, "Oh, you're awake." Chial gave her a tired look and asked, "HWA, are you okay?" His blank tone enraged the girl. "You brat, how dare you call me by my name? Because you're hurt, I'll let it slide. How's your condition?" Prompted by her reminder, Chial hurriedly closed his eyes to check his body. Though his musculoskeletal system was severely damaged, his mana had surged enormously. Could I really have absorbed the Zihua stone? Thinking that, Chial hid his surprise and only described the wounds he had sustained. "Some mana channels are severed, my organs are a bit disrupted, tendons stretched, muscles torn in a few places. Not too serious," Chial said calmly. HWA, hearing this, rolled her eyes, her face turning purple as she shouted, "What? That's not serious. You hit your head." Feeling a bit guilty, Chial looked at HWA. The Zihua stone had been something Li HWA intended to take, a powerful elixir to strengthen the body, boost mana, and grant immunity to poison and curses. It was indeed what he had taken on Red Stone Island, and he felt somewhat ashamed. Then Chial suddenly sprang up as if nothing had happened and asked, "Wait, why are you here?" Before HWA could answer, a distant voice called, "Little brother." The voice came from Li Myung-Yung, who had just run up. Myung-Yung quickly produced a healing potion and hurriedly said to Chial, "Are you all right? First let me heal you with mana. I also brought medicinal water." Seeing his urgency, Chial forced a smile and waved him off. "No need for mana healing, but I'll take the medicinal water." Saying that, he took the healing bottle and drank continuously. From Li Myung-Yung's perspective, seeing his younger brother so badly injured made his heart ache. After a few seconds of thought, he glanced at HWA and said quietly, HWA, could you step outside for a moment? Understanding they wanted to speak privately, HWA nodded. Yes, I understand. After HWA left, Myung-young lowered his voice. If you die, I'll wipe every organization connected to the beast tamers from this world, no matter how powerful they are. As a member of the Lee clan, what you've shown is the model of a martial artist, but as your elder brother I can't view it positively. That was reckless. His tone was reproachful but caring. Touched, Chial blushed and scratched his head. I didn't expect the mountain turtle head to appear. Sorry, brother, if I'd known it was there, I would have waited, he said apologetically. Lee Myung-young sighed involuntarily. You know how to tell recklessness from confidence, that's good. Putting that aside, Chial spoke up. Since I handled the beast tamer, information about him belongs to me. He reached his hand forward as he said it. This action of his only gave Lee Myung-young a headache. I knew you'd say that, he said. That beast tamer was once a quasi-fifth rank onmyoji from Japan. It seems he was expelled for attempting to master forbidden arts. The mastermind provided talismans and high-grade magic items and activated them while the mountain turtle head slept, trying to make it look like the monsters do. Back to Chial. Hearing this, he frowned in thought and asked, so you still haven't found the ringleader? In response, Lee Myung-young shook his head. He's nearly at death's door, so it's hard to extract info right away. Suddenly, an idea flashed through Chial's mind. He hurriedly said, so this place wasn't their main target. They were aiming at you. They wanted to damage your reputation by making people believe you failed to detect the intruder and reacted too slowly. Chial's explanation seemed to wake Myung-young up. That's right, we can't just pretend we don't know. Myung-young sighed and Chial, worried for his elder, asked again, are you all right? Comforting him, Myung-young patted his head and assured him it was fine. His reputation took a hit, but it was minor. I can't be away long, so I'll return right away, he said, and just as Myung-young prepared to leave, Chial suddenly grabbed his hand and looking serious, asked, Big brother, do you want to make a deal with me? Say you anticipated the beast tamer's intrusion and ordered me to handle it first, so I can testify that way. It will appear you had prepared even beyond what clan intelligence detected. Myung-young quickly guessed Chial's real motive and asked back, you'd prefer to testify truthfully, right? Chial stood and answered, if people think I did it alone, they'll be more wary and suspicious of me. So you call this a deal? What do you want? Myung-young asked. Chial stated his request plainly. Give me access rights to the archives for 3 days, that's enough. As he spoke, he extended his hand. Myung-young clasped it and teased, arrogant brat, fine thanks. His voice was full of gratitude, but Chial shook his head slightly. No need to thank me, it's just a deal. Myung-young lightly patted Chial's shoulder and whispered, even if I don't agree, you already have a way to handle this, right? At that moment, Lee Yangdong's phone kept ringing, a reminder that the sword team was calling him. He really had to go now. Remembering something, Myung-young tossed the infinite sword back to Chial, winked, and said, I'll keep this secret for you. After saying that, he hurried off. Chial watched his back and chuckled excitedly. Truly, his brother was not easy to deal with. Once Myung-young left, HWA returned and asked, seems the conversation went smoothly. Which examination will you challenge? 3 weeks have passed, it must have opened by now, she added, but Chial didn't answer and instead asked back, what about you? Which will you attempt? Hey, I asked first, HWA snapped in irritation. Chial shrugged, if you want to know, answer mine first. With no choice, HWA proudly shared her plan. I'll challenge the examination of rank. What else but the hardest one, the rank binding test? And you? Chial replied that he would try the combat examination. Hwa's face went blank. There's a place like that. Don't tell me that's one of the peripheral exams. Ahead, Chial nodded in acknowledgement with a calm expression. Yes, it's indeed in the outskirts. Hearing this, for some reason Hwa's face suddenly showed a touch of disappointment. She sneered, how disappointing. I must have misjudged you. You chose an outskirts trial. Then there's nothing more to say. I thought you were a rival. Honestly, I expected you to be better than me. With that, HWA began to walk away in her disappointment, while Chial, watching her attitude, felt not the least bit surprised. He thought to himself that everyone assumes location determines the difficulty of an exam, so they probably think he picked the outskirts because it's easier. Whatever, let them think what they want. Time passed quickly, dawn was breaking. Chial was still wandering in the forest as if searching for something. He couldn't remember exactly, but it must be here. Before regression, this was the cave he had stumbled upon. It was also the place where he would complete the second challenge of the naming ceremony's combat trials. Thinking so, he moved the foliage blocking the way aside. Before him now was a pitch-black cave. The protagonist prepared a torch and then carefully entered. As he went, he thought, at first glance it's just a normal wall, but of course it wouldn't be that simple. With that in mind, he drew his sword and hacked repeatedly at the wall before him. Chunks of stone began to fall away, revealing behind them an iron door standing imposingly. Seeing this, a look of mild joy appeared on Chial's face. He'd found it. Next, Chial used his sword to slash the palm of his hand. He then used the droplets of blood that flowed out and flung them toward the iron door. The blood, infused with mana, clung to the door. It emitted a blinding light like a switch activating. The door vibrated once and slowly swung open to both sides, revealing inside a vast hall with a sword deeply embedded in a wooden pedestal. The familiar scene stirred memories in Chial, and he briskly stepped inside. He then approached the wooden table. He let a drop of blood fall into the claw-shaped indentation on the table and murmured, "Descendant of the Li clan, I request to be tested by the ancestors. Please grant permission." When his words echoed, a blue light rose from the indentation like a wisp of smoke. The content of the combat trial was singular: to defeat oneself. At that moment, in Chial's view, the blue light transformed into a figure identical to him. Chial was so familiar with this test that he wasn't surprised. The number of attempts is unlimited. Before victory, even if you give up, you cannot leave. Then let's begin, he thought, drawing his sword. But before he could launch an attack, a beam of light sliced across his neck, causing the protagonist's small head to instantly separate from his body. "What the hell is happening?" Chial exclaimed in bewilderment. The last image he saw was the counterfeit Chial's body standing right beside him. After an unknown time had passed, the protagonist calmed down. He hurriedly put his hand to his neck, swallowed dryly a few times, sweat pouring down his youthful face. He thought to himself that his head had definitely been severed, but the illusion in this trial can't actually kill him. Yet the realism was infuriating. At this intensity, an ordinary person would likely go insane. Moreover, could I really reach that level? The combat trial's illusion lets one use power flawlessly, which means I still haven't unleashed my full potential yet. If I could fully tap into it, I would have blocked that strike earlier. Chial reminded himself, gripping his sword tightly, as a look of relentless determination appeared in his eyes. But as time passed, on the third attempt, Chial was impaled through the belly by the fake Chial and died. On the fifth attempt, he managed to block the sword, but was immediately killed by having his neck snap. By the 10th time, the outcome was still his head, severed from his neck. And so on by the 13th, the 18th, the 23rd attempt. Chial lost count of how many times he had died in this trial. How many more times, he wondered inwardly. In the silent space, the two identical figures kept colliding with nearly identical sword strikes. A piercing sound rang out as the swords of both struck each other, and after being pushed back, Chial gasped, thinking, is this the 75th time or the 80th? But now I understand a little. The greatest power I have is freedom, a domineering flexibility, an unpredictable fighting style. This time I will definitely succeed. With that thought in mind, Chial began changing his long sword into an axe and charged to attack again. So the two figures once more hurled themselves at each other with rapid exchanges, switching weapons constantly as they fought. From the perspective of the fake Chial, after the axes of both met, he leaped back to keep his distance. Then the fake Chial swapped weapons from axe back to long sword, and lunged forward to attack once more. His sword easily pierced Chial's abdomen, yet this was exactly what the protagonist wanted. Right then Chial reached out and clamped the fake Chial's wrist to stop him from withdrawing the blade. Idiots. I purposely exposed that opening. Saying that, he immediately used the demonic slice technique to cleave the fake Chial in two in an instant. His strike was so powerful the ground behind was plowed up. The fake Chial's body slowly dissolved, but at the same time his face broke into a smile as if thoroughly pleased with Chial's performance. From Chial's viewpoint, he watched the fake Chial's body fade into a blue light and pondered that if he passed the trial, the Li clan's bloodline would release hidden energy. In his previous life, his ability was only the most common kind, enhancement. But in this life, what will it be? At that moment, blue sources of energy began to hover in the air before Chial's eyes. Moments later, they entered his body, awakening the hidden power in his bloodline. Immediately, a layer of golden radiance enveloped him. This power, Chial murmured. Elsewhere outside the Great Iron Door, the clan's core members stood waiting, whispering and gossiping among themselves, while Uncle Tihung sighed wearily, thinking this time he'd behave. Yet that annoying brat causes trouble, no matter how peaceful we try to make the naming ceremony. No sooner had he finished than someone in the group shouted that the mana density was changing and it was opening. Hearing that, Tihung hurriedly glanced toward the door. Sure enough, the door flung wide and Chial's figure strode out. His steps began to stagger, and then he collapsed forward. Fortunately, Tihung reacted quickly, rushed forward to catch him, and anxiously asked, "Li Young, are you all right? Wake up," in response to his uncle's concern. Chial looked up with a hollow face as if half-starved for 2 weeks. His stomach kept growling, begging its owner for food. He was so hungry. He muttered a few words before his eyes rolled back and he fainted. Ti-hung shook with anger at the sight. This brat. The uncle shouted loudly. Time passed quickly, and the scene shifted to Chial's villa. At this time, the protagonist had returned home. The maid Gawa burst into tears with relief when she saw him unharmed. "Young master, do you know how worried I was? From the beast tamer to the mountain guardian to the ancestor-established trial," she cried as she hugged Chial tightly. Seeing that, Chial could only force a smile. "Nurse, you're filthy. I've been out in the open for nearly a month." Not caring about his words, Gawa still wouldn't let go and inspected him carefully to make sure he had no injuries before nodding. "At first I planned to scold you, but welcome home, young master. I've prepared bathwater. After you bathe, I'll prepare a meal for you." Chial nodded. But then he remembered his youngest aunt Jeongha and asked, "What about your mistress? I thought she'd be the first to rush over." Hearing that, Gawa suddenly stopped. Her voice faltered, unsure how to explain. This made Chial curious about what had happened while he was away. Time quickly passed and the scene cut to some house where Jeongha was cheerfully greeting her nephew through iron bars. "He, my dear nephew is here." Seeing her bright demeanor despite being confined, Chial could only rub his face in pain and ask what she had done. Jeongha didn't explain but smiled and asked, "Sorry, but I'm glad you're safe. What did you do to cause such a spike in mana? You still can't fully digest the energy inside your body. Sit down now, I'll be with you." Before she could finish, Chial's face turned serious. But Jeongha scratched her head and laughed it off. "Ha ha, it's fine, it's fine." From Jeongha's perspective, she felt moved seeing how much Chial worried for her. She hadn't expected him to go this far for her. The reason she was locked up was that she had caused a commotion in the control room with the elders and the boss. She twiddled her fingertips together and stammered, "I'm sorry, my dear. I thought they did something strange to you, so I couldn't hold back and lost my temper." She said she was furious at the thought that she might never see her nephew again. At that point, her voice choked up. She even began to clutch at her own throat to illustrate. Chial himself was surprised. Honestly, he hadn't fully trusted his youngest aunt before, but at some point he'd come to see her as part of the family. Now that he'd accepted it, Chial felt lighter and vowed to his aunt, "I'll get you out soon, please wait a little longer." Hearing that, Jeongha inside the cell hurriedly said, How will you do that? It's fine, don't overexert yourself." Hearing this, Chial shook his head and explained, "I won't do anything reckless. You'll be released soon enough. See you next time." Then he quickly left the cell. Time passed quickly, and the scene shifted to an airport somewhere. At this time, all the core members of the Lee clan were present and waiting. All because the person deplaning from this aircraft was the current head of the Lee clan, Tishin. Seeing him appear, Madame Beek Hwayan hurriedly said, "He's arrived, has he?" Tishin nodded in response after keeping everyone waiting. Madame Beek Hwayan bowed and respectfully said, "It's all right, hot springs have been prepared. Please bathe comfortably and then dine." Among the group, Chial and the girl Hwa were also present. He glanced at his father and thought to himself quiet. After the events at the naming ceremony, I thought I'd grown quite a bit. But how far apart my father and I truly are, I still can't measure. Thinking this, Tishin noticed his gaze, and for a moment their eyes met. However, Tishin immediately turned away and muttered, "I always say those who don't know how to fight are unnecessary to the clan. But among these, there is only one child who carries the desire to win." His offhand remark made those around startle and whisper, "Who is he speaking to? Our eldest son." To Chial, of course, he understood the words were meant for him. The sharpness from his old man made him sigh heavily. "I've tried to control my emotions so much, and he still reads me," he wondered inwardly. Time quickly passed, and the scene shifted to the Lee clan's grand banquet hall. To welcome Tishin's return from a long trip, such feasts were of course indispensable. For Chial, as an illegitimate son, even if he attended, he would quietly stand in a corner and survey those around him. This was a rare event for the Lee clan. The scale of this banquet was far grander than other naming ceremonies. That person was the youngest known tower maid, and this one was the dean of the Yin-Yang Institute. No, now he's still the deputy dean, Chial thought to himself silently. Many familiar faces he'd often seen in the papers appeared at this naming ceremony. But before he could think further, Steward Choi approached and reminded, "Excuse me, young master, the clan head requests your presence." Hearing that, Chial frowned and asked, "Father called for me." Steward Choi nodded and guided him, "Yes, please this way." Upon hearing this, Chial quickly followed him, curiosity nagging about why Tishin wanted to see him. What could father want to discuss privately? Hopefully it's not anything serious. Not long after, he was led to the meeting place. Tishin saw his son's back. Chial hurriedly bowed and said, "Father, you summoned me. What is it?" "Yes, father," he said, and when he looked up, he was slightly surprised to see that his eldest brother, Myung-Young, was also present. His brother's presence made the protagonist suspect this matter might be related to the incident where the mage Nishiyama infiltrated Zich Than Isle. Opposite him, Tishin didn't let him wonder long and spoke up. I think you already know why I summoned you. I want to hear about the events at the naming ceremony. According to Myung-young, you discovered the outsider and captured him. Was this your plan? Tishin's words carried some pressure, making Chial sweat. Just as I thought, father already knows, Chial thought to himself. Then he nodded and answered, yes, that's right. I proposed a deal to my eldest brother. The condition was that I be allowed access to the library vault for 3 days and help him avoid this public relations storm. In response, Chial heard Tishin's stern voice. Considering your contribution this time, I will overlook your false report. But there won't be a next time. Yes, father, I understand. Chial bowed his head and spoke. Then Tishin glanced at his eldest son and warned, Myung-young, you will receive an appropriate punishment later. This banquet's organization was your duty. Return to your work. Myung-young accepted without complaint. Yes, I will. With that he smiled at Chial and quickly left. While Chial wondered whether his eldest brother would be all right after receiving punishment from their father, he set the matter aside for now. After everyone departed, Tishin continued, setting aside the false report for now. This achievement belongs to you. You will receive the reward Myung-young promised. In the end, because you discovered the challenge of the match, I will grant you a reward. Hearing this, Chial's eyes flashed with surprise. Then he voiced his request, one the author had deliberately concealed. Time quickly passed. The naming ceremony reached its main stage as Tishin moved to the most important part of today's ritual. He addressed everyone, thanking all the guests for coming, and expressing hope that our 2 children, the protagonists of today's banquet, would be blessed on the road ahead. Now we will continue the naming rite. HWA stepped forward. You have been chosen by the Holy Sword, and will always shine like the sun around you. Keep to this radiant path. I give you the name Seoyeon, meaning forever radiant. As his words rang out, a scroll suddenly opened before Seoyeon, and inside was her new name. This made the girl very happy. Her eyes lit up, and she hurriedly replied, thank you. Then Tishin turned his gaze to Chial. Next, Young stepped forward. When he was called up, the atmosphere in the banquet seemed to fall silent. Everyone was silent, unlike the reaction they gave Seoyeon earlier. Chial didn't find this strange. Their reaction wasn't different from the previous appointment ceremony. But it's fine, he reminded himself. Meanwhile, Tishin's voice continued. You are firm and sharp, yet also supple and unbroken. Like a smith gathering steel from all directions to forge a single block, you have forged yourself. I cannot find a better word to describe you, so I will give you the name Chial, he said, snapping his fingers as a signal. Immediately the scroll bearing the name Chial was unfurled before him. Looking at the name, a thought arose in Chial. Previously he had been given a name meaning to live tough as iron. But now that meaning had changed. Until he reached the pinnacle of the Li clan, he would not stop. My name is Li Chial, he thought, and excitedly announced, thank you. Time passed to the next day. The scene shifted to the Li clan's quarantine room, where Jeonha inside was nearly going mad. She tore at her hair, grabbed the bars with both hands, and screamed continuously like a wild beast wanting out. It was suffocating and maddening that she couldn't even witness the child's nom. She kept complaining about how they'd promised to release her, but why it was taking so long. Outside, the 2 guards listening to her complaints had turned pale from the headache. Her non-stop cursing made them suffer. Just then a phone call came through. While Jeonha sat biting her garment in frustration, one of the 2 guards entered, opened the door and said, you can go outside now. Disciplinary measures will be announced later. For now you are permitted to leave quarantine. Hearing this, Jeonha's face blossomed with joy. To celebrate being released, she gleefully kicked the door open, which made the guard behind her furious. Don't go kicking things around. Then before she had taken a few steps, a familiar voice rang out. Wait, hold on a moment. Hearing that, Jeonha hurried back toward the voice and saw her nephew Chial leaning against the wall. Oh, is it really you who had me released? Jeonha asked in astonishment. Chial nodded in affirmation. Yes, that's right. This startled Jeonha. She blankly asked, how did you manage that? Before she could finish her question, Chial took out a piece of paper and tossed it to her. What's this? Jeonha asked, but Chial offered no explanation, only a cryptic line, you owe me a favor. Immediately Jeonha's eyes widened as she read what was written. Li Jeonha is hereby granted the rank of elder, and appointed as the master of the 9th young master, Li Chial. Reading that, her eyes bulged in disbelief. Only Chial remained cheerful. From now on, please teach me, master, he said, eagerly reaching his hand forward. Time passed quickly. Now Chial wore a blue martial robe, while the maid Gawa beside him sniffled and muttered, It starts today, doesn't it? Chial nodded. Yes, this is just the beginning. So the young master is already 13, she murmured. After packing his things, Chial nodded and said, Then I'm off. 3 years had passed since the naming ceremony, and today his life as a freshman officially began. The scene shifted to the clan's training yard, where children of age were all sent to be trained. Chial's presence made them curious, and they started whispering, "Isn't that the illegitimate son?" "Yeah, that's the ninth child," Li Chial. "Heard he caused a ruckus at the iron selection and the nomming ceremony. Probably just beginner's luck. After all, he's an illegitimate son. Relying on luck to achieve that at the nomming ceremony seems unlikely." "Right, I'm curious too." The constant murmurs irritated Chial. Illegitimate son, illegitimate son. It hurt his head, he sighed. Before long, other voices drew attention. "Oh, it's the young lady." Indeed, the direct descendants of the clan carried a different presence. Looking at everyone's reaction to Seoyeon, Chial could only smile. Their response was nothing like theirs toward him. He quietly observed Seoyeon, and when she caught his gaze, her body suddenly froze. She mechanically walked toward Chial and said, "Ah, hello." Chial replied with a nod, "Long time no see." Then Seoyeon scratched her cheek awkwardly and stammered, You didn't hold a grudge about what happened at the nomming ceremony, did you?" She said she was disappointed. Seoyeon's words made Chial recall a bit of memory from Zich Than Isle. Of course he held no grudge. Had Seoyeon not mentioned it, he would have long forgotten. "It's fine, I don't mind," Chial sighed, making Seoyeon's face light up. Really. Lucky you're a bit petty, aren't you?" she said cheerfully, unaware that Chial's expression behind her had darkened. He growled, wanting to call out that pettiness. Unperturbed, Seoyeon suddenly remembered something and asked happily, "I heard you studied under the youngest sister and even got into the library vault." Before Chial could answer, a teacher's shout rang out from the front. "Attention. We will now proceed with class assignments. New students whose names are called, assemble before the trainers in order." The man's words put pressure on the kids below, because which class you were placed in would largely determine future performance. "What should I do? This is getting tense. If I'm placed in a bad class, it's over," they fretted. They began to sweat, and Chial understood the feeling. He'd been through it once. The reaction was natural. The academy's training lasted 3 years, so class placement was crucial. Each grade had 5 classes. The more elite students were placed in higher classes. Opposite them, an instructor handed Seoyeon a paper and said, "Congratulations, Miss Lee Seoyeon, Class 1. "Thank you," she replied with a small nod. Chial wasn't surprised by that. The instructor then turned to him and said, "Next, young Master Lee Chial." At that, the protagonist stepped forward to receive his notification slip. The result made him bored and openly display his displeasure. "I knew it would be like this, but I didn't expect them to be this brazen." Class 5, also called the Wasteland, is where the repeaters and rejects are gathered. Placement for the direct descendants is based on the nomming ceremony's evaluation, while the review council rests in the hands of the Elders' Council and Lady Beak Hwa. They thought it would disadvantage them, but on the contrary, it saved me effort. With that thought, a man stepped forward to guide young Master Lee Chial to Class 5 this way. Seeing that, Chial nodded and tucked the paper into his robe. At the same time, he felt Seoyeon's scrutinizing gaze fixed on him from behind. She was furious that Chial showed no reaction to being placed in Class 5. Seeing her lioness-like posture, Chial was a little taken aback. "Wow, look at that face. You can tell if I don't do anything, she'll take matters into her own hands." "Even though I'm totally fine with it," he thought, and waved at Seoyeon so she wouldn't need to say more. Then he moved off quickly, while around them, a few other kids placed in Class 5 felt as if the sky had fallen. "Damn, Class 5. Will we even graduate? What do I tell my father? I can't be in Class 5. My family will die laughing." Seeing the attitude of the kids beside him, Chial felt a bit annoyed. How disappointing that students of the Lee clan would act like this. At that moment, a greeting sounded beside him, pulling him out of his thoughts. "You're the youngest son of the clan, right?" "Indeed, I wanted to greet you. My name is Kim Han, son of a small forge contracted by the Lee clan. It's an honor to study alongside the young master." Turning to Kim Han and seeing a kid greeting him like that surprised Chial a little. In his previous life, he had no memory of this boy. Thinking that, Chial asked, "Why me?" Kim Han scratched his head and replied, "Because you stand out. I've always idolized you." The sincerity in his words made Chial sigh. Then he continued, "You're Kim Han, right? What do you think about being placed in Class 5? The sudden question made Kim Han's face falter slightly. But then he cheerfully said, "Well, my current ability is probably only at that level. But who knows what will happen later," he added with a face full of determination. Chial smiled faintly and nodded upon hearing that. Scene shifted to the training hall of Class 5. After the new students arrived, the upperclassmen greeted them with smiles. "Welcome, freshmen. Please help us out. Let's do our best together. If you don't know something, just ask." Their enthusiasm made the kids look at each other with curiosity. Then the instructor clapped a few times to get everyone's attention. "All right, greetings over, everyone. Pay attention. My name is Lee Jiangho. I'm the instructor in charge of Class 5 today. Since new students have joined, there will be no lessons, only a brief introduction. Jiang Ho said with a smiling face. This was a familiar face to Chial from his past life, and not unfamiliar. Memories related to this instructor surfaced in his mind. He still seemed full of zeal and determination. In the previous life, he had even tutored me privately because I couldn't keep up. Unaware of these thoughts, Jiang Ho turned to the long-haired friend beside him. All right, that's the end of the introductions. In-ha, guide the rest for the new students. Yes, instructor, In-ha replied with a smile. Then turned to introduce herself to the new students. Hello everyone, I'm In-ha. Although it's a bit embarrassing, I've repeated a year twice, so I'm still serving as the second-year class representative. You must be tired from standing. Anyone who wants to sit, go ahead. Now we'll elect the class representative. Even though you're students, you'll sometimes be thrown into real combat, so the class rep is much like the captain of a martial corps. Unlike the instructor, who only handles training and teaching according to the plan, the class representative can be seen as the one in charge of everything else in the class. Hearing that, a kid in the crowd raised his hand and asked, "How is the class rep chosen?" In-ha, a bit surprised, explained, I forgot. I don't know about other classes, but here we'll hold a light match and then vote for the class rep. Good, now we'll begin fighting each other. Because this is a contest, no magic may be used. There will be rest periods after each match. Before he could finish, Chial's cold voice rang out. Really? His tone carried a hint of challenge. It flustered In-ha. Young Master Li Chial, is there something you're dissatisfied with? Chial didn't answer immediately. He stepped to the weapon rack and took a wooden sword. All of you, both what you're doing and what you've been saying, wake up. This is the Li clan. If you want to play student games, don't come to this academy. Go to a normal school in a safe district. In-ha hurriedly objected. Sir, that's a bit harsh. We only wanted to resolve this peacefully. Chial drove the wooden sword into the stone floor and said, You wouldn't understand being spoken to like this, would you? Come up one by one. From now on I'll fight every one of you. Time passed quickly. Chial panted from exhaustion, bracing the sword against the ground to steady himself. Around him, countless freshmen groaned in pain. In-ha, who had witnessed it all, could hardly believe his eyes. He couldn't believe how many people the boy had defeated alone. Chial turned to In-ha. Choi In-ha, call the next one, he said, his gaze sharp. In-ha swallowed hard. This is the last match. Is that so? Then go up, Choi In-ha. The duel between the two officially began. After a single clash, In-ha's teeth were already clenched together. 1,000 thoughts ran through his head. Why is he taking this so far? It's just a match, no prize, no real value. It's merely a practice match at the academy, yet he can't even bring himself to strike seriously. Actually, I know very well, I used to be like that. No matter what, I wanted to win. I thought compromise was another way to live. Don't assume accepting reality and growing up is the only right path. But I wanted to win. I craved victory to the point of madness. In-ha screamed inwardly and spun to add more force to his sword swing. Opposite him, Chial made a similar sword motion and was still a step faster. I win. With that line, Chial knocked In-ha's wooden sword flying out of his hand, causing the boy to clutch his wrist and fall to his knees, crying out in pain. Seeing that, Chial sighed softly and ended the match. Phew. Take him to the infirmary. No sooner had he spoken than In-ha shouted, It's not over, it's not finished. As he said that, he quickly grabbed the wooden sword and lunged to attack again. However, that hasty attack was blocked by Chial with utter ease. The protagonist narrowed his eyes, assessing the left-handed sword, using the left hand because the right is injured. His gaze was different from before. Then Chial put power into his sword, flipped In-ha's arm backward, stepped forward, and swung the sword like a baseball bat. He struck straight into In-ha's stomach, making the young boy vomit water in pain and lie on his back on the ground. His whole body curled like a small shrimp, and he was officially out of the fight. Take him away, Chial ordered, and 2 other freshmen hurriedly ran to carry In-ha to the infirmary. At that moment, Chial walked to the group of freshmen before him and declared, I have lived a second like an hour like a year. Who wouldn't prefer to live easily and leisurely? But if you don't fight desperately every second and every minute, you'll lose everything. So even when breathing I fight myself and everything around me. Have you ever lived like that? That's what struggle really is. Chial said as he clenched his hand, his glare terrifyingly intense. Time passed quickly. After the class representative decision ended, Instructor Jiang Ho returned. He learned everything and couldn't help scolding Chial. You went too far, 4 broken bones and 3 with internal injuries. On the other side, Chial sat resting and answered with no remorse for his choice, even retorting that to survive in the Li clan you must at least laugh at those wounds. In response, Jiang Ho said, those kids each had their reason. But before he could finish, Chial cut him off. Instructor Li Jiang Ho, even the students have understood. Do we really have to explain this to the instructor too? People like you are rare in the Li clan. You are a good man, but they are students of the Lee clan. If they go astray, even if you must play the villain, you should pull them back. Do your duty. Chial's words made Jiangho's body tremble. His hand tightened into a fist. Time quickly moved to the next day. Although he easily dominated those rookie freshmen, it didn't mean he was fine. He rubbed his shoulder joints as he complained, "Oh man, my whole body aches. I overdid it yesterday." Saying that, he gazed over the line of freshmen with bruised faces. They stood neatly in front as if they'd come early. This pleased Chial somewhat. Though some showed hostility or discomfort, none shirked or turned away. If they were still as terrified as yesterday, there'd be no hope, but this wasn't so bad. With that, he passed through the group, but then he heard whispers. There he is, that trap. At the same time, Kim Han's voice sounded from behind. "Young master, you're here." Hearing the familiar voice, Chial turned and replied, "You're early, aren't you?" Kim Han scratched his head and said, "Yes, I'm afraid I performed too poorly yesterday in front of everyone." Chial reassured him, "We're still students. Being weak is natural." At that, Kim Han gave an embarrassed smile before asking, "Young master, if you don't mind, may I ask you something?" Chial nodded casually, "Sure, ask." Kim Han's eyes showed determination. He said, "What should I do? How can I become strong like you?" To that question, Chial thought he didn't even have enough time to train himself, let alone teach others, but he offered a suggestion. "I'm not skilled enough to teach, but you have good eyesight, or perhaps keen intuition. Yesterday you avoided my attacks 3 times in a row. Use that. I think you're suited to technique over raw strength. If you risk your life training what you have, one day you'll stand out." Chial's sincere remarks made Kim Han's face go foolish. He clumsily replied, "Thank." At that moment, Inha called out to the protagonist, "Hello, young master." Upon hearing it, Chial glanced back at Inha's bandaged hand and shook his head. "You look pitiful. Can't train like this, can you?" Hearing that, Inha couldn't help but laugh aloud. "Ha ha, if I decide to quit, will you let me be? Or will you say something about fighting and call me a coward?" "I just didn't want to hear that anymore," he said irritably, then strode past Chial. Although Inha's attitude was a bit annoyed, Chial still smiled. He thought to himself that the boy had changed. Next, Instructor Jiangho came over and gathered everyone before him. Assemble. Today 4 are excused sick and 5 are absent without reason, leaving a total of 11 present. He said, then scanned all the students with his eyes. Everyone was bruised all over, which made Jiangho worry for them. They all looked exhausted, and the atmosphere had changed. Could a single predator make the students so tense? Thinking that as if reaching a decision, he clenched his fist and spoke. "We were supposed to do a basic physical fitness test today, but given the current state, we'll change plans immediately and begin the fitness assessment now." Time passed quickly. Jiangho's voice rang out again. "From now on, free training will be led by the class representative." At this point, who knew what test Jiangho had given those kids that left them unable to stand, each of them breathing like oxen after plowing? Not to mention them, even Chial felt aches all over. He sighed inwardly, 10 hours for a fitness test. He's a bit tired too, yet he can't stop. Chial reminded himself. While resting, the freshmen exchanged glances and whispered, "Instructor seems different today, doesn't he?" One asked, and the other replied, "It's because of yesterday's match. Many were injured, and if it were before, he'd surely have let them rest." Ignoring the murmurs, Chial stepped forward and said, "Everyone, pay attention, no need for introductions. I'm Chial, your class representative." As Inha said yesterday, the class representative has full authority over everything except the instructor's order. "My training regimen will be extremely harsh. Those who can follow, follow. Those who can't, I won't drag along. If you're unhappy with me, feel free to challenge me. If you land a hit on me once, I'll give up the class rep position. No more words, start now and fight the person beside you." So again the students, barely rested, had to throw affectionate punches at each other. Afterward, Chial checked those still standing and frowned in thought. 6 remained, the rest had quit halfway. Thinking that, he spared the weak for now and said, "All right, we'll stop here for today. Dismissed, good work." Then he quickly turned and left. As soon as he vanished, a few jealous students began cursing, "That bastard, it's because of him we're suffering. I really can't stand that bastard. I won't follow that kind of leadership." Elsewhere, Kim Han heard the mocking voices and loudly snapped, "Cut it out. Honestly, I'm pissed too, but even though he's exhausted, we couldn't land a single hit on him." At that, the students ignored him and turned to ask Inha his opinion. "Do you think so? Last year we had fun, right? Or do you agree?" Before they finished, Inha interrupted, "Yeah, fun enough to get us held back. If nothing changes this time, I'll truly live like a failure. Even if my arms or legs get broken, I want to try once. Really, I truly want to. You all know what that bastard, I mean, you know what he wants to do, right? I'll try fighting this time. It might really be the last time, so wake up. Don't resist pointlessly or play ignorant anymore." Saying that, Inha turned and left. leaving the students standing silently after his word. Cut to Jeongha's office. Cheol was there. His body was fitted with countless wires to measure some parameters. He began to concentrate mana into his palm, producing a blazing blue flame on his hand. Seeing this, Jeongha beside him said with difficulty, "Stop, this far it's failed again." Whenever he tried to form the aura, its shape collapsed. Unexpectedly, this problem appeared after reaching 3-star level. If only there were records of how the ancients used mana, she said irritably. Meanwhile, Cheol pulled off the wires, quietly stared at the ring on his finger and thought, if it's Vo T letter 1 EADN's memory, it might be possible, but I still can't read the next type. Anyway, the trip to the library yielded unexpectedly good results. There Cheol found a document about this weapon Vo T letter 1 EADN. It said the thing was shrouded in a black aura that terrified monsters, and even the kingdom's brave generals were defeated by it. Countless heroes sealed it in the north at the 10,000 Demon Mountain. The king bestowed land to honor that feat. Grateful for the king's favor, the heroes forged it into a sword and named it Vo T letter 1 EADN. Finding information about Vo T letter 1 EADN was a huge gain. Thinking of that, Cheol's hand tightened involuntarily. Meanwhile, Jeongha's 3 seconds of annoyance passed, and she returned to her usual cheerful face. After all, he had touched aura and stepped into the 3-star realm by himself. That was truly admirable. The current stalemate will soon be resolved. Actually, you've nearly perfected the Great Void technique and the transmutation art. Thinking that, Cheol nodded and didn't forget to say thanks. Yes, thank you for teaching me every time. By the way, what do you learn after reaching the 3-star realm? To explain that, Jeongha said, you'll learn how to use solid chi techniques and aura skills, but mastering them will still take a long time. Then, as if remembering something, she eagerly asked the protagonist, how is the student's training going? You always look tired. Cheol replied, training's usual, but his dejected face and heavy breath couldn't fool Jeongha. She burst out laughing, is that so? If it's hard, let me give you a hand. Hearing that, Cheol's eyes lit up and he quickly asked, how do you plan to help? Opposite him, Jeongha revealed nothing and confidently patted her chest. You'll know soon enough. Just trust me. Time passed quickly to the next day. To help her grandnephew, Jeongha personally came to his 5th class, making Cheol give a crooked smile. Her saying, just trust me, already makes me uneasy. Unaware of Cheol's thoughts, Instructor Jeongho cheerfully announced, today we'll have a special lecture on magic. Everyone straighten your uniforms and hold your positions. This is Elder Lee Jeongha, a researcher of the Lee clan. Applaud. As soon as he finished, applause erupted like firecrackers. Meanwhile, the goofy Jeongha scratched her head shyly. I'm embarrassed. I don't like long formalities, so let's start the lecture now. She winked playfully, quickly grabbed a piece of chalk, and began presenting today's theoretical lecture. Watching her focused manner from the back, Cheol assessed, seems she increasingly enjoys teaching. Time flew and suddenly, Jeongha clapped her hands to grab everyone's attention. All right, the boring lecture part ends here. From now on, it's the non-boring part. I will teach the improved version of the formation technique developed by the Research Institute. Beside her, Instructor Jeongho blankly asked, didn't the lesson just end? What are you talking about? The main part is only starting. Everyone sit properly. I'm only doing this once, so pay attention. She then waved for Cheol to come up and assist, which left the protagonist truly baffled about what his aunt was thinking. What's happening? He asked. From behind, Jeongha smiled. When direct descendants enter the academy, they usually receive this kind of support, but you had nothing, so I just made a little effort. Hearing this, Cheol felt moved and replied, thank you, Aunt. Ignoring Cheol's state, Jeongha continued, good, if theory holds, power will double. Wonderful, right? Cheol answered with a sigh, yes, you're amazing. Meanwhile, Instructor Jeongho, realizing the importance of the lesson, loudly told the group, attention everyone, from now on we'll continue sparring by directly applying the magic taught by the elder. Find your opponents. At his command, the students began pairing up. To get back at Cheol, Inha immediately spoke up to the protagonist. Master, be my opponent, please. This time I won't hold back, he said, eyes full of determination. Cheol, who wasn't afraid of anyone, agreed. Honored to fight you. I'll let you make the first move. With that, the two lunged at each other, tearing into one another, while Jeongha watched from the side, delighted and amazed. Oh, my kid is ruthless. It reminded her of her youth. As she thought that, she was drawn to some whispering sounds from behind. Honestly, I can't stand that brat. Even if a younger son is discriminated against, he's just different from us. Different physique and he unlocked skills. He's different from the starting line. One boy shrugged, and the kid beside him chimed in. Yeah, we tried our best, but what does he even know? From Jeongha's vantage, how could she stand by hearing them badmouth her grandson? She immediately spoke up. Hey, you kids. Hearing her voice, the two unfamiliar students startled and stammered, my lord, you're still here. Without answering, Jeongha stared at them with a death-like gaze and coldly asked, were you just talking about that kid? No, about my disciple. Opposite her, the two students went pale and quickly bowed in apology. Sorry, we spoke too rashly. Still burning with anger, she retorted, what makes you think you know enough to say such things to that child? Both panicked and cried out, please forgive us. At that moment, before Jeongha could berate them further, a student named Kim Boseong stepped forward to challenge. Isn't the master's son ignorant too? We've worked very hard, but we're treated like nothing. Growing up in different circumstances naturally creates differences, right? Jeongha sneered and shook her head. You really don't know, do you? Maybe it's better if you don't. If you knew how different that child's days are from yours, you'd see your life is nothing but child's play. Hearing the faint pity in her words, Boseong's anger flared so much his veins stood out on his arm. He muttered to himself, what makes that younger son so different? Fine, I'll show you. Time passed quickly, soon it was break time. Instructor Jeongho's voice rang out, training ends here for today. Hearing this, the students breathed a collective sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Boseong watched Chial resting and sneered inwardly. See, what's so special about it? He thought, all that talk of struggle, it's just because he's gifted differently than us. Just then, a strange student ran over to ask Boseong, you said you wanted to keep an eye on the youngest son today, right? Is it okay to wander the clan grounds like that? Boseong nodded and affirmed, we're students, so it's fine. Besides, it's not like we're going to a dangerous place. That youngest son doesn't live in the main family's quarters. He can't keep overshadowing us. Today we'll see for ourselves. Thus time passed until evening. Boseong led a few students waiting outside Jeongha's research area, but after waiting too long he wondered, how long has he been inside the lab? Elsewhere, some students began yawning and suggested, hey Boseong, let's go. Day training made me sleepy. I'm exhausted, let's leave. Besides, no one knows what that youngest son does in there anyway. With that, some members left awkwardly, prompting Boseong to curse in irritation. What a bunch of weaklings. Soon after, Chial also left the research room. Boseong quickly hid himself and followed him from behind. Finally, almost home, he's heading to the training ground. That area is reserved for the main family. He can't go in there. Boseong wondered inwardly, before their group heard countless shouts of training coming from outside, which startled. They couldn't help but look at each other. What's that sound? Is that training? Then one boy in the group cautioned. Boseong, it seems that youngest one is really formidable. Let's stop. Our master wasn't wrong. If we train like in Ha. Boseong's hand clenched. He growled, I never skip personal training either. There's nothing special about that. At his words, the other two could only exchange disappointed glances. Then they didn't want to waste time watching Chial anymore and left at once. Sorry, we're heading back. Paying them no mind, Boseong remained tangled in his thoughts. What's so different between me and that youngest son? I'll prove I'm not wrong. With that, he began to wait secretly again, until the protagonist finished his training and left the ground. This time Chial actually went home instead of lingering. But before Boseong could examine anything further, a beam of light and a loud shout suddenly came from behind him. Hey you there, stop. The shout startled Boseong. But after the guard looked at his uniform, he exclaimed in surprise, what's this? A student, Master Chial, though he walks around at this hour every night. I didn't expect him to bring a student along. By regulation that's not allowed, so return at once. Opposite him, seeing the guard didn't make trouble, Boseong hurriedly nodded before leaving. He glanced at Chial's villa and thought, the light is still on. This made Boseong fall silent. He quietly answered the guard, then I wish you well. Then he hurried away. Time passed quickly until the next morning at the private training ground for Class 5. Because he returned late last night, Boseong still felt sleepy. As he expected, coming home so late made him tired, he thought wearily. Before his eyes widened and he looked ahead. Chial was already there before him, looking truly exhausted. Even with the innate physique and abundant mana of the main line, could a 13-year-old endure a life of only 3 to 4 hours sleep a day? As for me, when I go home I usually watch TV or play games to relax. I also train privately but still get enough sleep, resting and entertaining myself reasonably. Thinking this, Boseong couldn't suppress his curiosity. He stepped up to Chial and asked, aren't you tired? Opposite him, Chial's brows knit together. He casually replied, so you were among those who followed me yesterday. Hearing this, Boseong was first startled, then admitted it. Yes, the master is of the main family, so he gets support. Starting power is different, and moreover this guy was saying. But before he could say more, Chial cut him off. I've lived like this since I was young. Before entering the academy team, I slept a bit longer, so of course I'm tired if I don't get enough sleep. Then why do you go to such lengths? Boseong asked. To this, Chial didn't explain much. He simply calmly patted Boseong's shoulder a few times and whispered, you already know the answer. Saying that, Chial moved off to the side. Meanwhile, Boseong felt an overwhelming shame rise within him. In another development, while Housemaster Tishan was training, Steward Choi came to report something to him. Lord of the clan, the dispatch for the mission you assigned has been completed, he said, handing Tishin a stack of documents as he spoke. But after Tishin checked them, his expression showed some displeasure. This still isn't enough, Steward Choi quickly cautioned. These are Tier 7 and Tier 8 dungeons. With the current level of the student squad, it will be very dangerous. Despite Choi's advice, Tishin remained firm. Food and weapons can be stocked, but people cannot. Now I need to create people who can survive. Hearing this, Choi fell silent. Understood, I will carry out your order. Also, I have one more matter to report, he began, and then spoke about the incidents involving Chiao. This brought a trace of delight to Tishin's eyes. The youngest did that. That child has had a different look since he was small, the gaze of someone who'd been deprived, dragged down to the bottom. But leading people and changing them is a wholly different matter. Adjust the test content a bit. Coincidentally, the 8th born is in the same cohort. Raise the squad's difficulty level. Let's see whether that one truly has the qualities to lead others. This time we'll examine him closely, he said, his face showing some anticipation for the children's test. Poor other students, unbeknownst to them, the squad's exam difficulty has been raised a few notches because of Chiao. Back at the Class 5 training ground, when instructor Jiangho arrived, he was surprised to hear training sounds echoing everywhere. You're defeated, give up, damn it, it's not over yet. From his perspective, the students had split into two groups. One group was running to build endurance, while the others sparred with each other. This made his eyes widen in disbelief at why these students were suddenly so driven. Were these kids out here from dawn on a weekend? Then there's no need to summon them. Elsewhere, two students who noticed Jiangho's arrival stopped their movements and turned to greet him. Oh, instructor, you're here. Jiangho replied with an approving nod. Yes, diligent even on a weekend. If anyone's missing, go fetch them. I've got an announcement. The student hurried off to call the others. Once everyone had gathered, Jiangho informed them. Although it's a bit rushed, the first quarter evaluation schedule has been moved up earlier than expected. Therefore, the instructors have decided to grant the students a week's leave first. Treat this as your final break and rest well. As he said this, his voice suddenly trailed off when he looked at the bright faces of the students and thought to himself, I don't need to tell them to at least maintain minimal training during the break, do I? With that in mind, he continued with satisfaction. I trust you'll know to keep working hard. Opposite him, all the students answered in unison, understood. Back in Chial's viewpoint, being suddenly given early leave made him a bit suspicious. Sudden leave, an earlier evaluation. Is this okay? Noticing students staring at him from behind, he turned back, curious, and asked, why is everyone still here? In response, Kim Han and In-ha looked to him for his opinion. We're watching the young master. During this break, what does the young master plan to do? Hearing that, Chial looked back at the students with a blank expression. Leave is personal time, why ask me? Take leave whenever you need, I won't force anyone during the break. Across from him, the students' eyes widened as if witnessing a dinosaur come back to life. They whispered among themselves, I can't believe the young master actually said that. We thought he'd force us into hellish training, like who actually gets to rest, then drag everyone into a concentrated training session. Of course, those whispers couldn't possibly escape his ears. Knowing how this group judged him made Chial feel embarrassed. Why not say it out loud? What do those kids think I am? Maybe I should try again like the first day during this break. Take leave when you need it, rest is important. I know that even if I tell you to rest, you won't just sit around. Manage yourselves, rest well, and we'll meet after the break, Chial calmly instructed. Just hearing that from him made the students overjoyed. They shouted and celebrated. Cut to Jeongha's research room. After leaving the training ground, Chial rushed here. However, his arrival didn't make her happy at all. She complained. You're supposed to be on leave, so why are you still coming here and bothering me? I have a ton of research to do, she said. Chial immediately retorted that she was clearly still fiddling with her phone, looking at trivial things. At this, Jeongha bristled like a cat and snapped, trivial. I'm reading that Hammond was acknowledged by the housemaster. His leukemia is cured. At that, Chial froze, his eyes going pale as if about to faint. Wait, what are you looking at? Was the evaluation really moved up by your father's order? Chial asked curiously. When Tishin's name was mentioned, Jeongha's face turned serious and she nodded. Yes, a direct order came down. Back with Chial, receiving confirmation from Jeongha, he fell into deep thought. This test will be harsher than I imagined. Right now I'm blocked by the mana barrier. To get past it, I probably need to find the next memory of the infinite. If the memory can't be read, something's missing. I've tried modifying things to unlock the next memory, but it still failed. I'll just have to keep trying. As he thought this, he leaned back, and accidentally sent the stack of documents scattering everywhere. Seeing this, Jeongha widened her eyes. "Oh my god, what is this? Be careful, I told you to tidy this place up." Ignoring her complaints, while Chial picked up the reports, he suddenly noticed a page with images of the monsters he'd encountered on Zichthan Island. A passage caught his eye. It said the decisive difference between ancient and modern martial arts lay in their intended targets. One could infer that back then human techniques focused on fighting monsters. This made Chial ponder. The intended target, perhaps demon slaying, was similar. The original demon slaying technique is an excessive skill. Thinking of this, an idea suddenly popped into Chial's head and he jumped up. Jeongha, who was eating a pastry nearby, curiously asked, "Huh, what's wrong, kid?" Chial replied urgently, "I got it, I'll explain later. I have to get to the training ground right now." With that, he bolted like the wind, sending the documents in the room flying again. "That damn kid," Jeongha shouted. Cut to the training ground. Chial began transforming his ring into a longsword shape and thought, "All right. Now imagine your opponent, someone larger than you, a monster of a different species from humans. A gigantic beast, a technique that disregards combo efficiency, preserving raw power, not worrying about dodging or defense. All the flashy moves without destructive force, or meant only to deceive the opponent, are useless. The clear aim of demon slaying is to cut and kill monsters." As he thought, he began to picture the giant monster that had once fought the nameless warrior. Then he reenacted the demon slaying move exactly as the warrior had done. His technique immediately caused an explosion in the training yard, sending smoke and dust flying everywhere. Having successfully replicated the move, a black smoke began to rise from Chial's palm, affecting the infinite sword as he tried to read its memory. This made a hint of anticipation appear in Chial's eyes. "All right, what will show up now?" he whispered, and the scene shifted. When he opened his eyes again, Chial found himself in an unfamiliar place. He glanced around and wondered, where is this? Is this the training ground? It looks just like when I first received the infinite. Why does the perspective change only when reading the infinite's memories? As he pondered, the sound of clashing weapons not far away drew his attention. Glancing over, Chial recognized the silhouette. This was the person from the infinite's previous memory. The speed of his strikes was terrifying. Wait a moment, what's that? When the weapon changes, the aura changes too. It wasn't the person's aura changing, but the infinite itself altering the aura. Chial thought in astonishment before someone's voice suddenly rang out. Interesting, it just changed its method. Hearing this, the warrior turned and said, "Don't spy on others' training," his tone somewhat annoyed. The newcomer ignored that and asked instead, "Since you have it, have you named those techniques yet?" The warrior replied, "Not yet. It's not even at the level to be called a technique." Hearing that, the stranger suggested, "Then how about I name the myriad changes?" "That doesn't sound bad," the nameless warrior nodded in reply. Then, as if noticing something, he tilted his head and asked, "Hey, did you bring someone here with you?" The stranger replied in surprise, "Me? No way." Their exchange startled Chial slightly. Without hesitation, the stranger suddenly swung his sword, but the attack was blocked by the warrior. The stranger shouted, "Want to test each other? There's no reason to bring someone here." From Chial's viewpoint, taking advantage of their clash, he dared to peek at the warrior's appearance, the eyes and that hair color. "The characteristics of the main line of the Lei clan," he whispered. Time flew by, the week-long break was over, and today Chial's group was shoved into a vehicle to be taken to the site of the quarterly assessment. Inside the car, Chial glanced out and drifted into thought. This scene might as well be the future or the past. A wall divided the safe zone from the danger zone. Long ago, a massive rift opened near the Pacific, called the Blue Hole, a mysterious space humanity had never officially explored. And from within it, monsters unseen before spilled out into the world. Mankind fought those monsters for a long time to reclaim territory. But there remained unexplored lands, places called uncharted areas or danger zone. He murmured to himself, and maybe because he was excited about the upcoming test. Kim Han laughed and chatted too. Lately, people said the walls marked the boundary between safe and dangerous. The closer you get to the danger zone, the more ruined it becomes. Replying, Chial began to enlighten him with knowledge from his previous life. But after all, we're still inside the wall, so the devastation only goes so far. The pioneer villages near the danger zone are very primitive. At this point, a painful memory surfaced for Chial. In his last life, he once hid out there for a while, and that time was anything but pleasant. Soon the small vehicle began to pass through the wall and head into the uncharted area. Just as Chial said, the scene on this side was grim and starkly different from inside the wall. A faint blue mist hovered all around. On this side, instructor Jeongho was the first to step down, and he warned everyone. "Be on guard, from now on we're entering a dungeon not fully explored. Gather up. We'll set up base here, check supplies, and then start the test. The escort guard's only duty is to protect this base. So from now on you all have to handle everything yourselves. But don't worry, I'll support you as much as I can in my capacity as the base trainer. Show everything you've prepared up till now. Yes, sir. The whole trainee group shouted spiritedly. Then Chial turned to the others and said, from now on I'll take command. But beforehand, this test will surely get tougher because of me. This is the last chance. Anyone who wants to leave should leave now. Chial's voice was all serious. He glanced toward the distance. Inside the forest, countless webs were woven everywhere, which made Chial a bit uneasy. Indeed, anyone could see this quarterly test wasn't for ordinary trainees. The human-faced spider forest was a dungeon crawling with webs. Any intruder would be spotted by the monsters immediately. Yet our mission is to film an adult spider in this forest. Clearly a test set by my father. Chial thought to himself, yet no one in Class 5 was cowardly enough to quit. Inha sighed and chuckled, try what you will. The whole Class 5 won't just run or give up. Beside him, Kim Han nodded. That's right, young master. We all believe in you, the group said as they looked at Chial with complete faith. This surprised Chial a little. In his previous life, he'd never felt anything like this. Then Chial smiled and teased. You guys naturally spout these sappy lines, don't you? Chial's words made Boseong's face flush pink, because the young master had created that atmosphere. Over here, Chial continued, okay, I get it. No one's quitting, so do one last comms check, inventory check, then into the woods together. Yes, sir, the whole trainee group shouted in unison. About that forest of human-faced spiders, they operate like ants or bees, all hive behavior, so they're a real pain to deal with. At this point, our protagonist led the group while reminding them, you all know the mission. Record the behaviors of spiders that have lived in this forest for at least 10 years with the filming gear. So from now on, the commander will be Choi In-ha. In-ha flinched and hurriedly asked, wait, what do you mean by that, sir? To answer this, Chial bluntly shared his plan. I'll act alone. I'll be the bait for the spider. Upon hearing this, the group, including In-ha, went completely dumbfounded. Huge question marks hovered over their heads as they screamed like the building was on fire. Wait, what the heck? Time passed quickly, and Chial had split off from Class 5's formation and was acting alone. After casually stabbing and killing some giant spider or other, he scanned the surroundings and breathed heavily from exhaustion. From his view, countless giant spiders stared at him with crimson eyes, but that was exactly what Chial wanted. Finally, they'd all gathered. Looks like killing a few to lure them with pheromones paid off. Human-faced spiders bring high-nutrition prey back to the nest to feed the larvae. The simplest way to make them see you as a tasty prey is to prove the prey has terrifying strength. Thinking that, he transformed the sword in his hand into a greatsword and executed a demon slice move. He cleaved the spider lunging at him, cleanly in two. This seemed to enrage the remaining spiders. They began hissing and growling. Then they all rushed him, swarming from all four directions. Seeing this, Chial gave a faint smile, dropped his weapon down, and completely stopped resisting. Next, when he opened his eyes again, Chial found himself lying on a pile of soft silk. Was this inside a human-faced spider cocoon? If so, then the plan's working. My stomach's a bit queasy from the poison, but this isn't so bad. First, I need to use stealth technique to extinguish my aura, he thought as he used stealth to cloak his body with a veil of blue energy. At the same time, he transmuted his weapon into a short sword. Then, using that short sword, Chial cut away all the silk wrapping him and calculated his next moves. If this was their nest, the larvae should be concentrated here. Saying that, he used the short sword to slice a big tear in the cocoon's top. Chial looked out and was stunned by the scene before him. Wait, why are there so many food cocoons? This can't be just what they caught today. They should have eaten that pile long ago. Why not? Chial frowned and scanned the area to answer his question, and his face went pale when before him. Not far off was a huge cocoon suspended in midair by countless silk threads. Beneath it were countless giant spiders, like guards protecting that cocoon. Then the cocoon began to shake non-stop, as if whatever was inside wanted to burst out. At the same time, Chial suddenly felt a vibration inside his body. Was the dark chi resonating with? Before Chial could think further, the giant cocoon began to be torn apart. From inside, a huge leg thrust out. Then a hand, human-like, appeared. At last the creature fully revealed itself. A giant spider with a spider's lower body and the upper body of a seductive woman. 6 eyes on her face. The rank 5 monster, the human-faced spider queen. My children, are you hungry? She cooed. Seeing this monster, Chial held his breath and silently analyzed. A rank 5 dungeon monster that can speak human language. It hasn't opened its mouth yet, so could the dark chi be reading its mind? Ahead, as if sensing something, the Spider Queen suddenly launched an attack, lunging forward and using one of her razor legs to strike Chial's cocoon dead on. The blow sent him crashing to the ground. There's no time to maintain stealth, he thought. The Spider Queen glared at him, deadly intent in her gaze, and demanded, "What are you, the thing that woke me up inside you?" "Why does a human have that?" she asked. "That thing is Mylara, she gave it to me." As she spoke, she activated a skill, a purple sonic wave blasting from her mouth, the panic skill, like the giant turtle Chial had faced before. Chial sensed it too, but felt no fear. The terrifying pressure only a top predator can emit. Sadly, that pressure doesn't work on me, he thought to himself. Thanks to the dark chi, that pressure was nullified. This startled the Spider Queen, who snapped, "You dare resist my magic, insolent thing." No sooner had she spoken than a plume of black smoke rose from the nearby wood, and then a horrific explosion erupted, blowing everything nearby to bits. Seeing the scene not far off, the Spider Queen's face went blank. "My forest, what on earth have you done?" she screamed, unable to contain herself. Meanwhile, Chial smiled, pleased his plan unfolded as predicted, and explained, "It's a weapon called explosive mana rounds. Luckily, this cursed forest has tons of stuff that burns. I simply detonated them on my signal." Not far away, the group led by Kim hand-contacted Chial via earpiece. "They've launched, and will reach the nest in at most 30 minutes. At the same time, Instructor Jiangho, watching the screens, hurriedly reported, "This is the base camp, sir. I detected a rank 5 mana source in the nest." But before he could finish, Chial cut in, "It's fine, make sure you support the trainees first." Back in the spider lair, the queen began going berserk, grinding her teeth and ordering her minions, "Move, you lot. Hurry and defend my forest," she said, then turned to stare at the male knight. "I will personally crush you, arrogant brat. You think you can defeat me alone," she snarled. "Do you really think your teammates racing to my nest will definitely make it here? You can't do anything to me," she taunted, met by the protagonist's scoffing laugh. "You're the one underestimating me," he said. As he spoke, Chial enveloped his body in a golden aura. Cut to the trainees. While moving, Inha directed everyone, "Keep firing explosive rounds to draw the human-faced spider. Group 1 will push straight into the nest to support the young master and open the retreat path." Hearing this, Boseong, running beside them, asked, "Wait, there are variables in the nest. Should we proceed like this?" Inha replied, "This is the young master's order. We follow the plan." Saying that, Inha couldn't hide his worried face and silently prayed, "Young master, please hold on a little longer." Back in the spider lair, the cavern began to quake, chunks of rock constantly raining down below from the Spider Queen's attacks. Yet she showed no hint of joy. Why are you still alive? How are you still standing there? Those eyes, what on earth are you seeing?" she screamed as all her strikes did nothing to Chial, and it was all thanks to a skill called Demon Eye possessed by our hero. He thought to himself, the hidden streams, the invisible flows of power, eyes that can pierce them are called demon eyes. With them I can read mana currents and dodge fatal blows. But the gap in strength is enormous, so he couldn't avoid everything. Luckily, this Spider Queen has just hatched, so she can't perfectly control her body yet. There's only one chance. Thinking that, Chial used a healing potion on his wounds, then shifted his sword into a longsword. Next, he launched into his martial art, Thunderous Chi Strike, with all the drama of a lightning slap, causing the entire blade to be enveloped in a black lightning. And without hesitation, Chial charged forward and swung the sword directly, releasing a crescent-shaped blade that shot straight at the Spider Queen. Inside the vast cavern, a cataclysmic explosion erupted. The Spider Queen, unable to evade in time, suffered a massive wound, and one of her front legs was blown off. Yet even so, this still wasn't enough for the protagonist. Damn, the wound was too shallow. As expected, cutting through that thick hide with a single strike was too difficult. Chial stared intently at the giant spider before him. It kept screaming in pain. It hurts too much. I'll make you my underling, pull what's inside you out and restore myself. Then you will suffer endless agony." Saying that, she raised both hands forward and released beams of light. Not knowing what skill it was, Chial tried his best to dodge, but there were simply too many silk threads. While he failed to notice, a thread snagged Chial's body, and immediately after, a voice of submission echoed in his head, accompanied by that sound. A terrible headache crashed over him, forcing Chial to scream out in agony. At this, Chial, the Spider Queen, laughed triumphantly. "Ha ha," her face full of arrogance. Before she finished speaking, she suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. What the hell was this? You, the Spider Queen stammered, and tried to lunge forward toward the front as if to attack. Seeing this, instead of fleeing, Chial stood still and muttered, "You should be careful. Insects are weak to fire." No sooner had he finished speaking than a massive explosion occurred beside the Spider Queen, officially sending her to the grave. And of course, the ones who had just helped Chial were the group of trainees who had just arrived. Seeing their young master safe, they all breathed a sigh of relief. "Sorry, we were delayed clearing a path," Kim Han said. Hearing this, Chial also sighed and scolded. "When we get back, I'll give you special training." Kim Han paled at the punishment and complained, "Oh man, can you say that even in a situation like this?" "All right, let's get out of this nest quickly," Chial declared. Time passed quickly, cut to the examiner's room where they were grading the group's tests. Inside the room, murmurs began. Team 5 of first year are overdue. We've received a report they returned 30 minutes ago. It's not like they abandoned the mission like Team 4, right? It's understandable. This is a special rank 6 dungeon, and anomalies occurred. At the same time, Instructor Jiangho opened the door, stepped in, and apologized for being late. Many were injured, so I had to take them to the hospital first. Now I'll report the situation, he said as he pressed the control to display images of the human-faced spiders on the screen. He explained the mission of Team 5 was to record the movements of adult human-faced spiders in the forest. However, while on the mission, we discovered an anomaly and began collecting information. First, Team 5 entered the dungeon, split into 4 groups, and placed 132 violent mana bullets. At that point, a man below interrupted. "Wait, did I hear that correctly? Did you use firearms?" Jiangho nodded in confirmation. "Yes. In addition, we used 52 more during combat with the monsters, so the total is 184. Upon hearing this, the black-haired man could not contain his anger. He slammed the table and demanded, "Are you trying to level that dungeon? The original task was only to film the dungeon. Don't tell me you blew it up and called it a success." Jiangho stammered in reply. "The mission was accurately completed, so where is the footage? Play it now," someone shouted. Before Jiangho could answer, the door opened once more, and the person who entered turned out to be Chial. "Sorry I'm late. The equipment broke, so it took time to restore it, but here is the video," Chial said as he handed his badge on his chest to Instructor Jiangho. Behind him, Xiaoyan whispered softly, "Does this crazy guy just plant bombs in a dungeon like it's nothing? He doesn't like being taken alive, does he?" Chial answered that if you want to film, this is the most reliable way. Soon after, Chial's footage was screened for everyone to watch, and after seeing it, the crowd fell silent. The black-haired man rubbed his face and said bewilderedly, "I can't believe it. The report matches the footage exactly. Using bombs in the dungeon is like bringing a gasoline can into a burning house. Do you think this was a reasonable plan?" As he spoke, he looked toward the protagonist. Chial confidently replied, "I only chose the option with the highest success rate for the mission, using a standard plan. Could the trainees succeed? I exhausted every measure to complete the mission rather than fail or give up." "The Lee family judges by results alone," the protagonist said. This made the black-haired instructor narrow his eyes and think silently. Not a mishap. What looked like a variable was actually a plan. That fourth fellow had absolute faith in his scheme. Not to mention him, the other examiners in the room exchanged looks and whispered. The young master's plan was too unorthodox to be used as an example and hard to grade. But since the mission was completed with no deaths, it could be said to be a perfect score on this evaluation. Team 5 was the only team to achieve full mark. Time passed quickly. Cut to Lord Lee's office, where Steward Choi was reporting the exam results. 32 dead, 78 seriously injured, many with minor injury. The contract contains a clause transferring identity, so there are no special individual issues, Choi added. Hearing this, Tishin nodded as if not particularly surprised. Then the uncle asked what support measures would be provided for the casualties. Choi answered that all medical costs for the seriously wounded would be covered, and for those with irreversible aftereffects. "Very well, continue the progress report. You've done well," Tishin said as he quickly flipped through the report to review it. Meanwhile, Steward Choi pressed a button to display video and continued his report. "Yes, understood. These are the documents related to each dungeon reported this time." From Tishin's perspective, as he watched the footage, he commented that it had indeed had an impact. "The human-faced spider forest is located in a dangerous area. Yes, it's on the northern edge of Gangwon province," Steward Choi added in agreement. The screen showed the scene of the Spider Queen ordering her offspring to attack the protagonist, but the image quality was terrible and very short, Tishin complained. Steward Choi shrugged and replied that the video could only be restored to that extent, though it seemed to be an edited video. At this, Tishin's motion suddenly paused for a beat before he sipped his tea and said with delight, "Truly an interesting child, do you think so?" On this side, Steward Choi offered a sincere observation. "Overcoming harsh missions through steadfast will is admirable, but I'm worried he may be underestimating basic tactics and strategy." His offhand remark unexpectedly drew agreement from Tishin. "Do you think so too?" And the rule-breaking only highlights the boy's boldness. Because he understands the rules, he knows how to apply special techniques. The fact that not only the trainees, but also the instructors followed his plan without objection is proof of the youngest son's leadership. In fact, no information about the operation was leaked, and the plan succeeded perfectly. Not just this evaluation raised both the frequency and difficulty of overall assessments. Yes, I'll handle that, Choi bowed and said. As for Tishan, he began to harbor boundless expectations for his son. It seems others will start paying more attention to the youngest soon, he whispered. Time passed quickly. A few months later, cut to the specialized training ground for fifth-year trainees. At that moment, Kim Han raised his hand and whined, "Young master, you know we finished the final evaluation yesterday, right?" Hearing the question, Chial looked puzzled and asked, That's why I gave you all the day off yesterday." Seeing his attitude, Kim Han just sighed. Never mind, it's nothing." Then instructor Jiangho gathered everyone and announced, "Although this is the final evaluation of the year and you probably want to rest, don't forget the promotion exam is coming. I don't want to see anyone held back in my class, understood?" In response, the whole group of trainees shouted in unison, "Yes, we understand." Then turning to Chial, as if remembering something, he teased his subordinate, "Kim Han, it seemed you hit mono exhaustion in the last evaluation, right? Today you must memorize those incantations. All right, start with physical training first." With that, the trainee group dove back into practice. Seeing their morale now, Chial felt a bit pleased, become more solid, not just physically but mentally. They no longer collapsed from shortcomings and had learned to make up for them. So it had been nearly a full year since life as trainees began. Aside from those expelled at the start, no one had been dismissed or killed. Thinking this, instructor Jiangho approached Chial. "Oh, you're here, young master." Hearing that, Chial looked surprised and asked, "Is something the matter?" In response to the question, Jiangho reminded him, "The instructors have an announcement to convey regarding the promotion exam." "All right, I'll go at once." Chial nodded and quickly ran to the assembly room. Not long after, as he just stepped into the room, Xiaoyan waved and called him over. Over here. "Sit down, I have something to tell you," she said, patting the chair beside her. After Chial sat, she glanced and said quietly, "You did pretty well on this evaluation, but I heard first year also did excellent." Chial's response gave Xiaoyan an opening to boast confidently. Right, no, That doesn't matter," she said, shaking her head repeatedly to dispel the idle thought. Then she lowered her voice and whispered, "Listen, for this promotion exam you'll face a bit of trouble. Sixth sister and seventh brother were just called into the madam's room recently, and rumors say they're going around meeting trainees." For Chial, how could he not guess Madame Beek Hwayan's purpose? Still, he felt no worry. Instead, he gave a faint laugh. What, are they putting on a show during the promotion exam? Beside him, Xiaoyan, seeing Chial utterly unconcerned, repeated in irritation, "Being eliminated is obvious, but what's scary is not knowing what tricks they'll pull. You probably won't feel anything. You're so strange you're fearless. Sixth sister and seventh brother are extremely terrifying, you know." Chial crossed his arms and chided the girl. "If you warn them now, it's too late. Those kinds of troubles started after the midterm evaluation, remember." Saying that, Chial stroked his chin and considered the situation. Each evaluation there were cases of poor equipment being issued or training content deliberately skipped to discriminate. Recently, he'd even heard someone tried to approach Boseon. Unaware of these thoughts in Chial's mind, Xiaoyan clenched her fists and declared, "I've already warned the kids in my class. This time I'll compete fairly with you and win. I will take first place so I can force you to call me older sister." She spoke with fiery determination, which made Chial wonder why the girl always wanted to compete with him. Why was she obsessed with that form of address? He murmured. Next, the instructor entered the classroom and spoke up. "Is everyone assembled? From today, this year's quarterly evaluations are officially over. I'll now announce the details and schedule related to this cohort's promotion exam. As you know, promotion results are decided by adding points from evaluations over the year and the promotion exam results. This time, the promotion exam will be held at Gate I-7, about 3 km north of Kian City." Hearing the location, Chial was taken aback and showed a hint of surprise. "A gate. I suspected this promotion exam would be unusual, but I didn't expect it to be inside an otherworldly gate," he thought. The instructor continued his presentation, producing a token and saying, "Inside the gate, nameplates reading, Sung Mu will be placed. Each trainee will also have a nameplate. If it's stolen, you'll be treated as voluntarily withdrawn and forced to leave. Beyond that, there are no rules. Collect as many nameplates as you can. This promotion exam isn't merely a test of combat ability, it's a contest for seizure." From Chial's perspective, with his big brain, he quickly read the exam's true nature. So they're going to play it like this. Collect nameplates, seize them, and survive. If your nameplate is taken, you're considered to have withdrawn. The number of nameplates determines the promotion score, so the rules are very simple. The so-called death penalty is basically a trap. Even if your nameplate is stolen, outsiders can't know what happened. So as long as you steal someone's nameplate or find hidden nameplates, it's as if nothing happened. Moreover, this is an individual match, with second-year students also participating. Clearly some force has meddled in this matter. The promotion exam is held inside an otherworldly gate, completely separated from the outside world. For a despised, illegitimate child, whatever happens leaves no evidence. It's an opportunity not to be missed, right? But that applies to this side too. Thinking that, Chiol began to smile slyly, causing Sioyun beside him to look at him with anxious eyes. Time passed quickly. Cut to a study room where a girl was happily whistling a tune when a voice abruptly cut in. "What are you doing?" The voice belonged to the Lee family's seventh son, Lee Yihak. The girl replied, "I'm admiring my cute little brother working himself thin over his tasks here." This girl was the Lee family's sixth miss, Lee Siala. Seeing this, Yihak cursed at her for being crazy, which made his sister complain a little. "You always speak to me like it's nonsense, huh?" she said. "But anyway, compared to you, my little sister is truly cuter. Her manners and behavior are like a rabbit. I just want to strangle her." She pulled out a dagger and licked her lips in a frightening way, then paused for a beat. She then asked Yihak, "So what do you think?" "About what?" Yihak replied, though his eyes never left his personal computer. "It's mother's order," she reminded. Yihak sighed in exasperation and replied, "I just think it's time to get a clear grasp of the situation once and for all." In front, Siala started twirling her dagger and voiced her thoughts. "It really annoys me that a bastard dares to wear the main family's nameplate. Worse, he struts around without knowing his place, so as an elder. I'll personally teach him a lesson." And he even brought that weak elder brother like a lump of dough backing him up. "We must make that bastard know his proper position." Saying so, she grabbed the dagger and drove it deep into the underside of the table. Time passed quickly, and the final promotion test began. This is the exam for trainees to advance to the next year, and this time it's a contest to seize badges inside a stabilized gate. Kim Han, looking at the two cold-faced men ahead, leaned over and whispered to the protagonist, "This secret realm is so tightly guarded even though it's stabilized." Chiol calmly answered, "Probably to reassure civilians, or as a precaution since it's a research experiment site." At that, Chiol's brows creased slightly in curiosity. There were fewer staff than he expected. Maybe they assume we won't notice so they act brazenly, or perhaps the trainee's skill level is that low, but either way it doesn't matter. With that thought, Chiol turned and addressed all the trainees behind him. "So, is everyone ready?" From the back the group shouted in unison, "Of course." Hearing that, Chiol nodded. "All right, then let's go." With that, Chiol led the trainees briskly into the gate. Back to the Siala and Yihak siblings. Siala happily munched pastries and praised, "Yihak, this office has so many delicious sweets, doesn't it?" Yihak focused on his work, sighed and scolded, "Those are for guests, eat just a little." Siala shrugged carelessly and said, "No way, hey, still no contact. I'm so busy I had to come here myself." Yihak finally looked up and answered, "The instructors just reported that the second-year students have also entered." Upon hearing this, Siala's face lit with delight and eager anticipation. "Just thinking about those bastards and trash having to crawl makes me excited. Mother said if we do well we'll be rewarded, so I should decide what I want in advance." From Yihak's perspective, unlike his confident sister, unease began to creep in. Would everything go smoothly? Even though he trusted the plan would work, Yihak's mind began to recall what his eldest brother had said. Myung-young had warned before, "Be careful, our youngest brother isn't someone you can deal with easily. Be cautious." His eldest had told him that recently when he visited. Yihak laughed it off at the time, but the words still smoldered in his mind. As he thought this, Yihak's phone suddenly began to ring. Siala, lying on the couch, sprang up and asked anxiously, "What's wrong? Are they done?" Yihak didn't answer. His eyes tightened as he stared at the screen without speaking. Annoyed, Siala snatched the phone and checked it herself, and after only a few seconds, her voice turned frantic, as if she couldn't believe her eyes. 21 killed, 15 withdrawn. An entire first-year 5th class survived. Impossible. Are you telling me all of them together still couldn't beat one bastard? Siala gripped the phone so hard in her hand that it crumpled to pieces. As for Yihak, he finally understood what his eldest brother's warning meant. He thought to himself, "We're defeated, completely beaten by the youngest brother, Lee Chiol." Cut to inside the gate. Two trainees were desperately running away. The brown-haired one kept cursing, damn it. "He's just a bastard studying in the 5th class," the black-haired one replied. "Shut up and run. If we hide in that cave, even that bastard won't find us." They spurred themselves and sprinted until they successfully hid inside a rocky cave, where they paused to rest and peered out. "Have we shaken him off?" the black-haired one asked. As if answering him, a sword suddenly tore through the air from afar, driving into the ground and creating large cracks, and while the two were still bewildered, Chiol appeared abruptly, seized the black-haired man's arm and twisted it behind him. The man screamed miserably in pain. Chiol smiled at the brown-haired trainee and taunted, "Ah, Lee Chiol here. You hid well, took me a while to find you." Opposite him, the brown-haired man panicked, fell to the ground, backing away and trembling as he stammered, "Get away, I said get away." Just because you belong to the main line you think that's everything. Why do you torment us? Responding, Chial stepped forward, grabbed his collar and made him see reason. Some might think I attacked you first if they heard that. If you point a sword at someone from the main line, shouldn't they pay the price? He continued, slowly raising his own sword. A horrific scream then erupted from deeper, inside the cave. Time passed quickly. Inha ran over to report to Chial. Young master, our side is finished here. Chial nodded and replied, good. If they're done, let's move now. We still haven't dealt with all those chasing us. Yes, I'll rendezvous with Kim Han's side right away, Inha answered. Chial then said he would move alone, and instructed Inha to make sure to eliminate everyone on his list and keep collecting more tokens. Receiving the order, Inha hurried off, and Chial watched his back disappear. Chial stretched irritably and considered his group's situation. The most important thing in this promotion exam is the number of tokens we can collect. Stealing nameplates from other cadets is very inefficient, which is why he hypothesized whether badges could be found using his magic eye. When Chial activated his magic eye, countless strands of golden energy appeared in his vision. One of those strands stretched to a cliff not far away. Seeing this, Chial smirked, found it. He quickly dashed up the cliff and, sure enough, found a badge there which brought visible joy to Chial's face. This will do. Worthwhile indeed, great. I can use this chance to train my control skills too. Time passed quickly. Chial stared blankly into his pouch filled with countless badges. Phew. He hadn't expected to collect so many. But more importantly, he could no longer train his magic eye further. From afar, numerous loud explosions began to ring out, which left him somewhat disappointed. Since the exam was nearing its end, battles had been raging continuously since sunrise. And honestly, if I keep avoiding her, she'll just become more annoying, Chial sighed. At the same moment, Xiaoyun descended from above and landed right in front of Chial. Finally found you, Li Chial, her voice full of joy, but when she looked at the protagonist's face, she curiously asked, what's wrong, aren't you surprised? Chial shrugged and said, I knew you would chase after me. Then why didn't you stop? Xiaoyun asked. Well, I stopped now, didn't I? Chial said with a smile. Xiaoyun wasted no time on idle talk and went straight to the point. So confident, huh? No need for words, let's duel, she said as she tied her hair back and reached out to provoke Chial. A fair fight to see who comes out on top. If I win, you have to call me sister, understand? Hearing that, Chial seemed a little interested and asked, and if I win? Across from him, Xiaoyun spoke in an unusually sweet voice. If you win, I'll call you brother. For Chial, Xiaoyun's oddly sweet tone made the hairs on his arms stand on end. Unconsciously, Chial hugged himself and looked at Xiaoyun with embarrassment. If you're going for psychological attacks, they're pretty effective, he said, making the swordswoman blush and shout, shut up. Enough talk, come on, Li Chial. With that, the two gripped their blades and charged at each other. The battle officially began. Time passed quickly. The promotion exam had ended. With increasingly strict evaluations, this term's exam featured not one but two Direct Line main family members competing, so it became a major topic. In one corner of the arena, anonymous trainees whispered among themselves. Of course the 8th Miss took first place, right? Even second-year fighters participated. Can the first-year cadets hold up? Someone worried. In another corner, some covered their mouths and whispered, you mean those people? Yeah, the youngest illegitimate child, the first-year 5th class cadet. Cut to the 5th class arena. At that moment, Instructor Jiangho congratulated the protagonist. Congratulations, young Master Li Chial, you scored the highest. Saying this, he handed the main character a certificate. Chial reached out to take it and shook his head. Thanks, honestly, I didn't expect to get first place, he said with a smile, thinking to himself, then recalling his duel with Xiaoyun. They couldn't be too biased. Maybe Li Xiaoyun did better in parts of the exam, but in the end, I took all her nameplates. Unaware of Chial's thoughts, Jiangho continued his praise. Calm and composed, you became the top scorer among all cadets. That's something to be proud of. Chial nodded in response. My wet nurse will be pleased, thanks for the congratulations. With that, Chial quickly left the arena while the other trainees took the chance to congratulate him. Congratulations, young master, well done. Above, Jiangho didn't pause his duties and called the next trainees. All right, next cadet Choi In-ha stepped forward. Hearing this, In-ha, who had repeated the first-year 5th class for 2 years, hurried to the front. Congratulations on your promotion, Jiangho smiled as he handed In-ha his certificate. At last, In-ha was promoted. He ranked 13th in this exam. Looking at the certificate in his hands, In-ha trembled. Thank you, he said, his voice full of emotion. Behind Chial, teasing voices didn't spare him. Don't let it get to your head, Choi In-ha, this is a proud moment, but resting on your laurels changes nothing. Hearing the taunt, In-ha sighed. Yes, young master. Ignoring them, Jiangho continued calling other names. Next, Cadet Kim Boseong. Congratulations on your promotion. Boseong ranked 24th in this exam. Kim Han was promoted in his first year. That's good effort. Congratulations, Jeongho said, but Kim Han felt no joy when he looked at his rank. He thought to himself that the rank was unimpressive. Honestly, he felt disappointed. All right, this is just the beginning. I'll become strong like the young master. I still have to work harder. I've decided to change myself so as not to become a burden to him or live a half-hearted life again. From now on, I will not retreat. This was the students' shared thought as they all looked at Chial's back with determined eyes. Back to Chial's perspective, seeing that no one in the class had to repeat made him smile in satisfaction. Is it over? Now I no longer have to worry. Thinking that, Chial turned to the group of trainees and said, "You all worked very hard, everyone passed. I had planned to personally retrain anyone who failed. Too bad, second year will be even harsher. Many will be eager to tear you apart. But I believe you can manage on your own, right?" In response, the group shouted in unison, "Yes." Chial also clenched his fist and shouted loudly, "You can do it." Time passed quickly. Now Chial and Seoyeon dressed neatly to go see their father after being summoned for some matter, and Seoyeon's face soured as she thought about losing to Chial. "Hey, I won't accept this." The protagonist responded with an exasperated sigh. "What is it this time that you won't accept?" Thinking that, Seoyeon bristled like a small cat. "If not for the promotion exam, I would have been first. You played dirty. Hitting me wasn't enough. You took my nameplates too. Do you know how hard I worked to collect those from you, huh?" She scoffed. "If I'd brought my Tumengi sword then." Seoyeon pouted regretfully, while Chial had to admit her strength inwardly. "Right, I thought it would be easy, but it took over an hour in the end." Lee Seoyeon was stronger than he thought. She hadn't released Sword Kai or mastered her skills yet. If she could do that now, he didn't want to imagine it further. Unaware of Chial's assessment, after venting a bit, Seoyeon cleared her throat and said, "But if we made a bet, you must keep your word." Beside her, Chial cast a curious look and asked, "Suddenly, what are you talking about?" Seoyeon shrugged. "About the form of a dress we wagered, remember." "You going to say it now?" Not letting her continue, Chial abruptly covered her mouth with his hand and glared to warn her. "One more word and we'll duel to the death," he growled. Seeing Chial's fierce stance, Seoyeon blinked and replied, "Got it. Are you that bothered?" "Stop the nonsense. Let's go. We're almost late," Chial urged, making the swordswomen realize they still had to see Uncle Tishan. She hurriedly said, "Right, let's go." With that, the two began to increase their pace, until they reached the headman's study. The moment they stepped in, they bowed and said, "Greetings, father." Hearing this, Tishan in front turned around, nodded and replied, "Come in quickly," and then, head of the household, Tishan poured each of his two children a cup of tea, and began, "I hear you've completed the first-year training for the cadets. What did each of you say and feel?" Hearing the question, Seoyeon hesitated and turned to look at Chial, making him tense and think to himself, "What's this? Why is she looking at me?" Returning to Seoyeon's perspective, seeing that Chial had no intention of answering first, she shouted, "I've seen the family's true face." Her reply made Chial cough so violently that he sprayed his tea everywhere. Headman Tishan, somewhat amused, asked, "What do you mean by true face?" Seoyeon replied, "I know rivalry comes from competition, but some things happen that I truly cannot accept. I value fairness and honesty. Whatever I achieve, I want it to come from my own sword, from my own strength." On his side, Tishan nodded, fairly pleased. Fairness and honor are not bad. He quietly assessed his daughter in his mind. "So that's why that sword chose you before. You've always been cautious and shy. But the one who brought about this change must be the youngest," he thought, glancing at the protagonist before asking Chial, "And now, what have you felt?" In front, the protagonist's expression grew serious. After a few seconds of thought, he spoke, "I feel ashamed. The Cadet Corps is the foundation of our family's warriors, but the current Cadet Corps has rotted." Hearing this, Tishan's gaze shifted. His demeanor turned more serious as he asked, "How so?" Chial replied firmly, "They don't fight. They may be weak, they may lose, but those who give up fighting don't deserve to belong to the elite of the Lee Marshall clan. And I've seen too many cadets like that. The problem lies with the trainer's abilities or their training methods," Chial said, recalling what he'd experienced in the 5th class. "How arrogant," Tishan murmured, but a smile appeared on his face. This left the two children stunned. They wondered if they'd misheard. Unaware of their thoughts, Tishan cautioned, "It's admirable that as students you've built your own ideological foundation. But always remain cautious. Once you fall into the mire of bias, it's hard to escape." The headman's words made Seoyeon's face brighten, and Chial was inwardly surprised that his father would offer such direct advice. He whispered and quickly replied, "Thank you, father. I'll remember that." Turning back to Tishan, the head then moved to the main point for calling them here. Of course, he wouldn't only offer empty praise. "I've heard of what you've done over the past year. The exams may differ from a typical warrior's duties in degree, but in essence they're the same. You realize they were tests I arranged and faithfully completed your tasks. The reason I summoned you today is to reward you for those missions. For Chial, a reward suddenly falling from the sky made him skeptical. Father is strict with rewards and punishments. There must be a reason for this. Unlike him, Sioyan didn't speculate much and promptly raised her hand. Then I want a top-grade breastplate, dragon-scale armor, father. In response, Tishan agreed. All right, I'll notify the armory. Go collect it tomorrow. Yes, thank you, father, Sioyan happily replied. Tishan then looked to Chial and asked, So my son, what do you want? For his request, Chial seemed to have already decided and spoke up. I want permission to enter Bias Mountain. I wonder what kind of place that mountain really is. But upon hearing this, even Tishan and his daughter couldn't hide their surprise. They widened their eyes and stared at Chial. Time passed quickly. Scene shifts to Chial's private room. It seems his father has approved his trip to Bias Mountain, so he's checking his gear before setting out. Herbal encyclopedia, cast iron pot, medical kit, perfect. Looks like I've packed everything I need. Because Bias Mountain is a sacred peak, not only herbs but also spirit medicines grow there. My alchemy work in Gyeongsang-do is unfinished, but this time I'll make it properly. Thinking that, Chial couldn't help but be surprised by his father's decision. He hadn't expected to really be allowed to go to Bias Mountain. Thanks to that, I can take the warrior trials earlier. Speaking of the trials, they are the final exam for Li Clan children to be recognized as warriors, and Bias Mountain is the place they must visit before participating in this exam. Besides, I've always wanted to go to Bias Mountain someday. As he thought this, Chial glanced at the black sword placed nearby. There seemed to be some connection between the mountain and that blade. Then suddenly there was a knock at the door outside that snapped Chial out of his thoughts. He called, "Come in." At the sound, the person outside entered, none other than the maid Gawa. Stepping into the room, she hesitated and reminded him, "Young master, you have a letter." "It's an invitation from 7th young master," she said, which surprised Chial a little. He then hurried to meet his brother. This time, upon seeing Chial, the insincere Yihak greeted him warmly. "Long time no see since we met at Chuseok this year." "Oh, is that so?" Chial replied with a smile. "So you still remember." Yihak lightly shook his head and said, "I'm not so absent-minded as to forget something like that." From Chial's viewpoint, just looking at Yihak's natural demeanor earned him extra respect. Truly a hard person to deal with, acting like brothers while pouring tea himself and sitting casually. Overt hatred is easier to handle than unpredictable kindness, he thought silently. After pouring the tea, Yihak invited him to try it. "My only pleasure is the way of tea. The flavor isn't bad." Chial quickly reached for the cup and nodded. "Thanks, brother. Do you always serve guests tea yourself like this?" Yihak replied with a smiling face, "Depends on who it is. This tea is from an overseas farm. I had the chance to go there 2 years ago." As Chial enjoyed the tea, he concentrated on guessing why this annoying man had summoned him. Father had poured a full cup but wasn't rushing into the matter. This leisurely manner didn't suit his brother's position at all. Very good at controlling the situation. This guy isn't a pathetic fool with only a little talent. Enough beating around the bush. Thinking this, as if reading Chial's mind, Yihak went straight to the point. "The reason I called you is about the recent promotion exam. You knew it was arranged by me and Siala." Chial nodded slightly in acknowledgement. "Yes, I knew." Chial's remark didn't astonish Yihak much. He began to explain his reasons. What happened wasn't solely his decision, blah blah, but our protagonist paid little attention to those words, having guessed his purpose, and smiled faintly. "So that's what you want." Li Yihak is famous more for politics, management, and commerce than for martial arts. He's clever and skilled at avoiding making enemies. People call him the Yellow Sword. He meant he didn't want to become my enemy. Unaware of Chial's thoughts, the bespectacled man kept babbling. "Still, I was wrong. If you want, I will apologize." Not letting him finish, our protagonist waved his hand and smiled as if nothing had happened. "No need for that. These things happen often in future competitions anyway. You're not saying you had to do it because of Lady Beak Hwayan, are you?" At that, Chial's gaze sharp, and at his words, Yihak's tone shifted slightly. He asked, "The exam. Do you consider me your enemy?" Chial answered bluntly, "Anyone who touches you and publicly attempts to harm you can only be an enemy." From Yihak's perspective, seeing the protagonist make his stance clear, he began to churn out countless plans in his mind. What should I do? Should I eliminate him now to prevent future troubles? Or, then, as if weighing future losses, Yihak sighed in resignation and asked, "What do you want me to do?" Chial said to him, "Show some sincerity, brother. But it isn't you who must suffer this time, it's me." His voice was full of confidence, as if he'd already cornered Yihak, which made him inwardly uncomfortable. The arrogant brat, refusing an apology and demanding compensation. "Well, I like that," he thought, and reached forward with a proposal. Fine, I'll bring the best spirit medicines for the 5th grade students, and I'll give you a deserved reward as well. Only then was Chial satisfied. He clasped Yihek's hand and nodded. All right, since you've decided that, I won't mention this again. Yihek smiled and replied, you're probably the brother who knows me best, haha. Really, I'm not so sure about that, Chial said quietly. Then, as Chial was about to leave the room, the bespectacled man offered a piece of advice. Let me give you one word of warning. Be careful with Siala. She really doesn't like you, unlike me. Chial paid no mind to the reminder. That's not important. Besides, you won't be here next year anyway. And with that, he quickly left the room. At the same time, in another scene, the mad Siala was receiving a resounding slap from Lady Beak Hwayan, who shouted at her. Don't call me mother anymore. I didn't raise a failure like you. Her voice and gaze were icy, which terrified Siala. She scrambled to grab the hem of her dress and pleaded, Mother, please hear me. I didn't use the mission as an excuse to run away. Before she could finish, Hwayan snapped, shut up. Along with the words, a fierce pressure pressed down on Siala, knocking her to the floor, and the reprimands continued. What you did was desertion. You are a disgrace to the Lee Linet. If you were truly my child, I would never let you behave like this. The lady's words shook Siala to the core. She clenched her hand so hard it left a mark on the wooden floor. She screamed, can't I at least atone for my sins now? Can't you deal with that mongrel now? Opposite her, Beak Hwayan was utterly disappointed in Siala. She calmly lectured her daughter, you truly understand nothing. If things were different, I wouldn't be so harsh with you. That mongrel will go to Bias Mountain for a year. Even if you could make up for today's failure, you can't undo that. You've smeared the honor of our direct line. If you show that pathetic face again, next time it won't be just a slap. With that, Lady Beak Hwayan left the room coldly, leaving Siala screaming in despair behind her. Outside, Yihek saw her leave and gave a slight bow as if in greeting. Then he cast his eyes to peer inside the room. Where Siala was now near madness, he vowed, that mongrel, I will do everything to bring him down. Seeing this, Yihek could only shake his head in exasperation. Mother is truly cruel. Doing this will only drive Lee Siala to seek revenge. But now, who between Lee Siala and Lee Chial will be more valuable is anyone's guess. I'm really looking forward to the future, the day that child returns after a year. Back to Chial, he was now on the carriage preparing to head to Bias Mountain, but his complexion looked unwell, because the one escorting him was Steward Choi, the master's closest retainer. Up front, Steward Choi smiled and said, how fortunate we're traveling the same way. Even if it's only for a few days, I'll take good care of you, young master. From the back, Chial couldn't help frowning, muttering inwardly, why is Steward Choi here? Something's off. Worry showed clearly on his face, impossible to hide. Seeing this, the old steward smiled faintly, his tone calm as if to soothe. You don't need to feel such pressure. This is just our ancestral grave visiting before Lunar New Year, and I have business to assign to the guard at Bias Mountain. I'm accompanying you only because the master ordered. I see. Chial nodded, saying that, but inside he remained suspicious. It's far too coincidental for that to be true. In his eyes, Steward Choi's aura seemed ordinary, but concealed a sharpness not to be underestimated, a key figure in the clan holding a position even more important than an elder. Someone like that couldn't be traveling casual. Whether in this life or a past one, that old man was definitely not to be taken lightly, Chial thought, his gaze passing over him warily. He cleared his throat to keep a natural air. I heard before entering Bias Mountain you will stop by Seongwoo Mountain. May I ask why you visit the ancestral tomb? Steward Choi glanced at him, eyes seeming to see through his thoughts. I want to visit the late clan chief's grave. Since this is my first time leaving home, a greeting is appropriate, he replied evenly but meaningfully. Chial nodded, smiling faintly inwardly. Greetings, nice wording. Even as an illegitimate son, he knew he had to maintain the image of a filial person, especially before people like Steward Choi. Indeed, young master is very wise, the old man said with a tone of approval. Many elders will be pleased to see your sincerity. Simple words, but Chial knew he'd been sized up. This old man was not easy to deal with. The conversation quieted, leaving only the steady hum of the carriage engine. After about an hour, the steward suddenly broke the silence. Young master, may I be so bold as to say something? Chial raised an eyebrow. Go ahead. Do you like mountain climbing? The steward asked, a strange gleam in his eyes. Chial answered frankly, I don't think I've ever truly climbed a mountain. I see, the steward nodded in a low voice. I rather enjoy climbing myself. Once I climbed an extremely treacherous mountain. There was no trail. I had to forge the path myself. If you were in that situation, what would you do? Chial thought for a moment, then replied, I would quietly look ahead and climb. That way I'd move faster and more accurate. The steward chuckled and took a sip of wine from his cup. Indeed, you'd climb quickly. But then his tone suddenly grew serious. In reality, it's not so simple. Sometimes you must look back, scan to the sides, observe the terrain to ensure you're on the right path. If you only stare forward, you'll stray and end up taking a longer route. Chial felt his heart quicken. This old man was speaking of martial way, not mountain climbing. After recall, he still hadn't fully mastered his new power, yet he rushed off seeking other things. Steward Choi was clearly warning him, don't chase novelty, and forget to look back at the path you've already taken. Thank you for your valuable advice, Chial bowed sincerely. Just treat it as an old man's nagging. The steward smiled softly, but his eyes remained as sharp as a blade. The car sped along the road, leading to Tianwei Mountain. As they neared the northern area, traffic thinned, the high-rise buildings giving way to low ridges, and the car occasionally jolted over rough patches, making the Black Knight's sword at Chial's side amid a dull metallic sound. Almost there, he muttered, sensing the air around him grow unnaturally still, as if the whole world were holding its breath. When the car stopped near the mountain gate, Steward Choi suggested they both get out. Visitors to the sacred land must be wary of all that is impure and unclean, he said in a low, mantra-like voice. Behave with reverence and remain vigilant, an old proverb of the mages. Chial nodded but remained curious why only direct descendants could enter, and yet the steward himself had that honor. The steward replied tersely. The previous clan chief allowed. He said no more, then turned to ask, I will go clean his tomb. As for you, young master, where do you intend to go first? Chial rolled his eyes and answered, I want to go to the place where the ancestors' tablet is kept. The two stepped through the mountain gate, and the moment he passed the threshold, Chial felt the air shift, as if they'd crossed an invisible barrier. This was no longer the ordinary world. He turned back to the steward and said, Then I'll be going now. Yes, young master, may you achieve your wishes. The steward bowed slightly, his face mysterious as if hiding 1,000 secrets. Chial began to climb the carefully maintained trail. He could have used magic to fly straight to the summit, but he chose to walk, not rushing, taking things slowly. After an indeterminate time, when the air grew thinner, he discovered a structure carved into the cliff. The tomb of ancestor lay, hewn deep into the rock like an ancient cave. Along the walls were vivid carvings of warriors, as if recounting glorious battles. Deeper inside, an old altar appeared, worn by time. Chial lit incense and candles and placed offerings of wine and food on the altar. As a descendant of the martial Li clan, he paid his respects to the ancestor, bowing several times with solemn voice, then drew the Black Knight's sword and set it before the altar. If I have inadvertently been disrespectful by drawing my sword before the ancestor's tomb, I beg forgiveness, for this step was ordained beforehand by the man himself. In Chial's mind, the Black Knight's sword was more than just a blade. He'd heard his eldest brother say it was a family heirloom that guarded a great secret. He poured wine over the blade, and immediately the air trembled. Legend said the Black Knight's sword was sealed by 9 seals. To unlock it, one must pass trials and prove oneself the rightful owner, bear the Li bloodline, and complete the naming ritual. A battle with oneself. Chial had overcome these challenges in a previous life, proving his worth. Now, as the wine touched the blade, ancient runes along the sword's body flared brightly, then gradually faded. The ritual mirror on the altar suddenly flashed, emitting an unpleasant tone as if pointing the way. Tianwei Mountain, the 4th seal, is located there. He knew the first 3 seals were relatively easy to break, but from the 4th onward things would become much harder. Tianwei Mountain, where Li's descendants train, was famed for its dense mana and unique feng shui. When he and Steward Choi reached the mountain's base, the scent of mana flooded the air like a rushing river. Quite an impressive mountain, isn't it? The steward asked with a knowing smile. Indeed, it's completely different from Sword City Mountain or Azure Isle, Chial replied, feeling the place's vigorous life. They say ancestor Li recognized Tianwei Mountain's energy and chose it to train his descendants, the steward said. I'm certain you will achieve the results you hope for, young master. Just then a thunderous howl rose from behind, mingled with loud barking. Those damned wild dogs. A hoarse voice made Chial start and turn around. Standing before him was a middle-aged man dressed in climbing gear. His face flushed from drink, holding a bottle of banana liquor. He looked like an ordinary woodsman, but his aura sent chills down Chial's spine. 7-star squad, surround them, the steward ordered, his voice tense. But before anyone could draw their swords, the man darted past like a gust of wind, leaving only blurred silhouettes. Always want to fight when you see metal, huh? He snorted, easily pinning each member of the 7-star squad to the ground. In the blink of an eye, the entire elite squad lay scattered, groaning in pain. Chial froze in place, daring not to move. What kind of monster is this? The man took a sip of liquor and glared at the steward. Ungrateful bastard, he sneered. I told you to give a month's notice at least. If you come empty-handed, don't blame me, the steward sighed, trying to placate him. Apologies for that, but you were a bit heavy-handed. Heavy-handed my ass, the man barked. Who do you think you are these days, daring to talk back to me? He roared, then raised an eyebrow at Chial. You're the 9th, huh? born that many. The steward hurriedly introduced, "This is the guardian of Tianwei Mountain, young master." Chial swallowed, feeling as if he'd encountered a monster in human guise. This old guardian of Tianwei Mountain was not simple at all. The whiskered uncle also pushed his glasses up to study Chial more clearly, then exclaimed, "Is this him? The one Tishan said was brought in from outside." Hearing that, Steward Choi nodded and replied, "Yes, that's former young master Li Chial, the one ascending the mountain this time." At the steward's words, Wison seemed intrigued and asked, "You've already seen part of my technique, right?" The sudden question surprised Chial. He hadn't expected Wison to notice, but Chial quickly nodded in admission, "Yes, I have." On this side, Wison stroked his chin and said, "Let's see, you carry some of Tishan's bearing, but your aura is a bit strained." No sooner had he finished speaking than a sharp pain flared in Chial's left eye, making him cry out softly and clutch his eye with his hand. Seeing this, Wison quickly grasped the issue and whispered, "Huh, the kid's got that strange eye too, huh?" Through Chial's vision, golden strands of energy now swirled around him in all directions. Time swiftly passed and the scene cut to Wison's house, where the burly uncle kept drinking with unabated relish. "Ha ha, Western liquor really is different. The woody scent is odd but brings an indescribable taste," he said. "I'm glad it suits your palate," Steward Choi smiled in reply. Meanwhile, Chial, eyeing the number of bottles on the table, felt a bit shaken. He wasn't familiar with drink but could tell these weren't cheap, ha. Putting that aside, after he'd had his fill of alcohol, Wison moved on to the matter at hand. "All right, tell me your story. Sending a scrawny kid like you here to train, surely they hate you for it, right?" In response, Chial explained calmly, "I came here entirely of my own will." His composed tone made the burly uncle laugh. "Oh, is that so? Just like a kid tangled up with death and fate," he said, glancing aside. Meanwhile, Chial quietly assessed Wison. The vision his demonic eye had shown, and the reputation of the mountain guardian he heard before reincarnating. This man was a Dakibai. A Dakibai can foresee the future with eyes full of stars. In divining fate, they see things preordained and unchangeable. Unaware of these thoughts in the protagonist's heart, Wison exhaled a long drink and then curiously asked him, "So what will you do? You've been given a whole year. What do you plan to do with it?" Before Chial could answer, Steward Choi quietly reminded him using a sound transmission technique. "Tell him, he can hear everything you say now." Prompted by that reminder, Chial voiced his plans for the coming year. However, his words were concealed by the author. Time quickly passed into evening. Steward Choi and Wison were having a private meeting, Wison's complaints ringing out continuously. "Damn it, I've seen some odd people before, but that kid, when I pointed out the training ground he ran straight there, and you too. Wait until I deal with those weaklings, then set off with them." Hearing that, Steward Choi nodded slightly in agreement. "Thank you for allowing me to use spiritual water." Back to Wison's perspective. Of course he wouldn't believe someone important like Choi would escort Chial here without other motives. He tossed the empty bottle behind him and asked bluntly, "So why did you come? Surely you didn't come here just to deliver wine, right?" "I don't like beating around the bush, so I'll ask directly." At this point, Steward Choi no longer hid his purpose and asked coldly, "So then, could it be that the mountain guardian read the heavens, and the master told me to come ask?" Right after that, Wison's hand involuntarily tightened around his cup. With a slightly drunken tone, he said, "The celestial omens, I've read them, but I can't say much." Before the portly uncle could finish, Steward Choi softly added, "Surely a Dakibai who's just been treated to drink wouldn't refuse to lend a hand." In response, the uncle angrily slammed the table. "Old man, that's an apology right there. Heh, I brought over 10 jars of liquor." Choi chuckled, leaving Wison only able to grumble in frustration. "Damn, I knew this would happen." Then he let out a long sigh. His face turned more serious than ever as he said, "There is still a long way to go. The sect gate opened long ago. Human power has reached its peak. Chaos will follow. Tell him not to be hasty and to let things take their course." Across from him, Steward Choi received the reply and cheerfully answered, "Yes, I will pass this on to the master." For some reason, Wison growled with annoyance. "If I'd won that damned wrestling match back then, I wouldn't be tangled in this mess. But anyway, it seems you like that kid outside the clan. Don't you feel worried?" Hearing that, the old steward's expression grew solemn. He looked at the cup in his hand and shook his head. "As a servant, I merely serve the Lee bloodline." On the other side, Wison shrugged and reminded him, "You heard it wants to go there too, right?" "He's still just a rookie," Wison said as he poured himself another glass, as if giving Chial an insurance. Steward Choi also requested, "Wison, just keep an eye on him once and you'll find it interesting." Time passed quickly, and the scene shifted to some general training room. At that moment, ripples suddenly appeared within the space. Then Chial's figure emerged from the void. "Ha, every time I see it I'm amazed. A tree eye leading to the training field. Even the place by the village tree from yesterday had an entrance to a cave. So this is Dakibai magic. Honestly, I still feel inadequate. From now on I have 1 year. The arcane techniques learned from Mugi and Mujin, Evil Eye, Intuition, and Dark Chi, I must make them all my own. The goal is 1,000 repetitions. If that's still not enough, I'll keep going until it is. Chial said this as he summoned his weapon to train. What he didn't know was that all his actions were being watched by Uncle Wissen through a series of spells. Seeing the protagonist's fervent posture, he couldn't help but scratch his belly and praise him. That kid is relentless. I've never seen anyone like him. He trains until his body is exhausted, then recovers with spiritual water, repeating the cycle. Easy to say, but it's nothing short of self-torture. No wonder his fate looked so bleak. Wissen snapped his fingers to dispel the surveillance magic, then lay back inside, lamenting that the boy's fate had been destined to die young or suffer. Yet now the boy was overturning that immutable fate, even suppressing his innate energy. A being without destiny. When was the last time I met one of those? Blood truly doesn't lie. Your family is so bizarre it would make the heavens sick, Wissen said excitedly. Time passed quickly. 3 months later, spring arrived, and Wissen's complaining voice echoed everywhere. Damn it, that choice said it would be interesting. But I'm bored to death. I've stopped watching. That kid only practices basics all day. Where's the fun in that? Apart from asking permission to gather herbs, he barely says anything. He hasn't died yet, has he? As he said this, a sharp screech suddenly rang out, changing Wissen's expression. He hurried to his feet and focused. It's the cry of the spirit beast Baki. Something has intruded into the Star Mountain, but I set up barriers that shouldn't happen. Did the big shots from the main clan mess things up when they brought food and wine here? To check the situation, Wissen used his magic. He created a mirror before him. According to what appeared, a gray creature, extremely cute, was crying and fleeing, clutching a glass vial in its mouth. What startled Wissen most was that Chial was chasing this little beast. What the hell? What is that kid doing? Don't tell me he's trying to eat the spirit beast. Thinking this and not wanting the spirit beast to lose any flesh, Wissen rushed out, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Stop right there." He darted toward Chial like a gust of wind, and immediately blocked his path. "You brat, are you crazy? What the hell are you doing?" Chial, seeing himself blocked, answered with a naive face, "Mountain Guardian, long time no see, but could you please step aside?" Before Chial could say another word, the pot-bellied uncle cursed at him and berated him. "How dare you target the spirit beast right before my eyes? I've never seen anyone like you in my life." Hearing this, Chial gave the uncle a puzzled look and asked, What are you talking about?" Wissen shouted. "The aura of killing you radiated after you chased it. That's the spirit beast named back." The more he heard, the more Chial grew puzzled. Why would I kill a spirit beast? At this point, the uncle's face also turned astonished. He looked at the protagonist's hoe and basket, and asked about the hoe in that basket. Before the uncle could finish, Chial saw the little creature trying to run away and tried to chase it, but Wissen pulled him back. Hey, wait. Why are you chasing Baki?" For this, Chial had no time to explain and snapped. "That brat stole my secret medicine, sorry. But I'll explain later." With that, he swiftly passed the pot-bellied uncle like a gust of wind, leaving him unable to pursue. "Hey, you, if the spirit beast has escaped, how do you plan to find it?" No sooner had he spoken than Wissen's expression suddenly changed. Then he thought the kid was chasing in the exact direction where Baki was hiding. No matter how keen his senses, it would be hard to pinpoint precisely. Even though energy radiated from his toes, the ground showed no damage. Was that kid already this fast? He had only taken his eyes off him for about 3 months. Could something have happened in that time? He wondered. After that, Chial turned back and explained everything, making the pot-bellied uncle cough in confusion. "So while you were gathering the last ingredient for the secret medicine, Baki stole it and ran off, right?" "Oh, sorry," Chial replied. His face darkened as he slowly listed each ingredient stolen. At minimum a 40 to 50-year-old mountain ginseng, Hishu Wu, white ginseng herb, longlin flower, and Ganoderma velvet fungus. Cordyceps grown from the corpse of a demonic insect. I've worked hard to gather them. It was a potion I painstakingly brewed over 100 sleepless days, and now it's all for nothing. As he spoke, Chial's voice grew more desperate. Seeing this, Wissen intended to comfort him, but didn't know what to say. Meanwhile, Chial sighed heavily and continued. "So one of the reasons I came to Heaven Favor Mountain has failed. The potion was one of my crucial objectives." Upon hearing this, Wissen couldn't contain his anger and shouted, "Hey, I gave you permission to harvest, so what's the problem if it got stolen?" Chial clapped as if remembering something. "Ah, that's true. You did give permission, but in the end I still retrieved it. If a mountain guardian can't manage his domain, that's my fault." His sharp words struck the uncle like a knife. Guilt surged to the surface. "All right, fine, I will compensate you. Whatever you want, I'll accept it," the uncle declared, pounding his chest. Upon hearing that, Chial broke into a crafty smile, as if he'd achieved his goal. "You just said anything goes, didn't you?" "Perfect timing, Mountain Guardian. there are two things I need you to do for me. Time quickly passed, and the scene shifted to inside the training chamber. At that moment, the form of the queen spider also appeared before the male left. Seeing this, he took a deep breath to steady himself, then slowly cloaked his sword in his aura. Inwardly, Chial thought, remember this. The power of the aura skill, when used continuously, does not change from its first use. Saying that, he swung his sword forcefully forward, using a skill called Flame Chi Strike. It sliced out countless red bands of energy that tore through the air and immediately wrapped around the queen spider's legs, making her scream in fury. Seizing the opportunity, Chial began using the Stone Wind Chi technique, covering his sword in a green aura. Then he slashed directly into the spider queen's midsection, unleashing a spray of green light everywhere. However, although he had successfully caused a wound, Chial's face remained slightly frowning, as if not entirely satisfied. Was it not powerful enough to kill it? He muttered to himself, by my eyes, the Spider Queen's body was almost cut in two. Yet with her immense life force, she was still able to counterattack. Her razor-sharp legs lunged straight at Chial. But before they could reach the protagonist, the Spider Queen's body suddenly transformed into a talisman and fell to the ground. Uncle Wissen, standing nearby, picked up the talisman and complained, damn it, why do I have to serve a brat like this? I don't know why I promised to do things like this again. Hey kid, want to take a break? Hearing that, Chial wiped the sweat from his face and whispered, I have to try one more time. Seeing that, the uncle could only sigh. Fine, suit yourself. Focus and visualize the target in your memory. Following that instruction, Chial closed his eyes and concentrated, while Baki tossed the talisman into the air. It dissolved and formed an illusory swordsman before Chial. So the two of them launched into continuous clashes, while Li, standing to the side watching, was so furious his whole body seemed to burn. My God, the demonic energy kept spilling outward nonstop. It even knew to ask me to help train with illusions for 4 straight hours. Since that's happened, just let it go. The second thing, collecting demonic herb essence, isn't difficult either. Over the past 3 months, its body has become noticeably healthier, probably taller too. Overall, it has become more refined, matured, not necessarily stronger but steadier. Putting that aside, perhaps I should ask about that weapon once. Time passed quickly. After finishing his training, Chial sat relaxing in the hot spring. Ah, I feel reborn. If not for the hot spring, I don't think I could have endured it. I wish Heaven Favor Mountain had hot springs too, like home. At that moment, a footstep splashed into the water. Chial's eyes snapped open in surprise. Someone. How could I not sense their presence when they're this close? He wondered. To answer him, the familiar voice of the pot-bellied uncle rang out. You look worn out, you're real after all. In response, Chial turned and asked, Oh, Mountain Guardian, did you come for something? The uncle replied with a slightly irritable tone. I've had a hard time too, don't you ever rest? You've been here a while, have you been resting properly? Chial scratched his head sheepishly. I always rest properly. Hearing this, Wissen realized Chial had misunderstood and clarified. I meant coming here after each training session, kid. I've lived quite a while, but this is the first time I've seen someone train as foolishly as you, he said, stepping forward while chewing an egg. Chial, meanwhile, didn't want to bathe with a middle-aged pot-bellied uncle, so he forced a smile and stood. Ha ha, is that so? I feel fully recovered now, excuse me, I'll head up first. But before he could leave, Wissen's serious voice rang out. Wait, I still have something to say. Sit down, hey. What was the thing you just swung called? Chial extended his hand to look at the ring on his finger and asked, Do you mean this? Wissen stared at the ring and nodded. Yes, where did you get it? I promise I won't tell anyone about it. I'm not certain, but this concerns its identity. As for Chial, he didn't know much about the weapon, so he could only say simply, its name is Mu Jin. I took it from the family's vault. From Wissen's perspective, his eyes showed some recollection as he began to tell a story. I don't know how much you understand about that, but I once saw something very similar long ago. There used to be a sorcerer who could communicate with spirits and read the stars above the sky. That sorcerer always carried something with him, a stone that could freely change its shape. With that stone, the sorcerer could perform all kinds of magic or use forbidden arts without paying a price. Naturally, he became the leading sorcerer of his era. But then the stone he trusted ultimately swallowed him. He lost his mind and began rampaging like a monster. He changed like that in less than a year. He wouldn't die easily, so in the end they sealed. After saying that, Wissen waved his hand and dispelled the image he'd just created. Chial, curious about the outcome, asked, What about the stone? Wissen shrugged and replied, They gathered the power of countless mages of that time and destroyed it. Hearing that, the protagonist stroked his chin in thought. This is similar to a story I once read in Chang Junga. Then he looked up and asked, Could that sorcerer have been sealed in a place called Mang Wissen? In response, the uncle shook his head. No, he was sealed on an island to the east. Hearing this, Chial felt a bit relieved. Then it's not what was recorded in Changjungek. The stone and Mujin are separate objects, but they might be related. Unaware of Chial's thoughts, Wissen continued, returning to the story. Back then I smelled a foul stench from that stone, and the scent is very similar to the one emanating from you right now. A strange scent, not human, not beast, and not a spirit. Mujin is an alien object of unclear nature. There are better weapons out there. Why don't you give this one up? The uncle said with a smile. Meanwhile, Chial swallowed hard with anxiety. The uncle's tone sounded like a gentle suggestion, but it carried a suffocating pressure. As if squeezing his heart, Chial inhaled, embarrassed, gathered himself, and said clearly, "When I obtained the demonic eye, my father advised sealing it, and I said this word for word. If it is a power granted to me, I will subdue it and use it." Hearing this, Wissen couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Arrogant kid, did you say that to Tisha? But kid, do you think that is similar to the demonic eye?" Chial replied calmly, "To me they're not so different." From the pot-bellied uncle's perspective, seeing the protagonist refuse to cooperate, he began to make a move. Then there's no other choice. "I'll have to take it by force." With that, the uncle summoned a sharp spiked club and swung it down hard straight at Chial. Meanwhile, Chial stood dumbfounded, as if he didn't see the attack. Luckily, Wissen stopped in time and warned once more, "Give it to me while I'm still speaking reasonably. It's been a long time since I swung a weapon. I'm not sure I can restrain myself." To answer your question, a confident look on your face won't work, Mountain Guardian, because doing so would break your oath. Chial's offhand remark made Wissen's hand tremble for a moment. Then he smoothed his face and withdrew his aura. "So you already know everything." Hearing that, Chial replied nonchalantly, "Of course, I swore to protect the mountain and help those who train here. That's the vow you made with the founder. You're just testing my will, right?" Hearing this, the pot-bellied uncle grumbled, "If you already knew, why not just say it straight, you cheeky kid?" Ignoring the uncle's tone, Chial whispered on, "You don't really intend to take it, do you?" Wissen clicked his tongue in admonishment. Tusk, I'd say you should fight with your tongue and brain instead." Chial burst out laughing. "Thanks for the compliment." Wissen yelled in anger, as if the house were on fire at that attitude. "It's an insult, kid." Putting that aside, Chial asked curiously, "Why don't you try using force and take it? You could claim you took it to help me." At that, Wissen's expression grew serious as he told him, "That thing doesn't emit the strange aura the sorcerer's item did, so perhaps it's not the kind of monster that devours its user." Chial nodded, looking at the black ring on his hand. "I understand. Thanks for telling me." Setting that aside, Mountain Guardian, you just threatened a trainee with a weapon, didn't you? You're meticulous about calculations, aren't you? Chial said with a smiling face. Wissen couldn't hold back his irritation and shouted, "Hey, you filthy little freeloading brat." Time passed quickly, and the scene cut to Chial's temporary residence on Heaven Favor Mount. At that moment, the sword in his hand emitted a black aura and then vanished. Chial felt a bit pleased. After all, he hadn't expected it would take him 3 months to complete Judo's memory. Chial thought to himself that before leaving Heaven Favor Mountain, he'd received 2 swords from 7th brother Li Yihak, the masterpiece Polearm Judo and the Stargrade sword Effenberg. Effenberg possesses an innate yin energy that allows it to emit a cold aura. Its memories weren't many, so I absorbed them at the main hall. Let's test Judo's ability. The second memory about Mujin that I saw before the student district's quarterly evaluation, and the new power I gained from Mujin. The ability to utilize the power of copied weapons. Right then, a strand of energy shot from the protagonist's finger, wrapped tightly around the hilt of the black sword, and pulled it toward Chial's hand. Judo's power is the ability to transfer attributes from one item to another. Merely copying appearance doesn't demonstrate the ability. Perhaps I can only use power from weapons absorbed through black energy, since I already broke the seal on Sungmu Mountain. Then I should also check the black sword's memory. Next, his mind began to be pulled into an unfamiliar scene. Before I broke the seal on Sungmu Mountain, I could only see this far. The important part starts now. At that time, a young man spoke up. "I intend to seal this sword. I will not let my descendants be swayed by its power." Hearing that, a man in a white robe behind him replied, "Sealing it is not difficult, but are you sure? If so, no one will easily be chosen by it anymore." To that, the young man in front simply shook his head calmly. "If they are unworthy, it's better they don't use it." Then the robed man reached forward to begin sealing the sword. A stream of golden light shot from his palm, forming characters that were clearly inscribed on the sword. When he finished, the man in the robe continued, "The sealing is complete." As for the content of the seal, at that moment the sound distorted a bit, preventing Chial from hearing what the seal actually said. Then the robed man's voice returned. "After the 3rd seal is broken, its power will be released. Do you accept that?" The young man nodded slightly. "It won't make a big difference, so it's fine." "Even so, I must test it," he said. gripping the sword tightly. He wrapped it in a layer of radiance. As for Chial, he watched the scene in shock. Could there be a mana channel running within the black sword? In complexity, it was no different from a human mana system. At that moment, the young man swung the sword forcefully in a stroke. However, the mana was blocked and scattered. The young man whispered, "I'll have to reinforce the seal a bit more." Seeing that part, Chial was ejected from the sword's memory, his head aching a little. However, Chial was very pleased about it. Ha ha, a power that can erase mana. Who would have guessed such a weapon existed? In the days that followed, Chial continued training to fight the queen spider as usual. At that moment, the protagonist dashed forward. As he closed in, he activated his metal device to trigger an electric strike. He delivered a blinding slash, cleaving the queen spider's body in two with a single strike. Seeing this, pot-bellied Wissen smiled and came over to congratulate him. "Not bad, kid. You actually did it. Do you know this is your first victory after a string of failures? It took a full 7 months." Hearing that, Chial grinned and teased, "I bet I could beat you anytime now, right?" At this, Wissen seemed a bit annoyed and snapped, You're something else, kid. So what do you plan to do now?" Chial said he thought they should stop training for now. Upon hearing that, Wissen felt relieved and patted him on the back. "Good idea. I'll take a break too, just what I was hoping." However, Chial's true wish was to raise the training to a new level. "I think it's time for a real challenge." The challenge created by the founder, the Bloodless Dream. Speaking of the Bloodless Dream, it's a trial made for the Li clan. It contains all kinds of enchantments and the domain powers of Heaven Favor Mountain, and is an illusion strengthened by goblin magic. It selects those worthy to be tested. It's one of the oaths binding the mountain guardian. From Wissen's perspective, when he heard Chial say that, his voice grew serious. "Do you truly want to attempt it?" Chial nodded firmly. "Yes, I strive for it." Hearing this, Wissen bluntly warned him, "In your current state, you don't have the strength to pass the trial. Yet it seems you are ready to be tested. Li Chial, 9th of the Li clan, I grant you permission to enter the Bloodless Dream," the uncle said, extending his hand. Chial eagerly took his hand and expressed his thanks. Next, Wissen led him to the entrance of a cave and introduced it. "This is the gateway to the Bloodless Dream." Upon hearing that, Chial asked with some curiosity, "But isn't this the cave that leads to your dwelling?" "That's right," Wissen nodded. Then the uncle stepped forward and used his power. He touched the air lightly, causing ripples to spread. Suddenly, a massive stone door appeared before them. Seeing it, Wissen turned and continued, "You know this already. Once you enter the Bloodless Dream, you cannot leave until the trial ends. Go on, enter." Chial stepped forward, promising he would return as quickly as possible. As for Wissen, he wished the kid luck if he could truly clear the trial. Can't stand his face otherwise. Good luck. With that, Chial pushed hard against the door. A blinding light burst from within, forcing him to shield his eyes. In his heart he thought, to some he's a war god, to others a dragon-slaying hero, or even a legendary icon in fantasy tales, the founder of the world's leading clan. The founder Li Hyulhyun. The scene before the protagonist was a strange meadow, and standing there was a young man of about 19 or 20. Seeing his face, Chial bowed respectfully and greeted the ancestral founder of the Li house, then summoned his weapon and focused ahead, inwardly awed by the overwhelming presence, as if the man were still alive. Through history, only a few have challenged the Bloodless Dream. There is only one condition for victory: defeat the founder at age 15. For now, I'll just probe a bit, Chial thought. However, in the blink of an eye, the sword and ancestor Li Hyulhyun's hand plunged deep into his chest. Then, when Chial opened his eyes again, he could hardly believe he had been taken out so quickly. What just happened? Was my heart just pierced? I wasn't being careless at all. I'd had my throat cut in simulations before, but at least then I understood how it happened. But this time, aside from having my heart pierced, I know nothing. The more he thought, the more worry showed on Chial's face, but he quickly shook his head to calm himself. Stay composed, analyze carefully. He didn't use any manual or special technique, not even an aura-strengthening skill. Even with a sixth sense, I couldn't detect it. Could closing my eyes have been a blind spot strike? But how could that be? He would have had to read all my movements to do that. And that also means he's that strong. Thinking this, Chial gripped his sword tightly and slowly rose to face his ancestor. And although he'd already witnessed it once, the protagonist couldn't help but feel his scalp tingle at the terrifying aura Li Hyulhyun exuded. He could only force a smile. Haha, really, I don't even know if I can win. Elsewhere, Butler Choi reported to the housemaster Tishin, "Master, we've received news from Heaven Favor Mountain." Nearby, Tishin wiped his sword lightly with a handkerchief and said, "So he's entered the cave. But he shouldn't have that level of skill. That child has never truly failed. From the Naming trial in Sungmu Mountain to the Blood Tiger trial and the Faceless Cursed Queen. In terms of record, he hasn't won everything, but but he's never truly failed. In other words, he has never encountered an insurmountable wall. Do you know why the survival rate in the bloodless dream is below 50%? It's because they collapse mentally when they meet the wall named Lee Hyul-hyun. So what happens when someone who's never faced such a wall stands before it? The housemaster asked, curious. Back with Cheol, he was panting heavily like cattle on the grass, then ran his hand through his hair in irritation. Damn it, got taken down in one more move. He'd been deceived, fake a frontal strike, and then deliver the real blow from the flank. A strike that pierced his blind spot perfectly. Could he really have grasped all my action patterns in a single instant? Thinking that, Cheol sprang up, looking at his trembling hands and reminding himself that this feeling had returned after a long time. The feeling of despair, helplessness, and fear from someone I absolutely cannot defeat. But I can't let myself collapse now, because no one in this world understands this feeling better than I do. The one who has hit rock bottom, and the only thing left is how to rise up. Every strike I make is not meaningless. Gradually, I began to understand. The ancestor isn't someone with some unfathomable mystical power. His strength lies in a talent for finding the correct answer in each moment. He instinctively seizes the optimal choice. That is the essence of martial arts. Each tiny foundation, each elementary technique, forms a solid base like the earth itself. So I must watch the ancestor's sword path closely. Cheol silently reminded himself, his eyes wide like a cow. He stared dazedly, observing the young man's movements with care. Then for a moment, Lee Hyul-hyun's sword line seemed to slow in his sight, allowing him to gather information. A horizontal slash from left to right. This time I'll see it for sure. After that, Cheol threw himself into training, forgetting everything else. Time passed and he gradually withstood the attacks from Lee Hyul-hyun. First strike, second strike, third strike, fourth strike. Slowly, I began to fight on par with the ancestor. At last, I managed to use my own chi technique for channeling combat. It was transformation and freedom. And what I'd long lacked was control over countless weapons, making every move root itself on an immovable, solid foundation. Now I understand the true intent of the bloodless dream. It is to break the wall called oneself. Gripping the spear tightly, Cheol lunged forward like a gust of wind. In his heart he thought, there's one thing the ancestor didn't have, a strength in me I haven't yet recognized. Memories of his Aunt Lee Jeongha's words surfaced. Your talent and martial skill are extraordinary. I stake my honor on it. At that moment, Cheol smiled and called out, thank you, Aunt. Then he used a technique called anti-chi wax wind, causing his entire spear to be enveloped in a spiraling green energy. Next, Cheol threw his full strength into thrusting the spear forward. The impact was so strong the air erupted with a deafening boom. And at the point where the two weapons collided, the sword in Lee Haenon's hand couldn't withstand it and shattered into pieces. Thus, the white wall before him crumbled. As for Uncle Wissen, though he was sitting drinking, he couldn't help worrying about the protagonist's situation. It's been a month since the kid decided to enter the bloodless dream, hasn't it? Before Tishin, no one was allowed to pass the trial for 100 years, and yet another challenger appears in less than 50. Just then, the space around Wissen began to tremble violently. Startled, he shouted, could something be happening on the mountain? As if realizing something, Wissen hastily tossed the wine bottle aside. Then he dashed quickly toward the entrance of the bloodless dream. Standing there, he watched ahead with worried eyes and murmured, you finally passed that trial. Just as he predicted, the stone door slowly began to open, and Cheol stepped out and said, I have returned, master of the mountain. Time passed quickly. By evening, Cheol was resting in the hot spring when Wissen came to him and smiled, asking, so, how does it feel? Hearing this, Cheol reflected on what he'd been through and shook his head slightly. I never want to go through that again. Seeing his expression, the uncle couldn't help bursting into delighted laughter. You don't look changed at all. Usually those who emerge wear dead, fishy eyes, because their inner demeanor has shifted. Hearing this, Cheol realized that everyone seems to find their own answer. Then he turned and asked, do you know what my father was like back then? The conversation shifting to Tishin made Wissen a bit excited and eager to share. You mean Tishin? After all, he's your father, so you're curious, right? Do you know what that kid said when he stepped out of the bloodless dream? The training is over. I take my leave. Thank you for everything during this time. He said this while folding his arms and doing his best to mimic Tishin's tone, which left Cheol speechless. He muttered, did you just imitate my father? Wissen asked, did I? Doesn't sound much like him. Cheol objected, it's not like him at all. Putting that aside, Wissen continued to praise him. Kid, you've caused a stir. You're the youngest ever to clear the bloodless dream. Although the nature of that trial isn't meant to determine who finishes fastest. There's still over a month before you leave the mountain. What will you do? Keep training. Hearing this, Cheol stood and answered, no, I plan to rest. recover and sort through what I've learned. Wison cast a teasing, amused look at him. This kid seemed unchanged, yet now he says he wants to rest. Are you hurt, or has some enchantment affected you? He said cheerfully, and Chial could only sigh. By the way, Master of the Mountain, isn't it time to receive the reward now? Surely you haven't forgotten that you once used that to blackmail me. The boy's words made the pudgy uncle suddenly embarrassed, unable to meet his gaze. Well, kid, that is, he stammered. Chial, not wanting to dawdle, spoke plainly. I'm not asking for anything difficult. I only want to borrow your demon mace. At this request, Wison's eyes widened in surprise. But then he stared at Chial and scolded, that kid. It's not something an ordinary person can wield. You might not even be able to use it. Chial, of course, was aware of this, so he had a plan when making the request. It's fine, I just want to touch it a little. Just touching it shouldn't be a problem, right? Hearing this, Wison rubbed his face and grumbled, reluctant but not entirely opposed. All right then. Damn it, I'll lend it to you, but you won't be able to do anything with it. With that, the burly uncle summoned forth his mace. It was a weapon carved from a fragment of a star, fused with the soul of a demon. So it was called the demon mace. Then Wison tossed his weapon to Chial and reminded him, I'm only lending it for 1 hour. Don't overdo it, or you'll overdo it for real, kid, so be careful. Thank you, Chial replied with a bright smile. But before he could finish speaking, the moment he touched the mace, its weight nearly snapped his wrist. With a single touch, the mace cracked the ground into pieces. Seeing this, Wison grinned like a grave robber and laughed. I told you, even holding it might be impossible. Play with it for an hour, then saying that, Wison, seeing Chial couldn't even lift the weapon, turned away satisfied and left. Time passed quickly, and the scene cut to the training hall. After exerting all his strength, Chial dragged the mace here, exhausted and out of breath. Whoosh finally moved it. I have to use mana to inch it bit by bit, and this isn't even its full form yet. He said this while rolling his sore shoulder and recalling information about the weapon. It can summon thunder, storms, move mountains, fill seas. If fully unleashed, it's like a natural disaster. The only reason I borrowed this demon mace is to see whether, if the dark energy treats it as a weapon, I can absorb it, or if only certain conditions are met. I need to test. So dark energy poured from Chial's palm, slowly enveloping the mace. Then suddenly a voice rang in Chial's head. Huh, strange. Why do you keep doing things like this? Immediately after that voice, Chial gasped and collapsed to his knees. Yet his hand clenched in excitement. I can read it. Just hearing the voice had nearly thrown me out. But if I can read its memories, then I can absorb it. And if I absorb it, that means I could wield a weapon even humans cannot use. Time flew by, and it was already time for Chial to leave the mountain. Fully equipped, he whispered as he slung his backpack over his shoulder. At that moment, Wison's voice sounded behind him. No wonder I felt uneasy at the foot of the mountain. You're coming back today, are you? Seeing this, Chial turned, nodded, and said, yes, today marks exactly 1 year. Oh, really? Wison said as he produced a pouch from the void. This made Chial curious, and he asked what it was. Wison smiled and replied, Salt, I want to use it to ward off evil when you return. His words twisted Chial's face. It was as if Wison saw him as some demon to be expelled. But quickly Chial composed himself. Thank you for everything. I'll visit again. Wison smiled and reminded him, don't come empty-handed, understand. Bring me plenty of fine wine, he joked, and Chial couldn't believe that seconds earlier this man had wanted to use salt to ward him off. Then suddenly Chial asked a different question. Mountain Master, are you happy living on this mountain? At this question, Wison's expression turned a bit annoyed, and he said bluntly, what does it matter whether I'm happy? This place is mine. I stay because it belongs to me, that's all. It may look like I'm trapped here, but I do go out sometimes. Do you think snacks and wine fall from the sky? Stop bothering me and get lost, he said, turning away while Chial promised, not right now. But one day I will reclaim your name for you. That remark made Wison halt, and he slowly turned his head back. Then asked, how did you know that? Without saying more, Chial just smiled faintly. I'll need your help then. In another scene, as Wison watched Chial's cart disappear, he forced out a laugh. Haha, how could that kid know? He really is a strange boy. To explain this, long ago a demon ran rampant across the 8 directions. A man captured that demon. It was defeated and released, but it refused to admit defeat and challenged the man again. After losing, the demon made 2 vows. First, it must watch over the mountain and aid new lives. Second, create the bloodless dream and choose those worthy to face its trial. That's what everyone commonly knows. However, the truth is somewhat different. A distant memory began to stir in Wison's mind. The head of the Lee clan at that time, after knocking him down, also made his demand. Because I won, you must not cause trouble in the human world anymore. As proof of the oath, I will take your name. A name is necessary to bind your soul to me. But that isn't necessarily bad. Because one day, a child bearing my blood will return your name to you. and then our contract will be fulfilled. Thinking of these words, Wison sighed. I suppose it's not so bad after all. That bastard Lee Hyun, will that kid really be the one to do it? Oh well. He said he'd reclaim my name. But then he left like that, leaving me to hope like this. Damn it, I need to use even more salt, Wison grumbled as he strode back to the mountain. Meanwhile, Chial had returned to his clan. By then the sky was already dark. He had to stop at Sungmu Mountain to seal things, which took quite some time, he thought to himself. When he returned, Butler Choi had already received word beforehand and came out to greet him. Long time no see. Young master, are you well? Seeing him appear, Chial guessed that there was a chance Tishan wanted to see him. So he asked immediately, did father call for me? Mr. Choi nodded slightly and stepped aside for him. That's right, I'll have someone bring your things in for you, so please go to the great hall to see the head of the family. And with that, Butler Choi began to lead the way for Chial. However, when Chial tried to enter the patriarch's study, the old man stopped him. Not that way, young master, but this way. As they walked, Chial began to realize where they were heading. This path was definitely the head's personal training room. Sure enough, inside the training room, Tishan was practicing with a sword. He heard footsteps and turned his head, saying, "So you're back, are you?" From here, after stepping in, Chial could feel his father's power more clearly. He thought to himself that he was no longer overly surprised and still couldn't gauge his father's level. Thinking that, he bowed slightly and greeted, "Father, are you well?" Tishan coldly nodded and said, "It seems you've achieved something while you were there." Hearing that, Chial replied humbly, "Yes, but when I saw you I realized I still have many shortcomings." His words made Tishan's face relax slightly. Smiling, "Did you learn how to flatter people out there? If so, I'm very disappointed." Seeing his current expression, Chial was a bit surprised and thought inwardly that he had only been joking a moment ago. Father is smiling. At the same time, Butler Choi spoke up. "The tea is ready, my lord." Tishan calmly thanked Butler Choi, then asked Chial to follow him from behind. Next, when the two were seated at the tea table, Tishan seriously asked, "How have things been lately? I don't want to hear it only through your performance reports. I want to hear your thoughts, which is why I called you here privately." At his father's question, Chial's hands involuntarily clenched together. If his father wanted to hear his true thoughts, then blah 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 and so on. The protagonist began to speak out everything he had felt. Meanwhile, Tishan also had his own thoughts about this strange feeling. The purpose of summoning him wasn't to hear a report of his achievements, but to hear his thoughts on this training. This was also the first time. After listening, he calmly sipped tea and murmured, "Is that so? You didn't waste your time then." Chial smiled and replied, "I didn't want to waste the time you granted me." Before he could enjoy his happiness for more than a few seconds, Tishan's tone turned colder as he interrogated, "Is that why you were late returning today?" In answer, Chial said he had stopped at Sungmu Mountain to pay respects to the ancestors. That's all, just that. Just that. The old man frowned and asked again, his tone suggesting he didn't believe his son truly stopped only to pay respects to the ancestors. For his part, Chial knew that if it was something that had to be said sooner or later, he would say it plainly. I wanted the elders to witness that moment. Across from him, suddenly a terrifying pressure radiated from the patriarch's body. His face darkened as he growled, "You've only achieved a little and already become so arrogant. You're telling me that you went to the mountain to pay respects just to enhance your prestige." Under the pressure radiating from his father, Chial bent over like a shrimp, his teeth clenched against the terrifying force. In his heart he cried out, this overwhelming pressure. "But because of the seal, I need to go to Sungmu Mountain regularly. I won't always have an excuse to go there." Then he used every brain cell to bluff. "It's not just talk. I want them to see the tradition and the actions that show respect. They may have given birth to me as an illegitimate son, but I also carry the glorious Lee blood. I dare to stand as an example to others." Hearing this, Tishan seemed somewhat pleased. He withdrew his pressure and nodded slightly. "Well said. This time I will forgive you, but do not become complacent because of it." On his side, Chial nodded repeatedly. "Yes, I'm sorry, father." Then Tishan asked further, "There is one more thing you haven't told me. I allowed you to go to Tianwei Mountain, but I did not permit you to take part in the Bloodless Dream Challenge. I only granted you permission to train there. Deceiving your father is punishable. Come with me." With that said, he drew his weapon and challenged his son. "Draw your weapon. I'll see what you've achieved while you were there." Elsewhere, Butler Choi seemed to have anticipated this and hurried off, bringing the black sword so the young master could prepare to be struck by his father. Only then did Chial finally understand why he had been brought to the training room. So this was the reason they'd taken him to the training ground. It seemed his father had planned this from the start. Father knew everything, didn't he? Thinking this, he suddenly released his grip on the black sword. Instead, Chial transformed his conduit substance into a longsword. And indeed, when that sword suddenly appeared, Choi did not seem overly surprised. Rather, he calmly said, "Charge." Hearing this, Chial did not hesitate and immediately activated his demonic eye skill to probe Tishin. However, moments later his eyes widened as he stared ahead. "Impossible, I'm seeing nothing, not even mana or the flow of aura. So my demonic eye still isn't capable of perceiving it. No need to use it anymore. It only distracts me further. Against my father, there's no need to probe. Put everything into one strike." Thinking that, Chial concentrated all his power into his souls and lunged forward at top speed, simultaneously using the Mujin skill to perform the first form, Demon Break. The sword was enveloped in a blue radiance and fired forward like a laser bolt. For this attack, Chial even infused the aura of wind and ice. Yet it still failed to touch him. At least it should have produced some aftershock. That was what Chial had hoped for. However, in response, Tishin merely flicked his sword lightly and was able to effortlessly shatter Chial's powerful attack. The shockwave from the collision of the two attacks split the training ground into many fragments. Afterwards, Tishin asked in a deep voice, "Is that the answer you found after meeting him?" Chial answered with a resolute tone, "Yes, a power that no one else possesses but myself, constantly breaking and hunting that power with the goal of building a solid foundation." He gripped the sword tightly, narrowing his brow, his gaze full of unwavering confidence and resolve. "That's the answer I found." Tishin stared at Chial's determined eyes and thought to himself that it seemed his son had chosen a difficult path. He frowned slightly with his own private thoughts, "But you will not collapse, nor will you bow." Tishin flicked his hand lightly and spoke, "Very well. How was the trial inside the bloodless dream?" Chial relaxed his hold on the sword. It glowed and then gradually vanished. He answered, a little anxiously, "I can't fully describe it in words." He stood on the cracked tiles left by their battle and said sternly, "If you can't put it into words, it means it hasn't truly become yours." Tishin handed the sword to the butler standing nearby and continued, "That attack just now wasn't your strongest move, was it?" Chial clenched his fist and replied hesitantly, "Yes, I know." At his answer, Tishin grew pensive and inscrutable. Then Tishin clasped his hands behind his back, turned and walked away. "You entered the bloodless dream without permission. If you show mediocrity again, I will certainly punish you." Chial immediately bowed deeply and shouted, "I'm sorry, father." The next question from him left Chial slightly stunned. "What do you intend to do from now on?" With a serious look, Chial stepped behind Tishin and slowly spoke, "About that, I have something to report to you, father." He closed his eyes briefly and replied, "Speak." With permission given, he began to explain, "From now on I must undergo the Academy's third-year program, but as you know, I've long since surpassed the level of a student." As soon as he finished, Tishin spoke coldly, making Chial swallow slightly. "Get to the point." Chial took a step forward and then spoke. "I want to experience the world," he said, placing his hand on his chest with sincere intent. "Please allow me to begin the warrior's journey." Seeing this, Tishin tilted his head and glanced at Chial. "So from the moment you wanted to go to Tianwei Mountain, you were aiming for this?" Chial nodded decisively, "Yes, that's right." Then Chial hesitated for a moment before adding, "However, the larger reason is that I want to improve my own abilities." Tishin bowed his head slightly, his eyes filled with thought. Wanting to achieve many goals at once, such a habit may one day become the noose around your neck. Chial stood upright, feet together, bowed low in a respectful salute. "I will remember." Chial narrowed his eyes and fell into contemplation. Was that advice also a warning? Then suddenly he spoke again. "Yes, the warrior's journey." Moonlight bathed the mansion at night, evoking grandeur and an ineffable mystery. The warrior's journey is the final trial that direct descendants of the ancient Li martial line must undergo. Receive no help from the clan, train one's martial arts until mature, and then return. There is no fixed test, but one must achieve accomplishments that everyone will acknowledge. Chial clasped his hands behind his back and stood in the great courtyard deep in thought. At 15, he was still very young. The usual age to begin the warrior's journey is around 17 to 18. A dazzling ray of light shone upon him, but this child was not one to be confined by what is considered typical. He had proven with his own hands that he possessed power equivalent to a fifth-rank warrior. Seeing this child, others would surely be more wary. Tishin slowly turned to Chial and could not help but praise him. "Very well. Good. I permit you to begin the warrior's journey." Hearing that, Chial's hands behind his back clenched tightly as he rejoiced inwardly. "It's a success." Suddenly his voice rang out again, taking Chial by surprise. But Tishin's face was solemn as he continued. "There are two conditions." Cut to a large, spacious building, the administrative offices of the ancient Li martial house. Tihung appeared from somewhere, smiling broadly and waving in greeting. "You've worked hard, grandson." Tihung squeezed Chial's cheeks hard. Chial forced out each word, greeting his uncle and asking if he was well. Tihung kept fussing over his cheeks, his smile growing brighter. when am I not well? After a while the uncle let go, hands on his hips as he inspected Chial, rubbing his cheeks up and down, and remarking that the boy had clearly grown tall. Startled, Ti-hung hurriedly pulled him into a chair. Oh right, you shouldn't stand like that, sit down quickly. Chial replied politely, yes. Thank you, he said. Seeing Chial sit, the uncle sat beside him and asked kindly if he wanted anything to drink. Chial shook his head slightly to refuse. No, thank you. He remembered the lavish meal earlier at home. Young master, have some more, and panicked thinking there might not be enough food. No, it's fine, please stop, he thought. The memory was a bit haunting. Actually, I just ate with my nurse, he said, rubbing his stomach. I'm so full I could burst. Ti-hung laughed heartily. Haha, then that's true. He looked up at his uncle in surprise and said, you look tired today. Ti-hung rubbed his nape and smiled wryly. Dark circles are appearing. Work's been heavy lately, it seemed. Then Chial turned serious about the main matter. Actually, I have a gift for you. He placed a small wooden box, palm-sized, on the table and pushed it forward shyly. Nothing special, but it's a pill I refined myself. Chial explained to Ti-hung that it wasn't extraordinary, but it would significantly boost vitality and mana control for a few weeks. The uncle, eager, reached for the box and smiled. My grandson is the only one thinking of me, let's see. Ti-hung opened the box and a strange fragrance rose from the pill. What is that smell? Like a pine forest after rain. He smiled at the pill. Even the mountain steward had praised it as a fine medicine. The uncle held the box and looked up at Chial, surprised. The mountain steward. Instead of answering, Chial urged him to try it. Ti-hung nodded, plunged his hand into the box and took out the pill. Oh yes, okay. The uncle held the pill, staring at it, thinking that if even sprites praised it, it must be potent. Ti-hung closed his eyes and opened his mouth wide, then placed it inside before Chial's eyes. With his eyes closed, he savored the flavor and the pleasant sensation it brought. Ah, this is the real thing. A surge of energy flowed through Ti-hung's body. If one cultivated mana while taking this pill, the effect would be many times greater than usual. He slowly opened his eyes, visibly surprised. Astonishing indeed. Ti-hung looked at the boy who had presented the pill and remarked that besides acting fast, it was no less than a spirit elixir. Did you really make this? Chial smiled gently and nodded. Yes, that's right. The uncle rubbed his chin and inclined his head, glancing up at him. You still remember how to make medicine, don't you? Chial smiled honestly. Of course, I can substitute rare ingredients with other beasts. Ti-hung snapped the box shut and said, if that's the case. His face turned serious as he looked at Chial. Don't tell anyone. Keep it to yourself. When you grow up, you can use it in many ways. Chial smiled brightly, thinking to himself that his uncle always put him first as usual. Then he nodded politely and replied, yes, I hope you'll help me then. As soon as he finished, Ti-hung ruffled Chial's hair hard and laughed loudly. Ha ha, this kid plans to take advantage of his uncle, huh? Fine, I'll be happy to let you use me when the time comes. The uncle suddenly remembered something and withdrew his hand. Oh right, I heard you're planning to take the warrior's journey this time. Chial blinked and smoothed his hair, answering, oh you know. Ti-hung bowed his head slightly, his expression pensive. There will be a lot of controversy. The uncle thought of the watchful eyes that would scrutinize him and murmured that the boy would inevitably be accused of favoritism. Since they can't touch his eldest brother, all the resentment will fall on Chial. Ti-hung gently placed the wooden box on the table and said that to join the warrior's journey, one needs not only the clan leader's permission, but also the approval of the elder. The uncle frowned slightly, glanced at Chial seriously, and said, moreover, the elders don't like you. Maybe you should give this up. But Chial only smiled softly and replied that he'd anticipated some of those concerns, and that's why his father had set a condition. Ti-hung tilted his head in confusion and asked what condition. Chial nodded softly and said yes. Then he looked up at his uncle seriously and earnestly said that because of that, he needed his uncle's help. Chial flung the door wide open excitedly and said it's been a long time since he returned here. He stepped inside and began turning to warm up. Should I do a little warm-up? Suddenly rapid footsteps sounded. Chial's eyes showed resignation. I'm here. Lee Jong-ha burst the door open excitedly, wearing a broad smile as she called out loudly, my dear nephew. In an instant, her excitement turned to fiery anger as she growled each word. You little brat. Jong-ha lunged forward, grabbed his collar and shook him wildly. You're the worst. You should have come to see me first, ungrateful one. Chial panicked and slapped her hands away, shouting that he was busy and couldn't have come. Only then did Jong-ha let him go, and jealous, said she knew he'd gone to see second uncle first. Chial despaired, rubbing his sore neck, and stammered. Thought you were going to kill me, he said. It was just work. She crossed her arms, looking away with a pout, saying there's no arguing, and you're going off to train to become a warrior. When will you be back? Suddenly, Jong-ha's voice turned serious, catching his attention. Even so, she reached out to pat his head with pride and kept praising him. My nephew has grown. Your mana has nearly doubled, and your meridians are much firmer. Chial didn't hesitate to boast about his training results. I've mastered all the aura skills I learned before. Jeongha grew even more delighted. Really? So you've reached 3-star sorcery level. She smiled and turned to leave. You still need to sharpen a bit more. I have a gift for you. I finished the incantations for other aura skills. Try them now. Chial hurriedly said, Auntie, sorry, I probably can't do it right now. Chial's words made Jeongha pause for a moment. He felt a bit guilty and hesitated to explain that he'd be quite busy today when the door opened again. A familiar voice rang out, causing both of them to turn and look, still as close with her as before. A light footstep touched the floor. Myeongyung smiled kindly and stepped forward at the sound, addressing Chial as big brother. In the training room full of combat gear, Jeongha's voice rang with determination. I told you I'm busy. She angrily poked his arm repeatedly, scolding him, leaving Myeongyung to give a helpless, wry smile. What do you mean training the youngest now? That's a lie. Then he rubbed the back of his neck and hurriedly explained that he really was busy, but had still tried to help arrange the incantations, right? Seeing that, Chial felt a little sad, thinking to himself that he still had to ask his busy eldest brother for help. Then Myeongyung turned to him with praise. Nonetheless, your notes are excellent and helped me a lot in training. Chial forced a smile and replied, is that so? Then that's great, haha. His eyes lit up and he asked with a smile, but are you all right, brother? He moved close and answered mysteriously, making him puzzled. I'm fine. Then Myeongyung threw an arm around Chial's neck, pulled him close, and ruffled his hair hard. You left for Chanbai Mountain without telling me. Chial giggled and apologized, saying you were on duty then. Being ruffled, Chial smiled brightly. Then after returning, he was summoned by his father. Myeongyung remembered his conversation with Tishin in the study. I need you to teach the basics of martial arts to the youngest. Will you do it? He widened his eyes at the unexpected proposal and asked, what? Myeongyung thought to himself that he would certainly teach better than leaving it to the elder. He rubbed his chin, pondering, but Tishin wasn't someone who cared about those matters. Then Myeongyung bowed and quickly accepted. Yes, I'll teach him. Just as he put his hand on the door, Tishin's voice rang out. You should prepare to go. Myeongyung turned back and smiled gently, thanking him, sir. He walked across the courtyard, deep in thought about the blood dream. He himself had never been permitted that trial, and at this rate of progress. At that thought, Myeongyung broke into a satisfied smile. Now he understood why Tishin ordered him to teach the basics. The two seemed to share a silent rapport, understanding each other's intent. He wanted to be inspired by watching the youngest. Or perhaps he wanted to spark competition. On the wide corridor, Myeongyung walked with determination. All right, I need to see firsthand how far he's come. He then reached up and lightly patted Chial's head. In 10 years, he might catch up even faster than this. Chial looked up at Myeongyung and earnestly apologized for bothering him while he was busy. Myeongyung withdrew his hand and generously replied, it's fine. I'm the only one free right now, and I'm holding Men Hyojin. Within them, a rich source of energy flows continuously. The clan's basic techniques, secret arts, and legendary skills of Sumu, proof that one has inherited the ancestral craft. It's called the complete succession, and it's one of the conditions Father set for my warrior's journey, to receive all the basic martial teachings of the Sumu clan. Chial smoothed his hair and asked Myeongyung hesitantly, are you really the one who will teach? Isn't the eldest at the academy with the elder? He asked in surprise whether Chial thought he'd learned properly from them. Myeongyung rubbed his forehead helplessly, forcing a smile and revealing the truth. Dirty tricks during instruction, ambushes at naming ceremonies, political sabotage in promotion exams, being shoved into the worst training classes. He gave Chial a different perspective. Chial turned to him and thanked him sincerely for everything. Myeongyung understood and patted his shoulder. Then his gaze grew more contemplative. Has he really matured this much? Myeongyung looked at him with half normalcy and half the continuous surge of energy in his body. Before, when concentrating, he could even perceive the flow of his mana. But now, in part, even he could no longer predict it. Then he smiled and ruffled Chial's hair again with pride, saying he wouldn't be upset if his brother caught up. I'm very proud of you. Seeing this, Chial helplessly called out to his big brother. It seemed Myeongyung wasn't paying much attention to him right now. I still want to be a big brother you always admire, but Jeongha suddenly appeared between them with a gloomy face and a deep, terrifying voice. You kids. She shouted angrily, planning to gossip while adults are talking. The man beside her hurried to soothe her. Hey, calm down. Jeongha put on a sulky act and turned to leave. Fine, I'm going. You won't try to stop me, will you? Chial suddenly remembered and called out, we'll still meet for dinner tonight, right? She pouted in mock anger. You said you'd train, right? You'll train until late, won't you? He answered, which immediately put Jeongha in a better mood. Training is one thing, but researching with you is another. Hearing this from Chial, she unconsciously smiled. To study with someone world-famous in Mana, how could I pass that up? Sorry, but please wait a little longer. Jeongha beamed with pride and said, there's nothing to be done. Who told me I'm world-famous? I'll let you off this time. She stepped out smiling and waved goodbye, teasing that she's not leaving because of a movie premiere. Chial politely waved back. Yes, go on then. He rubbed his forehead and sighed as she finally left. At the same moment, Myung-Young calmly smiled and drew his sword. Now training could truly begin. His blade was very sharp and fine. Myung-Young grew serious and said, all right. To fully meet the condition our father set. Facing him, Chial now focused more. I will train you seriously. In the training hall, the clashing of weapons rang out continuously. A week later at Sumu Manor, the basic training with Big Brother was simple but intense. Myung-Young repeatedly launched moves at Chial. Chial responded fiercely. One strong swing forced him to stagger back several steps. Instruction on stances and theory flashed by in an instant. He gritted his teeth and slid across the ground, striving to stay upright, with rest reduced to a single breath. Chial braced his hands on the ground, bowed his head, and panted, utterly exhausted, a duel dangerously close to real combat. Myung-Young gripped his sword with one hand, placed the other behind his back, and calmly walked through the dust, saying that imprinting lessons directly onto the body is more meaningful than teaching by words. He looked at him with bright eyes and a deep voice. You're watching with your mana sight, right? Now move with purpose. After that, Chial plunged his sword hard into the ground. He cried out in pain as he struggled to push himself up, wheezing. Chial stomped hard on the ground, then lunged forward at high speed, shouting. He decisively thrust his sword at Myung-Young. Myung-Young thought that although he could read the flow with his mana sight, the body wouldn't obey the will. Chial's eyes burned red as he unleashed continuous, relentless attacks. The sword strikes came from angles that, structurally, were impossible. Neither muscle nor joints could endure. Suddenly Myung-Young calmly said, you thought that move was too much, right? Chial startled and stepped back, eyes wide in surprise as Myung-Young, without him noticing, had already lunged in like a whirlwind. Wrong. The body of the Lee Seung-Mu line is even sturdier than I thought. Chial stared dumbfounded at the sword's tip so close to his eyes. A red flash lit his eyes, and he leaned back to dodge the thrusting sword from Myung-Young. Move, he thought, slightly surprised to see Chial already able to evade his strike. Has he caught up so quickly? Myung-Young grabbed the hem of his robe and pulled hard. The foundation was solid and absorbed it quickly. This wasn't the kind of moves a child could perform before. His outer robe fell away. Even I have never been allowed into the no-blood dream trial. Could this be the revelation he absorbed there? Myung-Young rolled up his shirt sleeve. All right, it seems you can keep up. Then I'll raise the difficulty by one notch. He smiled mysteriously, tightened his grip on the sword that gleamed amid a blue aura, and taunted to see how far his brother could follow. Seeing the power radiating from Myung-Young, Chial trembled slightly. Damn, he's really serious now. The evening light slanted through the training hall windows as his voice rang out. Today's training ends. Myung-Young rubbed the back of his neck sheepishly and apologized. I'm sorry. He looked down at Chial, exhausted and sitting on the ground, battered, sweaty, and covered in dust, and awkwardly admitted he might have gone a bit too far during practice. Chial only forced a weary smile and replied, it's fine. This is what training should be like. A hand reached out to him as Myung-Young's voice echoed. He pulled Chial to his feet, saying it seemed the younger had somewhat grasped the feeling. Chial could therefore stand more easily and thanked him. Yes, didn't you say the Lee Seung-Mu lineage has very sturdy body? A great blue energy flowed from the body. The Seung-Mu kin's physique is indeed far firmer than ordinary people. Sinews like steel wire, muscles resilient and elastic like rubber. Chial bent his head and stared at his hands thoughtfully. Such a robust body grows even stronger with each training session. He clenched his fist and looked up at Myung-Young with a determined smile. So even if it's hard to employ moves that heavily stress the body, it's fine. Through that I realized basic power begins from that point. He smiled softly and replied, that's right. You've grasped it quite realistically and even applied it to your footwork. Chial scratched his head embarrassedly. After only a week of grueling training, he'd only caught on to this much. He's still far behind. Myung-Young, surprised, smiled lightly. He says he's still lacking. Usually basic training takes months to take shape. This is already quite good. He smiled, bent down to pick up his outer coat, and praised him as commendable, reminding him to stop by the clinic to treat his external wounds properly. Myung-Young turned and walked away, smiling and patting Chial's shoulder. Then see you at this time tomorrow. Chial answered seriously. Yes, today I'll review a bit of what I learned. He stepped outside and the door closed behind him, leaving a reminder. Okay, but don't overexert yourself. Only then did Chial let out a sigh, as if a burden and pressure had been lifted. Once more he looked at his hands and thought to himself that it truly mattered. Chial recalled the times he'd executed moves, the basics of the infinite technique, a theoretical systematization of motion based on applying endless variation. Then he recalled the recent training duel with Myung-Young and the family's basic power method, which relies on the nature of the body to push physical potential to the extreme. Chial realized with astonishment that the patterns of the two were strangely identical. He sensed every stream of energy flowing through his body. The difference, if any, was that the basic power centers on the body itself, while the infinite revolves around weapons. Chial frowned and fell into deep thought. Because of that, grasping the basic power became easier than I thought. Perhaps both originated from the same root. He glanced aside, remembering a figure that had appeared in his mind. At that time in the memory of Infinite, I had seen someone with features of the Sumu bloodline. Indeed, Infinite seems to have a very close connection to our family. Chial clenched his fist, thinking he'd uncovered a secret no one else suspected. A smile curved on his lips as he said that time will surely pass quickly. Later, everyone was present at the long table in the council hall of the Sumu clan's head elder. The door to the room opened gently with the sound of. Chial Yung stooped over his cane, stepped in, and smiled kindly as he apologized for being late. He looked toward Tihang, who sat with his arms crossed very calmly, and joked, hey, a steward busy with 100 duties shows up in such good spirits to attend. The uncle replied coldly that he usually used busyness as an excuse to avoid attending regularly, so this time he thought he should come. Chial Yung raised an eyebrow and picked up the teacup on the table. Is that so? Then he leisurely brought it to his lips and took a sip. Surely you've heard about that youngest branch's martial trial. The others shouted in discontent. Of course we have. What kind of decorum is it to allow a green kid to perform the martial trial? And he's a filthy younger branch at that. While the person beside Tihang joined the conversation, the uncle remained silent and composed. It was said that that arrogant fellow himself petitioned the family head, claiming that having returned from the heavenward ridge, he should be allowed to pass. Chial Yung glanced over and slowly set down his teacup. It seems you are all misunderstanding. The family head has not yet made a final decision. He only instructed that the head elder discuss and decide. One of them hesitantly asked, so the final decision rests with us. Another spoke vehemently. At this point, just veto it outright. Chial Yung forced a smile and stroked his beard. It can't be that simple. He recalled the image of Chial fighting fiercely, and said the family head reported that the boy possessed martial strength equivalent to a level 5 warrior, and even surpassed the no-blood dream. There is therefore no justifiable reason to refuse. Chial Yung's gaze darkened and his voice dropped as if scheming. Therefore, regarding a younger son disrupting our traditional order, we must present a suitable pretext. Has anyone devised a reasonable countermeasure? Suddenly a hand shot up. Tihang spoke confidently. May I say a few words? The council hall buzzed with discussion, while only Tihang remained calmly attentive. Li Tihang never took sides in political matters. The uncle always stood alone, not aligning with any faction. The elders regarded Li Tihang as a neutral who wished to keep himself clean while avoiding commit. Tihang sat with his arms crossed regardless of events, so when they saw Li Tihang at the meeting, all the elders thought he had come to side with that kid, since both were scoundrels. Until now the uncle had shown no reaction and calmly listened to the chatter, but at that moment, Tihang opened his eyes with a very serious look. Of course Li Tihang knew full well. He looked at them and thought their intentions were clear as day, you old snakes. And the purpose of their discussion concerned the next tests, 3 trials that someone of direct Sumu blood must undergo: the selection, the naming rite of destiny, and the warrior's journey. Those who pass all 3 are considered senior members of the clan. Papers would fall like rain from the sky. They would receive many rights and approvals, including the right to attend and speak at major council meetings. Honestly, it's little different from being treated as a pre-elder. Tihang quietly slid his hand into the other sleeve. There's no way these elders, obsessed with pure bloodlines, would accept that. The uncle suddenly realized, wait a moment, that kid, don't tell me he brought that miracle remedy just to petition for this. Tihang sighed softly, feeling a bit uneasy. Chial, I truly don't know if this is the right thing to do. The uncle politely raised his hand and said, may I express an opinion? This unexpected move by Tihang drew Chial Yung's attention. Head elder, steward, what do you wish to say? Then he smiled insinuatingly and said, I've heard the steward is rather close to that kid. The uncle felt disgusted inside, thinking his tone was truly spiteful, but outwardly Tihang maintained enthusiasm and friendliness, showing no slip. How could I hate the boy with such effort? Chial Yung propped his hand on the table and rested his chin as if sizing the uncle up, then said, however, I think this is going a bit far. He replied, you say it's a bit far. Tihang remained unperturbed and calmly answered, yes, the boy has sufficient evidence, but we cannot ignore tradition and procedure. I think the youngest should understand there are matters one cannot do merely by will. Chiao-yung laughed smugly, not noticing Ti-hung's mouth had curved into a smile. I thought the steward disliked such traditions and protocol. The uncle fumed inwardly, thinking what a meddlesome old man, yet outwardly he had to keep his image and proper demeanor. It's not that I don't see their importance, I just want to avoid them because as a man of progress, handling things rigidly can cause trouble. Seeing this, he nodded slightly. I understand your point, steward. Chiao-yung tilted his head and asked, so what plan do you propose? In the council room, Ti-hung's calm voice resounded. If the council has no reason to deny, then we only need to create one. Honestly, this issue isn't that complicated. The uncle placed his hand neatly on the table and spoke confidently. Ultimately, the only problem is the youngest hasn't proven himself. Chiao-yung glanced at Ti-hung with implication. Hasn't the family head already acknowledged him as having strength equal to a level 5 warrior? But the uncle refused to yield and retorted immediately. Can the family head make that public? He narrowed his eyes with scheming calculation. Ti-hung placed both hands on the table, tightened them, and continued. Then, the uncle gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, let the wicked brat do as he pleases. Ti-hung straightened and looked directly at everyone, stating clearly, I think we should simply create an opportunity for the boy to prove himself. Chiao-yung, surprised, quickly asked again, you mean create an opportunity? You don't mean a match, do you? The uncle nodded confidently in confirmation, causing the other elders to buzz. That's right, considering what the youngest has done, we won't refuse. He raised an eyebrow, eyes deep with implication, and slowly asked, so who should he fight? Ti-hung proposed confidently. Wouldn't the person who most recently completed the warrior's path be the most suitable? But Yihak would never agree to this. It doesn't fit his style. Chiao-yung pondered, stroking his beard, recalling Siala fierce and brandishing a knife. What about the provincial miss? The uncle nodded and replied, wouldn't Siala be a suitable choice? If there's an issue, we can set limits for her. He felt very pleased, thinking to himself it's not a bad idea. Chiao-yung could already imagine Siala's hateful face upon meeting him again. Moreover, as Mrs. Beek said, the sixth miss harbors a strong hostility toward that brat. He smiled and raised his voice slightly. I think this approach isn't bad. What do the other elders say? The others had no objections. I also think this is a pretty good plan. It's acceptable to me. Everyone agreed with the proposal. If the chief elder consents, I have no counterargument. Me too. Then Chiao-yung's voice rang out. Then let's conclude the meeting here. Under the evening light, a voice suddenly praised. You did well today. Steward Ti-hung stopped and turned, great elder. Chiao-yung, backlit, stepped over the threshold and hobbled forward with his cane. He smiled kindly and probed the uncle. It seems I misjudged you. What made you change your view so quickly? Ti-hung replied calmly, as I said earlier. Chiao-yung nodded in understanding. I already know of your loyalty to the clan. Then he struck his cane hard on the wooden floor. But listen, steward. Chiao-yung's eyes had taken on a different look, and his voice carried a warning. In performance, the smallest details matter. But Ti-hung just gave a sheepish smile, rubbed his neck, and answered. Performance, I don't quite follow what you mean. Each of his words rang out and made the uncle pause. His eyes, his tone, even each word mattered. With that, Chiao-yung smiled and passed Ti-hung, but did not forget a gentle reminder. You, the steward, keep calling him the youngest while everyone else calls him a bastard. As the uncle's face hardened and lost its previous civility, Chiao-yung's retreating back disappeared down the dim corridor. A low voice echoed. Anyway. In the training hall, the aftermath of the previous battle remained. The ground was cracked and broken in many places. 3 weeks later, on the Sumu grounds, Chial's confident voice rang out. Today may mark the end of this training session. Myung-yung feigned surprise, drew his sword from its sheath, and replied, really, he was battered just yesterday. Chial lined, readying his stance. Don't you feel the same, elder brother? On this side, Myung-yung smiled, lowered his body, and readied himself to charge. Then let's see. With that, he swung his sword and lunged at him. Chial frowned and watched Myung-yung's every move intently. He extended his sword and successfully parried the attack. Then Chial swung his blade and knocked Myung-yung back. He grinned with pleasure and launched another strike, not forgetting to praise him. Good, stand like that. Chial continued to block Myung-yung's next swing. His eyes suddenly lit with a golden gleam, sixth sense and mystic eye. Through training, these superhuman abilities could detect every blade's path. At that moment, Chial lunged and raised his sword, seizing the initiative to attack. I can block them all. His eyes were ghostly white as he slashed downward at Myung-yung. Myung-yung was able to parry the blow from. Their clash caused a mild quake, sending dust swirling and small stones flying in all directions. Myung-yung gripped the sword Chial had knocked free, and it skidded along the ground. And he too could not avoid being thrown off his feet. He couldn't help but laugh at that. Myung-Yung sat on the ground, clutching his head, and laughed loudly. You've mastered the basic skills now. It took me a full 3 months to master them. I knew you were a genius. Chial exhaled, a bit dizzy, rubbing his head as he thought. 1 week to grasp them, 2 weeks to internalize them, and only 33 days to apply mana and perfect. Chial widened his eyes at Myung-Yung's outstretched hand. He never failed to surprise me. He smiled brightly and said, I hereby officially acknowledge that you've fully mastered the basic skill. Myung-Yung's clear voice rang in his ear, and it seemed he had received more than just understanding. Chial smiled, half pleased, half helpless. There really was nothing I could hide from my elder. He reached out, took his hand, and replied, Yes, I'm also training my movements. Myung-Yung immediately asked, Do you want my help? They clasped hands warmly, and Chial happily answered, I'd be grateful if you did. A fog lay thick among the withered trees, black twisted branches rising, gloomy and cold. A powerful blade plunged down and dragged through as a curse rang out. You useless, pitiful lot, pretending to be fierce. Siala shoved her hands in her pockets, her face full of utter boredom. She lowered her head, her expression darkening. It's all because of that bastard stuck with these annoying tasks. Siala's steps squelched on the water-filled, pitted ground. Her mother was still angry. She stepped over many monster corpses, muttering as she went, It's all because of him. Suddenly one of the monster corpses twitched. Then it let out a huge roar, opening its mouth with sharp teeth and lunging at Siala as if to devour her. Siala, hands in her pockets, walked on calmly so. A blazing red light suddenly streaked across. The dagger, wrapped in a crimson mana, stabbed straight into the monster's head. She angrily flung her hand up, flames licking a little, eyes wide, shouting, I told you I'm bored. Siala stared as the blazing dagger pierced the monster's skull. She reached in decisively and pulled the dagger out of its head. Then Siala sheathed the dagger into her hand. This is my 21st task. She ground her teeth in anger. They were all tedious tasks like hunting rampaging monster packs. Normally, I only do 4 or 5 jobs a year. Then Siala strolled through the dark, bitterly cold forest. The 5 appointed years had finally passed, and when I return to the clan, that arrogant bastard will be back. Suddenly, a mysterious shadow appeared behind her and bowed respectfully. Greetings. 6th Miss Siala widened her eyes and glanced at. A deep voice said, State your identity. He answered honestly. I am Gaguk of Squad 12 of the Black Sword Corps. Hearing this, she startled and turned quickly. The Black Sword Corps. Siala looked at the masked, mysterious man and, puzzled, placed a hand on her chest. What is the clan chief's personal guard doing here? His face was covered by a mask, so his real face couldn't be seen. Only his voice was audible. I bring a message from the clan chief. Then he whispered some information that couldn't be heard clearly. Upon hearing it, Siala let out a cold smile. So it's that arrogant bastard. A sudden, eerie burst of laughter erupted from her. She then repeatedly plunged the dagger into the nearby tree. Siala lowered her head, her expression unclear. Just in time. He had just dug his own grave with his own hands. She curled a twisted, sarcastic smile, eyes wide and a shrill laugh sounding. The clan chief is really something, isn't he? Then Siala glanced down at the man and said to him, I have received the message. His respectful voice answered, then he vanished. Yes, miss. She gripped the dagger so tightly it sparked, feeling wildly excited. I have truly been looking forward to this. Then Siala drove the dagger harder into the tree until the mana flared brilliantly. I will crush you into the mud, Li Chial. On a beautiful, clear morning, Chial stepped up, gently opened the door, and leaned in. Sorry I'm late, uncle. My training ran a bit long. Tihang, seeing him finally appear, immediately turned with a delighted smile. You're here. I heard you've mastered all the basics. What else is there to train? Chial replied politely. Yes, there are still a few things I'd like to experiment. His uncle watched him pull out a chair and slowly sit, then got down to business. The schedule has been announced, so I've come to discuss it. Chial sat properly in the chair opposite Tihang and smiled slightly. If there's an official notice, I will come to meet you. The uncle sighed heavily at that. Tihang looked him square in the eye and asked seriously, Aren't you nervous? But Chial remained calm and asked back, What is there to be nervous about, uncle? His eyes darkened slightly, and a knowing smile curled his lips. Everything is unfolding just as I predicted. Chial recalled everything he had done before. His father had approved the warrior's journey, but set 2 conditions. Then came the training sessions with Myung-Yung. First, master all basic martial techniques. Luckily, thanks to his elder's insights and what I'd learned about mana techniques, I achieved it in a short time. The second condition was the hardest for Chial. Tishin told him the second was the most difficult, convincing the chief elder. Chial stared at his words in surprise. Sorry. Tishin looked at him seriously and replied, You may use any means if you cannot persuade. The next thing he said made Chial somewhat anxious. the warrior's journey may not be approved. After that, he sat alone, racking his brains for ways. Given your current position, it's hard to intervene in the elder's affair. Suddenly, Chial gave a shout, as if he'd realized something. He put his hand on his chin and smiled confidently. Then I will create the most advantageous stage for myself. Next, Chial sought out Tihang to ask him to use his authority as a pretext. I'll arrange a match with 6th Miss Rick. Please steer everything that way so the chief elder will have no reason to refuse. At that point, he officially set a new move for himself. He wanted to create a situation that gave him the right to travel. The ability to manipulate circumstances is essential for anyone entering politics. This matter itself is part of the test. Tihang continued to sigh in a puzzling way, prompting Chial to glance up. Ha, I just don't understand how you can stay so calm. He still answered calmly, is that so? Because I trust you've arranged things properly. The uncle held his head and shook it gently. That's not what I meant. Tihang spoke with concern. That girl, I heard you don't get along with her. Chial sat silently and listened to Tihang. Given Siala's temperament, even a match wouldn't end peacefully. Why choose her in this situation? He calmly said, I have a debt to repay to 6th Miss. No sooner had he finished than the uncle slammed the table and stood up. Then Tihang shouted loudly, really? The uncle felt utterly incredulous. In a raised voice, isn't that something that can be dealt with later? Why force yourself into a situation like this? The hand resting on the table tightened slightly. Then he sank back into his chair. It's not that I don't think you can do it. Tihang held his head, both sad and pained and also worried for Chial. I'm afraid you'll get hurt in some way. Seeing his uncle like that, he thought to himself that his uncle truly cared for him. As the emotion swept him, Tihang stretched his face and wailed pitifully, what am I to do now, Chial? He could only force a helpless smile. Chial's gaze softened, full of feeling, and he voiced his most sincere thanks. Thank you for caring. He recalled Siala's wild look and the scrutinizing stares of the elders. 6th Miss would likely try to beat him senseless, and the elders would find an excuse to bind. Chial's hand clenched and he punched the table lightly. This match wasn't just about the warrior's journey. Then he sprang to his feet. He spoke with grave seriousness while not forgetting to reassure Tihang. It would be troublesome if I lose, but don't worry. Chial clenched his fist and smiled with confidence and resolve. Whatever happens in this match, I will definitely win. Amid thunderous cheers from the stands, the central arena lit up under the sun as the Council of Elders quickly issued the official announcement and pushed the match forward, and soon the venue was set, the central training arena. Inside the brightly lit waiting room under the largest, most powerful lights of the Sumu clan's arena, the same place where the selection ceremony had been held, Chial glanced around and donned his black outer coat, thinking to himself they won't let this pass quiet. He smiled faintly and exhaled. There's no doubt this is the Grand Elder's plot. Outside was a vast arena with room for a huge audience. The central arena's stands encircled the ring. Clearly they wanted to publicly shame him and crush his morale. Chial closed his eyes, took a deep breath and exhaled. But that's not an issue for me. Suddenly someone stepped up and pulled the waiting room door open. More importantly, Jeongha appeared, her beautiful face full of worry and stammering, and he looked at her, still fidgeting and twisting her hands. She had worn that expression all day. Chial stepped closer to Jeongha, puzzled. Why do you look at me like that? It really bothers me. She sighed and brushed it off. It's nothing, really. His voice came out a bit loud, making Jeongha start slightly. You've been like this all day. How can you say it's nothing? She lowered her head angrily and shouted at all the things this clan had arbitrarily decided. I'm sick of the whispering and taunts behind the scenes. Jeongha gripped the white dress she was wearing and bowed her head, full of anxious worry. She's a level 4 warrior, and you've just reached level 5. The gap between 4 and 5 is enormous. Chial looked at her calmly and said, that's exactly why 6th Miss will be restricted in magic. She won't be allowed to use secret techniques or finishing moves, right? Jeongha lowered her head and hesitated. Yes, I know. She held out her hands and they were visibly trembling. Her voice sounded fearful and anxious. But what if you actually lose? Jeongha clutched her head in panic, eyes frantic as she glanced around constantly. She whispered, casting spells, if only I had trained you harder. If only I had revealed the secret to the clan earlier. Suddenly a clear, respectful voice rang out, startling her awake. Please stop, elderly Jeongha. Without knowing when she appeared at his side, smiling confidently, the young master will win just like he always did back then. She squinted, stepped forward, put her arm around Jeongha's shoulder, and reassured her. As his teacher, shouldn't you say a word of encouragement? Her eyes remained downcast, the heaviness and worry not yet gone, but still. Chial looked at Jeongha and thought to himself that she trembled like a frightened young animal. Perhaps she was someone who had lost something within the Sumu clan. An image of her loneliness formed in his mind. He didn't know her past, but if he wanted, he could easily investigate it all. Chiol cleared his head and pushed the thought aside, though he deliberately did not act on it. Then he lifted his feet gently, because he believed that one day she would tell him her story herself. Chiol moved toward Jeongha with a bright smile and comforted her. Now is not the time to be gloomy. You should be upbeat. Jeongha tilted her head, uplifted by his confident expression and smile. Her golden eyes widened in surprise, and her lips parted slightly at his hinted remark. And even better, there was an unexpected twist. A voice rang from outside, making Chiol immediately look up and pay attention. Young master, it's time to go out. He did not forget to turn back, smile at Jeongha, and say, watch carefully, I won't lose. Chiol grabbed his sword, gripped it tightly in his hand, and stepped out confidently and radiant. Cheer freely from the stands. If you cheer too quietly, I might get sad. He felt a bit nervous himself as he walked along the long corridor leading to the arena. It's been a long time since I walked down this corridor. Chiol suddenly stopped, wondering inwardly that since birth he had constantly tried to prove himself. Then he strode strongly toward the light at the end of the long corridor. Now was the time to close that chapter of proof. Chiol gripped his sword firmly and smiled, speaking as if reassuring himself. Let's go. He stepped into the arena with a steady demeanor. The stands around were packed with spectators. They had arrived very early, and the atmosphere was extremely lively. Chiol glanced toward the nearest upper tier of seats by the arena. There sat Tishan with a stern face, and his wife beside him, along with his father and Mrs. B. And the elders' row where Tihang and Chiol Jung and the other elders were also present. Suddenly a sharp, caustic voice sounded, making him glance over. You arrogant bastardly brat. Siala stood opposite and spoke with contempt. So you still hold your head up high like that, arrogant. She sneered to show her disdain. I've never liked that neck of yours. Siala casually tossed the dagger in her hand. Just a bastard child, always pretending to be impressive and annoying. Then she caught the dagger, pointed it at Chiol, smiled confidently and taunted him. Today I'll snap that neck, get ready. He tilted his head and gave a slight, dangerous smile in response. I'm really looking forward to it. Sixth miss. The referee stood in the center of the arena. Both raised their hands and loudly announced. Then begin, the duel between sixth miss and the ninth young master starts now. With the referee's permission, both placed their hands on their weapons simultaneously. Ready, adopt combat stances, ready. Chiol closed his eyes slightly and felt the atmosphere around him. As soon as the referee shouted start, he opened his eyes. Chiol's gaze blazed, and many streaks of demonic energy radiated around him. But then Siala had appeared behind him, holding a dagger that burned with flames. Chiol was astonished at her speed and glanced back, where Siala's daggers were rushing in. Since when had she been behind him? He stood rooted to the spot as 3 daggers flew in from behind, 3 throwing blades from the rear, and 2 more flaming knives shot at him from the front before he could even react. Siala saw him trapped from both sides and smiled with satisfaction. Throwing blade technique. Her dagger's edge blazed as flames ignited it. She had infused mana and chi into the blade and launched a unique technique the sixth miss had pioneered herself. It was named after the image of falling flames, fire rain. 5 blazing throwing blades surrounded Chiol. He still stood motionless, unable to evade. Chiol's eyes suddenly lit up. The black sword in his hand emanated streams of pitch-black power. Then came the violent energy technique. Chiol gripped the sword and slammed it hard into the ground, summoning a bolt of lightning that struck the center of the arena, causing the ground to tremble slightly, a pulling transformation. The incoming throwing blades were thus knocked aside. Siala was no exception and stepped back several paces, shocked. Dust and smoke filled the arena, completely obscuring Chiol. Only a dark silhouette remained. Then the smoke slowly cleared to reveal his face wearing a smile. He spoke calmly. I've heard much about the sixth Miss's wondrous throwing knife technique. Chiol confidently pointed his sword at her, his voice carrying a challenge, yet not as impressed as one might expect. Siala heard that and flew into a rage, grinding her teeth as she shoved her hand into her shirt to search for something. She pulled out another knife and shouted, "You're finished." With that she grabbed the knife tightly and lunged at Chiol like a bat out of hell. She angrily stabbed and slashed at him, but Chiol still dodged those blows. Kids barely weaned and already got a big mouth. Siala's eyes widened into a wild glare as fiery throwing knives flashed up one after another. I'll crush you head on. Immediately they aimed those knives at Chiol and hurled them. But facing the blades, he calmly observed her movements and silently evaluated them. Lusai was like an acrobat, using multiple blades at once, cutting at skewed, unnatural angles. That's a skill only possible with superior reflexes and situation judgment. A smug smile spread across Chiol's face, but he took a running start and blasted forward like a cannonball. That's exactly what I wanted to bait her into doing. Both charged at each other at the same time, neither backing down, forcing her into a direct attack. Chial swung his sword, slicing past Xiao A's face, while successfully cutting away the incoming throwing knife. He gripped the sword tightly, and a current of electricity pulsed from Chial's blade, the ultimate form. The sky suddenly lit up with crisscrossing lightning, as he raised the sword shimmering with arcane sparks. Xiala widened her eyes, watching the bolts link and descend. A thought flickered through her head: danger. She immediately sent 2 throwing knives forward to block Chial's strike. This is seriously dangerous. Thunder cracked across the clear sky as he thrust his sword straight at her, causing a massive bolt of lightning to erupt violently. Even the ground trembled under that unimaginably powerful blow. Her footprints in the earth had already cracked and shattered. The 2 knives she held were nearly splintered to pieces from the strike. Xiala knelt on the ground, gritting her teeth and looking up. He reduced the force at the last moment by pulling back when the blades met. She looked down at the pitiful knife in her hand. That smart-ass used his clan's sword technique. Xiala tossed the broken knife aside, eyes sharpening as she glared at Chial. I absolutely mustn't let that hit me. She picked up another knife, stood up to face him and said, so you actually have a trick or two. But too bad that move. Then she gripped both flaming knives tightly, barreled forward ferociously, and screamed at the top of her lungs. You should have saved that for a more important moment. Chial carefully watched her speed, judging faster than before, then charged straight at her again. At the same time, he raised his sword. But Xiala spun several times in midair and dodged Chial's strike. Very fast, she appeared behind him, switching from defense to offense. Shut your mouth now. Oh, come on, argue back. Chial nimbly swung his sword up to block Xiala's surprise attack. Then the 2 charged at each other, exchanging blows in rapid succession, weapons clanging on the arena floor with fast, unpredictable combos. He frowned and raised his sword to block Xiala's knife. I can block it, but at that speed, it's hard to counterattack. Chial's eyes suddenly lit up with a golden gleam. Loose. You can watch each of her moves and make a judgment. I can see everything. Chial tilted his head to dodge the knife Xiala thrust. My instinct senses the blade, and my demon eye pinpoints every direction of attack. He gave a faint, smug smile. This is why I insisted on dueling Lusa. Chial's eyes blazed as he smiled confidently amid the thunderous battlefield, thinking that his ability is her bane. Xiala shuddered in surprised alarm at that look, the freaky eye. She hurriedly composed herself, lowered her stance back into fighting form. The short blade's advantages are mystery and agility, but if read through, the fighting style is restricted. Xiala recalled Chial's earth-shattering strike, thinking he actually dared to suppress her with close combat strength, and then counter as before. She glanced down at the magical shackles on her ankles and wrists, and cursed under her breath. Damn it. If this mana limit opened 10% more, I could use an advanced aura skill. She remembered the times she kept slashing through monsters everywhere. For a year, all I thought about was avenging that bastard, crushing him, ruining his pride. Xiala stood among the monster corpses, gasping and exhausted, planning to torment him until he begged for mercy. Along with a mad, satisfied grin, didn't expect it to turn out like this. Xiala happily drowned in her thoughts, but Chial's voice suddenly rang out among the crowd and snapped her back. Still got spare brain power to ponder. Huh. You didn't notice when he appeared right in front of her, smiling and reminding, better focus, okay. Chial swung his sword, and she nimbly brought her 2 throwing knives up to block. But compared to his strength, it was weaker. Xiala trembled as she parried and clicked her tongue in annoyance. Tusk. Suddenly her whole body burst into red flames. I wasn't planning to use this. This surprised Chial as well. A stream of electricity spread and ran into his body. It moved toward Chial's heart and wrapped around it, successfully locking it shut. He stared down in astonishment, thinking his mana channels were being sealed. Chial sensed something wrong and hopped back a few steps. Seeing him retreat, Xiala taunted, so you can think after all. She screamed with crazed eyes. Without mana, you're just a useless bug. Chial stayed calm, silently judging. So she's using a psychic ability. A type of energy slips deep into the body to touch the heart. Xiala's psychic power can bend an opponent's mana channels and skew control. That's a mana sealing skill. If one has stronger mana, they can resist. Otherwise, even if they know about it, they're still bound. Xiala saw him frozen in place and chuckled gleefully. You're finished. But there was something Chial kept hidden deep down. One thing Lucai didn't know. A second later, her eyes widened in shock. No way. She saw blue mana swirling around him and gasped. How is he still using mana? While Chial smiled inwardly with confidence. My mana technique isn't like anyone else's. Amid the roaring cheers of thousands of spectators, in the crowd a girl couldn't help trembling and praying. It'll be fine, it'll be fine. Because my grandson is so talented. At that moment, Jeongha's face showed clear unease. She kept clasping her hands and praying, trying to reassure herself subconsciously, this time won't be like before. But what if my grandson ends up in the same situation as back then? Jeongha was so terrified that Gawa next to her kept calling Elder Lee Jeongha, and she couldn't hear a word. What am I supposed to do? She couldn't face reality, so the black-haired woman's eyes remained tightly shut. Suddenly, the commentator's voice cut through Jeongha's thoughts. He's fine. Hearing that, she startled and opened her eyes wide. A nearby young spectator also gasped, amazed he could develop so much. His foundation is terrifyingly solid. Someone behind the black-haired woman curiously asked what aura skill that was, and the guy next to him answered right away. Isn't it one of Sumu's aura masterpieces? They said that illegitimate brat is only 15 this year. Hearing their chatter about her grandson, Jeongha stared down at the arena in astonishment. Below in the arena, Chial's deep golden eyes flared as he charged forward with his sword. His thunderous Kong Chi technique struck down, shattering the ground. Xiaolan nimbly dodged that attack. While she was still off balance from the dodge, Chial didn't stop and swung his sword forcefully again, then used the Kong Chi Dimla technique to continue attacking Xiala. This time she was still leaning back, so it was extremely hard to evade this move. The blazing red cords from the dark-haired guy's technique wrapped tightly around her body. Being so restrained, she immediately tumbled to the ground. She quickly used the Kong Chi whirlwind technique, a powerful move that sliced through the red cords made of Dimla. Xiala took several full hits from the dark-haired guy and grew increasingly battered. Enraged, she glared and clenched a small knife in her hand. Chial saw Xiala's self-escape and couldn't hide his excitement. Did he just slash the Dimla with a whirlwind? Up in the stands, Jeongha couldn't believe her eyes. She thought Thunder, Dimla, and Whirlwind were aura skills she and her grandson had created together. All the tangled emotions seemed to be washed clean. Thinking this, she clenched her hand into a fist. Jeongha's eyes burned looking at her grandson. That's right, you must win. Because you are a genius. A bright smile and fierce faith in Chial appeared on her face. On the arena, the dust was gradually clearing. Xiala stood stunned for a moment. How could his mana still be usable when my skill should have sealed it? She couldn't accept what had happened, her eyes wide with shock. Chial and Xiala now faced each other. The dark-haired guy thought to himself, there was one thing loose I didn't know. My demonic method is different from normal ones that run only on mana channels. Thinking that, he grinned slightly as the sword in his hand began absorbing abundant energy from outside. Once he sensed enough energy, Chial didn't hesitate and shouted, now charge it. In the blink of an eye, the distance between them had noticeably shortened, and Xiala was now in a passive position. The dark-haired guy's sword came down while she stood there dumbfounded, too fast. But just as the blade was about to strike, she hurled herself backward with all her might to dodge. To evade that attack, Xiala slid a long distance. Her hands were trembling violently now. Xiala snarled, damn it. Before she could even get her bearings, Chial swung his sword again. Once more, Xiala struggled backward to avoid the move. The ground where she had stood was cleaved by Chial's blade. Seeing the force he had unleashed, she couldn't believe her eyes. There's no way I should be forced back like this. Suddenly, Xiala felt a terrifying killing intent gradually enveloping. She startled and glanced up toward the stand. Xiala's heartbeat quickened as she looked at the person exerting pressure on her. That person stared at her with jade-green eyes. The woman wore pristine white, with deep green hair and beautiful jade-green eyes, but her expression was terrifying. Xiala looked back at her. She was panting and exhausted. Suddenly her body trembled and Xiala's lips quivered, as if wanting to say something. Ta. She couldn't control her emotions when faced with that cold stare. Xiala's hands lightly twirled the knife. A surge of searing fire energy erupted from within her as she roared. It's all because of that damned, illegitimate brat. Chial quickly noticed her abnormality. A tremendous amount of mana. Luck was forcibly drawing mana. Regardless of her wounds, the two small knives in her hands were now wrapped in colossal mana. Shortly after, the other knives scattered on the ground slowly rose up. Xiala poured all her strength into controlling those knives. A blazing red energy swirled around her. She raised her hand and sent those knives flying into the air. And this was her secret meteor technique, I'll kill you. As Xiala finished, she decisively brought her arm down. Madness flickered in her eyes. In the stands, Tihang jumped to his feet on seeing the move and shouted that it violated the duel rules. Stop immediately. But Tihang's words came too late. The knives, under Xiala's control, lunged at Chial. He showed no panic or intention to dodge, instead standing calmly still. The sword in his hand began to absorb mana. When the sword had absorbed the required mana, runes began to appear on it. Chial only let out a soft sigh. He then took a defensive stand. The knives were drawing ever closer to him. Instantly, the black-haired boy swung his sword in a wide arc, Seeing Chial dancing with his blade, Siala couldn't help laughing. "What are you chopping at?" But her amusement was cut short by what happened next. One knife flew back and stuck straight into the ground beside her foot. While using his sword to counter Siala's meteor, the black-haired boy thought to himself an immutable truth. Mana does not disappear. When dispersed into the air, it returns to nature. Mana is infinite and never truly gone. Because of that truth, Chial could easily absorb mana and deflect the knive's trajectories. With just a few deft sword strokes, he successfully shattered Siala's technique. But Chial himself held a truth that ran counter to that principle. The ancestral sword, H1EAFC, D1EA1, is a blade that can cut and erase mana. After a flawless defense, the black-haired boy slightly curled his lips into a confident smile. Chial stared at the trembling sword in his hand, thinking to himself in wonder that she even used meteorites. Yet he still succeeded. The black-haired friend recalled that when Siala summoned those massively powerful meteor spheres, his current ability wasn't enough. He had to use dark power to defeat her. With his present strength, he couldn't fully stop the meteors, so he used H1EAFC D1EA1 to sever the mana threads tied to the throwing blades. Moreover, Chial had to combine his demonic eye with the throwing blades to perfectly defeat Siala. But to do that required maximum, absolute concentration. With the demonic eye, I can see the mana streams connected to the blades, but both tasks demand total focus. Having thought it through, he decided to follow the planned strategy. Chial stepped forward challengingly, showing himself to Siala with eager words. "Now it's your turn." Hearing that, she couldn't help but startle. Siala gritted her teeth with a worried look. Does he intend to use that move again? She quickly moved elsewhere at lightning speed. Her movement was too fast to track. Only the debris where she had stood kicked up from the ground. Siala positioned herself as far as possible from Chial, judging that if she expanded the distance, he wouldn't be able to execute it. Suddenly, long blue lightning streaks appeared along the sword the black-haired boy held as the space darkened. He prepared in a counterattack stance, throwing her into panic. "What? He's attacking even from this distance." Chial smiled smugly and confidently explained that the anti-demon strike is a sword technique born to deal with monsters. Seemingly knowing what she was thinking, he immediately explained everything to her, then slowly raised the sword and continued. This distance was never a problem. Instantly, Chial pointed the sword down toward the ground. A colossal force descended with him as he executed the endless eclipse technique. A bluish flash tore the night apart, sweeping everything on the ground and scattering debris wildly through the air. The black-haired boy stood firm and unleashed the anti-demon strike toward Siala. Siala gaped, unable to react, frozen in place. Only then did she realize the danger closing in and widened her eyes, cursing fiercely. A loud explosion rang out with a terrifying echo, and lightning bolts struck directly where she stood. After the blast, a thick white smoke gradually dissipated into the... Things slowly became clearer. The sky was no longer pitch black, and a deep, long sword-shaped crack had split the arena floor, a truly horrifying sight. At that moment, Chial felt a sharp pain in his eye. He raised his hand to shield his eye and cried out in pain. The black-haired boy gritted his teeth through the assault of pain. Beads of sweat dotted his face as he wondered if his eye hurt like this from pushing the demonic eye to its limit. But this was not the time to rest. The fight was still in flux and not over, so Chial was anxious. The anti-demon strike had landed directly, yet he needed to finish this match. Suddenly, a figure lurked within the white smoke. A blade pierced Chial's thigh. Blood spurted immediately, leaving him unable to react as he stared at the wound in shock. The black-haired boy stood unsteady, staggering forward. Suddenly, a foot stomped hard on the ground and leaped up. It was Siala, her face full of killing intent as she lunged forward, causing the black-haired boy to exclaim in surprise, "Luck, sister, you're too fast." His eyes suddenly flashed golden, sensing the danger. This strike was lethal. The knife in her hand was pressed right against his neck. He instantly dodged, making debris on the ground tremble. Chial leapt backward to evade. One retreated while the other advanced, chasing each other without yielding. But his speed wasn't enough. Chial took a full thrust from Siala. Chial stood motionless on the floor. The two remained frozen in place. The knife in her hand pierced just above his heart. A blotch of blood stained his shirt red. But he wasn't easily defeated. His sword pierced Siala's left chest. She immediately pulled the knife from his chest, trailing a thin thread of red blood. After withdrawing the knife, she collapsed unconscious to the ground, while Chial remained safe in the duel. He couldn't help but exclaim that if he'd been a second slower when blocking with H1EAFC D1EA1, his heart might have been pierced. He dared not recall the previous moment. If he had been a few seconds slower, he could have lost. Yet defeating her was no easy feat. The black-haired boy clutched his left chest wound, wincing, then glanced at Siala lying motionless, judging that she had fainted the moment the demonic strike hit, and her body reacted instinctively to the killing intent. Chial couldn't help but admire her ability. The green blood lineage she possessed was truly terrifying. He turned to the two medics, still standing there in shock. Chial called out, reminding them why were they just standing there? Aren't you going to take the green sister away? If you leave her there, she'll die of internal injuries. He said this as he sheathed his sword. The two medics finally realized their duty and quickly answered, yes, sir. But they still seemed stunned and kept waiting for him, so he reluctantly pointed to where Ciala lay. Only then did they understand and hurriedly reply, yes. The two of them swiftly approached her, one on each side, while the black-haired boy stood tall, having proven his ability to everyone and feeling proud. Now you see, warriors of the tribe. He looked up at the packed stands. Even the stubborn elder Chial Jung, the grand elder, sat agape, staring at the arena in disbelief. And he didn't forget those who shared his blood, the half-sibling. The black-haired boy raised his hand high, full of confidence, no longer to be mocked or ridiculed. For the first time, he proved to all who thought he'd lose, just because he was an illegitimate child, that he was wrong. Chial wanted those who had doubted and scorned him to see him differently. Suddenly, the black-haired boy noticed something unusual. A clap echoed through the quiet space. He looked up toward the stands where Tishan was clapping, acknowledging his convincing victory. Then everyone joined in, chanting and causing the entire stands to erupt with cheers. He stood there bewildered, looking around. It was the first time in his life he'd been so warmly welcomed, no jeers or criticism. His heart felt deeply warmed. But the emotion didn't last long. A voice pulled him out of his scattered thoughts. My niece is the best. The one enthusiastically clapping and celebrating was Jeongha, beaming with happiness. Amazing, I knew he'd do it. The female attendant, seeing her overexcitement, urged the elder to calm down. On the arena, Chial stood covering his face in bashful embarrassment, not wanting Jeongha's attention, only able to mutter, oh my. But the black-haired woman continued proudly cheering for her beloved nephew. My nephew is the best, my nephew is the best. At that moment, a few people descended to the arena and approached the black-haired boy. Leading the group was Patriarch Lei, who didn't forget to praise Chial. Well done. The Grand Elder, however, seemed a bit embarrassed and couldn't look him in the eye. Chial was very surprised by Tishan's praise. It seemed his father wasn't pleased. He had never once praised a child in front of others. Seeing that he didn't reply, he stared at the black-haired boy and silently judged that this child had chosen Tihung and staged this scene. He picked the green sister and steered the match according to his own strategy. That was the opponent against whom he held the greatest counter advantage. Those unaware would assume the green sister's victory was obvious. It sounds easy, but how many here could actually do that? Patriarch Lee thought highly of him and began paying more attention after this match. Then he decided to propose. You have proven yourself, so I acknowledge your qualification to embark on the warrior training route. Chial, delighted, quickly bowed respectfully, placing his hand over his left chest to thank his father. In a hidden corner, no one could see the black-haired boy's mysterious smile, so no one knew his true thoughts. Tishan sensed he was about to say something and curiously asked, You look like you have something to say. Indeed, everything was within his expectation. Chial seized the opportunity, inwardly glad that the moment had come. He straightened and looked him in the eye, answering honestly, As expected, father, I have nothing to hide from you. When Tishan asked if Chial had something to say, it seemed he would grant it. He thought privately that officially the reward for this test was permission to join the warrior route. He saw a servant lean over to whisper seriously to Madame Beak, but he paid little attention, still lost in his swirling thoughts that he shouldn't expect any more from his father. Perhaps the black-haired boy thought joining the warrior route was enough, but if Patriarch Lee offered more, he wouldn't refuse. He decided to express his heart, then allow me to say a word. Unconsciously, Grand Elder Chial Jung glanced to see what he intended next. Chial told himself that if he were Tishan, he would also wish to demonstrate more. The black-haired boy put his hand to his chest and continued, I have reached a level sufficient to graduate early from military training, and father himself witnessed it. I have also reached Thiern Vletter Wanisi Bisan and passed the bloodless dream trial. Chial decided to speak all his wishes now that he had passed every test. Because the Council of Elders decides, he must announce the reward before them. He wanted to ensure he would receive everything he could. He continued, anxiously, I have proven everything and met all the conditions. Surely the Council of Elders doesn't disbelieve and insist on testing me without reason. I want to accuse Chial Jung right here before everyone, especially my father, to see how the old man will respond. The old man, suddenly pointed at, was startled. He hadn't expected Chial to cleverly use a martyr's ruse to trap. Chial continued to recount how hard he'd fought in this match. The green sister was seriously injured, and standing here to say this was itself an effort. The black-haired boy looked straight into Chial Jung's eyes, but the old man quickly averted his gaze, unwilling to meet that determined look. Chial was certain he would no longer let the Grand Elder suppress him. As for himself, he could not help but feel oppressed by the Elder. Chial decided to rise up and stop enduring. He bluntly accused the old man before everyone. The black-haired boy bowed his head slightly, thinking that at 15 he was allowed to be a bit sharp and insolent. If he didn't speak now, when would he have another chance? He truly wanted to seize this tiny, unique opportunity to express the suffering he'd endured for years. If he didn't, there would never be another chance. Tishin, seeing the innocent and aggrieved look in Chial's eyes as the elders refused to recognize his ability, turned to ask Chial Jung, Elder-in-Chief, "Can you answer this youngest child's question?" Chial also involuntarily looked to the old man for a proper answer. Chial Jung held his staff and pondered for a moment, then smiled and said it seemed there was a misunderstanding. The matter of joining the warrior route has always been decided by the Council of Elders. The old man quickly denied any fault, and the Grand Elder calmly explained the family rules to the black-haired boy. They clearly state no distinction between legitimate children and illegitimate ones. Would the Council of Elders deny the family's own laws? Hearing that, Chial only smiled faintly, understanding the sarcasm in the elder's words. "Yet you deliberately brought up the word illegitimate." He knew the Grand Elder had always targeted him. He had never mentioned his status, yet the elder raised the family rules. The black-haired boy, feeling slighted, asked back, "Would the Council of Elders really use that against me?" Chial Jung smiled benignly and quickly changed the subject, not answering him. Right, departing on the warrior route at too young an age could lead to unforeseen danger. The old man reminded him like a senior of the household. Suddenly Chial spoke up, making Chial Jung lose his bright smile and become more enigmatic. He pressed on, unable to let the matter go so easily. "Then why must it be the Green Sister? Everyone can see she is much stronger than me and older as well." At this, Chial Jung began to fumble, unsure how to answer. Chial continued to question, "Father, I clearly read the official notice stating that the person who would test me was someone just returned from the warrior route." Chial shouted in anger, demanding the old man clarify. "Wasn't th-5t Ka the one who should have appeared? If not him, there are many other warriors who could have been chosen. I have countless questions. This is inexplicable." Patriarch Lei, hearing his questioning, gaped and could not reply. The words he was about to speak were withdrawn because Chial's words were too sharp. Tihang turned his back to hide his flushed, excited face from others, and couldn't help praising the insolent black-haired boy. "You staged this and cornered the Grand Elder. Well played." The steward acknowledged his cleverness. It could leave the Grand Elder speechless, truly cunning. Then he noticed something and looked back at Chial curiously. "Did you choose the Green Sister from the start, just to reach this moment?" Chial Jung explained it away, saying they simply thought the Green Sister was more suitable for the test. The black-haired boy asked in confusion, "If that's the case, why make it public like this? The match should have been held privately and discreet." Chial clenched his palm and bluntly stated his position. "So I want to hear clearly. Why did the Council of Elders conduct a test like this?" He stared straight into Chial Jung's eyes, causing the old man's face to darken. The black-haired boy clearly saw Chial Jung's stormy expression and furrowed brows, which only excited him more. It looked as if the elders were bullying a child. But Patriarch Li interrupted. "Enough. The Elder-in-Chief is a senior in the clan." Tishin admonished him for his excessive rudeness. "I understand you were excited after the match and that was insolent." Chial immediately bowed respectfully, placing his hand over his chest toward Chial Jung. "Yes, I apologize." Then Patriarch Li turned to ask the Grand Elder's opinion. "Elder-in-Chief, what do you think?" Chial Jung felt displeased inwardly, secretly scoffing that an illegitimate child had completely defeated him. But the old man maintained his composure, stepped forward, and replied with a gentle smile, "I admit there were difficult parts in this test that are hard to justify. The Council of Elders should grant him a reward." The black-haired boy stood up straight and sincerely said, "I also apologize for being insolent." Tihang watched as Chial sincerely apologized before everyone, admitting he had been a bit rude, but he felt no regret for what he did. He only did what needed to be done. "So I will not expect an excessive reward, but I still want to receive what I rightfully deserve. I am worthy of better things, not to be labeled an illegitimate child and have my abilities completely denied." A few days after the duel, in Chial's room, warm sunlight streamed through the window of the black-haired boy's room. He was still lying long on the bed with his hands behind his head, feeling a little bored. He had never expected that he would miss Thiern Viletter Wanisi Bisan. He needed to recuperate, so he was forced to stay at home feeling very stifled and was kept until fully recovered. The black-haired boy didn't forget the constant nagging over the past few days, telling him not to wander off. "Do you think you're fully healed, Tihang? Where are you planning to go, brat?" Even Nurse Gawa, eyes brimming with tears, tried to stop him from going out until he was completely recovered. Chial wanted to recover quickly so he could walk properly. If this continued, he'd be disabled, he thought. If only he had a restorative elixir, he'd heal faster. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. The black-haired boy shot upright and called for the person waiting outside to come in. Come in. Unexpectedly, he heard, "Long time no see, young master." 3 people entered in turn, Kim Han, Kim Boseong, and Choi In-ha. Kim Han beamed and asked, "Have you been well late?" In-ha quickly apologized when he learned of Chial's injury and his delayed visit. "I meant to visit as soon as you returned to the clan, but I heard you were busy, so I'm late. Is your back okay?" Chial happily replied that it was fine, and didn't forget to mention how frustrated he'd been being confined at home for days. Did they think he wouldn't make time to see them? The black-haired boy, wanting to chat with them, pointed to the pile of chairs and reminded them to fetch seats and sit properly. All 3 obeyed and sat neatly by his bed. Chial asked, "And how are you all?" In-ha promptly answered, "Of course we're fine." In-ha honestly replied that during the days Chial was absent there were a few meaningless skirmishes, but they took those as signs they were being watched, so it wasn't too bad. Kim Han's eyes glittered with admiration as he excitedly asked Chial how he had trained over the past year to become so strong. Chial was taken aback by his intense, eager gaze. Kim Han clarified, I watched that duel." Suddenly Chial's eyes flared red and flames seemed to burst around him, scaring Kim Han. "We're almost in year 5, so you must have a lot of free time, young master," he stammered. The single question startled him and he held up a hand to calm things, speaking cautiously. "No one would want to miss an important moment with you, young master." The brown-haired boy, sensing trouble, turned to the 2 beside him for help. "I bet the others have all watched it too, right?" But his question was met with silence. Both Boseong and In-ha shut their eyes and pretended not to hear, leaving Kim Han confused and huffed. Seeing the brown-haired boy's embarrassment, Boseong spoke up to cover. "Sorry, young master. I planned to come by after training, but ended up late." In-ha also awkwardly added that Boseong had been busy since he also participated in the duel. Chial cheerfully returned to his usual friendly tone. "No need to apologize, it's fine." Then he reminded Kim Han. "Kim Han, don't become careless just because I'm not around." He blushed and denied it, while the green-haired boy next to him giggled and teased. Seeing them there, Chial breathed a sigh of relief. "You've all grown a lot." In-ha and Boseong had been recruited as trainees for the Blood Tiger Squad and the Heavenly Bow Squad respectively, 2 of the strongest units at Sumu Academy. The 4 elite units like them were collectively called the 4 Divine Squads. Kim Han decided to join the Jayak sect, training swordsmanship in the Sword Division and hidden weapons in the Marksman Division. Studying both at once was no easy task, and Chial felt very proud of it. "And I heard that half of Class S was recruited too. Quite impressive." Then the black-haired boy urged them to keep getting stronger and to continue working hard. "I'll need your help a lot in the future." They all obeyed, placing hands over their chests and pledging sincerely, "Leave it to us. We'll become strong enough that the young master won't be ashamed." Their firm promise repaid Chial's kindness. In-ha put the chairs away and then said goodbye. "We'll take our leave now." The black-haired boy stood and politely saw them out. "Yes, nice to see you again." Suddenly Kim Han remembered something and asked the black-haired boy, "All right, I almost forgot. Today you're going to collect your reward, aren't you?" Chial noticed his excitement and, curious, said, "I'm the one receiving the reward, so why are you so excited?" The brown-haired boy waved his hand to explain, "Because it's a good thing for you, young master." Then he continued, curious to know what Chial planned to claim. "So have you decided what you'll accept?" Chial merely smiled faintly. The black-haired boy grinned with excitement, pleased with his choice, and replied coolly, "Of course." Early the next morning, Seungmu Armory. 2 guards stood watch at the gate as a car braked to a stop in front of the entrance. A pair of feet stepped down from the car door. It was Chial. Today he wore only a white shirt, his expression serene as he took in the scene. It's been 6 years since he last came to the armory. Suddenly a voice rang out, curiously looking at him. "Hey, isn't that the youngest son?" A young man guarding the gate saw him and asked, "By the way, may I ask the purpose of your visit?" The black-haired boy showed him the permit. "I have authorization to withdraw equipment from the armory." The man inspected the document in his hand and replied, "Yes, I've confirmed the notice." The gates swung open to both sides and he ordered, "You may proceed, sir." Suddenly he called after Chial as he turned, curious why the man addressed him as young master. The 2 guards expressed their admiration. "That duel really moved us deeply. We'll strive to refine ourselves like you, young master." They took him as a model to learn from. Then the 2 men saluted, bowing deeply before him, which made Chial stare in amazement. The black-haired boy stood dumbfounded, deeply moved and happy. This was the first time in his life he'd received such a salute. Before, most people had only scorned and belittled him for his low birth. There was no more contempt now. That some people genuinely admired his talent and cared for him gave the black-haired boy motivation to keep striving to become stronger. "Thank you for thinking that way," To live up to it, I'll work even harder. Chial didn't want to disappoint those who put their trust in him. He then walked slowly toward the armory, which was jointly managed by the Administrative Institute and the Council of Elders. If the Administrative Institute handled storage and maintenance, research plus equipment intake and release fell under the Council of Elders' authority. As Chial entered, a guard stood watch and used a scanner to thoroughly check he wasn't carrying any dangerous items. Chial smiled, remembering the reward he wanted after the match ended. He had asked the head of the Council of Elders for compensation. On the arena that day, the black-haired boy had made his request. I only did what I had to do, so I wouldn't dare expect any unreasonable reward. He only wished to receive the items that had been selected in that armory selection ceremony. Chial wanted to reclaim what he had lost. The Grand Elder asked, "Didn't you already choose a weapon then and wear it at your side?" The old man was puzzled by his decision back then. At that time, you took only a single weapon. Now you want to claim ownership of both. The black-haired boy remained calm and explained, "According to the rules, weapons chosen during the selection ceremony, I heard later they can be fully received." To confirm the rule's certainty, he directly asked Tihung to verify what he'd said. "Am I mistaken in understanding this, steward?" The uncle didn't expect him to shift the responsibility onto him, thinking silently what a clever child. Yet not to keep everyone waiting, the steward clearly affirmed, "All right, that's correct." According to old custom, later people also received the remaining weapons. The head of the family said he would follow that precedent. Chial Yung glanced at Lord Li and sincerely agreed, clearing his throat. "Now that I recall, it was indeed like that." The old man pondered, struggling with the thought. Just pick a couple of items suitable to his station and grant them. Giving out a few pieces wouldn't harm the Council of Elders. The old man found that plan acceptable. It seemed the black-haired boy understood what the Grand Elder was thinking. He smiled assuredly. "They'll think that way. If the council head approved my request in front of the guests, then the weapons in the armory would legitimately become mine." He turned to Tishan and asked, "Can you do that?" Tishan only stared at him thoughtfully, saying nothing. After a long pause, Lord Li finally spoke. "I permit it. Those things would have come to you anyway." Chial respectfully placed his hand over his chest and bowed. "Thank you, father." He considered it obvious, of course. As long as you prove yourself worthy of a master's rank, the elders will always grant the weapons to you. He didn't forget to remind him to be worthy of what he received. Embarrassed, Chial realized Tishan had seen through his plan, but rather than expose him, he simply offered a gentle admonition. "Indeed, his father saw through even my schemes that the head of the council didn't notice. Moreover, you tactfully sided with the council to close the matter." Then Lord Li ordered his subordinates, "Decide which weapons will be released from storage and deliver them to the youngest son." Thus his negotiated exchange concluded, and Chial successfully obtained the weapons he wanted. He was permitted to receive 4 other fame-grade weapons. The black-haired boy entered the armory elevator in thought. Normally such generous rewards didn't happen, but with his father backing him, they dared not play tricks. Out of respect for his father, they wouldn't scheme behind his back. The elevator reached the 2nd floor, and with a chime, the door opened. Light shone onto Chial's smiling face. Access was limited from floor 1 to floor 3. Floor 1, where the common-grade weapons were kept, wasn't of concern. He needed to choose items truly useful for this journey. Before him was a room packed with advanced, modern weapons. Chial was dazzled. A black orb appeared in his hand as he excitedly prepared to select his favorites. "Now then, take your time to choose." The scene shifted to Myung-Young's office. Myung-Young sat opposite Chial and calmly inquired, "Are you about to depart?" He politely replied, "Yes, all preparations are complete." Outside the window, peach blossoms fluttered through the air. He happily thought Chial's journey would be delightful. Spring, what pleasant weather. He felt Chial was leaving at the right time in spring to start a long journey. Few seasons are as suitable. Myung-Young didn't forget to ask, "Have you bid farewell to everyone?" The black-haired boy answered, "Yes. As for my maternal uncle, he's on distant duty and couldn't be seen." But mentioning Jeongha required considerable effort to appease her. It was also hard work to placate my nurse. He chuckled excitedly. "I can imagine that." Then Myung-Young asked whether Chial had paid respects to Lord Li. "Have you gone to greet your father?" Hearing this, the black-haired boy only smiled amusedly. "Yes, he still scolds as always." Myung-Young looked surprised. "Scold." He recounted to him that his father said, given the trouble caused, if he didn't achieve satisfying results he would be punished. Myung-Young laughed awkwardly. Hearing that is a bit frightening indeed. Suddenly he fell silent, his expression turning more serious. After a long pause he finally spoke. "Have you heard the news about the 6th sister?" Upon hearing Siala's name, Chial looked slightly troubled. "Yes, I've heard. She's been placed in seclusion to train." Even while still recovering after waking, the 6th sister caused a commotion. She smashed everything in the room, and two burly men couldn't hold her back. After she recovered, Lady Beak had her confined for training. Myung-Yung fell silent, seeing Ciala's unstable condition and feeling powerless, so he warned Chial before he left to ease his mind. No one can interfere with a warrior's training, but at least for now, the sixth sister won't be able to go out and take revenge. The black-haired boy didn't answer, only nodding in understanding. His fingers intertwined nervously as he spoke. "Brother, may I ask a favor?" The black-haired boy wanted someone to stay behind to care for his wet nurse while he was away. Only Myung-Yung was someone he trusted to entrust her to. "While I go on my journey, please take care of her for me." He remembered Gawa crying and pounding on the door in the pouring rain with no one to help, so Chial feared they might target his relatives. "They may not dare attack me directly, but targeting those close to me would be easy. In my previous life, I lost my wet nurse that way, so this time I must be careful not to let them lay a hand on even a single hair of that maid." Myung-Yung quickly agreed to his request, promising absolute safety for Gawa. "Understood, brother. Your wet nurse will stay here with me." He assured him firmly that no one would harm her, no one would dare touch her. Hearing this, Chial was deeply moved. He rose, bowed respectfully, and sincerely thanked him. "I will repay this debt." Myung-Yung smiled politely. "As your elder brother, of course I can do that. I'm looking forward to how you'll be when you return. I'll wait for the day you come back after your journey," he added. Chial straightened with excitement and replied, "Yes. 15 years since returning." The places to visit, things to acquire, and people to meet were all piled in his mind. Leaving the clan for the first time, free to act, owning time that belonged solely to him. The black-haired boy raised his hand, the ring on his finger blocking the sunlight, and prepared to begin a new journey. Everything would start from here. He hoisted his backpack and joined the warrior's route, with countless novelties awaiting Chial ahead. At that time, Lady Beak was leisurely enjoying tea in the flower garden. She lifted the teacup and sipped a small mouthful. Then she gently set the cup down on the table. She then spoke slowly, "Report." Lady Beak's subordinate emerged from the dense shrubbery upon hearing her. He quickly knelt and reported respectfully, "Sorry, I lost his trail." Lady Beak glanced over and said, "Give me the details." He then recounted the whole event. He lost his trail as soon as the man stepped into the crowded street. Apparently, the man had known he was being followed from the start. She calmly reached for her teacup and then slowly began to scold. Such foolish thinking. Even if one's appearance changes, they must still have a distinct mana aura. Hearing this, the subordinate hurriedly explained, "Among the gear he obtained from the duel, there seems to be an item that can change both appearance and mana aura. At this point, tracking him seems impossible." After hearing the details, Lady Beak stared at him. Merely a 15-year-old illegitimate brat, yet he managed to shake off the tracker I personally trained. She lifted her teacup, gave it a light swirl, snorted coldly, and said, "If he couldn't handle something this simple, he'd have been dismissed long ago." I wanted to anticipate his plan, yet he lost his trail in less than a day. "Monitor all news," Lady Beak ordered, glaring at the tracker. "If anything suspicious appears, tail him immediately." The subordinate quickly accepted the order. That evening, in a tavern, a young man roared in anger, "You bastard, cheating. You clearly hid cards up your sleeve." Others, seeing a fight about to start, egged them on excitedly. "What a brawl. I bet 100,000 won on the bald guy." Another youth joined the fun. "I bet 150,000 won on the cross-eyed one." At that moment, a fully cloaked man entered, walked straight to the bar, and ordered a beer. Seeing him, the bartender stared curiously, an odd face. He'd never seen him before. When the man spoke, he slowly removed his hood and coat, explaining, "I just came down from the north. Lately, the Jialong camp over in China has been in chaos." When his hood was fully taken off, it revealed a face with a large scar. Learning the reason for this scar, the bartender felt suspicious, yet his voice sounded Korean. If he were Korean, why come from the north? As he set the beer down, the scarred man replied calmly, "I fled. Back then I knew nothing." Hearing this, the bartender didn't press further and changed the subject. "What's your name?" But the answer, "People in this den also use aliases," made the bartender flinch. He awkwardly rubbed his neck. "You really do look like a true drifter." The scarred man glanced at his reflection in the beer and thought to himself that the look was increasingly perfect. Fame-grade multi-faced crafted mask. When infused with mana, it generates illusions that consume mana but are extremely versatile. Behind that mask was Chial's very pleased face. The multi-faced craft could alter appearance, and by feeding mana into his voice, it could change tone to conceal his identity. "It's been a while since I last came. I'm afraid I might not remember the way." He glanced around the guild hall, one of the dangerous northern areas. Monsters had been cleared, but no one cultivated the land, and places like this always draw shadows back. Traversing dangerous zones worldwide, a village formed by criminals skilled in martial arts and magic emerged, known as the Den of Drift. Some tried to wipe out this den, but that sparked a series of riots by wandering drifters. For that reason, even governments and major powers deliberately turned a blind eye to the den. Cheol sat quietly at the bar thinking, this is the largest drifter den in Korea. Where criminals gather, there are secrets. In my previous life, I hid here to avoid my clan's gaze, though I was eventually discovered. The reason I chose this place as the first stop on my priceless path. Suddenly, Cheol looked up at the bartender and slowly said, may I ask you something? Before the Geelong camp, who controls it now? Upon hearing this, the bartender asked, why do you want to know? Cheol answered honestly, I don't want to die because I didn't know anything while I'm here. I need to grasp the aura to act properly. The bartender hesitated a moment, then exhaled. It's easy to tell, but one beer isn't enough to get the full story. This condition made Cheol frown slightly. Without hesitation, he slapped money on the table. Here, 100,001. Bring me some snacks and another beer. Seeing his straightforwardness, the bartender couldn't help but laugh. You know how to handle things. The bartender then fetched some bar snacks and provided the information Cheol needed. This den has been run by boss Baek Chulsu for 10 years. You must have heard of him even coming from China. This answer seemed to match Cheol's expectations. He replied blandly, of course, who wouldn't know. The butcher Baek Chulsu, he became a drifter after killing his master. Before his regression, Baek Chulsu was the boss dominating Korea's underworld. In his 30s, he seized leadership of the Bakgoth faction and began running the black market. Cheol tapped his fingers on the table, thinking that now was the time when the most valuable goods would start to appear. But the person he wanted to meet wasn't Baek Chulsu, an item once reclaimed by the famed Lee Marshall clan in my previous life. This time, I'll be the one to obtain it. Thinking this, he curled the corner of his mouth. At that moment, at Baek Chulsu's mansion, Chulsu held a stack of papers and waved them lightly. He revealed a scheming smile. Indeed, the black market yielded more profit than dealing medicine. He was the boss of the Bakgoth faction. Chulsu laughed heartily, then addressed the man before him. Director Jeong, you've worked hard. I knew bringing you in was the right decision. The man standing before him was none other than Director Jeong Jinsu. Having said that, Baek Chulsu grinned broadly. He chuckled bitterly and raised his voice. Director Jeong, or should I call you Jeong Jinsu? Then Chulsu slowly stood up. Mind your expression, kid. I've told you I never forced you to stay. Saying this, he approached Jinsu, placed a hand on Director Jeong's shoulder, lined in close, and threatened him. If you can stand it, you can leave any time. The murderous tone chilled Jinsu to the bone. He didn't know how to respond and forced out a strained smile. Director Jeong then turned to Chulsu and said, I'll be careful. Satisfied with the answer, Boss Baek cheerfully turned away. Good, your smile looks even better. You know I truly care about you, Director Jeong. As he laughed and turned, Jinsu relaxed slightly. Chulsu glanced back at him. You went to a good school and make money. It's all thanks to me, right? Director Jeong quickly replied, yes, sir. After a tense exchange, Boss Baek let Jinsu go, returning to the main topic. I'm a bit worried because we issued too few tickets for this black market event. Unexpectedly, the upper ranks like it that way. Why not try increasing the number of tickets a bit? He asked with a crafty smile. Director Jeong calmly responded. Maintaining limited ticket releases each quarter will help us retain loyal customers more effectively. Hearing this, Chulsu shrugged in resignation. Right, I trust you'll handle it, Director Jeong. But remember one thing, our target isn't this cramped, filthy underground, it's up there. You've said it yourself. Nothing stopping you from stepping away from shady dealing. What we gain from the black market is money and connections. Use it as a springboard and we'll step into the light. As he spoke these words, his face was full of malice and scheming. The sky was still clear at that moment, over that spacious house. Jinsu continued explaining to Chulsu. The black market is currently open to only a select few and has become a discreet community. It's most effective for entertainment and money laundering. He explained slowly that anonymity makes it easy to obtain items hard to find in the legal world, which makes it quite attractive. Chulsu was studying the dossier in his hands. Drugs, elixirs, even high-value art pieces. A sneer escaped the boss's mouth. Even people, if someone wants them. Director Jeong merely listened silently to these remarks. The tastes of the elite never change. He slammed the dossier on the table. Chulsu, the money-making is going smoothly. He propped his hand on his chin and added that it was only a matter of time before their Bakgoth faction stepped out of the shadow. Then he warned that at such a sensitive moment, if exposed, just then the door to the room was suddenly pushed open and an announcement was made. Big news, boss. The boss of the Bakgoth faction clenched his fist in irritation and growled. "What are you doing? Do you want to die?" The man knew he'd erred and hastily bowed. "Sir, sorry. He arrived so suddenly I couldn't stop." Hearing this, Cholsu couldn't hide his displeasure and snapped, "Speak up." The informant began, "A guest has just arrived at the Nam Binnen facility. I think you should go there yourself." Cholsu curiously asked about the guest. The question made the black-haired employee hesitate. Well. Then a shocking statement was made. It seemed he came from the prestigious Li clan. "This place is the Nam Bin and safe zone." Chial planted his feet on the ground. In front of him stood a building, and Chial began to ponder. From the outside, it looked like an ordinary office. As he entered, his thoughts continued. In truth, this was one of the key strongholds of the Backgoth faction. The brisk receptionist stood up with a smile and asked, "How may I help you?" Unexpectedly, Chial made a single, concise request. "Call Beek Cholsu out." At first the girl politely explained by protocol, "Sorry, there's no one here by that name," but she was immediately threatened by him. "You'd better keep your mouth shut." The black-haired man's expression darkened, seriousness clear. "Unless you want this place erased from the map by tomorrow." Only then did the girl notice his features. Deep black hair and brown eyes. Could he be from the prestigious Li clan? With no other option, she changed her approach. "Beek Cholsu is not present," Chial immediately demanded, "then call him here at once." The staff member was clearly flustered and reluctant to go. Hearing this, Chial kindly added, "I can leave right now without any loss." His words were loaded with implication. "I wonder if Beek Cholsu can withstand the consequences." With no choice, the receptionist closed her eyes and said, "I'll contact the boss." She led Chial to an elevator and informed him, "I'll take you to the VIP reception first." He responded indifferently, "Do it." The elevator doors quickly closed. The professional attendant pulled out an access card and scanned it. Meanwhile, Chial glanced at himself in the mirror and thought, "Fortunately, I didn't change my hair or eye color. I look like I'm in my 30s or 40s now." He rubbed his chin, calculating that Beek Cholsu had the skill of a level 5 warrior, so he couldn't use mana to change his voice. He quickly concluded that he only needed to lower his voice a bit. The attendant then bowed her head. Politely she said, "I'll bring the tea right away." He slowly relaxed into his seat, eyes half closed, thinking that if this were a bandit base it wouldn't matter, but for someone from the prestigious Li clan to want to meet a drifter and personally enter their den was extremely unusual. Resolving this, he decided he had to make Beek Cholsu come out himself. Shortly after, the door opened again. The figure entering was the boss of the Backgoth faction. Chial sipped his tea and remarked indifferently, "You're late." In response, Beek Cholsu scratched his head. "Sorry, the road isn't closed." He kept stammering excuses, "But I heard you were waiting, so I came as fast as I could." Then he dared to question Chial in return. "More importantly, did you come here because—" A fake smile remained on Beek Cholsu's face as he continued speaking, not having time to react to Chial closing the distance and moving closer. Chial drove his knee straight into the belly of the Backgoth boss. The blow sent him crashing hard into the wall opposite. A painful cry followed. Chial warned in a low voice, "You kept me waiting 30 minutes. The moment you enter a room you should bow and pay respects." He asked, "How dare you walk in here with your head held high?" The two immediately bowed and shouted in unison, "We're sorry." Beek Cholsu still hadn't recovered. He panted, eyes wide, thinking at first this was just a madman pretending to be from the Li clan. His hand tightened on his stomach, feeling the pain from the recent strike. This was real. Studying the man before him, Cholsu continued to think that he'd been careless and taken down in a single move, and that proud, domineering killing intent characteristic of that clan. He quickly adopted a submissive posture and forced a smile, insisting, "Surely you're from the main line or a close branch of the clan. It's an honor to meet blood of the prestigious Li family." His tone instantly became extremely polite. "I am Beek Cholsu, manager of the drifters and this enterprise." Seeing his attitude change, Chial frowned and remarked with implication, "Looks like you're running something very interesting." He flinched and hesitated, asking, "Huh, what do you mean?" Chial stated directly. Hearing this accusation, Beek Cholsu was stunned, his face going pale. "I've heard you're running the black market bold, a rogue from one of the 10 great sword sects." He looked down at him with contempt. "I thought you were just rotting in the dark, but you're planning to use it to climb into the light." The more Chial spoke, the paler the Backgoth boss grew. "Building wealth and connections through the black market, is that right?" He stared at the man before him in alarm. "You know both the martial sects and my current operations. If my actions have offended the clan, I apologize." At that, Chial changed his tone. "That's not why I'm here." A slow explanation followed. "My master has taken notice of you. He wants to start something through you." Then he challenged before Beek could probe further, "Curious to know who my master is." The man himself didn't hesitate to admit, If it's not offensive, may I ask? Chial chose his words, successfully deifying the man. He carries the purest bloodline of the prestigious Li clan and is the most deserving of their throne. He snorted as he continued. The name of the seventh son of the Lei clan was spoken, Lord Li Yihak. The story of the seventh son of the famed martial clan, Li Yihak, a direct descendant known as a commercial genius. They say he may suffer setbacks, but never truly loses. An aggressive merchant who always ensures the final victory. Chial slowly explained that the young master wanted to start a plan through him. The claim stirred confusion in Beek Chulsu. Someone like that wants to cooperate with me. He frowned and pondered carefully. Even if the black market is tempting, it's not enough for a direct heir to show up personally. Then he calculated the scale of it. Who's to say this guy genuinely has ties to the main line? A remark suddenly came from Chial. I see arrogance in your eyes. Chulsu bowed his head. Quickly conceding his fault, he said, Sir, sorry, turning his head as he added, the young master is too magnanimous toward lowly people like me. As he sat, Chial hinted further, leave this matter to me. His hand reached for an item nearby, guiding the motion. Beek Chulsu's eyes followed his movements. If he had wanted to kill him, he would have struck as soon as he entered the room. The identity of the object was quickly revealed. It was. Beek Chulsu nearly cried out in terror. The demon spear Baxel. Then he secretly assessed the piece. The spearhead was longer than the shaft, curving like a wave. Beek Chulsu recalled when Li Yihak went on a mission to the North Sea years ago. Could this be a weapon drawn from the Dragon King's sea realm? Chial raised the spear and asked, You know what this is, right? He didn't hesitate to admit, Yes, I know it's the demon spear Baxel. Then he scratched his head and wondered again, But why can't I sense any kai from it? Chial glanced at the item in his hand and said in a low voice, Of course, you can't, because it's been sealed. His voice continued, Even seeing this might not convince you, but remember, you're not our only choice. Hearing that, Beek Chulsu couldn't contain his curiosity and asked back, Excuse me, but I want to ask, what exactly does the young master want from us? Chial continued to fabricate, My master wants you to expand the black market, the place you created, and control the entire underground economy. This information made him incredulous as he asked again, The black market, you mean that place? It's just the petty schemes we set up to make some spare cash. But Chial answered with certainty, That's not for you to judge. My master has already decided. Beek Chulsu's eyes widened at this, a direct descendant of a famous martial clan personally sticking his hand into the underworld. Even the boss of the White Bone faction understood that, but money in the shadows is still money. With Li Yihak's commercial vision, this move isn't unreasonable. Beek Chulsu's eyes suddenly widened, as if he had realized something. He hesitated and spoke, Do I have any choice in this matter? Chial's answer was not unexpected. No, you don't. Chial's hand clenched into a fist, and a few curses echoed in his mind. Damn it, if you refuse, by morning the combat squad will arrive immediately. That name loomed large in his thoughts. The moment that name was mentioned, your answer was already decided. At this, Chial slammed his sword into the ground and continued, However, if you agree to be my master's loyal dog, that's another story. He listed THE Chinese letter. You would become chairman of a prestigious conglomerate, effectively, a kingdom untouchable under the shadow of the dark organization. Chial kept persuading, making him look up and listen intently, and of course my master will back everything. Only then did Chulsu hesitate and reply, The boss of the White Bone gang quickly made up his mind. What should we do? Chial interjected, Don't rush, we'll vet you right away. Then there was a long silence. Very quickly only Chulsu and Director Jiang remained. He sneered and said, A subordinate of Li Yihak, the seventh of the famous Li martial clan. And then he muttered, recalling the recent events. The demon merchant Bach Tri letter 1 EBFT, the weapon once subdued by Li Yihak in the North Sea. He frowned and concluded, But I still can't fully believe it. Then he glanced at the man beside him and lowly requested, Director Jiang, you should go verify this. He knit his brows and asked cautiously, Up until now, we've deliberately avoided clashing with the famous Li martial clan, haven't we? Then he hesitated on, his meaning somewhat deep, and if they're hiding some plot. Hearing this, Chulsu slowly replied while taking a cigarette from the pack, If he truly is one of Li Yihak's, then there's no problem. He lit up and inhaled as he continued, But if he's an imposter, then we can at least claim credit for uncovering. Exhaling a plume of white smoke, he spoke arrogantly, If he's no good, just think about what to do with Bach Tri letter 1 EBFT at the upcoming black market event. Director Jiang didn't respond for a few moments. Then he reluctantly closed his eyes and agreed to follow orders. The room fell silent once more. Elsewhere, Chial now had wide eyes and silently marveled. A suite, they even know how to do that. The room before him was decorated extremely beautifully. Chial carefully sat down on the bed, feeling contemptuous in his head, thinking, they must be having a hard time right now. He recalled the conversation. I set 3 conditions. The first condition is to sell botch TRI letter 1 EBFT to see if they can handle something as difficult as that. That's how I test their capability. Then he exhaled with satisfaction. After all, the botched TRI letter 1 EBFT I gave them was only a fake. Chial continued calculating. It's a version forged with Mugen, the real botched TRI letter 1 EBFT, the soul-devouring spear that TH letter 1 E5T Ka sealed long ago. An assurance was made that no matter how thoroughly Cholsu inspects it, he won't find anything. Even the clan's techniques can't decode Mugen. Chial's gaze turned to his hand as he thought further. Moreover, that weapon can only be used by me. The thought developed, because I personally anointed it with blood, even if it loses Mugen. I can still call it back with my wielder's ability. He remembered the previous incident. Even from far away, he could summon it back into his hand. Because I steeped my mana deeply into it, and can summon it at any time. Changing topic next. The second condition, check the books, he noted as he recalled the man's expression. Cholsu hesitated, but then he had to produce them. The final condition, the client list. I need all 3 to wrap this up smoothly, Chial guessed as he glanced over. He must be racking his brain over the conditions I set, and with someone as shrewd as Cholsu, it made things even trickier. He interlaced his fingers, and then a line of thought suddenly stopped on Director Jiang. The man standing beside Cholsu. I remember seeing that face somewhere. Only then did Chial startle. He thought seriously, impossible. Daylight streamed brightly onto a high-rise building. A man in a red floral shirt with slick-back hair smiled warmly and said, "Is the suite suitable for you?" Behind him, his assistant followed carrying a stack of documents. He hurried over to Chial, hopping he had rested well. Seeing him, Chial got straight to the point. "Have you prepared everything I asked for?" The man rubbed his hands together and gave a fake, slightly fearful smile. "Yes, I've brought the documents you requested. Do you want to review them now?" Chial sat on the sofa, arms crossed and one leg over the other in a 5-character posture. "Go ahead and show me." Hearing that, the two quickly sat opposite him. Once seated, the man swiftly gestured toward the person beside him and introduced, "This man oversees all operations in my business system. It'll be easier if he presents the material to you," he finished, and the young man in a suit holding the documents promptly stood up. He rose, cradling the papers in one arm while the other hung loose, bowed respectfully, and introduced himself. "Sorry for the late introduction. I'm Director Jiang Jinsu." Without beating around the bush, he handed the stack of documents he'd prepared and said, "This is last year's revenue summary, and here is." While Jinsu focused on presenting his report, Chial stared at his face with a suspicious look. Jiang Jinsu? Could it really be Jiang Jinsu? He searched his memory. Jiang Jinsu. I clearly remember him from before the regression. He was famed for using intellect and rhetoric like a sword. A cutting image returned. The boy with one eye covered and a face half disfigured. He had been the brain behind Li Gunxiang's trio. The boy glanced over with a smile on his lips when he saw that image. He also recalled that the press had reported when the father died, and the heated struggle for the chief position began. It was easy to see online that he had stood up for the third brother. Even the eldest had trouble dealing with Jiang Jinsu. After piecing everything together, he no longer hesitated and silently affirmed it. Now he still had his left arm, with no burn marks. No doubt about it, that was him. He studied the two people standing before him closely. The rise of the White Bone faction was also thanks to Jiang Jinsu. Silently assessing them as he left, Cholsu can manage the organization and the underground economy, but the breakthrough into the surface world and expansion of the black market were Jiang Jinsu's work. His fingers tapped rhythmically on his other arm as his mind kept turning things over. Nonetheless, it seemed the third brother wasn't involved at the moment. A flicker of hesitation crossed his eyes. What should I do? Then he looked straight at him and asked a question. Cholsu, what do you intend to do with Beek Jial? Startled, the man's expression went blank for a moment. Then he quickly recovered and smiled. I plan to auction it on the day of the black market, only to verified clients, so you needn't worry about security. While he spoke, Cholsu not only listened, but kept his gaze fixed and scrutinized every expression. He asked further, when does the black market open? Cholsu replied without hesitation, in 3 days. Hearing that, he agreed, but with one condition. I will attend personally, but first I want to review the list of items to be sold. At that, the man flinched and sweat began to bead on his face. You want to come in person. It seemed he was trying to hide some secret and was making excuses, but because he was lying, he couldn't avoid stammering. The goods are stored a bit away, and the place isn't very suitable for someone like you. He sat and listened attentively, expressionless. I already know the goods are stored at the drifter's warehouse. His remark halted the two of them for a few seconds. He laid his cards out in front of them, showing no deference. Do you think I don't know that? The man's hands had clenched beneath his thighs, without him realizing it. Then let me escort you myself. Chulsu immediately stood up. Shall we go? He rose as well and when asked, only murmured one word in reply. Yeah. The young man let him go first, then stepped forward to retrieve his stack of documents, an action that drew a glance from him. Feeling everything was normal, he turned and walked on. All goods brought into the black market were stored here. As introduced, this was the warehouse where he kept items. Arriving at the building, he politely gestured for him to enter first. Please, after you. Following the two of them into the building, he thought, a warehouse so tightly secured that even the best thieves wouldn't dare touch it, equipped with full magical formations and security arrays. Quite impressive. As he was making a quick appraisal, the man addressed a group of drifters. What would you like to show first? He spoke something unexpected that left the man dumbfounded for a few seconds. Not you. Then he pointed his thumb backward. It seemed this person was the one who really understood everything here. Annoyed by his tone, the man's brows knitted. What do you mean? Seeing the increasingly exposed expression, he thought tauntingly, not even bothering to hide it, then adopted a stern look. Do I need to repeat myself? He said plainly, I don't like trouble. One guide is enough. Unable to do anything about him, the man simply gritted his teeth and swallowed his anger. Yes, understood. When nominated by him, the young man quick-wittedly added, then I'll present the items stored in the warehouse. This way, please. The man clenched his hands, trembling with anger yet powerless to act. Deeper inside were crates neatly stacked on shelves. For the first round, he led the way and explained each crate to him. The first floor mainly held herbs, artworks, and magical artifacts, and the racks over there. Suddenly he detected a scent. This fragrance drifted and brushed past his nose, and it didn't take long for him to recognize it. He hadn't expected to find something like this. Looking deeper in, the scent filled the air. Occasionally a crate on the shelf emitted a glow, and it wasn't hard for him to identify illegal narcotics and banned medicinal herbs, along with monster byproducts and experimental drugs. Realizing this, he immediately told the young man, not those. Are there any old documents or cultivation manuals stored here? Hearing his request, the youth turned and answered at once. Ah, yes, there are. He straightforwardly stated his demand. I want to see things like stone steels or engraved tablet. The youth quickly replied, there on the second floor, I'll lead you up. Not wanting to say more, he nodded once and followed him up the stairs step by step. Up here, the scents grew denser. Suddenly, his gaze landed on something. Before him, an object shone so brightly it hurt his eyes. He silently cheered in his head, found it. He hurried over, unable to look away. The end was corroded, but to find this now. Without hesitation, he snatched it up and mentally assessed that even all the items in this warehouse combined couldn't match its value. He held it up to inspect. There were inscriptions related to astronomy, another engraved tablet depicting the movements of the stars and symbols of the sun and moon. Realizing he'd been careless, he returned it to its place. He wanted to take it now, but this wasn't the time. Moving to another aisle, his eyes were drawn to another item. He stepped closer and was surprised to find that it was impossible an animal spirit. Inside an iron cage, a fox with pure white fur lay curled up. Its body trembled constantly as if terrified. Seeing his unhappy expression, the youth quickly explained it was a little snow fox personally captured by the boss in the north. His face darkened with rage, his eyes seeming to want to burn them alive. He growled, "Are you crazy?" In a lush grassland forest, spirit beasts are creatures possessing spiritual power, true to their name. An area inhabited by spirit beasts maintains spiritual balance through their energy. If the spirit beasts disappear, that area will be engulfed by calamity and disaster, effectively destroying the whole local ecosystem. Realizing he'd displeased him, the youth bowed repeatedly and apologized. "I'm sorry." He didn't press it and said, "Forget it." Scanning the shelves, they were full of explosives, even a skull that suggested military-grade poison bombs, and even dark magical weapons of shadow made. He couldn't believe they stored such a pile of things. His brows knit tighter and tighter. He had feared that intervening would alter the course of history, but perhaps it was better to eliminate them all now. Then he turned back and asked, "These weapons aren't sold at every black market event, right?" Fearing a misunderstanding, the youth explained, "No, sir. They're only put up for sale on special order." Hearing that, he thought to himself that, of course, if such weapons were regularly listed publicly, neither clans nor governments would remain idle. Feeling they'd seen enough, the youth hesitated and said, "Let's head back now." He quickly spun around and said, "Before we go, I have a few final questions for you." His words caused an awkward flash to cross the youth's face. With a very serious expression, he looked at the man opposite him. There are a few things I want to ask. Although a flash of worry crossed his face at not knowing what he'd ask, the youth still nodded. Yes, please ask. He hesitated as he spoke while watching the other's expression. Are you left-handed? The question stunned the other, who echoed in surprise. Huh. The surprise didn't last long. The youth quickly nodded, a bit embarrassed. Yes, that's right. The next remark came out. While working with the drifters, it seems you never learned any self-defense skill. Hearing that, his hands clenched more tightly beneath him. Realizing he'd hit the mark, he pressed on. Is there a reason? Seeming to accept that it couldn't be hidden, the youth spoke up. It's a congenital illness of mine. He looked down at his hands and added, so I can't cultivate mana. Recalling the person from before and now, though age and features had shifted slightly, he internally judged the face was off in a way that made him suspect. Indeed, it was the Jiang Jinsu he knew. Having heard everything, he looked at the man cowering before him and wondered, then why are you under Beak Chulsu's command? You don't fit here. Is there some special reason you follow him? The question made the youth more embarrassed. He fell silent. You don't have to speak if you don't want to, but this may be your first and last chance. At this, the youth seemed unable to hold back and tensed up. He bowed his head, stammering as if the words were hard to force out. I have a daughter. The statement hit him like a weight. This answer exceeded his expectations. The youth continued, sorrow on his face. The illness was passed down to her and took a turn for the worse. Because it's a rare disease, treatment is difficult. The only somewhat effective medicine is classified as illegal domestically and cannot be obtained. Every word he heard from the other rendered him silent. He simply stood and listened as the youth continued. Through the chairman of the company I once served. I learned of him. I revealed the secrets I'd kept and struck a deal with Chairman Beak. Help him with his work in exchange for medicine and money. For his daughter he gave up everything. Though the girl was small, her fate was short. He thought it began merely as money laundering or speculation, things done for his daughter and his career. Using that as an excuse, Jiang Jinsu found himself shackled. Although he felt pity for them, his suspicion didn't abate. How could Jiang Jinsu have been so careless as to end up like this? He pressed on with another question. So you were prepared to betray? The question stunned Jiang Jinsu again, who stammered "W. You were ready to betray Beak Chulsu, weren't you?" Hearing the repeated accusation, the youth flinched. His face grew increasingly tense and he raised his voice. What do you mean by that? Faced with Jiang Jinsu's stress, he remained utterly calm and said, the records and lists are clearer and more detailed than necessary. His words gradually carried more weight. No matter how cunning Beak Chulsu was, it wasn't plausible he'd order something like that. Jiang Jinsu bowed as if to apologize and stammered an explanation. That was just me trying to be thorough with the parts you asked me to handle. Don't make excuses. The three words came out decisively and bluntly. Jiang Jinsu's face could no longer hide his worry and fear. Gradually reading the other's psychology, he continued, if you hadn't prepared in advance, you couldn't have produced such records. He recalled the moment Jiang Jinsu had pulled the dossier in front of him and asked, if those matters were already resolved beforehand, why insist on documenting them into files and keeping them with you? He remembered his father's meticulous teaching. That's why he was so sharp with numbers. Before regression, I mainly handled administrative work, so I could read ordinary ledgers at a glance. And the documents he just saw meant nothing to him. The issue was that the materials Jiang Jinsu brought went far beyond that, blatant, nakedly detailed. Before the regression, due to some incident, the White Bone sect clashed with Sumu and collapsed overnight. Perhaps it was at that moment he betrayed. Two hands clasped each other to demonstrate cooperation. Yet Sumu didn't have to wipe out the White Bone sect completely, because they needed an organization to manage their turf. And of course, Jiang Jinsu surely suffered retribution. It wasn't hard for him to see how the man had been tortured. A worm under pressure will writhe, perhaps out of resentment, or through some covert deal he had colluded with the tree. Jiang Jinsu seemed to know he could no longer hide, and immediately knelt down. I'm sorry. Jiang Jinsu kept bowing his head, begging for mercy. Please forgive me. Please don't tell Chairman Beak about my daughter. Watching the man kneel at his feet, he thought to himself that this was someone once called the brain of the tree. If the historical course had continued as before, this would now be a man who had to be dealt, and the punishment he imagined for Jiang Jinsu would be the loss of a hand rather than leaving his body intact to keep kneeling. He thought to himself that if so, he could accept that. Instead, I'll make you an offer. Hearing this, Jiang Jinsu immediately looked up at him, confusion on his face. Elsewhere in that building, a small lamp remained lit, and wisps of smoke were released in interval. Drifting softly in the air, he sat still, smoking one cigarette after another, waiting for the two to come out. Looking at the door where the two had entered with no movement for a long time, he began to suspect, were they only taking Director Jiang? He clenched his cigarette tightly and ground his teeth, thinking that since they dared set foot in the warehouse, even if they were Sumu's fighters, this was serious. Sitting too long made him overthink. He suddenly imagined another scenario. Could they be planning to take care of Jiang Jinsu and abandon? He dismissed that thought immediately. The black market had grown strong because Jiang Jinsu had carried out exactly what he'd been ordered to do. While he sat in silence, a shaved-head youth came in, rubbing his hands and smiling. "Boss, you don't look well. Shall I bring some drink?" Hearing the voice, he slowly rose to his feet. The shaved-head youth grinned so broadly his eyes narrowed, apparently unaware he was about to face someone's storm. Suddenly, the youth was launched by him, flying and crashing into the door behind. The youth lay still, trembling. After beating him, he slowly took out a cloth to wipe his hands clean, adding, "I told you to change how you address me." He glanced as if the sight offended his eyes and ordered, "Take that bastard away." "Yes," came the reply. He tossed the blood-stained cloth aside and said, "When Director Jiang and that guest come out, inform me." Then he turned and left, thinking to himself that he was not satisfied at all. Standing before the window, he stared into the distance, reflecting on Sumu's sudden visit and the lifeline that was Li Yihak. He frowned, calculating in his mind how much attention he needed to pay to someone like Jiang Jinsu. Night gradually fell over a magnificent castle. A sound came from within the doorway. Someone entered and spoke up. "Sir, Chairman, you sitting behind that chair said, have you finished the investigation I asked you to look into?" Jiang Jinsu did not hesitate and immediately replied, "Because the demonic artifact was sealed. The appraisal was difficult, but according to the appraiser, if it's been sealed that strongly, then it's certainly authentic." The person sitting behind the chair remained silent. He then asked Jiang Jinsu, "So you're a subordinate of Li Yihak, right?" Jiang Jinsu stammered, unsure how to answer, and after a moment, Jiang Jinsu spoke up. "I asked through clients, but all I heard was that young Master Li Yihak has been expanding his business. He's always been growing his enterprises." Director Jiang braced his hands on the armrests and slowly rose, seeming to have lost much of his sharp. He turned, ran a hand through his hair with a thug swagger, and sneered, "Do you think only you could have uncovered what you just found, Jiang Jinsu?" Director Jiang, sounding far less alert, ground out, "So in the end you found nothing, is that it?" Hearing that, Jiang Jinsu went pale and put his hands in his pockets. Beek Chulsu approached slowly but with imposing force. "I don't like keeping useless people." He stopped directly in front of Jiang Jinsu and mocked, "So you think the things you've investigated are work only you could do?" Suddenly Beek Chulsu's tone softened but remained sharp. "Is your daughter all right?" Jiang Jinsu clasped his hands behind his back and tightened them. He curled his lip in a sneer. "The medicine's almost out, isn't it?" Beek Chulsu spoke calmly. "I have a proposal for you." As soon as he finished, Jiang Jinsu's face contorted with tension. A few hours earlier, the man opposite had proposed a plan to bring down the black market, and of course remove Beek Chulsu as well. The other slowly removed his mask to reveal his true face and said, "For that, I intend to use my patron." Li Qiao's face appeared. In a steady voice he said, "I plan to use my older brother." Back in the present, Jiang Jinsu's face was half in shadow. He swallowed nervously as if fighting an inner battle. After a heavy silence, Jiang Jinsu lifted his head and, voice trembling but resolute in the cold room, said, "I have something to report." Early the next morning, the city awoke under a pale dawn. From a high-rise through a glass window, the man silently watched two people approaching below. Li Qiao, disguised, looked down, and a voice behind him said, "For security, the black market's location changes each time." Beek Chulsu and Jiang Jinsu explained that the black market's venue is sent only to those with an entry ticket at midnight. If it's lost, it won't be reissued. He rubbed his hands together obsequiously and added that formations and guards had been prepared meticulously. Li Qiao glanced at the man behind them and silently judged. Though only a band of drifters, they were tightly organized, clearly the work of Jiang Jinsu. His gaze moved to the window frame, and his brow tightened slightly. But looking at the procession below, Qiao found it ironic. Even I can easily spot the gaps. He could confidently assert that because of Beek Chulsu's ineptitude, Jiang Jinsu couldn't reach his full potential. If Beek had trusted him, the black market would be far larger. Seeing Li Qiao remain silent, Beek Chulsu continued, "This is feasible because the entire northern slum district is under my control." He even grandly proclaimed, "I am confident I will be utterly loyal to your plan." Li Qiao suddenly interjected a line that made him flinch and pause. "You loyal?" Beek Chulsu glanced sideways at Jiang Jinsu behind him. "Unlike others, I don't distinguish between clean and dirty work. I'll do any task," he said. Standing to the side and taking in every move, Li Qiao quickly inferred that Beek was wary of Jiang Jinsu. Apparently he was bothered by not being included in the warehouse. He suddenly smiled wryly and said, "All the more welcome." At that, Beek Chulsu raised a hand and gestured in one direction with a proposal. The auction is about to take place, so I'll lead the way. Lee Chial nodded, fine. As he passed him, he instructed, don't draw attention. When you're inside, don't stick close to Beek Chulsu. Beek bowed and signaled, understood. A little later in the auction hall, the large venue was clearly zoned. VIP rows assigned to separate elevated rooms. Lee Chial removed his disguise, but put on another mask covering half his face, and looked down as the attendant placed items on the stage for bidding. He scanned the guests, stopped at a tier where two men lounged arrogantly, and inwardly mocked them for posing grandly while attending an illegal auction. Looking another way, he assessed the position fighters, only around level 6 to 5, while the White Bone sect possessed greater strength than expected. Li Chial surmised that their role was more supervisory than protect. At that moment, the steady sound of footsteps rose. Before the person appeared, a voice addressed the guest. Stage lights snapped on, focusing on the man leading the auction below. Today we present only extremely rare items. Many must have longed for this day. If you see what we've prepared, I'm sure you'll be satisfied. So, without further ado, let's begin. Li Chial sat in his private room, nonchalantly slouched in his chair. After hearing this, the usher gestured aside and introduced the first lot, a book of incantation. Light shone on the pedestal where, on a cushion, lay a turtle shell-like stele carved with characters, a stele reproducing ancient magic, starting bid 10 million won. He announced the opening with enthusiasm. It seemed fairly modest. Li Chial calmly observed the room. If something seemed odd, I'd use my demonic eye to check below. The auctioneer kept speaking, but with a glance he recognized the so-called ancient incantation stele as merely an antique that looked mysterious. He had no intention of bidding. One by one, the items were presented, and after a long bidding session, the final lot arrived. The host smiled, feigning mystery. The item many had awaited was the last piece of the day. He led the crowd on, drawing out the moment, though there had already been many treasures today, behind the wings. Two people carefully moved a wooden box draped in cloth, carrying it to center stage, and the host began to raise his voice. Nothing could match the value of this item. This was personally brought by Li Yi. The seventh son of Seungmu brought this back from the northern sea, he said, then gripped the covering and with one decisive pull revealed it. He formally introduced the object inside, the demonic sword Bakyul. Bidders below erupted. Oh my, it's really Bakyul. Isn't it identical to what's in the papers? Everyone's faces tightened with tension. It was unclear what they had been conspiring. Seated, Li Chial suddenly took notice of a sound beside him. He smirked as a stream of bluish energy condensed in his hand and said, "Then I should prepare." Cut to the observation room. The entire event was being recorded live and broadcast on surveillance monitor. Beek Chulsu sat with arms crossed, impressed. Though he'd attended many times before, he'd never seen it on such a grand scale. Jiang Jinsu stepped forward to report, "I've sent private messages to the guests, saying today's auction would be somewhat special." Hearing that, he gave a cold laugh. "Good work, Director Jiang." He stressed that once this matter was resolved, joining Sumu's ranks would be only natural, right? Beek Chulsu looked up mockingly. Seems Director Jiang is fired up again after composing himself. "Once you hold Sumu's leash, you'll be free to carry out the refined work you prefer," he said. Hearing this, Jiang Jinsu silently clenched his hands and endured. Seeing him like that made Beek even more pleased. "No matter how you struggle, Jiang Jinsu, you'll remain under my control. You're suddenly so eager to do things you used to hate. You must be trying to cling to Seungmu to get out of here. But will it go so smoothly? No matter how much Jiang Jinsu wants to run, once your hands are stained, they only get dirtier. You can't become clean again. No matter how hard he tries, it's the same." Beek Chulsu considered carefully. Li Yihak approached to dominate the underground economy, not because he saw great potential in this black market. After all, Director Jiang personally confirmed that he really was a subordinate of Li Yihak, so if this operation succeeds, we'll secure a very large rope to pull. Thinking that, he smiled confidently. He'd planned carefully. Suddenly, a system supervisor uttered a strange exclamation. He immediately frowned and demanded, "What is it? Sit still and explain." Beek Chulsu sprang up and asked, "What's happening?" Sound from the system was interrupted. "There's an entrance to Area A on the north wall. Suddenly, some strangers have appeared." No sooner had he finished than the room shook violently, as if something had impacted it. After a few seconds of settling, he grabbed the supervisor by the collar and shouted, "What the hell is going on, you bastards?" The man stammered, "I don't know. It's not like police or government special forces." Hearing that, Beek Chulsu angrily let go, shoved the supervisor backward and ordered, "Whether cops or not, clear them out, clean them all up now." He turned and barked, "Director Jiang, grab the lists and ledgers first." But when he turned back, there was empty space. no sign of the people they were looking for. Beek Chulsu stood dazed, muttering, "Seungmu Jeongjinsu." Realizing he'd been deceived, he exploded in rage. "That bastard, bring Jeongjinsu and those men here now." Outside, everything was chaotic. Dust and smoke billowed from all sides. Amid the wreckage, a lone figure moved forward slowly. A bespectacled man with a scholarly air kept one hand casually in his pocket as he surveyed the scene. A footstep advanced slowly toward them. Two attendants bowed respectfully and reported. The external passes were fully under control, and all recording devices had been cut. Jial turned and ordered, "Teams 1 and 2, tunnel straight through the outer wall and sweep everything clean." He looked around and decided, "All items at the scene will be kept as evidence. Leave them as is. Arrest everyone you find." They nodded and responded in unison. Yihak tensed, trying to assess the situation. "I thought the Nine Dragons camp was involved, but it's just a bunch of riffraff." Someone from the back joined in criticism. "They're just wanderers who dared to use Sumu's name to scam people. Because the young master limited his outside activities, this happened." He was somewhat suspicious. "But isn't there something strange?" the man asked. "What do you mean?" Yihak felt puzzled. It coincided with the Bakyul incident, and the information came from two different sources. He dug up further intel. That information was gathered by the trading company's director and the Golden Sword Guild themselves. Yihak nodded affirmatively. The trading company had ties to the White Bone sect, so of course the news would reach them. He suspected their cunning scheme, but it seemed the other side had deliberately used the Golden Sword Guild's name to get the information to him. A subordinate turned and asked, "So someone lured you here?" Yihak nodded. "Yes, that's right." The subordinate guessed from this. "So you think this is a trap set by the Nine Dragons camp? I thought they'd broken Bakyul's seal and taken it to bait me in." The subordinate reported a few more matters, but Bakyul was still sealed, and the Nine Dragons camp had no intelligence indicating any special activity. Yihak's face darkened as he thought hard, who ultimately stood to gain. Suddenly his eyes lit up as if he'd discovered something. "Ah." The subordinate turned to ask, "What is it?" Yihak brushed his hand. "Oh no." He exhaled in relief. "So it's that child," Yihak said, folding his arms with a dangerous look. "If he hadn't been exposed, we wouldn't know, but now that he's out, he'll pay dearly." The host on stage said, "Ah, please wait a moment. I'm verifying the situation. Please hold on." From a small corner, Chial began to rise. After all, he handled matters quickly. He looked down at the scene through the transparent glass panel. Chial cast a spell, releasing a bank of blue energy. The sword inside the glass case trembled. Seeing this, the host grew extremely worried. Suddenly a small explosion occurred. It was caused by Chial. The sword shattered the glass case and flew toward where he stood. Everyone panicked. "Seize them, all of them. Bakyul has been stolen." From outside, the guards rushed in. "He's armed." He grabbed the weapon. "Attack him." Chial then used the art, Kang Kwang Gong. He blasted them upward, flames and devils. Then Chial turned back and emphasized, "I'm very busy." He darted forward like lightning. There were too many forces around the auction. Escaping them wasn't a problem, but if Beek Chulsu arrived it would be troublesome. While running, Chial suddenly paused. He broke into an amused smile. That was quick. Seeing the man before him panting, Chial asked, "Ready yet, Jeongjinsu?" He revealed his plan. "I intend to use my elder to take down the black mark." Jeongjinsu's mind spun. Could it be that Lee Yihak has a younger brother on duty? He was utterly bewildered. Someone had recently begun martial activities with unprecedented speed. Jinsu knew the identity of the man before him, the ninth of Seungmu, the youngest son, Lee Chial. Chial stressed the seriousness. "Whether you accept it or not doesn't change anything. The information has surely reached the Golden Sword Guild." He proposed grim possibilities. "If his brother comes, the White Bone sect certainly won't stay peaceful, and you won't fare any better. Rather than arrest Beek Chulsu, shouldn't you leave the person who actually ran the black market alone?" Jinsu was bewildered. "Why are you saying these things to me?" Chial smiled and repeated, "You clearly said earlier it was a proposal." He candidly voiced his hesitation. "I'm weighing whether to save you or not." Chial said his condition, "Abandon Beek Chulsu and follow me." Jinsu also had one request, only one. "Promise me one thing." He bowed his head, begging, "Protect my daughter, please heal my daughter." Jinsu decided to sacrifice himself for his daughter. "Then I'll do anything, even die for it." Chial said sternly, "Do you think you have the right to set conditions now?" Jinsu wasn't meek either and threatened back, "If you refuse, I'll tell Beek Chulsu everything." He tried to stand firm, insisting Beek Chulsu would definitely flee, and even for Seungmu it would take time to capture him. He could also foresee the situation. Beek Chulsu was very determined. In the end he'd be caught, but not before causing trouble for you. Chial's mind raced. If it was Beek Chulsu, he'd interfere with my fighters out of revenge. He exhaled in relief. Now that's the Jiang Jinsu I know. Fine, healing your daughter won't be difficult. Chial didn't forget to set a condition. There's one thing I must make clear first. He had calculated carefully. Sumu catching Beak Chulsu wouldn't take too long. The only difference is whether he's arrested immediately or a few hours later. But suddenly Chial waved it off. Whatever doesn't matter. Then he turned to ask, "Are you ready to follow me now, Jiang Jinsu?" He quickly clasped his hands together. Jiang Jinsu, face serious, asked, "What should I do?" Chial immediately assigned the task. Leak information to your seventh brother and tell Beak Chulsu that you are definitely his subordinate. When they met again, praise him lavishly. It seems you've followed my instructions well. Jinsu wiped sweat, guessing the issue. Someone like you certainly prepared several layers of insurance. Then he curiously asked, "If I betray you, do you have a way to survive?" Chial turned with a mysterious look. "What do you think would happen?" Then he ran ahead quickly. "Let's go," speaking as he moved. Smoke and dust were now rising everywhere across the city. Jiang Jinsu chased after Li Chial, shouting, "Young master." Finally he stopped, then lowered his voice. "The items you requested are all here." Seeing Li Chial looking at him sternly, Jiang Jinsu quickly told the truth. The gold ingot, once materialized, is stored in the Soul Vault. The account holding the crypto is stored on a USB. He handed him a folder bag and a USB drive. Li Chial opened the folder to inspect. After finding documents still missing, he turned to ask Jiang Jinsu, "What about the stone steel I requested?" He pointed toward a direction and said, "Over here." Jiang Jinsu led Li Chial to a warehouse. The warehouse looked rather old, but everything inside was arranged neatly. Upon arrival, he announced loudly to him, "I've put it in that box." Li Chial carefully opened the box to check its contents. A few seconds later, he voiced his approval. "Good, it's definitely genuine." Li Chial then asked him about the paperwork. "Are the documents prepared?" Jiang Jinsu replied honestly, "Yes, of course." He took the briefcase and admonished him, "Keep it safe, that will be your lifeline." Li Chial also stressed the earlier letter. "The letter I gave must be delivered. They'll misunderstand it as a confession made to save only oneself." Jiang Jinsu promised he'd handle it. "Don't worry, I'll get it done." When everything was settled, he bid his counterpart farewell. "I'm going now." As he spoke, Li Chial suddenly remembered something. If Golden Sword warriors come to search this place, he hadn't finished the sentence. Then suddenly a loud noise rang out outside, and something flew toward them at high speed. In an instant, the warehouse door was destroyed with a huge explosion. Next, amid the rising smoke and dust, a voice suddenly called out, "You fraud." The newcomer was Beak Chulsu, who arrogantly taunted, "How dare you try to harm the famed Beak Chulsu?" At that moment, the dust inside the warehouse still hadn't cleared. Li Chial, not wanting a fight, said, "Leave, you're finished anyway." He didn't want to, but Beak Chulsu did. He brought it out and answered with a sly smile, "Yeah, maybe so." In an instant, Beak Chulsu drew a knife from its sheath and shouted hesitantly, then assumed a fighting stance and snarled, "I won't die alone with such injustice." Not stopping there, Beak Chulsu lunged at them, shouting, "I'll tear both of you apart." Quick-witted, Li Chial shoved Jiang Jinsu aside. Missing his target, Beak Chulsu cursed loudly, "Director Jiang, you bastard." As he summoned his sword, Beak Chulsu accused him of ingratitude. "You forgot I saved your daughter and still betray me." He even uncovered Li Chial's secret, saying he thought he'd pulled a trick by changing faces. No wonder his voice sounded like a child. Hearing that, he inwardly admired his enemy. With so little information, he'd already realized, indeed not someone to be bullied. Driven by pride, Beak Chulsu charged again, yelling, "Die." His strikes were extremely fast and precise. Yet Li Chial could still evade them, and Beak Chulsu grudgingly praised him. "You're not a complete fool. Who are you and what are you doing?" Unfazed, he loudly gave his name. "I am Li Chial of Seungmo." Upon hearing the name and recognizing his background, Beak Chulsu laughed and sneered. "Ha ha ha, am I being toyed with by a bastard?" He mocked Li Chial further. "A greenhouse child. Just because you have a drop of good blood you think you're the terror of the world." Being belittled like that, he was inwardly angered. Greenhouse child of Seungmo. If Seungmo is a greenhouse, the world would be finished. Finally, he decided to teach his enemy a lesson and taunted while waving, "You gonna fight with words? Come on then." Beak Chulsu immediately charged over, cursing Li Chial, "You insolent brat." The two quickly engaged in a fierce fight, and he boasted, "Today I'll be butcher number one again." After a few exchanges, he realized his opponent wasn't ordinary. He'd thought he could block easily, but the pressure was tremendous. Beak Chulsu was fighting at full strength. To win, Li Chial had to think through his strategy carefully. He told himself their rank was both 5, but their realms surely differ. Moreover, Li Chial knew Beak Chulsu had trained in magic and martial arts within an orthodox sect, had years of combat experience and superior physicality. He also admitted to himself that he'd never before faced someone weaker than him. Seconds later, seeing Li Qiao change techniques, Beak Cholsu angrily shouted in his head, "Suddenly a long sword, damn, a weapon that can change form at will, it's truly not a fake." Unable to defeat him, Beak Cholsu muttered, "That dog Jiang Jinsu," noticing he'd been distracted and loudly scolded him, thinking of other things during a fight. Immediately afterwards, Li Qiao successfully slashed Beak Cholsu in the abdomen. Blood gushing out, he shouted, "You arrogant brat." Li Qiao paused for a few seconds, panting, and thought to himself, that was tough. But he decided to activate his supernatural demonic eye, reading paths and intuitively sensing movement. Additionally, Li Qiao considered using Xiumu's sturdy body to resist the opposing force, and once he found the optimal fighting method, he immediately joined the fight with a thought forming in his head. I've fought and beaten 6 billion even faster than Beak Cholsu. The two clashed in an earth-shattering battle that made the warehouse tremble. Minutes later, Li Qiao was thrown a distance away. However, he rose to his feet without a single wound. Seeing that, Beak Cholsu looked puzzled, wondering how a brat could possibly do that. Beak Cholsu watched Li Qiao continue to swing his sword forward and murmured inwardly that his magical power comparable to mine is acceptable given his prestigious lineage, but the depth of his martial skill is too profound to be dismissed as a mere brat. He even privately compared his strength, feeling as if he were facing a massive boulder. Facing such a strong enemy for the first time, Beak Cholsu clenched his teeth in irritation and thought, I didn't expect to feel this way when my opponent is just a brat. In the end, he still wanted to win at all costs, so Beak Cholsu resolved inwardly to deal with him quickly and cleanly. Beak Cholsu kept doubting, it's only a kid, so what is this after all? He ground his teeth, feeling as if he were confronting a gigantic rock. Finally, Beak Cholsu planted his foot hard on the ground and sprung forward toward Li Qiao. Every time he swung the knife, Li Qiao deftly evaded. His basic technique was rock solid, like a fortress. After dodging, Li Qiao suddenly stepped back, and the sword in his hand immediately transformed into a long spear. Beak Cholsu was momentarily stunned, an unusual weapon that can change form. He hastily retreated to brace for the incoming thrust. Amazement rose in him. It was like fighting 3 or 4 people at once. I planned to bother this brat and Jiang Jinsu, and then withdraw quick. Beak Cholsu thought to himself that they probably didn't know he had connections in the 9 Dragons camp. If he ran now, he might still keep his life. However, the hatred from being deceived and betrayed prevented him from standing aside. Even if he had to die, he would slit those two's throats first. Beak Cholsu stepped back, gathering his energy into his legs. He suddenly kicked the ground hard, cracking it open. Rubble flew up. This strike could not be dodged. Countless stones flew toward Li Qiao. He crouched and swept them away with his long spear in a single arc. Amid the smoke and dust, Beak Cholsu vanished and closed in. From his side, he drew a short blade, intending to seize the opportunity to assassinate, an attack that once severed my master's neck. Beak Cholsu tightened his twin blades and unleashed his ultimate move, the concealed lake reversal technique. Li Qiao watched his movement in astonishment, so fast in the blink of an eye. Beak Cholsu slashed with a blade, but he had time to raise his spear to block. Immediately after, he spun his wrist and swung the other short blade. A quick, clean strike passed through a gap in Li Qiao's defense and cut down onto his left shoulder. The blow forced Li Qiao to step back, and he coughed softly. Beak Cholsu curled his lips in a sinister smile. At that moment, seizing the opportunity, he rushed forward shouting, "Die!" The tip of the blade tore through the smoke and lunged straight ahead. A flash of light flickered around Li Qiao's glaring eyes. The long spear in his hand transformed into a black sword. Seeing that, Beak Cholsu froze midair for a moment at the new sword. He instinctively tightened his short blade and swore, "Damn it." Then suddenly a rope shot through the air. Off guard, Beak Cholsu had Li Qiao's whip wrapped tightly around his wrist. "Got you!" He tightened his grip on the whip's handle and yanked him forward. With the distance closed, Li Qiao raised his sword to deliver the finishing blow. Victory is mine. He unleashed his ultimate endless move, Demonic Lure. A blazing slash drove straight into Beak Cholsu's chest. From that cut, hot, bright red blood spouted forth. He couldn't help coughing up a mouthful of blood. His body staggered, and he collapsed to the hard floor. Beak Cholsu trembled all over. In a hoarse voice, "Damn you, you dog," Li Qiao said coldly. The dying words of a third-rate thug are unnecessary. With that, he coldly swung his sword. In an instant, his head and body were severed. Beak Cholsu's body fell over as fresh blood poured out, staining the floor red. Li Qiao sheathed his weapon, his breath heavy with fatigue. Suddenly, he staggered and fell. "Damn, my leg is injured." Just then, Jiang Jinsu appeared in time to catch Li Qiao. "Are you all right, sir?" He steadied himself and nodded slightly. Yes, I'm better than I thought. Looking at Beek Chulsu's corpse, Li Qiao thought to himself, is this my first time killing someone in this life? Jiang Jinsu stood silently watching. Then he looked up at the boy, thoughtful. Only 15, barely any different from my daughter. Recalling Li Qiao's fight, Jiang Jinsu couldn't help but marvel. He's truly strong. Since I knew Beek Chulsu was ordinary, that makes this power even more terrifying. He bowed to him. Thank you very much, sir. Li Qiao curved his lips. No need to thank me. After all, I did it for something I needed to take. Jiang Jinsu hesitated. So what should I do now? He replied satisfactorily. Having zeal is good, but first we must finish this matter. Li Qiao added something that surprised him. Deal with your daughter's matter first, since our deal starts from that. Jiang Jinsu was moved inwardly. He hadn't forgotten what was said. I have a hunch this child is almost certainly different from Beek Chulsu. A rare relieved smile crossed his face. If he contacts me later, I'll sincerely become his right-hand man. Suddenly a loud explosion rang out, making the whole room shake. Li Qiao surveyed the scene and guessed that the white bone sect was flailing in its death throes. Jiang Jinsu raised the briefcase and asked anxiously, "Can you get out in that condition? You shouldn't reveal your identity." "I've put the documents in the bag," he said, taking it and nodding. "That's right." Li Qiao reassured him. "Don't worry, I'll get out as soon as the situation is right." He quietly calculated the Kim Sword Guild's abilities were indeed extraordinary, but since I have silver form technique and 10,000 electric threads, at that moment, Jiang Jinsu suddenly cut off his thoughts. There's a secret tunnel. He recounted that a drainage channel ran through it, wide enough for a person to walk. Jiang Jinsu offered sincerely, "I'll lead the way for you." Seeing that, Li Qiao smiled faintly. Has he really made up his mind? He recalled the previous negotiation, when he knew clearly the deal couldn't be revoked, so he had surely fulfilled his promise seriously. Li Qiao compared the look in the man's eyes then to now. Now it wasn't helplessness, but sincere intent showing. A surge of satisfaction rose in him. Before regression, people called him a rare genius mind. I have secured Jiang Jinsu. Finally, Li Qiao spoke. Then I'll be relying on you. Jiang Jinsu nodded firmly. Yes. The two then sprinted down the corridor together. At that time, he reported that they'd suppressed all the White Bone sect members in the building. Hearing this, Sumu warned that most White Bone members were vagrants, and their treatment wasn't a concern. If anyone resisted, just break a few legs or arms. He spoke cruelly. If they resisted fiercely, they could be killed. Hearing that, the man bowed his head and said yes. The subordinate smiled and asked further, "What about those attending the black market? How to handle them when they scream and threaten to call lawyers and cause a scene?" He smirked, hearing Li Yihak's name in them. Still acting like that suggested they hadn't grasped the situation. "Young master," he said mockingly, "we've been granted authority by the state to deal with them, though those powers apply only to groups with special armed forces." Li Yihak's tone darkened, as he said gloomily, that it seemed they didn't realize that coming out into the building would only make their throats more vulnerable. He laughed and continued, "Sumu's legal team, no." Li Yihak turned his head to look back. The three tied on the ground listened tensely to the man's words. "Just mobilize the young master's private legal team, and the court case will be clear." Then another man came to report that the fleeing White Bone members had all been captured. Hearing that, he asked, "What about the evidence?" He produced a stack of papers and said, "This is all that's in the black market." Li Yihak took them and studied the information inside the documents, pondering. Then he handed them back and said, "No ledgers or entry lists, so they must keep those elsewhere, huh?" Li Yihak fell silent. It would be tidier to sweep those places too, but then the vagrants would scatter everywhere. Suddenly, the subordinate beside him hesitated and said, "About that." He recounted that while the Spirit Sword Guild was searching, they caught one person. Hearing that, he asked, "One person?" Then the man pointed over and said, "They say he used to be directly in charge here, but he produced this." Another grabbed a handbag, insisting the young master had to see it. Li Yihak pulled out the stacks of papers from the bag and examined them. After reading their contents, he couldn't help but be startled in surprise. This, before Li Yihak, was a historical ledger of money flows and names involved in transactions. Many borrowed name accounts, personal information of visitors, smuggling routes and origin. He then looked up and said, "Bring him here." The subordinate immediately replied, "Yes." A while later, amid the ruined ground and scattered rubble, a man approached. The man behaved respectfully. "May I have an audience with one who bears the blood of the great clan?" He looked up and introduced himself. "My name is Jiang Jinsu." His subordinate, angered, shouted, "Arrogant wretch, where do you get that haughty attitude?" Li Yihak raised his hand to shush him. Enough. He thought to himself that such looks were a pity to be wasted on serving the White Bone sect. Li Yihak began to assess him. Clear eyes, upright bearing, no discernible mana, yet a man with proper bearing. Then he spoke, "I am the young master of Sumu Leha. I have a few questions. Jiang Jinsu nodded solemnly and answered, yes, I will answer honestly. He produced the stack of papers and asked, why didn't you destroy these and instead keep them? It looks like a trick to avoid the immediate situation. Hearing that, he reminded them, there's a letter inside the briefcase. That man said that showing that one sheet to you would be enough. Li Yihak turned to look at the briefcase. He reached into the briefcase and took out a small letter. After feeling its material, Li Yihak wondered if it had been printed on paper that prevented handwriting recognition. The letter's contents revealed that those documents would more than cover this matter, and then some. They only asked that the man be looked after a little, and since he had a daughter, they begged you to help treat the girl as well. After reading the letter, Li Yihak smiled slightly. This insolent fellow dares blatantly to exploit his elder brother. Yet he did not deny that the documents clearly had value. If leveraged, they could yield funds tied to Beek Cholsu and provide leverage to blackmail the wealthy's weaknesses. Li Yihak tapped the paper and could even claim credit for cleaning up the black market, but he only cleared the grounds. I've already handled the aftermath. Now he wants to use this to negotiate. Facing the person staring straight at him, he thought privately that, moreover, you shouldn't have accepted help from the clan while on a mission. Suddenly, Jiang Jinsu reminded him that there was something written on the back of the paper. Hearing that, he bent down and flipped the paper to the other side. The content on the paper revealed an additional postscript line. Are you grabbing the spoon before the rice is served and letting your mind wander? Besides, you've already taken all the important benefits, so you probably don't care who I am. I think so. Unless you're really petty, you'd quietly close this matter. That's just how I feel. After reading those lines, Li Yihak couldn't help but snort stiffly. He smiled slightly. The postscript was longer than the main content. He wondered if this kid even understood the meaning of a postscript. Li Yihak exclaimed, has anyone ever begun the first step of a warrior's path like this? He then put the letter inside his shirt, so it's not direct contact then. Li Yihak smiled, truly arrogant, but fine. If it's that kind of deal, I welcome it. He recalled Chial's posture after defeating the sixth sister, and seeing this attitude too, decided that choosing the youngest instead of the sixth sister was indeed wise. I feel we might understand each other, Li Yihak said with a smile. Captain, let's end the case here. He blinked and replied, yes. He added that when personnel from the relevant department arrive, they should hand it over and summarize, and because there are dangerous goods, clean up carefully. At this time, the city's smoke and dust hadn't fully cleared. With these documents, the next steps won't be difficult. Then Li Yihak said, and you are Jiang Jinsu, right? I will temporarily take responsibility for your safety. He smiled and turned away. Be grateful to whoever sent you that letter. Cut to Chial's room. He was sitting cross-legged on a chair, silently training. Energy kept radiating from his body. Suddenly, a strange sensation in the shoulder wound startled Chial, and he opened his eye. He couldn't help but recall that the clash with Beek Cholsu had been a rather valuable experience. Chial's hands were still touching each other. It's been a long time since I acquired the infinite, but this is the first time I pulled the infinite out to face a human. He began calculating. I used it against the trainer on Jiaxingdo and when sparring with my father, but never against an equal fighter, one even stronger than me, with no limits set. A stream of chi gradually emanated from Chial's body as sunlight filtered in. The outcome of the fight was largely decided by Beek Cholsu's pride and mistakes, but even if not, I'm confident I'd win. At this point he stirred, pushed himself up with his feet, and sat up. In the warrior's path, real combat like this is what matters. So far it's all been constrained matches. He smiled as he put his shirt back on. With everything so quiet now, it seems the elders have accepted the deal. Chial made a decision. Then now I have to call that person out. Back in the Republic of Korea, Seoul, cars hustled by and the air was incredibly fresh. In a quiet alley lined with food stalls, Chial stopped in front of a house and looked up. He eyed the simple house and pondered, no signboard, looks more like someone's home than a restaurant. Then Chial slowly opened the door and stepped inside. He went to the reception desk and said, I booked a table under the name Jiang Jinsu. The receptionist immediately replied, yes sir, I'll show you to your room. So he quietly followed the receptionist to the reserved room. After a moment, the door to a room opened. A middle-aged man who had been waiting inside stood up to greet him. You're here at last. Chial stepped in slowly and remarked, I didn't expect a place like this. The man explained, this is a space for private conversations. You won't hear anything from outside. Chial saw the man cover his mouth and chuckle and asked, why are you laughing? The man regained his composure and replied, pardon me. It's just that now I really feel the age of the young master. Then he studied him thoughtfully. Perhaps because of the Sumu background you look more mature. But looking closely you still have boyish traits. A youth is a youth after all. After observing for a while he commented, but the gaze and bearing make you not feel like you're facing a mere boy. Recalling what he'd witnessed, he marveled. A 15-year-old managed to lure Lee Yihak, the family's golden swordsman, capture Beek Chulsu and bring down the whole black market. After some thought, the middle-aged man politely said, "First, I want to offer my thanks. Both my daughter and I have received great favor from you, young Master Chial." He calmly sipped his tea and replied courteously, "No need for such excessive thanks, it was just a transaction." The man still expressed gratitude. "The very fact you proposed that deal was a favor. Without you, I'd still be bound by Beek Chulsu." Seeing his persistence, Chial sighed and said, "Is that so? How is your daughter now?" The man answered, "Not fully recovered, but much better." He even praised the Seungmu Family Medical Center truly lives up to its reputation. Chial replied briefly, "That's good to hear." At that moment, the man seemed to have something difficult to say. Then he seriously proposed, "Young master, you kept all your promises to me. Now it's my turn to fulfill mine. I'll do anything. What do you need me to do?" Seeing him so serious, Chial teased, "You talk as if I'm going to order you to do some dirty work." The man flustered, "That's not what I meant." Chial stifled a laugh and said, "I know." Then Chial opened the bag he always carried. "First, I have a few favors to ask." He took out a dossier and a USB and placed them on the table. The man was surprised. "What's this?" "Isn't this the dossier and USB you took that day? Why bring them back here?" Chial explained, "I only borrowed them to take a quick look. I'll hand them over to you, so handle them very carefully. Seems like I'll have a lot of places that need money soon." The man was puzzled. "What trust do you have in me to give me this task? This money no longer has an owner now. Don't you think I could take it and run?" Chial asked calmly, "What, planning to run off?" The man hurriedly said, "No, not like that." Chial said seriously, "Of course I don't trust you yet because you haven't given me a reason to trust, but I trust the circumstances surrounding you right now." Chial thought of the two troubles Jiang Jinsu was entangled in. First, the continuous magical treatment for his daughter. Second, the ties to the white bone sect. He only gained freedom thanks to a deal with Seventh Brother. But if that person changes their mind, I can drag the past out and bind him anytime. I think that's enough to answer. The man bowed his head and replied, "Yes." Suddenly Chial added something that made him gasp in surprise, though he still couldn't fully believe it. Chial held out his hand. "I hope that one day I can truly trust you. It would be nice if we could trust each other without thinking about transactions or complicated circumstances." The man looked at the outstretched hand and pondered, unable to understand what exactly the young master saw in him to be so sincere. Thinking of the contrast between Chial and his old boss, the man added, "I thought he'd be like Beek Chulsu, seizing others' weaknesses and exploiting them." Even though young Master Li Chial always draws clear lines through transactions, the relationship between him and me ultimately remains a debt I carry. After a long moment, he finally found his own answer. "But the way the young master treats me gives me the feeling he truly sees me as an equal." He immediately reached out and took Chial's hand and said, "Understood. I will prove everything one by one. It won't take long." He replied contentedly, "I'm really looking forward to that." Chial also observed the man and noted, "Now I no longer see him as someone who lost his light under Beek Chulsu, but rather the silhouette of Sial Jium overlaying." Seeing him take the bag, the man asked, "Where are you heading now?" Chial answered enigmatically, "Southward." After leaving the restaurant, Chial was walking down the street when suddenly a child's voice rang out, "Mom, look, that guy must be a fighter. So handsome." The mother immediately pulled her son away and said, "What are you saying? No, come here." Chial, standing nearby, heard it and froze, murmuring anxiously, "Thought I'd hidden it well, but turns out a little slipped out." But not wasting time, Chial kept walking. On the busy street, with people coming and going, Chial stood among the crowd, observing everything around. Elsewhere, at a simply styled cafe, with wisps of smoke from who knows where drifting everywhere, a woman with brown hair was puffing on a cigarette. When the staff brought her coffee, she suddenly uttered a sound of apparent surprise. Then she looked out the clear window and exclaimed, "What is this now? We've caught something interesting." With her cigarette still burning, she commented excitedly, "I've never seen stats like this before." So the woman stood up and walked outside saying, "Let's see who that is, come on." At that moment, a face appeared with bewitching eyes and unanswered mysteries. The woman continued excitedly, "With these very eyes." Chial sat with his legs crossed in a first-class train carriage, holding something in his hand. He propped his chin and muttered, "Deposit around 100 million. This should cover immediate operating costs." Chial looked up. "Thanks to Jiang Jinsu, I can arrive comfortably." Closing the bank book, he thought to himself, "I wonder how Jiang Jinsu will present himself this time." Lifting his bag and preparing, he already had a plan in mind. His talent has been proven, so for now let him freely show his abilities and see what happens. Plan slowly took shape in his head. If Jiang Jinsu shows powers like Xiao Jiom once did, he'll be strong enough to help me build a support base. Qial's eyes gleamed. It was crucial that people knew there was a foundation backing me. Events replayed in his mind. So far, luck and the pretext were both in place. Being someone who knows the future lets you do a lot. But from now on, I must be more careful using information from my past life. His thick brows twitched slightly. Whatever I do next has to look like reasonable, logical prediction. Suddenly an announcement blared. This stop is Forest Station. Chial sighed slowly and stood up, first of all. I have to take care of my own affairs, more than Jiang Jinsu. Afternoon sunlight draped the station, as his black-haired stride lengthened leisurely. Standing amid the crowd, Chial glanced at the people around him, as he finally arrived in Gyeongsangbuk-do, Jeonju. A sudden stab of pain hit and caught Chial off guard. He put a hand to his tired head, thinking since the training at Chinwi Mountain, he hadn't lost control even once. Here in Jeonju there are countless relics and ruins, so this is a place where ancient and modern coexist. Objects carrying long histories contain power, and in that power there's a mystery modern times can't explain. A man-made sacred land has miraculously reached a state of balance, Jeonju. He thought of the item he carried. This very place hid traces of that person. The ancestor of the Li Hulheian line, stories passed down mostly by word of mouth, to the point scholars once whispered he might be fictional. On Sungmu Mountain, there's only a spirit tablet worshipped in rites, no remains of Li Hulheian. Until in my past life, a relic related to Li Hulheian was discovered. Who knows how long he walked thinking, and there they also found documents related to Li Hulheian. Just as his thoughts reached the crux and another purpose, someone suddenly cut in. Hey kid. The person blew cigarette smoke from plump red lip. A beautiful blonde woman with a smoking pipe spoke. Who are you? Chial had wanted to meet this person. She smiled, delightful. The cigarette smoke followed her steps and enveloped him. I detected a strange signal on my magic scanner, so I came to check. Her eyes flashed with a strange light. Who would have thought you have the same thing on your eye as I do? Owners of the demon eye rarely reveal themselves to the world. What a coincidence. Besides me in Korea, there's one more person. The archmage at the Eiffel Magic Tower in France, Valérie de Belle, from French nobility. In her past life, she was one of the few archmages to reach level 2. The demon eye she owns can read every piece of information hidden in things, an interpretive eye. Chial was a bit taken aback by this turn. I planned to find this woman, but didn't expect to meet her like this. Valérie de Belle suddenly lined in. Hey, are you afraid of me? She asked again when he stayed silent. Or are you not Korean? He had to sigh, I'm Korean, and she immediately giggled. Phew, lucky me. I only know how to speak Korean. Another quiet sigh escaped, knew it beforehand, but this woman really is unpredictable. Rumors flashed through Chial's mind, the nickname this woman will earn in the future. Wonder of the Magic Tower, or more accurately, the Witch of the Magic Tower. What puzzled him wasn't just that. The reason she came to Korea was ridiculous. She suddenly decided to study incantations here, and she didn't even bother to ask the Magic Tower Master for permission before leaving. The more he thought, the paler he grew, and the reason she decided to naturalize in Korea was because the fried chicken here is so good. Back in reality, Valérie de Belle asked, enough about that. Who are you? Chial threw up his hands. You were the one who started the conversation, so why are you asking me? She clicked her tongue and reached out, being picky indeed. Then let's greet properly. The sorceress introduced herself calmly. I am Valérie de Belle. As you can see, I'm not Korean, I'm a mage from the tower. He also extended his hand and took hers in goodwill. I am Li Chial. Upon hearing his surname, she was somewhat surprised. Li, could you be from the Li family in Korea called Seungmu? Chial nodded. Yes, that's right. Valérie de Belle exclaimed that if he were from Seungmu, he'd be like royalty in this country. Chial wasn't so arrogant. True, they held great power, but they were far from royalty. Her pipe swung through the air. Oh, the pipe pointed straight at Chial, bluntly exposing him. So why hide that cute face behind a mask? Are you on the run? Not going to deny it. He slowly removed the mask. His magic-eye nature was the same as hers, and he had awakened it long before she had, which wasn't surprising at all. She smiled without astonishment, though I had investigated quite a bit. Chial continued the conversation with his real face. I've already seen eyes similar to yours. Valérie de Belle's interest was piqued. I've never heard of Seungmu having a magic eye. What is your eye's ability? He wondered why he should reveal his power. She squinted and smiled. My eyes are explanatory eyes. They can read and render any object or phenomenon as data. And you. Seeing that expression, Chial had nothing to say. The sorceress's seemingly harmless smile remained, but something gradually shifted. Then there was no other option. In an instant, her eyes changed color and her voice deepened. I'll have to examine it myself. A fierce power emanated, Chial's eyes, seemingly stimulated, also changed color. He crouched and covered his eyes, asking angrily, "What are you doing?" Seeing his distressed look, Vale softened her tone. Sorry, I'm just too curious, but it's strange." She stepped closer, but couldn't read anything at all. Seeing his still angry eyes, the sorceress coaxed him. "Don't be angry. Consider it an apology. I'll tell you something interesting." She forced a fake smile and added, "Now talk to me a little longer, will you?" The sky had already turned to dusk, with faint evening light filtering into the large corner apartment on the street. Valerie and Chial stopped in front of the old gate of the villa, hesitating as they probed, supposedly inviting him for coffee, yet here of all places. Chial scanned the surroundings and inwardly marveled. From the outside, it just looks like an ordinary abandoned house, but Valerie paid no mind and smiled as she said, "All right, let's go in and take a look." As soon as she finished speaking, a faint red light swept past Chial, leaving him momentarily stunned. He guessed inwardly. Just now, that sensation felt like the sorcery of a yokai. Valerie seemed to sense something too and asked, "You've noticed now, haven't you?" Without using demon eye and still sensing it, could it be you've already studied magic? Chial replied softly, "I haven't studied magic, but such a strange feeling is nothing surprising." She quickly explained, "That sensation, if you're not at master level like me, you couldn't possibly detect it." Chial furrowed his brows in thought. "Master? Do you mean the master of the Eiffel Magic Tower, Michael Garrett? If one hasn't reached that level, it's impossible to sense. Has she really achieved that?" Chial exhaled to steady himself. "I've experienced something similar before." Valerie rubbed her chin and murmured, "No, it's different. Even if you've experienced something similar, normally you still couldn't sense it." Her eyes suddenly flashed with a dangerous glint. "Unless you've trained magic to its absolute limit." Chial broke into a cold sweat and swallowed hard. "From the start, I've had this strangely familiar feeling." His face paled as he recalled Jiowa. "She looks just like my aunt." The image of Jiowa appeared, smiling and waving cheerfully. "Little one, come on, time for some fun training." Chial steadied himself and asked, "So this is instant teleportation?" Valerie gently pushed the door open and explained calmly, "No, I do have quite a bit of money, but not quite to that extent." She stepped inside smugly and proudly declared, "More accurately, I've used mana and internal energy to connect a tunnel." The house was covered in dust everywhere. Valerie cheerfully invited, "Come in." Chial immediately stepped inside. In stark contrast to the dilapidated exterior was a spotlessly clean and neatly arranged counter. Chial's gaze turned to the counter's owner. He asked curiously, "That thing?" Looking at the counter owner, he thought, "Not human, mana detectable, no biological activity." Valerie knew he was extremely puzzled and quickly explained, "That's a golem, a machine with a mana core embedded inside. From here on, it's my workshop. All sorts of bizarre things might appear." She plopped down on a chair casually. "Want to order a drink first?" Chial set his bag down and ordered, "I'll have a hot tea." Valerie snapped her fingers to summon service. "Sure, I'll have an espresso." Chial probed, "Is it possible to install something like this in a workshop?" Valerie replied nonchalantly, "I wanted it to feel like a real cafe, but going out every time is such a hassle. Yes, no problem." She held the cigarette in her hand, took a drag, and said, "There are so many things I want to ask, I don't even know where to start." Chial asked curiously, "Why do you think I'll answer?" She replied, "How stingy." Then she said, "Fine then, even though I look like this, I know quite a lot." Valerie lowered her voice and raised 3 fingers. 3 questions. Each person gets 3 questions and answers one by one in turn. How about it? The 3 questions and answers ceremony. An ancient magic unique to Valerie. Famous for when she couldn't satisfy her curiosity, she would propose this game of exchanging 3 questions and 3 answers. The unique spell created by applying her technique later became one of the symbols of the mage named Valerie. And exchanging plain questions is boring. She raised her voice, "So I'll add a game using my magic." Hearing that, Chial sipped from his cup and inwardly marveled, just as the rumors say. He immediately replied decisively, "I refuse," making her eyes widen in surprise. He clearly stated his position. "We've only just met today. What could I possibly be curious about?" She asked, puzzled. "Not curious about my eyes." Chial explained further, "Earlier, even without asking, someone deliberately told me already, though." He set his teacup down with a sigh full of emotion. "This game does sound quite interesting. Let's set the condition. The winner gets to make 1 request, then I'll join." Valerie repeated, "A request? You say you're not curious. What do you plan to request?" Chial's face was completely serious. "That can wait until later." He continued, "An opportunity to make a request of a mage with her own workshop doesn't come often," making her fall deep into thought. She lifted her wand with visible difficulty. "Not very pleasant, but fine. The rules are simple." The wand swung, releasing a burst of intense red power that enveloped the entire space. Her face lit up with unconcealed excitement. From now on, each person has 3 questions and 3 answers. The red glow merged together, forming a small flame. She explained the rules. Questions can be anything, ask whatever you want. Answers, too, can be true or false. But you have to guess whether the answer is true or false. The one who guesses correctly more times wins. And the loser must give detailed, truthful answers to the winner's 3 questions. She smiled to ease the atmosphere. Overly obvious questions are forbidden, like gender or name, for example. Chial immediately asked, "How do you distinguish true from false?" She pointed to her head. "This spell belongs to mental magic. It reads the waves of consciousness from the subconscious." She answered, "Even if the loser deliberately tries to hide the truth, due to the magic's effect, they will naturally speak it out." And then, from within the chest, Valerie condensed a brilliant glowing orb, her voice grave. "I, Valerie de Belle, swear on my title as a mage, I will honestly fulfill everything said, without tricks or deceit." With that, the orb condensed and burst above their heads, and will abide by the rules to play a fair match. Valerie placed her hand as if making a vow. "This is a mage's oath. If broken, I will lose all my mana." She immediately began. "Now you can believe I won't play any tricks, right?" Chial nodded. "Yes." Waiting for just that, Valerie snapped her fingers to signal. "Then let's begin." Red orbs floated above their heads. Valerie faced Chial with an air full of mystery and tension. Chial politely invited, "You go first." Valerie happily replied, "All right, let's start light then." Her eyes glowed with a mesmerizing purple, dreamy eyes gazing at Chial as she asked, "What is the ability of your demon eyes?" Chial closed his eyes in thought. Right from the first question, she's asked exactly what I most want to know, then quickly answered, "I possess a power similar to yours." As soon as the answer ended, one flame above Chial's head abruptly extinguished. Valerie jumped up in shock. What does that mean? Can I count that as the second question?" She sighed and explained, "Fine then, now it's your turn to ask." Without wasting a moment, Chial asked, "Why are you curious about my demon eye?" She pondered deeply. In an instant, she answered decisively, "Because of my thirst for knowledge, simply curiosity as a mage." Immediately after, one flame extinguished. Chial inwardly marveled. Such a vague answer. Anyway, in this game, the content of the answer doesn't matter. Facing each other, Chial calmly speculated, "What's important is asking the questions I want to know, and seeing through whether the opponent's answer is true or false. If I win the game, I'll get detailed answers to my questions. And I don't need to be too picky about question content." Chial smiled in satisfaction. "What I'm aiming for is victory in the game, because afterward I'll have the right to make one request of." Right after, Valerie calmly spoke, "All right, second question." Time slowly passed. Once again, it was her turn. "Now my final question." Valerie's eyes sharpened piercingly. "You've already known about me." She stared straight into Chial's eyes and asked directly, "Exactly how much do you know about me?" Chial answered seriously, "From birth until now, I've never once seen or heard anything related to you." Suddenly, Valerie covered her mouth and smiled smugly. "I win." She observed every expression of Chial joyfully. Though young, he keeps a pretty good poker face, but his facial muscles twitched just a little. Now it was Chial's turn to investigate. "My turn for the final question, right?" Valerie said leisurely, "Ask away." Hearing that, Chial suddenly smiled. Then, propping his chin, he posed the issue. "In your opinion, have I won yet? Do you think you'll lose?" Valerie sighed in evaluation, asking that for the last question, "Is that allowed?" Chial didn't comment, just urged, "Just answer." She took out a compact mirror while replying, "Fine, sure." Following that, she confidently declared, "You've lost because I've won." But suddenly, the flame orb beside Valerie exploded, startling her. Valerie looked around, puzzled, muttering, "Did I get it wrong?" But clearly. Chial leisurely spoke, "Want me to explain the reason?" Then he calmly explained, "First question, being curious about my demon eye because of thirst for knowledge. That was true. But the next one he pointed out directly. Second question, you lied." Those words made Valerie's eyes widen in shock, while Chial calmly watched her, thinking inwardly, "The 3 questions and answers ceremony belongs to mental magic after all." He leisurely lifted his teacup and added, "And the final one." Chial concluded firmly, "That one also became a lie, because the winner is me." Hearing that, Valerie dejectedly accepted the result. "I lost. According to the agreement, I'll answer your questions first." Then she calmly recounted, "First question, I'm also someone who possesses demon eye, so I've always researched it. But not only is research material scarce, finding collaborators is hardly easy either." Reaching the next issue, Valerie hesitated awkwardly before speaking. "The second one is." Seeing that, Chial sighed and generously said, "If you find it hard to say, then no need to answer." Inside, he had no intention of prying everything out anyway. Inherent magic belongs solely to each person, so her hesitation is natural. Valerie, hearing those words, exclaimed in surprise, "Really? Is that really okay?" Chial calmly made his request. Instead, let me ask you for one more thing. She raised her hand defensively in alarm. What exactly are you planning to ask? Chial immediately furrowed his brows tightly, clearly showing his disgust. Seeing his expression, Valerie quickly explained, No, I was just joking. Do you have to frown like that? Chial tried to rein in his emotions and explained, It's not that, just suddenly thought of someone who looks exactly like you, so my reaction was a bit strong. So what do you plan to do now? Hearing that, she rubbed her head dejectedly and replied, Fine then, it seems I have no choice left to refuse. Valerie calmly declared, So the game ends here. Then she stood up and said, In that case, let's go deeper into the workshop. We'll discuss what you want to ask of me there. When she reached Chial's side, Valerie carefully warned, Don't touch anything, just follow behind me. After that, she walked ahead and opened the door. Valerie led the way while introducing, This is the center of my workshop. After Chial observed the surroundings, he inwardly marveled in surprise. Completely different from the cafe, this place truly feels like where a mage lives and works. Then he turned curiously and asked, I've heard mages normally don't let outsiders enter their workshops. Valerie proudly boasted, That's right, just accidentally touching a barrier or magic array and something big happens right away, doesn't it? But I'm talented enough so those things aren't a problem. Sit over here, Chial helplessly replied. Ah, yes. Following her, Chial asked with interest, So then, what is it you want to ask of me? Chial pulled out a stone tablet and solemnly requested, I want to ask you to decipher this stone tablet, and of course I hope you'll keep the entire contents confidential after deciphering it. Seeing that, Valerie put on gloves and thought to herself, A stone tablet, huh? Ancient artifacts are a bit complicated, but I should be able to handle it. Right after she picked up the tablet to examine it, suddenly a purple lightning bolt appeared. It quickly attacked Valerie's eyes, blocking her research. Valerie got hit and had to cover her eyes before painfully uttering word by word. This is an ancient relic from the distant past, at least from the 3rd or 4th century or earlier. Chial admired and sighed. You recognized it immediately, Meanwhile, she tightly gripped the tablet, inwardly crying out in horror. Insane, a relic this ancient. I almost died just now. The previous image of him and his words suddenly flashed in Valerie's mind. Earlier you were so confident, but it seems the spells in your workshop are shoddier than I thought. You have demon eye, but your magic is only at this level. I could do the same. Wonder if I should still ask. The more she recalled, the more annoyed she became, inwardly scolding. With an artifact like this, he should have at least warned me beforehand. Valerie shot Chial an irritated glare, inwardly criticizing nonstop. This thing dates back millennia. I almost had to redraw all the spells in the workshop from scratch, and he was still bragging about being talented. A few seconds later, she returned to normal and said, Let me look again. Once more, Valerie's eyes shifted to purple. She examined while pondering. It doesn't resemble anything from nearly 2,000 years ago at all. Valerie focused intently on analyzing the tablet. This is all I can read. After a while, she propped her chin in thought. I can grasp the movements of the moon, sun, and the operation of the stars, but only up to that point. Valerie inwardly sighed helplessly. If it were ancient script or simple code, I'd have deciphered it right away. Then she turned to look at Chial and asked, It seems to record Eastern astronomy dates and some simple scripts. What exactly is this thing? Chial calmly answered, It's a map, and at the same time a key. Hearing that, Valerie revealed, This will probably take me some time to decipher. Seeing that, Chial hesitated and spoke. Then, while waiting, Can I state my second request? She agreed without hesitation, Sure. Outside, the sky had turned to evening. The last rays of sunlight pierced through the window into the house. After hearing Chial's request, Valerie repeated in shock, Your second request is to have me explain demon eyes to you. Chial confirmed and added, If it can benefit both sides, that would be even better. Then he calmly asked, By the way, does your workshop have a training room? Instantly, Valerie's face became extremely confident and boastful. Of course, a mage needs a place to train right. Naturally, every workshop has a training area, though mine is just a little bigger than usual. Chial was speechless and didn't respond, inwardly thinking, showing off, If a mage's workshop is this spacious, then both strength and finances are top tier. It reminds me of someone. Then he calmly asked, Seems you're quite wealthy, Valerie replied, puzzled, You didn't know. I'm from an old noble family. Following that, she proudly boasted, Anyway, my second request is that no backing out now, one word, 9 tripods. Chial helplessly corrected the grammar. Good grief, it's a man's word is as good as gold, 4 horses can't chase it, I understand. Valerie didn't care. She channeled her power and said, Then let's start right away. Try opening your demon eye and let me see. Chial obediently closed his eyes and activated demon eye. Right after Chial opened his eyes wide, a flash of light suddenly burst from them. After opening his eyes, Chial saw illusory circles behind Valerie's back. Chial seemed startled and let out a cry. his face showing pain. He clutched his face and dropped to one knee on the ground. Valerie saw and quickly asked, "What's wrong?" Chial explained, "No, nothing. Just too many spells in this room, so I felt a bit dizzy." She pondered again, "Just seeing a few spells and your eyes already hurt." Then Valerie suddenly realized, "Wait, don't tell me you can see all the magic arrays and spells in this place." Chial admitted and slowly stood up. "Yes, my eyes can read the flow of power as well as things normally invisible, though it's a bit hard to control." Valerie wanted to confirm. "First, can you deactivate Demon Eye?" She suggested, "Explain more about your Demon Eye. It gives YOU Chinese letter ability or seeing mana." Chial clearly stated, "I see a NT Chinese letter, but I can deduce, like opponents' movements or hidden auras, for example." Valerie felt very doubtful. "Do you know how strange what you just said is?" She pointed at him and told Chial, "If all that's true, then your eyes aren't an ordinary demon eye. There's no demon eye in the world that can see that many things. Seems this story will be long. First, let's go back to the research room." In the research room, a hot cup of tea sat on the table. Valerie reminded Chial beforehand. "Before explaining, there's one thing you must know. Demon eye and mind's eye are two completely different concepts." Chial confirmed, "I know that." Then she spoke at length, "And moreover, demon eye seems like just enhanced vision, but in reality it's completely different. Even if you manifest what demon eye sees with magic, ultimately it's still just images humans can receive." Chial, hearing that, scratched his head embarrassedly and requested, "Sorry, could you explain a bit simpler? Korean is really hard." Valerie tapped her hand. "What I mean is this." After that she had to speak a lot nonstop, waving her arms and legs, to explain clearly for him to understand. Valerie held a cigarette with an annoyed expression as she recalled, "And precisely because of that, demon eye is more special than any other ability. I once took an fMRI while activating Demon Eye. The moment Demon Eye activated, blood flow to my brain surged, and my nerves became overstimulated." Chial understood. "No wonder when I can't control Demon Eye I feel pain," she emphasized. "Exactly, because you're processing sensations humans aren't supposed to have, so it overload." Valerie spoke as if pondering. "Demon Eye is a power dangerous to that degree. Up to now no demon eye has possessed complex abilities. Yet your demon eye right now can do how many things?" Chial, hearing her, felt somewhat surprised. Valerie stared at Chial with sharp eyes. "You said those eyes were awakened through Sungmu's ritual. Normally people who awaken demon eye start seeing abnormal things from around before or after age 5. So before undergoing that ritual, had you ever seen anything strange?" Chial lowered his head, recalling. Chial couldn't help but admit from deep inside, "Indeed there were signs before, even though back then I was only 11. She probed, "In Sungmu, is there anyone else who has awakened demon eye like you?" Chial denied. "No." Valerie continued investigating. "Do you know why I'm making a serious face?" Chial just replied, "Yes." She suddenly expressed, "What a pity. If you get into combat situations, I'm afraid you won't be able to control it." Chial paid attention to Valerie's words. Chial glanced slightly as if considering something. Finally he decided to tell the truth. "Actually, in battles, I've used Demon Eye countless times already." She thought she misheard. "What?" Valerie excitedly stood up. "How is that possible? Just 2 or 3 functions in Demon Eye, and the brain already suffers terrifying overload. You should have had a brain hemorrhage and died or gone insane long ago. Yet you can still look and control it." Chial, calmer than her, admitted, "Yes." Valerie helplessly held her head. Truly never seen an exception like this. Then, with a sinister smile on her lips, "Seems we need to experiment with a few things then." Her appearance made Chial slightly pale. "Yes, what kind of thing?" Thanks to Valerie's suggestion, I temporarily stayed in the training room for a while, and in the blink of an eye, several days passed. Valerie was busy deciphering the stone tablet until just before dinner. As for me, I began a round of training that exhausted Demon Eye to its limit. Chial lay on the mat with hands and feet restrained, surrounded by lightning bolts, making him grit his teeth in pain. Finally, the device sound rang out. Measurement complete. Chial dazedly almost fell asleep. Clearly at first I could still endure, but the difficulty kept increasing. He recalled what she did to him. To test how much direct stimulation I could withstand, she shoved tangled mana masses right in front of my face. Her smile at that moment was truly terrifying. "Come on, just a little more, just a little more," while Chial could only scream, "Demon." Right then Valerie also entered the room to check. "How is it? Are you okay?" Chial inwardly thought. Looking at her, she's no different from a science maniac. Chial glanced at the opened restraints. "You clearly said using Demon Eye overloads the brain." She smiled reassuringly. "Don't worry. The measurement machine will automatically stop right when you hit the overload threshold." Chial glared at Valerie, who was pretending to be innocent. This woman is truly crazy. I even have to apologize for once comparing her to Aunt. She searched for reasons, but thanks to that we're collecting a lot of good data. The limits and characteristics are gradually becoming clear, and the more you use Demon Eye, the more it develops. Chial couldn't deny, that's not wrong, but yet she didn't listen anymore, turned and walked away humming. Let's see if you'll obediently undergo the experiment or not, Chial realized. She's deliberately speaking in French. Valerie seemed surprised when she saw what was before her eyes. She observed the parameter display panel, wondering, what is this? Am I seeing wrong? I set it to automatic status check and let the difficulty increase gradually. How can his growth speed be this fast? No, it's not growth, more like adaptation. Then the issue isn't in the explanation. Valerie's smile grew increasingly interesting. Everything continued in the following days. Training day 1. No, almost called it experiment, this is training. After all, this is just a test. Li Qiao requested, not an experiment, to satisfy my curiosity. Though since I've painstakingly gathered enough data, I'll still save it as a file. Confirmed that Demon Eye can easily see one-way mana circle. From level 6, magic onward pain begins to appear, but at level 7, it can still be read without too much difficulty. Perhaps I'll need to bring back a CT machine for support. Day 3 of training. To test Chinese letter ability, I deliberately hid a spell behind a metal plate and told him to read it. The result shows it's NOT Chinese letter, but reading energy emitted from objects, even just a pencil, and I still don't understand what or how he read it. After that, we experimented with moving objects. At that time, he demonstrated the ability to predict blood flow and muscle movement. The limited predictive aspect of his foresight eye was faintly visible, but he couldn't keep Demon Eye open for more than 2 hours. If only his brain and eyes had a bit more endurance, it would be so much better. More experiments, no more training. Day 8 of the experiment, he was continuously breaking speed records in an astonishing way, raising the difficulty terrifyingly. I secretly cranked up the difficulty to see what would happen, yet he still kept up. Even I couldn't reach this level. I really should have bought a CT machine earlier. At this point, I might have to dissect it and look direct. His Demon Eye seems to belong to an entirely different resolution system from mine. Li Qiao's visual ability is on an unbelievably high tier. Yeah, if I had to describe it. Valerie heard a noise and quickly turned her head. What's wrong? She wondered to herself, why not just pretend not to know, look at his eyes. Chial calmly explained, the machine just stopped, so I stepped out. An alarm blared loudly. You didn't hear it. She turned back to her desk incredulously. An alarm. Valerie felt a bit surprised. All the training phases I prepared have already been completed. I thought it would take at least 2 more days. Chial approached and peered at the computer screen. Looks like I'm completely done. She was shocked. What, you know French? Chial looked at Valerie and explained. Direct descendants of Sungmu are required to learn languages of key countries, so I can handle everyday conversation. Her face suddenly flushed red. Then does that mean? Chial smiled brightly as if completely unconcerned. Those things you muttered, cursing to yourself, you don't need to worry too much about it. It can happen. I understand everything. I'm different from certain someone. Valerie shouted in embarrassment. You damn brat. Chial walked closer from afar. Did you call me for something? Valerie held her pipe, turned to look at him. Yeah, the preliminary training round is over. She asked for his opinion. Honestly, I really wanted to continue training in the lab, but what you need is practical combat application, right? So now I plan to start a real training round. Chial seemed very agreeable. I'm always ready, however. Valerie suddenly stopped him. Wait. Beneath their feet appeared a magic circle centered on her. Valerie explained, I've reinforced the training area's magic array. It will be much more complex than before. She added a reminder, and also, it's best to completely drop the habit of closing your eyes, then opening them when using Demon Eye. Those small, repeated habits become ingrained. They might help with temporary control, but later they'll create bad effects. Chial followed her words, frowning as he tried not to close his eyes. Finally, Chial was able to summon Demon Eye. He stared at the room filled with magic circles. Even though the training area's magic array has been reinforced, I only feel a slight headache. A few days ago, right in the middle of Jeonju, I couldn't even control Demon Eye at all. Chial slowly observed around. However, the mana flow is this complex. It's exactly like looking at a human's mana system. I don't understand magic well, but she must truly be an extraordinary grand mage. Valerie saw him not moving and asked, what is it? But Chial only replied casually, nothing. She handed him a round headband and requested, now I'll train you on controlling Demon Eye in real situations. Put this on your head to clearly sense mana flow. Chial took it, put it on, and asked, how will the training be? Valerie smiled. Well, we're training Demon Eye right. Then the method is very clear. Behind Valerie's back, a flame burst forth. She sent it flying while reminding loudly, dodge properly. Chial summoned his sword and cursed softly. Damn it. Valerie shouted again. Hey, only allowed to use Demon Eye. He had to quickly dodge that fireball. Chial couldn't help complaining. Shouldn't you say things like that beforehand? truly a mad scientist. He glanced back slightly, dodged it. If this was when I first entered the training room, I probably couldn't have dodged at all. Valerie kindly reminded, not done yet, the fireball hasn't stopped. It's changing direction toward you. Chial's eyes widened in shock. The fireball suddenly exploded. She clearly had no intention of holding back. Dodge while listening. Now I've grasped the essence of your demon eye. Your demon eye, if I have to say it straight, is quite similar to my interpretive system, but at a much higher level. Chial, after the recent explosion, was covered in soot. She calmly lit her pipe. Your demon eye isn't about reading many things. Like other demon eyes, it reads only one single thing. The entire room was surrounded by red flames, objects before your eyes, living and non-living things, mana or just energy, countless supernatural forces, and the complete present state of each piece of information. If I had to name it, perhaps call it present eye, the eyes that read every phenomenon existing in this moment. Valerie controlled those orbs to move. Chial retreated to dodge the attack, mocking, "Your numbing sense is pretty bad." She ignored it and continued, "Your eyes are reading every present before you, and once you've analyzed the present, deducing a reasonable future is only natural. Similarly, you can also infer the past. It seems there was once a very nice term for that. Right? Causality law." Valerie smiled brightly. The explosion behind her created a huge shockwave. Chial still stood firm after the blast, his body now very dirty. She told Chial, "Anyway, your demon eye is so high level that it itself becomes a burden. Even if control improves, you could still be swallowed by demon eye in an instant. So that's why. All of this is for your benefit alone." The fireballs were summoned again. Valerie shouted, "All right, into battle." The orbs continuously flew toward him. After the battle ended, Chial, completely blackened, sat slumped on the ground, making Valerie unable to resist teasing. "Did you just crawl out of a coal mine? Hey, open your eyes nicely. Do you know how hard I worked to research your demon eye?" Chial said without any gratitude, "That I thank you." She called out dejectedly, "But hey, your demon eye was awakened through Sungmu's special ritual. So was the discovery delayed because it's not a normal demon eye, or are you simply an exception?" Chial chose silence and didn't answer. Valerie didn't press further and stood up. "Anyway, perhaps I can't find the answer myself, sorry." She flashed a sinister smile. "Maybe I need to do some detailed imaging, or dissect it to see directly." Chial, seeing that expression, immediately panicked. "No need. There will be a day we understand it. I don't know what exactly you plan to dissect." Valerie excitedly summoned those fireballs again. "Fine then, continue training. Oh, and hey, to make it convenient to call, I think giving your demon eye a name would be better. Analysis eye or causality eye, how about it? Yeah, a bit bland, huh?" Chial seriously refused. No need for a name. But she insisted, "No way, such an amazing demon eye must have a name. Divine eye, Solomon's perfect eye, or in Eastern style Usra true eye." Chial firmly refused, "No need." But Valerie decided, "Yama eye, this one is cool, right?" Chial must have had a hard time resisting those relentless attacks. At this moment, Chial was training, panting heavily from exhaustion, several days straight already. Prediction, analysis, selection, and focus. When I fully utilize Demon Eye's capabilities, its development speed skyrockets terrifyingly. Yet Chial's face couldn't hide his excitement. The phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated. Valerie bowed her head to look and realized, it's this late already. She approached Chial teasingly. "Now you don't turn into a pitch-black lump like before anymore. Too bad. Today don't train alone anymore. Wash up and head straight to the research room." Chial puzzled. "What do you mean?" Valerie winked and announced, "Because the deciphering work is finally complete." On the table lay several books. The entire room was filled with scattered books. Chial asked suspiciously, "I didn't leave this place for a month. How did everything change like this?" Valerie answered nonchalantly, "All these are just research materials. Can throw them away now." She complained, "At the Magic Tower I can just order the graduate students around. Very convenient. Here there's not a single slave. Boring." Valerie used magic to make the books float in the air and called, "From ancient times, the Korean peninsula has preserved historical records very well, so deciphering language and script isn't difficult. Also quite interesting. Come, sit here. Now look at this first." Chial took an object and commented, "The shape of the tablet is different from before." She recounted, "Because some constellations and characters were faint or missing, I did restoration work. From now on I'll explain to you." Valerie placed a document on the table. She pointed to an image on it and asked, "This constellation, have you seen it before?" Chial immediately answered, "No, I've never seen it." So Valerie laid out two more similar images. "I knew it. Currently, that constellation looks like this." She pointed to one of them. "The problem lies here. Why did the ancients combine these constellations into one? Look below. This was originally a fictional constellation. The order of these stars is the key to deciphering. Even though I was fooled by the camouflage for a bit, It's not the moon's orbit, nor a star map, so what exactly is it? Chial began pondering. Seems I've seen this somewhere. Then he jolted as if remembering. Chial tentatively asked, "Can I tear this?" Valerie smiled lightly. "No need to tear, it's here." This is a complete map of the ley lines across the Korean peninsula, not stars at all, but a map of energy veins spread throughout the land. On the map, points are marked and connected with striking black ink. Valerie's voice echoed in the quiet room. "This isn't a star map. It's a map of Korea's ley lines, the acupoints of the land." She continued, "In Eastern philosophy, the world is seen as a single living organism. Dragon veins are just like the human meridian system, the pathways where magical energy flows." Li Chial stared intently at the photo, stroking his chin thoughtfully. But this stone tablet was made in ancient times, way back. Back then, they couldn't have expanded their territory this far north. Valerie replied, "That's exactly why this is such important historical material." Her words left Li Chial stunned. It was proof that the ancients had extended their domain all the way to this region. Finally, Valerie gave him space to puzzle it out on his own. "I can only explain the location part this far. For the rest, it's better if you read the interpretation yourself." Li Chial stared at the photos she'd handed him, quietly weighing them in his mind. "This is the incantation for the ancient magic of the dim star constellation, the kind of sorcery that operates through exposed mana veins. Nobody cultivates it anymore, but I memorized the incantation while researching with my aunt." He pressed the map and the constellation photos right up against each other. If dragon veins really are like meridians, then could it be? Li Chial began sensing the energy from it, according to the incantation, circulating his mana and tracing the acupoints based on those positions. After a few seconds of feeling it out, he couldn't hide his delight and let a faint smile spread across his face. "I found it." His heart surged with joy. Dongdu, Mount Tohem. There lay the tomb of the second head of the dim star Hyangseong family. A few days later, Valerie was sitting there holding her magic wand when she turned to look at him and asked, "What is it?" Planning to head out. Li Chial already had his backpack slung over his shoulder, ready to go. Without turning around, he answered, "Yeah." While he was finishing preparations to leave, Valerie asked one more thing. "Before you go, about that third question and answer session, can you at least tell me the trick to fooling them?" Li Chial replied, "Didn't you say you'd figure it out yourself?" Valerie frowned, clearly annoyed. "Stubborn to the very end. I really give up on you." But in the end, she couldn't stay mad and offered some encouragement. "Be careful out there. Mount Tohem is pretty dangerous." Li Chial answered, "I know. Even though it's a spiritual mountain, it's special in a lot of ways." Valerie stood up and pointed as she explained, "The ruins area is the one place you absolutely shouldn't go near. I heard recently a disciple from the Buddhist temple disappeared there. Got tangled up with some random spirits, cursed without even realizing it. Do you have any idea how terrifying those curses can be? Monsters can show up too." Li Chial waited blankly until she finished, then spoke. "Valerie, calm down. Are you actually worried about me right now?" At that point, Valerie's face flushed red with embarrassment. "What?" Li Chial saw the flustered, awkward expression on her face and cleared his throat lightly. Valerie, embarrassed into anger, snapped, "Worried? Who's worried about a bratty punk like you? I'm going out to have some real fun." Li Chial replied, "Thanks, Valerie, I'm heading out now." Valerie watched him wave goodbye in surprise and asked, "Huh, you're really leaving?" Then she quickly added a promise, "Once you're done, I'll stop by." Li Chial waved farewell, looked back over his shoulder and promised, "Next time we'll grab fried chicken together again." A little while later, Li Chial had arrived at Mount Tohem. He wiped the sweat from his face and muttered to himself, "I've been inside Mount Tohem for almost 2 hours now." Looking at the map, Li Chial sighed in frustration. He glanced from the map to the surroundings. Even though this map was made over 1,000 years ago, and I knew the terrain could have changed, it's still way harder to find than I expected. He let out a weary sigh. "It's a bit rough, but since I've mastered using the demon eye, I can keep it active for a really long time." Even though it was hard to locate, Li Chial couldn't give up halfway. He groped along following the path on the map, wondering to himself. On the route he was taking, there were 3 reddish-orange threads, like a guiding rope, combining observations of the surrounding landscape with the map. He kept walking until he spotted a swirling vortex of golden-orange light. Upon discovering it, Li Chial quietly guessed, could it be? He placed his hand on the nearest stone and sensed it. Li Chial excitedly realized, this is definitely the spot. A faint turquoise halo enveloped him. Li Chial stood up and shouted loudly, 3 waves. The blue light source spread out and covered the area around, with the brightest concentration right at the circle beneath his feet. The light clung to the grass, trees, and stones there. After that, Li Chial pulled the light back and judged, "This is the sealed entrance to the tomb. Now I just need to channel mana in the exact sequence of the other constellations on the stone slab." Li Chial touched one of the stone slabs. Blue energy radiated out, surrounding his body and the stone. He began the door-opening ritual, starting from the north and rotating clockwise. But not long after, he realized too late. This thing drains mana like crazy. Li Qiao pulled his hand away. Discouraged, not easy at all. A moment later, when the sky had already started to darken, Li Qiao steeled himself and placed his hand on the stone slab one last time. He told himself, this is the final part. Right after that, the earth and sky seemed to shake, making it hard for Li Qiao to stay on his feet. The internal energy from the stone caused the world to spin wildly as blinding turquoise light burst out. Li Qiao raised his hand to shield his eyes, puzzled. What the hell is happening all of a sudden? He clutched his backpack to his chest, thinking to himself, how can there be this terrifying level of mana? Could it be that Mount Tohem's mana has been accumulating for an incredibly long time and got triggered by my own mana? The internal energy exploded outward, knocking Li Qiao to the ground. He hugged his backpack, stood up, brushed the dust off himself and the bag, and let out a relieved breath. I thought I was dead for a second there. Everything around him was pitch black. He couldn't even see his own hand in front of his face. Li Qiao looked around and muttered, can't see a thing. His mana was completely drained to the limit, so even the demon eye was unusable. He rummaged in his backpack, pulled out a flashlight, turned it on and said, good thing I don't sense any aura or movement. Shining the flashlight around to observe the area, Li Qiao suddenly lit up a bronze statue with an incredibly ferocious soldier's face. It looked like it had been sculpted with very high artistry. He jumped in fright, almost thinking he was under attack. Li Qiao assessed the area. A place this scale definitely can't be considered an ordinary ancient tomb. He moved the light to a stone stele and read it. This one said the land had been purchased from the earth god for burial purposes. If any mages saw this, they'd probably foam at the mouth from shock. Shifting the light to another stele, this one looked like Chinese running script. The bold, flowing strokes gave off a unique artistic feeling. What about this one? Li Qiao read the content of the stele. King Mu Li Xiangxian of the Li clan lived to 122 years old and rests here. From that, he was surprised when he noticed the line. All living and dead who wish to enter this place turn back now. Li Qiao felt a mix of confusion and unease as he thought to himself, this is a warning. He read on, beyond this is only darkness. And then he couldn't help wondering in his heart, is there really something in there? Seeing that the energy seemed relatively stable, Li Qiao told himself, my mana has recovered a little bit. Let's try the demon eye. No sooner thought than done. He activated the demon eye to scan around, and of course he picked up nothing. He clutched his face, can't see anything at all. It's like slamming into a giant wall, only sharp pain. Nothing like this has ever happened before. Continuing to think, he recalled, in my previous life, Big Brother said he hid the location of this place. All records were kept completely secret, except for Black Knight. Li Qiao wondered, why go that far? Guilt over disturbing an ancestor's eternal rest. Then he rejected it himself. No, if that were the case, he should have hidden the excavation too. Li Qiao pondered his own thoughts. Unlike Big Brother's style, the information was leaked in a suspicious way. If I think it was deliberately set as a trap then. Suddenly a sound caught his attention. Li Qiao turned toward where the noise came. There countless flames drifted out from nowhere. Two statues with ferocious faces were advancing straight toward him. Li Qiao realized in shock, the guardian statues are moving. The two statues roared angrily. Human, leave this place at once. Li Qiao gripped his sword tightly and thought silently. I've never heard of guardian spirits here. Plus, these aren't high-level monsters or sacred beasts, so how are they emitting telepathic waves? He was baffled. Even the demon eye couldn't see anything. Are they moving without using any power at all? Right away, Li Qiao dismissed the idea. No way that's possible. Something else drew his attention. A cluster of light made of sparkling dots linked together like pearls. He followed it with his eyes, wondering. But before he could think it over, the statue charged in to attack. Li Qiao reacted quickly and dodged just in time. He retreated a few steps, thinking to himself, damn it, if only I had a little more time. He braced his toes against the ground to steady himself and calculated fast. A prolonged fight was impossible. If he wanted to win with the tiny bit of mana he had left, he had to charge straight in. Li Qiao rushed toward the two statues. They warned again, leave immediately. But before they could advance to attack once more, some force held them back. Li Qiao was certain of his judgment. Just as I thought, their movements are crude and simple. He swung his sword up, using the technique no-mind single strike. When he brought it down, it was demon slaying. The two statues let out miserable cries. Li Qiao calculated, if I keep distance then, I'll be the one at a disadvantage. Understanding this, he tried to shorten the battle to the absolute minimum time possible. The statue attacked. He couldn't block in time and dodged hurriedly. When the second statue struck, he used his sword to parry. Looking at the difference in strength, it was clear Li Qiao was struggling badly against that physical blow. He activated Steel Chi technique, Yama. Red threads instantly bound the two bronze statues tight. Right in the middle of the fierce fight between Li Qiao and the two statues, he prepared to swing his sword down for the finishing blow, when suddenly both statues collapsed with a crash. Li Qiao thought to himself, mana ran out. Hard to keep going. Looking at what lay on the ground, he rotated his wrist and sighed in relief. Still breathing means there's air circulation. The guardian statues are completely fine. Right after that, the two statues automatically shouted, "Leave this place." Under Li Qiao's astonished gaze, he felt annoyed inside. This is troublesome. My mana is recovering, but not enough to keep fighting. He used the demon eye to check. Still, he had to concentrate carefully. Moreover, inside their chests were clusters of light connected together, exactly the same thing he had seen earlier. A guess immediately formed in his mind. Could it be? Li Qiao drew another sword, thinking to himself, if it's really them, I have to use Black Knight to pierce straight through in one single strike. When they saw him pull out the pitch black sword, the two statues started talking to each other. The first statue asked, "What is it?" The second statue answered, "It's the pitch black sword, a jet black blade." Both statues shouted in unison, "That's our friend." Then they frantically apologized. Sorry. Thanks to his demon eye, Li Qiao could see straight into their true nature. He silently assessed them. Playful beings that enjoy messing with animals or kids, always pulling pranks, part of the mysterious fairy race. He drew his sword, pointed it up, and asked, "We're in the middle of a fight and you suddenly pull this stunt." The two statues replied, "That thing is a terrifying sword, sorry." They continued, "Instead, we'll heal you." Right away, they shot beams of light into his body. Li Qiao felt his body recovering at an incredible speed. Li Qiao asked, "So why are you guys here?" They answered, "Don't know and we're not telling." He started threatening, "I suddenly feel like swinging this thing just to test it. You sure you don't want to behave and answer?" They cried out, "Scary human." Then the two statues began explaining, "We already signed a contract. For 1,000 years, it's been over 1,000 years now." Hearing that, Li Qiao noticed something odd. The fairy race is supposed to live in harmony with nature. He spoke up, "It must have been really tough, guarding this place all this time." Comforted by his words, the two statues said emotionally, "Thank you. As long as you're not holding that sword, you're a good person. But is that really a sword?" Li Qiao pressed on, "But who did you sign the contract with? The one holding the black sword, should we say? Probably okay. Hair and eyes the same color. Yeah, that's him." They agreed and said together, "The person we contracted with is the one who went inside there. It hurt us a lot, but he said if we guarded this place, he'd protect us too." The two statues pointed at the tightly shut door nearby. Li Qiao asked, "Protect you from what?" We answered, "Something terrifying, something that doesn't die. Terrifying, incredibly terrifying." Li Qiao suddenly realized, "So you attacked me because you thought I was one of them." He recalled that the mountain caretaker had said something similar. Li Qiao steeled his resolve. "In the end, the only way is to go inside." The two statues said, "If you want to enter, you must prove it with blood. Only those permitted can go in." Li Qiao followed their instructions, using Black Knight to slice a cut across his palm. Blood seeped out. He pressed his hand to the center of the two doors, right where the sunken patterns were. The blood soaked in, and the patterns immediately glowed brighter than ever. The doors opened easily. Inside, there wasn't a single ray of light, just pitch-black depths stretching endlessly. Li Qiao stepped in, whispering, "All right, let's go." Back at the lab, Valerie slumped over her desk, letting out a long sigh. So much research left, and this is how it goes. She grumbled in frustration, "Today's a wash. Guess I'll order fried chicken and call it a night." As she opened her phone to place the order, a beep-beep alert sounded from the computer screen. Valerie turned to look. The detector. Looking at the map on the screen, a red dot suddenly appeared right in the center of Jeonju City. She stared hard and wondered. Red means killed. There's no way hatred would appear in Jeonju. Glitch in the machine. But then her expression gradually turned grave. Valerie stared at the screen in shock and exclaimed, "No way, all 5 gates opening at the same time." She shot to her feet, typing furiously. Could it be because of that kid? But when she checked the other areas, everything looked completely normal, which eased her mind somewhat. No, on the contrary, the mountain's mana was exactly the same as before. She immediately started packing her things and got ready to leave. This wasn't the time to stay calm. Even if Jeonju had few civilians around, it was still extremely dangerous. Valerie hurriedly left the room. So she didn't notice the spot she had just checked, which originally showed no abnormal signals at all. Right after that, a red dot appeared. This red dot spread like a virus at a horrifying exponential speed. In the blink of an eye, it had almost completely covered the entire map. Li Qiao walked along while looking around, thinking to himself that this definitely wasn't an ordinary graveyard. After walking a short distance, he spotted an old bookshelf. Li Qiao approached and rummaged through it, finding exactly what he'd come down here for. The book Black Knight Records. Even though he knighted it right now, his instincts told him there was something even better nearby. Li Qiao's heart pounded with excitement as he sensed dark energy fluctuating all around. His heart felt like it was about to burst out of his chest from the thrill. Li Qiao stepped forward and felt a strange sensation happening to his body. While still dazed, he looked ahead and suddenly saw an old man with white hair clutching a sword tight. Li Qiao wasn't sure if this was an illusion or a real spirit. He could sense abundant vitality coming from the man. Li Qiao confirmed everything around him with his own eyes. He was shocked by what he saw. Wall paintings covered in talismans and golden threads. Li Qiao couldn't understand why so many seals were needed. What the hell is being sealed here? He followed the golden threads and discovered a gap. He was confused when he saw many of the threads had snapped. As the threads broke, Li Qiao saw countless streams of dark energy pouring out and converging toward the old man. Those dark energy streams also rushed straight toward him. Li Qiao couldn't react in time and was completely enveloped by the dark energy. It slowly swallowed him whole. A moment later, Li Qiao saw a mirror placed in his own room. He looked into the mirror and saw a child with sorrowful eyes, looking completely drained of life. He thought to himself, that's my past life. Li Qiao recalled scenes of being beaten and tortured just for existing in that life. Back then he wondered why he had to endure all this and how he could escape. Li Qiao saw the scene of the household maid being fired for embezzling family money. At that time she said, "What will the young master do without me?" A cold voice cut her off. That's none of your concern. Li Qiao thought to himself that nothing fit better than calling her embezzlement, and he never saw her again. At that moment, the white-haired old man looked at Li Qiao and said it was okay, telling him not to collapse so easily. At the time he was being dragged away, but still tried to reassure him that he'd come back quickly after cleaning the room. But Li Qiao knew he wouldn't be coming back. At that time someone told him, "Go now, he'll keep this secret." However, the family would still come looking for him. He said that he would find his life again. At that moment he was running while thinking he couldn't protect the maid, couldn't protect his uncle, and had to abandon even his name, living as a fugitive. Li Qiao asked, why is the Li bloodline so cursed? He knew these were scars from his previous life, the weakest part deep in his subconscious. Li Qiao clenched his fist and wondered why he was being shown all this. Even though he'd been sent back to the past, this was still an undeniable truth. A painful past from his previous life. He had never turned away from it. Those very memories were the will that kept Li Qiao existing until now. So he would never have what was important stolen or lost again. He broke out of the illusion and saw the creature that was sealed within that mass of bone. Li Qiao's head throbbed like it was about to split open. He saw scenes and heard the old man's words, to prepare for future generations and to seal him along with that thing. The other person immediately tried to stop. Li Qiao was shocked to feel this sensation, similar to when he read memories through endless dark energy. He thought to himself, did you swallow the energy of that thing? The old man explained that he was just an outsider and would appear one day. He would carry what was in his heart. He said there would be a child chosen by Black Knight who would be born. That child would become Hope. He handed the other person a stone tablet and instructed, create it and scatter it into the world. There would be a child who follows the words of the stone tablet to come find him and say they would help him escape this burden. Finishing the stream of memories, Li Qiao vomited out all that filthy stuff. He hadn't expected things to be this difficult. Li Qiao sat down on the ground, using his sword as support and breathing heavily nonstop. What the hell just happened? His hand was clutching the left side of his chest, feeling something slightly changing color. This was magic that seemed to be spreading throughout Li Qiao's entire body, and he could clearly sense it. The dark energy that had only stagnated in his heart was now spreading evenly across his whole body, making his form grow massively larger than before. He slowly opened his palm. Pitch-black magical energy emanated, the darkness even denser than before. Li Qiao clenched his palm tightly. What the hell is this? He stood up abruptly, eyes fixed on the figure sitting on the surface of that well. This place wasn't a tomb, it was a sealing space. The ancestor had waited for a descendant to come here far in the future. Could it be waiting for me? Li Qiao gripped his sword tightly. Even though he'd reached the supreme realm, could a human really foresee a fate thousands of years ahead? There was something. He slowly straightened his clothes. But now Li Qiao seriously turned toward that senior figure, bowed respectfully. Esteemed ancestor, forgive my rudeness for being late in paying respects. He raised both hands in a gesture full of reverence. descendant of the Lei clan, humbly greets the ancestor. Li Qiao bowed deeply once more, continuing his words. Though it's far too late, following the arrangements of the ancestor, I have finally arrived here. From now on, let me bear that burden. The senior figure remained silent, but his body slowly faded away until only a single outer robe was left behind. The ancestor of the 9 abysses rests in the 9 springs. That robe floated gently toward where he was kneeling. When Li Qiao received it, he said happily, "It's like receiving a gift just like that. All right, I'll accept it." He had no idea how much time had passed, but still in this pitch-black, deserted place, Li Qiao's footsteps moved steadily forward. "I'm out, I did it. Awesome, awesome." That voice echoed as his figure walked in. "Thanks, old friend. Finally, the promise has been fulfilled. Can we go now?" Li Qiao glanced over at those glowing specks and nodded. "Yeah, you've all done enough. Thanks for the hard work." Hearing this, the glowing specks immediately darted through the air. "Thanks, we're all better now. Thanks to you, buddy. Let's play again later." Watching each speck depart, leaving the space desolate once more, Li Qiao sighed. They leave without even cleaning up after themselves. He gave a helpless chuckle, wondering if it'd be okay when he reported back to the clan later. All the spirits had escaped, and the place had become completely barren. Li Qiao shouldered his backpack. They'll figure out how to handle it themselves. Suddenly, a surge of magical energy gathered in front of him. There clearly hadn't been any door just moments ago. Could this be the way out? Without thinking too much, Li Qiao stepped straight into the center of that magical flow. He felt himself falling through an endless void, and in an instant, Li Qiao crashed to the ground painfully. He sat up, rubbing his head. Ouch, this is seriously something you can't get used to. Li Qiao looked up at the sky and suddenly realized it was already getting light out. However, he froze because he sensed something off. Because of that, Li Qiao drew his sword and fell into a ready stance to confront whatever was coming. He took a slight step back, crunching the grass beneath his feet with a rustling sound. Surrounding him in a circle stood figures in cloaks, their faces hidden and unclear. Li Qiao was completely encircled in the center, holding his sword with high alertness. Who are these guys? If it weren't for my instincts, I wouldn't have even noticed. Suddenly, something shot toward him at incredible speed, making him freeze for a moment. It smashed straight into a nearby rock, shattering it. Li Qiao reacted instantly, leaping aside to dodge the arrow. He raised his guard even higher. Who's there? What are you? They looked like a group out of control, their faces unnaturally pale. Found it, the fragment, piece by piece. We have to tear off the mask, tear it off, tear it off. That chaotic sound left Li Qiao momentarily silent, a bizarre voice, as if many people were speaking at once. What? His eyes widened as he witnessed the scene before him. That aura was clearly the mana of monsters, yet the presence was unmistakably human. Without any hesitation, they leaped forward. The gates open. How can a human be in that place? One of them swung a massive tree trunk straight at him. That thing was the great false face of freedom. Li Qiao gritted his teeth hard and swung his arm in a slash. Damn it. His sword strike cut straight into the tree trunk the enemy was attacking with. Seeing the trunk barely affected, Li Qiao was shocked. How did he just swing that thing? That's not something a human could wield. Only now did he look closely at the guy's face. Dull grayish-green skin, pig-like features and orc. But Li Qiao dismissed the thought as he examined closer. No, not an orca, it's a human wearing orc skin. Why would a human wear orc skin? Meanwhile, the guy let out an irritating screech as he advanced. Behind the tree trunk attack, something else flashed toward him. Li Qiao quickly leaned aside to dodge the incoming strike, while swinging his sword upward at the same time. His reflexes were sharp enough to block the incoming poison dart heading straight for him. The poison dart flew off into the distance, and he spotted exactly who had thrown it. He had no idea what these things were, but this place wasn't suitable for dealing with so many at once. With that thought, Li Qiao poured power into his sword, causing the surrounding space to tremble violently. Steel Chi technique, Tyrant Rakshasa. Taking advantage of the chaos he'd created, he moved out of there at high speed. While running, Li Qiao thought, first things first, gotta change location. The sky still wasn't fully bright yet, still in the desolate mountain forest. On a tall rocky outcrop stood a figure in a white mask, silently observing. This person spoke in a chilling voice, black hair and golden eyes, descendant of Sungmo. I rushed here because the tomb gate opened, but what the hell is that thing? Damn it, disgusting. Oh, those who have truly gained freedom, I will help you tear off the very last mask that remains. The forested mountain space trembled at that moment, because of a bizarre sound that rang out. Part of the sky was now faintly bright, cutting through the sparse forest. Li Qiao ran until he was gasping for breath. Around 30 enemies, clearly human, but they're using monster strength. Can't tell if humans turned into monsters or the other way around. Luckily, they weren't moving in any organized way. Their paths kept crossing each other. Even though they were using human weapons, their movements were like raw recruits who only knew how to swarm and attack. The rest of the info, I'll capture one alive and figure it out later. In his hand right now was a shield, one of the rewards he'd gotten from sparring with Sixth Sister, the masterpiece-grade Holy Shield Ansel. Though it's a heavenly-grade shield with the legend that the Lord granted it to the second king of Rome, Numa Pompilius, but the replica made by divine command is rated as masterpiece level. I managed to absorb it during my time in Valerie's workshop. Though it's a heavenly-grade shield with the legend that the Lord granted it to the second king of Rome, Numa Pompilius, but the replica made by divine command is rated as masterpiece level. I managed to absorb it during my time in Valerie's workshop. From the opposite side, that guy charged forward incredibly fast. In a blink, he vanished from sight. He leaped high, letting out a deafening yell as he brought down a killing blow on Li Qiao. Li Qiao prepared quickly and directly used the shield to block the strike. His sword-wielding hand swiftly severed the guy's arm. This follow-up from Li Qiao had been drilled into muscle memory long ago. After chopping off the arm, he kept swinging more slashes, making the guy bleed profusely. Once Li Qiao finished off one, the others rushed in to swarm him. Li Qiao's eyes filled with icy sharpness. Their attack pattern had shifted to coordinated combos. They haven't completely lost their reason yet. His shield suddenly glowed abnormally bright, but that's fine. Li Qiao spun in a circle, whipping out classic beams of light from the shield that sent them flying, while simultaneously swinging his sword in a rotating arc of strike. Naturally, they got wrecked hard, none left unscathed. Drops of blood fell to the ground one after another, under the gaze of the remaining enemies. Li Qiao readied himself for the second wave. If they won't come to me, I'll go to them. He shot forward like a blur with surging green energy radiating wildly around him. A short while later, still in the same forest, Li Qiao easily bound 3 of them. I've already broken their arms and legs, so they definitely won't be causing any more trouble. He fell into deep thought as he observed them more closely. Their eyes were cloudy and dull, and the aura they gave off was pure monster. It didn't seem like contamination, more like some kind of brainwashing or curse. Li Qiao cautiously reached out his hand. Gotta try channeling mana into them to see. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed from somewhere far away, so loud it hurt his ears, forcing him to clutch both sides of his head in discomfort. What the hell is this sound? That terrifying noise shook the 3 bound figures as well. Their mask portions suddenly melted away, dripping in thick globs onto their clothes. In an instant, they somehow summoned extraordinary strength and broke free, the ropes snapping completely. Li Qiao looked up as a massive shadow loomed over him. Freezing in place for a moment, the 3 seemed to have fused into one, forming an indescribably huge body. What the actual fuck is this? Scene shift, Valerie was hovering high above, eyes scanning below. Why is it so quiet all of a sudden? She kept glancing from one direction to another from her vantage point. After a bit, Valerie descended slowly and walked calmly along the deserted road. She suddenly halted, momentarily stunned by what was in front of her, because ahead was a swirling gate, yet nothing was coming out of it. Then a streak of energy shot past her eyelid. Is this deliberately creating mana imbalance to force the gate open for terrorism? Even madness has its limits. She looked around nervously, but if this was a gate open for terror, the eerie silence made even less sense. Valerie froze again as she sensed something strange. Wait, what is this? This isn't a normal gate. The pathway looks more like a teleportation magic circle. Valerie's face darkened, her brows furrowing in deep thought, but it's only a one-way path leading here. Right then, another surge of energy grazed over her head, making her yelp in sharp pain. Valerie clutched her head, staggering unsteadily. This isn't magic, it's beyond my understanding. I can't fully decode it right now. I need to check other spots too. With that, she carefully flew up and circled the entire street. Passing through one area, Valerie spotted a group of people surrounding a magical gate. The military's already here. She quietly slipped behind a large wall. Should I just charge in and say I'm here to inspect the gate? But she dismissed the idea. No way. My presence in Korea still hasn't been revealed. Master specifically told me not to expose my identity. So what the hell is that thing? She couldn't hesitate long and quickly turned away. First, she needed to head back and do more research. A little later, Valerie sprawled exhausted on the sofa. All that tension, and now that it's over I'm starving, really craving fried chicken. Her eyes suddenly caught the computer screen, so she shot upright. Don't tell me another gate. She rushed back to her desk and stared at the computer. What is this? This is a mana frequency I've never seen before. What are these things? Gates are red, monsters are black, but this is gray. And why does it say unidentified like this? Her fingers flew across the keys. There are a total of 31 unknown mana frequencies. Wait, could it be? Valerie's eyes suddenly lit up. That's it. These are the ones who crossed through the gates or the ones who created. And that realization made her blurt out. That damn Li Qiao clearly said he was going to Mount To. The golden dot indicating the demon eye owner. After scanning for a while, Valerie finally noticed his figure looking extremely anxious. This is dangerous. Li Qiao was still facing off against that massive monster right now, and it had even transformed into a full-on beast. He observed the creature and silently assessed it in his mind. It looked like a lizardman god, but there were subtle differences. Clearly a monster's body, yet the way its mana flowed was exactly like a human. Its tail suddenly whipped out in a flash, carrying a terrifying strike. Li Qiao immediately pushed back to dodge. Just moments ago, it had seemed like it was trying to mimic monster fighting style, but now it moved naturally, as if it had finally reclaimed its original body. And on top of that, it was fighting just like a human would. Yet something was restraining him deep inside his own body. Damn it, my mana is being suppressed. Even the hand gripping his sword couldn't move at all. An endless aura surged the moment he let his guard down, and it charged straight in, slamming hard into him. Li Qiao took the hit and was sent flying, crashing straight into a large nearby tree, which even cracked in several places from the impact. Li Qiao gasped for breath. Damn it. Under his feet, a mass of slime was clinging tightly. When did this slime get here? Is it draining my mana? Could it be absorbing energy? Li Qiao clicked his tongue in annoyance and immediately stomped hard on the disgusting mass. What a pain in the ass. The monster stood still now, showing no intention of attacking. It wasn't rushing in like before, so its intelligence had definitely increased. If you're not coming, then I'll come to you. With that thought, Li Qiao's eyes suddenly flashed bright. Mana surged up as he charged forward like a god. The ultimate technique he was using was Steel Chi Technique, Gale Thrust. His sword sliced decisively across its body in a horizontal arc. After landing the blow, Li Qiao smirked. I cut straight into the torso. But before he could finish the thought, his eyes widened in shock. The monster wasn't hurt at all and swung its massive tail straight at him. Li Qiao spotted the slash mark right on its body. It regenerated already. Slime uses energy absorption, Lizardman has regeneration, and the Wraith's cry suppresses mana. I've never heard of a combination like this in either my previous life or this one. That realization made him grit his teeth hard. Mana amount or whatever, screw it all. Li Qiao raised his arm decisively and shouted, I'll cut through everything. Mysterious green energy compressed and exploded toward it. That was called three-wave. The monster was hit repeatedly by the continuous energy blasts, leaving it dazed and reeling. Right behind that, Li Qiao leaped up like a deity, with killing intent blazing in his eyes. Let's see if you can regenerate after your head's off your shoulder. With those words, Li Qiao directly cleaved the monster's head clean off, and its body thudded heavily to the ground. Li Qiao suddenly froze as he heard a strange sound. What was that noise? He whipped around, face pale. Don't tell me there are still remnants left. But the scene before him left him even more stunned, because something suddenly burst into flames. What the? Seeing it closing in, Li Qiao gritted his teeth. Collision imminent. Right after that, an earth-shattering explosion roared out. After the explosion's aftermath cleared, the ground in the area was cracked and fissured. A single leg stepped out dramatically, appearing with full confidence. This lady has arrived. She showed up like a guardian spirit and said, Li Qiao, I came to help you. You okay? He stood there stunned for a second. Aside from almost dying from your entrance just now, yeah, I'm fine. Li Qiao sighed and added, couldn't you land a little more gently? Valerie laughed and waved it off. I was worried and rushed over to help, and that's what you say. He looked suspicious. You're not trying to assassinate me, are you? She blinked innocently. You're not even hurt, right? Seeing Valerie turn away laughing, Li Qiao grumbled inwardly. Sorry, my lady, for comparing you to this crazy woman. She pointed ahead and said, more importantly, what the hell are those things? Li Qiao replied curtly, enemies. Valerie sighed helplessly. I can see that. They turned from humans into monsters. What nonsense are you talking about? He nodded seriously. Exactly what I said. Up until just now, they were still in human form. She got annoyed and shot back. I told you that's impossible, how could? Suddenly, the enemy let out a piercing, brain-rattling screech. That really made both of them clutch their ears in agony. What the hell is this? And Valerie could feel her own mana system shaking. My mana system just got disrupted. Li Qiao immediately dropped into a combat stance. We'll talk later. Valerie, can you capture them alive? She blinked in surprise. Probably. In that moment, his eyes sharpened with a fierce glint. I need to take 2 of them alive. When I give the signal, make your move. While Valerie was still processing, Wait, why? Li Qiao ignored her and charged straight in. His hand gripped the sword tightly, channeling extraordinary energy. If it's aura that can grasp even spiritual entities. Li Qiao unleashed steel chi technique, Yama, sending red threads whipping out to bind the enemies. It's time, he spun around and shouted right then. Valerie swiftly raised her magic wand. From above the creature's head, a magnificent formation burst forth. 6th grade sealing magic, 100 directions array. While forming the seal, she declared confidently, when it comes to dealing with demons, incantations are still the best, by order of law. With that, terrifying spiraling energy blasted continuously from Valerie's hand. Right at that moment, Li Qiao used his own magic. Only the slime left now. No matter its special ability, a slime is still just a slime. With that thought, he decisively punched hard into the slime mass right under his feet. Li Qiao's hand plunged through the gooey mess and gripped a green gem tight, then yanked it out firmly from the slime. Looking at it, he let out a small sigh of relief. Li Qiao handed it over to her and said, "Hold on to this for me." Valerie looked displeased. "Why do you want me to take this thing?" He answered, "Because I might need you to analyze it, Valerie." She sighed. "Fine for now, and there's more to this." He answered, "Because I might need you to analyze it, Valerie." She sighed. "Fine for now, and there's more to this." After Valerie explained everything, the sky was already bright. She said, "So a spatial gate appeared in the center of Jeonju." "Yeah, an artificial one." Valerie turned serious. "But it's not a normal gate, it's more like a passageway." Li Qiao crossed his arms calmly. "So what's the difference from a teleportation array?" She explained carefully. "A teleportation array requires preparation at both point A and point B, like two sides reaching out to grab each other. But this time it's different. It forcibly transfers instantly from A to B, and not through some other method, but directly via a spatial gate." Valerie rubbed her chin, her expression extremely grave. "With current human technology, that's simply impossible." Valerie stared straight at the decapitated monster corpse. She continued, "The principle behind the gate's creation has been clarified, but actually using that principle is impossible. With today's human tech, it's just not feasible." Hearing that, Li Qiao fell into deep thought. If even she said that, it really must be impossible. In this world, there are countless powers that logic can't explain. Even so, he never expected that not even Valerie's analysis eye could grasp the exact theory. Valerie twirled her wand as she confirmed the gate and headed back to her workshop. The detector had picked up something very strange, which was why she turned around and came straight here. Li Qiao glanced at the monster corpse. Probably the things the detector scanned were these guys. Valerie still wondered, "So what exactly are they?" He answered cautiously and concisely, "Like I said earlier, humans that turned into monsters." Her face grew more serious than ever. "Hey, what have you been saying this whole time? If it's some kind of grafting or something similar, I could understand. You're not under some illusion magic, are you?" Li Qiao sighed helplessly. "You think my eyes can't tell the difference. That's why I want you to see with your own eyes what I just captured. And check out this lizardman corpse too." Valerie sighed. "You really got hit by hallucination magic, huh?" So she reluctantly agreed. "Fine, let me take a look." Valerie's eyes turned bright and hazy, carrying an indescribably sharp perception. After examining with her mana, she said, "This is just a monster. Its abilities are pretty unique, but at the end of the day, it's still a monster. There are monsters that take human form, but this one's just a lizardman. Its mana system is weird, and it has special traits too." But Li Qiao suddenly cut her off. "However, there are cases where humans in human state are mixed with monsters. Come over here and take a look." The sky was now fully bright, bathing the entire forest in fresh, vibrant light. Li Qiao gently pushed aside some branches to clear a path for Valerie. "This way." But Li Qiao suddenly halted, startled by something catching his eye. Right in front of him lay the corpse of an ordinary monster, nothing special about it. "Hey, this is just a goblin." Even as Valerie crouched down to examine it, Li Qiao remained frozen in place. "When I took it down, it was clearly still in human form." While Valerie was using her examination spell, she suddenly noticed something. Looking down at the goblin's feet, shoes, why are these on a monster's feet? She also spotted the footprints it had left while still human, and even the clothes it was wearing showed clear traces that it had once been a person. Valerie's brows furrowed instantly. Could it really be true? She stood up slowly and said seriously, "I need to investigate this more. I've collected enough samples, so I'll look into it on my own." Li Qiao asked again, "So now do you believe me?" She scratched her head awkwardly. "These monsters are all so bizarre, and the evidence is right here. For now, the best thing is to burn all the corpses completely. You've already taken care of them all." He lowered his gaze and answered calmly, "Yeah, I dealt with all 30 of them." Valerie's eyes widened in shock. "Huh, wasn't it 31? My detector showed 31 unidentified Mana sources. That made him recall, could that sound earlier have been? Even though he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, it seemed there was still one more person out there. And that person was the one who had used these monster humans. Back at Valerie's workshop, Li Qiao pushed the door open and stepped inside. Valerie, any results yet? Valerie quietly removed her glasses. I didn't find much. It's pretty much the same as what I saw with my magic eye back then. After a moment of silence, he called her name. She replied, "What?" He continued. "You remember how I won that 3 questions game, right?" Valerie slammed her hand on the table in surprise. "Of course I remember. What about it?" Li Qiao crossed his arms calmly. "Didn't I say that when you lie, it's really easy to tell?" She pouted. "You're so rude." Valerie grumbled. "If you knew what I was like back in France, you wouldn't argue so much. You'd just turn and walk away." Yeah, I get it." But she stubbornly added, "It's true. I was once the famous Rose of the French Arcane University, you know." That made Li Qiao pause. Rose, not the crazy one. So he urged her, "I get it. So stop beating around the bush and just say it." Valerie pressed her lips together, her whole body trembling with frustration. Seeing her shake like that, Li Qiao understood. This was about to get messy. So he spoke up to calm her. Someone on Valerie's level not finding anything. "Come on, no need to stall. I know exactly how talented you are." Hearing that, she blinked in surprise. Huh. Li Qiao awkwardly continued. "You're the master of the analysis eye. You helped me raise my mana technique realm, and you even decoded the secrets of that stone tablet my ancestor hid so carefully. Only Valerie could have read it." He said it all in one breath before realizing, "Oops, that came out way too long, like I'm reciting a book report. Hope she doesn't get annoyed." Suddenly, Valerie stood up with her hands on the desk. After his praise, she crossed her arms confidently. "Of course, that's obvious. There's no way there's something I can't figure out." Seeing that, Li Qiao felt satisfied. That was easy. Valerie stayed serious. "Before I say anything, I have one question." Her expression darkened slightly. "The monster humans that attacked you this time, they were targeting you from the start, right?" Li Qiao thought for a moment. "Probably, since I couldn't communicate with them, I couldn't be sure." But noticing his hesitant tone, Valerie grew more curious. "Did you discover something at the stone tablet site? Do you know what those people were after?" Now he was sitting beside her after she mentioned someone earlier. Li Qiao replied calmly, "I gathered a few things, but explaining everything would be difficult. I trust Valerie, but this is a different matter. As you know, that stone tablet belongs to my clan. I can't just reveal it to anyone." That made her fall silent in deep thought for quite a while. He also wondered why she was asking this. Valerie leaned back in her chair. "Remember, this is just my speculation. You can treat it like you're listening to a sci-fi novel. During the Great War, there was an organization that fought on a massive scale. The war, often called the World War, began with a large-scale monster invasion. But as the conflict escalated, it stopped being just humans versus beasts. Humans, other races, and monsters, all their gains and losses converged in one place, turning the world into a sea of blood. In that bloodthirsty era, answering the call of the times, countless things that had been dormant beneath the surface emerged. 6 organizations appeared like that. They were bizarre, full of mystery, yet incredibly alluring. Each had different locations, forms, and ways of influencing the world. Because of their shared strangeness, people grouped them together and called them the 6 Knights. Valerie crossed her legs. "They're very hard to find in history books. Actually, I only know the name because my master told me." Even though people lumped them together, apparently they didn't see each other as allies. Li Qiao asked, "Are you saying what I encountered is one of those organizations you mentioned?" She pursed her lips. "Among them is one called Behemoth. The story I heard from my master matches what you described quite a bit. Their ideology is actually very simple. Escape from rationality." Valerie rubbed her chin. "Humans should live by the unconscious or instinct." Li Qiao clicked his tongue. "Isn't that the same argument scholars and thinkers back then made?" She nodded. "If it stopped there, yes. But the human form is ultimately just a mask, and if you remove that mask, you can achieve true freedom." To gain that freedom, apparently they operated in the form of monsters. That made him exclaim in surprise. "Huh." Valerie explained further. "They believe that monsters acting on pure instinct represent the truest form of life." Li Qiao couldn't help asking, so even back then they were turning humans into monsters. If there's precedent, why did Valerie say it's impossible? To his question, she waved her hand. "No, what my master said and what you described are different. She said they wore masks or cloaked themselves in monster-like skin, not that people actually turned into monsters." Valerie took out a cigarette and lit it with a match. "Behemoth believes their ideology is absolutely correct. They poured everything into spreading it and created countless followers. It's an incredibly powerful organization that once waged war against entire nations." It was still unclear if that person was from Behemoth, but some organization had targeted him and caused this incident. Hearing that, Li Qiao remained calm. Yeah, I know. The cigarette in her hand produced small wisps of white smoke. So what now? Valerie asked, what are you planning to do next? Honestly, I'm a little worried. He stayed composed and stated his strategy firmly. I'll continue my training journey as is. If I turned back to the clan over one unidentified threat, I wouldn't have left in the first place. Hearing that, Valerie let out a soft sigh, her lips curving into a satisfied smile. She looked calmer than ever. Yeah, I knew you'd say that. Back in his room, Li Qiao was examining the robe hanging in his closet. Looking at it again, this outfit didn't resemble normal clothing at all. He gently rubbed the fabric and pondered deeply. Definitely not ordinary cloth from the start, and the moment I put it on, I could feel it. So Li Qiao carefully put on the robe. He slipped his arms into the sleeves neatly. Wearing it, Li Qiao felt incredibly comfortable. As expected, the size adjusted automatically. He stepped in front of the mirror to check. This is pretty good. The stretch is excellent, so movement feels completely free. Right then, the door suddenly burst open. Valerie charged in from outside, waving cheerfully. Tonight we're ordering fried chicken. The moment she said it, she noticed him checking himself in the mirror. She also caught his gaze. The air instantly fell silent. Valerie burst into delighted laughter. Of course, at that age, you're standing in front of the mirror spinning around. Is 15 really like that? She tried to hold it back. Last time I invited you to go clothes shopping, you said no. Valerie suddenly rushed over to Li Qiao, exclaiming in shock, what are you wearing? He was confused. Why are you reacting like that? Suddenly she grabbed the robe and examined the magic patterns closely. Wait, let me see this for a sec. When Li Qiao pulled away, Valerie's body trembled. This. Where did you get this? Did you go there just to take this? He still didn't get it. Why are you so surprised? You saw it last time. She fumbled. It was dark then, so I didn't look closely. Valerie's eyes fixed on the robe. This is definitely heavenly silkworm thread. The patterns are definitely incantations, but I don't feel any magic resistance. Li Qiao was still puzzled. Heavenly silkworm thread. She lowered her gaze. Don't tell me you don't know. It's silk produced by a sacred silkworm-like spirit called the heavenly divine silkworm. From what I know, it takes decades of hardship to produce even one thread, and people use it to make clothes. Li Qiao hadn't expected it to be that precious. Valerie clicked her tongue. Just precious. If the whole thing is heavenly silkworm thread, it's basically heavenly grade equipment. That shocked him. Heavenly grade. Did Valerie misunderstand something? When I checked with my demon eye, I didn't sense any special power. She waved her hand. Of course, because heavenly silkworm thread itself isn't fully matured silk. Valerie clenched her fist. Heavenly silkworm thread grows along with its owner. It's so rare that enchanters only use it as a spell conduit, yet someone made an entire robe out of it. This is terrifying equipment that human history will never see again. She pleaded, can I try it on just once? Li Qiao refused. Not that many threads. Valerie looked desperate. Just one thread. No, 2 threads, only 2 threads. He had to step back in surprise. Wait a second. A moment later, Valerie let out a relieved sigh. I didn't expect it to have already acknowledged its owner. She hugged the robe excitedly. It's gained sentience already. This is insane. Totally insane. Of course, Li Qiao wasn't happy. How long are you planning to keep doing that, Valerie? Hearing him, she quickly snapped out of it. Yeah, sorry, I just finished checking. Valerie handed him something and said, here, read this. When the book was opened, it contained information about the heavenly divine silkworm, a spirit creature that feeds on mana and grows in places of perfect yin-yang balance, producing a cocoon once every 10 years after 20 years of maturation. The silk is created by melting that cocoon in a spiritual elixir called heavenly spirit water. That's heavenly silkworm thread. Heavenly silkworm thread has sentience, recognizes its owner on its own, absorbs mana, regenerates from cuts by drawing in mana even if severed by blades, doesn't get wet in water, and recovers instantly from fire damage. Li Qiao took the robe from her hands. So equipment can have consciousness too, Valerie replied calmly. It's a little different but pretty close. Look here. She pointed to a pattern on the robe. The most important thing is that this is equipment with no limits. Its mana resistance is practically 0. Even pure mana cloaked over someone wouldn't reach this level. Valerie sighed. Even a third-rate enchanter with this could become first-rate. If it were mine, I'd have begged for just 1 thread already. After hearing all that, Li Qiao unconsciously looked down at the robe. I knew it was special, but I didn't think it was to this extent. Valerie asked next, what's the name of this set? He put it on while answering. It's called Silver Hand. The name was written in white patterns on the inner lining of the coat. Silver Hand means Milky Way. No name could fit better. The sword that holds the pitch black night of Black Night, and the garment that holds the entire Milky Way, though not a matched pair, they harmonize perfectly as one. Valerie nodded. You've obtained something incredibly valuable. A few days later, in the bright room, a soft voice murmured, "The translation is taking longer than I thought." Li Qiao was holding his head over the stack of documents on the desk, ancient script, no less. If he gave them to Valerie, she'd translate easily, but since this involved clan secrets, he couldn't let her see them. He gently rubbed the back of his neck. Anyway, getting these books was all thanks to Valerie. Let's try translating again. In his mind, the translated words appeared. I leave this line for future generations. Recording the story of Black Knight goes against my father's wishes. That made him think. Was this written by the second ancestor, Li Xiangxian? The book continued. I'm not even sure if these records will safely reach later generations. If I do this, it will be. Li Qiao flipped to another bamboo book here. The other contents were perfectly intact. Why only these parts? Aside from a few specific characters, nothing else is blurred. Did someone deliberately erase them? Was there someone who coveted this before me? No, impossible. The ancestor's tomb showed no signs of tampering. His expression was deeply contemplative. Moreover, the ancestor had written as if predicting this very thing. Records written in this style may not survive. Li Qiao rubbed his chin and continued thinking. The explanation about the sword's seal isn't as detailed as I expected, only to the level that Big Brother discovered and made public. Was this written by ancestor Li Xiangxian? No wonder it only records up to the seal level. Thinking this far, he let out a sigh. So Big Brother wasn't deliberately hiding anything after all. Li Qiao's fingers gently traced over the book cover. He unconsciously spoke aloud. Black Knight is the sword forged by a god to cut down to here. Li Qiao froze. I didn't misread that, right? A sword forged by a god. Right then, his phone buzzed. What the hell is this? He quickly pulled it out. The name on the message made Li Qiao startle slightly. Jinsu Jiang, out of the blue. The screen showed, "There's an issue. I need to meet you for a moment." By now, he had packed his things and was preparing for the next journey. He sent thanks to Valerie. Thanks for everything during this time. She puffed out her chest smugly. Of course, I researched your demon eye, decoded the stone tablet, and even told you about the robe. Seeing her like this, he frowned and thought inwardly, here we go again. Then he sighed, later on, I'll introduce you to a few people. That piqued her curiosity. Introduce who? He continued. One is my aunt. I think you two would get along great. After saying that, he turned to leave, saying goodbye. Then I'm off. He was about to go when she quickly called out, wait, wait. She shyly held out a gem. Take this. It's not anything amazing. Wait, no, it actually is amazing. I poured my heart into making this stone. I enchanted it with a simple protection and evil warding spell. Not sure how effective, but it's pure exorcism charm. Taking the stone, he smiled. Thanks, Valerie. I'm always just receiving stuff from you. She shook her head. No, actually I haven't even. Before she finished, he interrupted. What, you too, Valerie? Are you hiding something from me? She awkwardly looked away and shook her head. Ah, nothing. She thought to herself, I can't say it out loud. In the thesis on Li Qiao's demon eye, I named it Strongest Superhuman and Evil Mana King's True Eye. Remembering that moment, she got all giddy inside. If he doesn't find out, it's not a crime, right? He probably doesn't read those theses anyway. Only the magic nerds holed up in their rooms do that stuff. He sighed, it's a bit bitter, but whatever, I'll take it as is. Her casual attitude annoyed her, and she pointed at him. I said I'm not hiding anything. What's with the take it as is? Then she switched back to the main topic. More importantly, what are you planning to do now? He answered. Probably head back to Seoul for a bit. Hearing that, she held out her hand. All right, see you next time then. He smiled warmly and shook her hand. Thanks again. Scene shift to the outskirts of Seoul. The moment they met, Jinsu Jiang greeted him with a tired face. It's been a while, young master. He scanned Jinsu Jiang with sharp eyes and asked, You don't look so good. Jinsu Jiang replied, just a bit overwhelmed with work. Then he gestured inside the office. This way, please, he added sheepishly. I'm a little embarrassed for you to see this, but things are slowly getting on track. Observing the place, he thought inwardly, for an office, it's a bit small. I thought the investment was enough. But the employees' expressions look pretty good. Seeing him standing thoughtfully, Jinsu Jiang turned back. Are you a little disappointed? He answered, at first, yeah, but now I think I get it. You deliberately started small like this, didn't you? Jinsu Jiang nodded. Yes, exactly. He brought 2 cups of tea and continued. When you said you needed money, I thought long and hard whether you wanted quick profits or a solid foundation for an organization. So I recruited people with knowledge and talent, but lacking real-world experience. I plan to nurture them step by step so they can handle big deals later. We don't have major achievements yet, but growth is slow and steady. Observing him, he thought inwardly. Even though I gave him a huge sum, he chose to build the foundation instead. And that's exactly what I wanted. A satisfied smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. Jinsu Jiang placed a hand over his chest. Was I too presumptuous? He replied immediately. I already told you, do whatever you think is right. Even without concrete results yet, just keep going down the path you believe in. Seeing the worried look on his face, he thought inwardly, if I praise him now, he'll just double down on this direction. Better to let him fully unleash his abilities without pointless constraints. While looking over the stack of documents, he asked, by the way, what are all these papers? He answered, documents to legalize the black market funds and turn them into your assets. Since the amount isn't small, we have to do it this way. Please review and sign them. He observed for a while, thoughts forming. Even after basic laundering, it's still black market money at its core. The tax bureau isn't stupid. A new company with unclear cash flow will definitely get investigated, but if they know it's from me, they won't dig too deep. He continued, essentially, you want me to be the official representative here, right? Jinsu Jiang nodded. Exactly. I'm just the one managing the capital for you, young master. He smiled, so you're planning to leverage my family background. He replied, you said to do as I see fit, so I'll use every card I have. Hearing those words, he exhaled softly and thought inwardly. He's trying to clearly define the master-servant relationship here. This is the chain binding Jinsu Jiang and his declaration of loyalty. Without hesitation, he signed the papers. All right, go ahead with it. Now to the main issue. You didn't call me here just for this, right? Jinsu Jiang's words startled him slightly. The Nine-Dragon Stronghold has made their move. He asked curiously, suddenly, why the Nine-Dragon Stronghold? Jinsu Jiang explained, during the money laundering, I discovered ties to the Nine-Dragon Stronghold. It seems Beek Chial Su received some backing from them. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. Beek Chial Su connected to the Nine-Dragon Stronghold. That's not entirely unreasonable. The Nine-Dragon Stronghold is a power on par with the Zheng Mu clan, but unlike Sungmu, they're willing to get their hands dirty with illegal activities. Jinsu Jiang continued, once I learned of their involvement, I kept quiet observation, but then I heard you mobilized personnel. Thoughts raced through his mind. They can't act openly. Korea is Zheng Mu territory, so they can't approach publicly. Plus the one handling the case is supposedly the seventh brother. So the target can only be one person. And that's Jinsu Jiang. Scene shift to nighttime, with thunder rumbling outside. The atmosphere turned somewhat eerie. In some hallway, a man was hurrying along. The moment he stopped, a silver-haired man spoke. You're late. The other replied, I was delayed handling orders from the stronghold. The silver-haired man said something that made the young man flinch in fear. I know full well the stronghold never issued any official order. The young man answered, it was a commission from the elders. The man continued, the kid who used to scrape through trash heaps has really grown up. Now he wants to play with swords instead of making a living. He replied clearly, precisely because I scraped through trash, I'm curious what's on top. The man went on, already cozying up to the elders playing politics. Your tongue is sharper than your sword now. He tossed a letter straight at the young man, who caught it and began reading. The man explained, since I'm your master, I should help my disciples' ambitions right. This is a commission from the stronghold. Seems the Council of Elders stirred up something and messed it up. Unfortunately, it involves the Zheng Mu clan, so they want eyes on the situation. The punk in charge needs a blade to wield. Want to go on a trip? He thought for a few seconds, then clasped his hands in respect. This unworthy disciple Jiang Han thanks master for your concern. Looking at the teacup in his hand, the man warned, be careful. If you think the Zheng Mu clan is just some minor nation's power, you'll pay dearly. In any case, they're just a bunch of hypocrites who love pretending to be noble. Receiving the order, the young man showed a face full of determination and turned to leave. The scene opens at the Jia Lam checkpoint on the Chinese border. A black van is rumbling toward the guard gate. An arm reaches out from the van, holding a travel permit for the border guard. He takes the paper and starts inspecting it with a suspicious look. Inside the van, Jiang Han stays calm, even as the guard begins grumbling that they don't look like manual laborers at all. Tension rises when the guard orders everyone out to have their passports checked. One Guryanki member quickly hops out, flashing a fake smile and asking if the guard doesn't remember them from yesterday. The guard isn't backing down. He presses them, asking what they're up to here. A thug steps forward, laughing and flattering the guard to distract him. The psychological ploy works. The guard bursts out laughing, says he remembers now, blaming his forgetfulness on having drunk too much last night. The checkpoint gate swings wide, and the guard waves the group through without trouble. The van rolls on, leaving the border post behind. Seated regally inside is Yang Xiaodan, the future heir of Guryanki, his face looking extremely sour. He glares at Jiang Han and tells him he should at least say something instead of just tagging along like a bodyguard. Jiang Han explains this is a covert mission. so it's best to avoid intelligence networks as much as possible. Hearing that, Yang Xiaodan gets angrier, yawns widely, and complains about traveling in this shabby vehicle. Zhang Han stays silent, his cold eyes flicking at the arrogant rich kid who insults him as a talentless slum rat. He bows in apology for the inconvenience, but it's a bow full of contempt for the foolish master. Yang Xiaodan keeps rambling, insisting that once the mission is over, he'll restore his authority. Zhang Han thinks to himself, what kind of authority can come from an idiot who only knows how to rely on others? His mind flashes to Xiaodan getting plastered at the bar last night and accidentally leaking classified mission detail. He tightens his grip, determined not to let this fool ruin the critical mission he's just been assigned. For Zhang Han, this is a golden chance to prove himself, and he won't let it slip away. Cut to the Nest Tavern, noisy with the laughter and chatter of gangsters. Park Byung-bik, a human trafficker, is bragging about his filthy deals at the bar. He staggers to his feet, looking tipsy and ready to leave. Park tells the tavern owner it's time to go if he wants to make tonight's smuggling run. He doesn't forget to boast that since Baek Chialsu died, human trafficking has been the fastest way to make money. Stepping outside, he freezes when a strange magic circle flares bright at his feet. Before Park Byung-bik can understand what's happening, sweat pours down his face from sheer terror. Suddenly from behind, Zhang Han appears and delivers a lethal strike that drops him instantly. A group of strangers bursts in, surrounding the unconscious trafficker on the floor. Zhang Han grabs him by the hair, yanking his head up to confirm this is Park Byung-bik of the Baek Gulpa gang. Once sure, he coldly orders his men to drag him inside to work on. Piercing screams begin to echo from inside the dilapidated warehouse. Park Byung-bik kneels, blood pooling on the floor as he faces Zhang Han's brutality. He trembles and blurts out information about Li Yihak of the Sumui family. Zhang Han raises the hand he'd already severed, threatening to cut the other if he keeps lying. Terrified, Park Byung-bik screams that there's still another manager over there. Park's face twists in pain, blood spurting as Zhang Han interrogates him without mercy. Zhang Han stomps on him, demanding the name. He trembles and spits out Yung Jinsu. Zhang Han's gaze remains ice-cold, despite the broker begging for his life, in pathetic tone. Mulling over the name, Zhang Han realizes this is the third time it's come up. Finding this man means the real mission is essentially over. Park Byung-bik shakes violently, stammering for mercy because he thinks he's already given all the needed information. But Zhang Han shows no mercy. He swings his blade cleanly and sends the broker off in front of his men. Park Byung-bik's head hits the floor, ending the life of someone Zhang Han regards as no more than a pest. One underling steps forward to praise Zhang Han's skill and eagerly volunteers to handle the next round of torture. Zhang Han keeps his expression cold. The underling reminds him they have enough info and must get to South Korea before security tightens. Zhang Han sheathes his sword and tells the team that if they move fast, they'll have a fancy hotel dinner tonight. He turns and walks away, telling the men to clean the scene, then hurry to the vehicle to begin the journey. Meanwhile in Korea, Lee Chial flips through a thick stack of documents, confirming his suspicion that the Elders' Council was behind Baek Chialsu. He and his assistant sit and analyze, nodding the other side is quietly watching the situation rather than overtly intervening. The records clearly outline Guryeonki's internal structure, a massive organization that's really a loose alliance of many sects. Deep divisions persist among them as member sects cling to their own traditions instead of uniting as one. On one side is the scheming Elders' Council, on the other the Guryeonki sect leader with formidable military power. Lee Chial nods, realizing this fragile balance is maintained by the absolute strength of the sect leader. He's surprised by how detailed the intel is, down to personal files of key figures and internal conflicts. His assistant explains he paid a large sum to buy these secrets from an information broker at a tavern. Lee Chial immediately deduces the source's identity, since only one network could access such high-level information. He smiles smugly at the mention of the Black Crow Association, the infamous East Asian intelligence network, known for its reliability. Turning to the next page, Lee Chial freezes when he sees the operative assigned this time is Yang Xiaodan, a man skilled at politics but lacking real power. He props his chin and considers, realizing the elders want to give this man a chance to earn merit after being shunned by the sect leader. The assistant adds that Yang Xiaodan has been boasting everywhere about the trip to Korea and is expected to enter illegally next week. Lee Chial looks out the window, weighing whether to lay low for a while to buy time. But he dismisses the idea immediately, since fleeing would only prompt Guryeonki to send someone more dangerous to find him. Lee Chial hatches a clever idea and turns to his assistant with a calculating look. The assistant still doesn't fully grasp what's going on but is ready to help, saying to order anything within his ability. Li Qiao breaks into a dazzling, gleaming smile, seizing the moment to force the assistant to swear he won't go back on his word, making the man sweat. In Seoul, the Jongno Chinsang Hotel basks in daylight. Inside a luxury suite, the room is unusually quiet. Yang Xiaodan lounges on the bed, tablet in hand reading about the black market. He looks down on everyone, especially those of unclear background. He sets the tablet down with a smug click, feeling triumphant that he has the situation dialed. Now it's just a matter of leaving. Xiaodan sits up and looks toward his bodyguard. Despite his complaints, he admits the Sumui family has some real clout. He recalls his men dealing with those others, pleased with how much influence he wields. Suddenly, the hotel's internal phone starts ringing nonstop. Xiaodan frowns in annoyance and glances at Zhang Han, signaling him to check what's up. Zhang Han steps over and answers. The caller says a guest wants to meet, named Yung Jinsu. The swordsman shows a flash of surprise, repeating the name Yung Jinsu to confirm. Zhang Han's face goes pale. He hadn't expected the target they're hunting to come straight to their door. Minutes later, Yung Jinsu is seated arrogantly on the sofa, and right behind him is Li Qiao concealed under a white mask. Xiaodan still lounges on the bed, haughtily asking how Jinsu knew this place. Jinsu replies smoothly that it was through an information broker. Jinsu smiles politely, saying it's an honor to meet an heir of the famed Guryanki family. He adds a barb, remarking he didn't expect an heir on a covert mission to pick such an obvious hotel. Xiaodan becomes intrigued, recognizing that Yung Jinsu has a respectable intel network, since he even knew Xiaodan was about to become an elder. His gaze darkens, full of contempt, as he stares at the newcomer. Then Xiaodan yells, accusing Jinsu of being brazen for bringing a bodyguard. Li Qiao remains motionless like a statue. Jinsu stays calm, explaining that an ordinary man who can't use mana like him needs insurance when meeting a Guryanki martial master. Xiaodan snorts, dismissing Jinsu as a petty trader from a small country, and orders him to come back to Guryanki immediately. He turns his back, saying he's tired, and demanding Jinsu spill everything about the black market. Jinsu only watches the arrogant man's retreating back in silence. That's not feasible. Jinsu's reply makes Xiaodan and Zhang Han freeze. Both can't believe what they hear. Jinsu repeats himself, saying he has no reason to obey the man's order. Xiaodan flies into a rage, his face flushed. He shouts that this isn't a request but a mandatory order. Ignoring the fury, Jinsu smiles faintly and states plainly that he didn't come to negotiate, but to make a fair deal. Xiaodan slams the table and jumps up, arrogantly claiming he's the future elder. How could a lowlife like Jinsu be worthy of dealing with? Jinsu lays his cards on the table, revealing he knows the real purpose. Guryanki sent someone to Korea for information Xiaodan certainly won't want to ignore. Xiaodan grits his teeth and yells for Jinsu to shut up. If he doesn't leave on his own, he'll have him dragged out. He glances at Zhang Han. The swordsman immediately takes the order and prepares to draw his blade. Xiaodan points at Li Qiao and issues a savage order. Kill the guy in the mask first. In a flash, Zhang Han draws his sword and lunges with terrifying speed, the blade cutting the air toward his opponent. A thunderous crack rings out as the two forces collide, light spraying across the room. Li Qiao stares through the slit of his mask, assessing the other's speed. One of his golden eyes flickers beneath the mask. Seeing the violence erupt, Jinsu and his men scramble aside in panic. Xiaodan keeps screaming curses at the bodyguard for acting so abrupt. Li Qiao blocks Zhang Han's blade with his black sword. He starts to worry. Things are spiraling beyond plan. He glances at a trembling Xiaodan, thinking the man is even more cowardly and stupid than he'd imagined. Across from him, Zhang Han breaks into a sweat too, wondering what kind of monster the masked man truly is. A killing intent radiates from Li Qiao, thick in the air. Zhang Han shivers as he smells iron, gunpowder, and blood from his foe. Li Qiao tightens his grip on the hilt. His killing intent is honed from countless life-or-death battles, putting unprecedented pressure on the Guryanki swordsman. Zhang Han realizes the voice and gaze belonged to someone like a teenager, maybe 17 to 19, yet the power gap is enormous. Li Qiao points his sword forward, calculating distance. If that man takes even a few more steps, everything will get out of control. He steps forward, closing the gap to under 10 paces. For Li Qiao, nothing matters now. The fight is on. Zhang Han charges in to attack. Li Qiao intends to complete the mission swiftly as always. Zhang Han's eyes burn with resolve as he concentrates all his strength into the thrust. Li Qiao pulls back into a defensive stance, reminding himself not to use eye technique and reveal his identity. He must rely on instinct. The clashing swords send sparks flying. A perfect defense by Li Qiao deflects the opponent's strike off course. The duel moves at blistering speed, white streaks of steel crisscrossing the luxury suite. Li Qiao notes the swordsman's style isn't orthodox. He aims for vital points to kill in a single blow. Jang Han keeps pressing the attack. Li Qiao thinks if this is an assassin's technique, it's a major advantage in close quarter. Green mana begins to flare along Li Qiao's blade. He decides to launch a counterstrike. The move Stiff Chi Art Windbreak activates, generating razor-sharp gusts spiraling around. Jang Han groans as the forceful winds shove him backward. Li Qiao leaps high and uses the momentum to bring down a crushing blow. Jang Han sweats in amazement at his opponent's impossible movement. He feels the masked man is flouting human limits. Crack! Jang Han's sword starts to show terrifying fractures. He realizes that if the blade breaks, neither he nor his guards will hold out against this monster. Jang Han's gaze turns cold. He decides he must finish the fight before his sword shatters completely. A red mana flare erupts around Jang Han like roaring fire. The heat radiates, scorching the air and signaling a brutal strike to come. Heaven Slayer sword first form. Jang Han roars, channeling all his killing intent into his blazing red blade. Jang Han is stunned to realize this guy is only about 17 to 19 years old. He wonders where such a young monster came from. There's no time to hesitate. Li Qiao has finished gathering a surge of blue electric energy around his black sword. Evil Cleaving Strike. Li Qiao unleashes a thunder-charged slash to meet him head-on. A cataclysmic burst of mana detonates in the center of the room as red and blue light collide, a dizzying spectacle that ends the duel. The sword snaps in two and plunges into the floor, the final nail in the challenger's coffin. Jang Han chokes, blood welling at the corner of his mouth from the shock. He collapses to his knees, bitterly admitting defeat. The blade he'd swung countless times since the scrapyard days can't touch his opponent now. Li Qiao remains unmoving behind the mask, radiating an aura that makes the other man unable to approach. He asks the name of the man who risked his life to fight him. Head bowed in humiliation, the man mumbles that he is Jang Han. Outside, Jialong's henchmen stand frozen, incredulous that their assassination prodigy was subdued so easily. The Jialong representative starts sweating and takes a step back, realizing the masked man is no ordinary foe. At the height of the tension, a clap breaks the silence. Yang Xiaodan steps forward with a calm smile, suggesting they end it here. He warns that the earlier commotion has already started to stir chaos outside. The representative, still resentful, grudgingly nods in agreement. Under Xiaodan's direction, people begin to disperse, though it's still fairly noisy outside. Li Qiao asks about injuries. Xiaodan replies he only has minor internal wounds and will recover soon. Both stand before the modern building. Xiaodan thinks it all unfolded at the right moment, otherwise it could have gotten much worse. Xiaodan sees this as a good step, since they now hold the initiative. But what occupies Li Qiao's mind now is Jang Han. He knows for sure he and the man will cross paths again, just not that their clash would happen now. He stands there holding the mask he just took off. Jang Han, nicknamed Heaven Slayer Sword, was born in the scrapyard and raised into a cold-blooded assassin. His talent early caught the eye of Jialong's boss. When the current boss purged the Elder Council to consolidate power, Jang Han was his most trusted and effective blade. Eventually, he was recognized as the successor, a man from a different background, but with many parallels to Li Qiao. All thoughts pause over a cup of hot coffee. Back at the negotiation, the Jialong representative makes one demand. Li Qiao must go to their headquarters. Xiaodan objects at once, reminding them that his Jialong contact is Beek Chialsu and that he no longer works for the man. There's no reason for him to go. The rep bristles and asks if Xiaodan intends to send him away empty-handed. Xiaodan only smiles and suggests he reconsider his mission. Xiaodan exposes Jialong's scheme to expand influence into Korea's underworld, which accidentally bumped into the Sungmu Lee family. He was sent to investigate the black market, but got entangled with Xiaodan. Clashing with the Sungmu Lee family is certainly not what his superiors want. Hit in his soft spot, the representative begins to worry as he realizes he's no longer the original target. Xiaodan continues, hinting he'll line up something else to settle this properly. The man asks skeptically, a present. That's right, Xiaodan promises to produce evidence that the Sungmu Lee family will take no action related to this incident anymore. The man still doesn't grasp the value of this gift. Xiaodan explains that, depending on how it's presented, it can become a huge favor. Exposing the Lee family's intentions would be ironclad proof of his capability. Isn't that a glorious feat? He can report back to the organization. Xiaodan skillfully maneuvers the other man into nodding. The representative narrows his eyes, calculating, and bluntly asks Xiaodan what he actually wants from him. Xiaodan offers a practiced smile and says he's not picky. He only wants to build a good relationship with a future elder of Jialong. The man laughs heartily, amused to find someone sharp and reasonable like Xiaodan in a small country. He he begins to take a liking to the guy. Immediately, he orders all his men to step outside so the two can talk in private. The door slams shut, kicking off a promising clandestine deal. After everyone leaves, Jang Han still stands there staring at Li Qiao with suspicion. He asks to speak privately for a moment. Li Qiao coldly replies with a single word, "Fine." In the now empty room, Jang Han straight up asks the real identity of his opponent. He can't understand why someone so strong would hide his face. Jang Han swears on his life he won't tell anyone. He just wants to confirm a suspicion that's been gnawing at him. Li Qiao slowly raises his hand and removes the white mask that had concealed his face. A youthful face appears along with a firm declaration. He is Li Qiao, the cast-off son who nonetheless carries the blood of the Sungmu Li family. Jang Han falls quiet. He'd heard rumors about the youngest direct heir in Sungmu Li history being active, and now he sees it with his own eyes. Jang Han affirms that only someone like Li Qiao could have stopped his sword. "You're truly very strong," Jang Han admits. He's never met anyone so young and so formidable. The discussion turns to martial arts. Jang Han follows the death sword path, a discipline focused solely on taking lives. By contrast, Li Qiao says he blends orthodox and unorthodox martial arts seamlessly. Two prodigies stand across from each other in the empty corridor, exchanging a respectful conversation between powerful rivals. Li Qiao offers a surprising assessment. If this had been a real assassination, Jang Han would have had a 90% chance of success. Jang Han listens in silence to the analysis from the man he just defeated. However, that's only a calculation based on what both displayed. They both know there are still hidden cards they haven't played. Jang Han realizes his opponent has seen through his capabilities. They look at each other, and a new relationship forms. Li Qiao extends an invitation. "Next year there's a major tournament in Germany. Meet me there," he says. Jang Han hesitates at the invitation, then casually replies he'll go if he has the time. The two fighters don't seem to like their own factions much, but they find common ground in that mutual disdain. Jang Han vows that next time they meet he'll show Li Qiao the full strength he's been hiding. "And next time, don't bring those idiots with you." Jang Han leaves as a parting remark before turning away. The scene shifts to a cozy traditional restaurant. Yang Xiaodan breathes a sigh of relief after a tense day of negotiation. He complains that he still can't get used to dealing with brawny thugs who do nothing but throw punches all day. Li Qiao is surprised Xiaodan handled everything so well, how the Jialong rep even treated him like a brother. "You've got a good eye for people," he jokes. Xiaodan proudly brags that none of it is a big deal if you've slogged through Korean companies. "Korean office workers are terrifying," he says with a laugh. When Li Qiao tells him not to be so modest, Xiaodan insists he was just following the orders of the young master. He pulls out a brown envelope and hands it to Li Qiao. "What's this?" the boy asks. "It's a list of potential companies and individuals Xiaodan compiled for Li Qiao to review." Li Qiao glances through it and issues an order. "Recruit everyone I've marked, no matter how much it costs." Xiaodan nods in agreement. He sets down his teacup and announces firmly that he won't be in contact for a while. Is the young master heading to unexplored territory? "No, I'm going to Jeju Island." A Jeju airplane descends onto the sunlit Jeju airport. A new journey and new variables await Li Qiao on the island. The Sungmuiga family estate loomed majestic and ancient amidst the mountains. Inside the office, the family head was busy with work when an urgent report arrived. A cloaked subordinate knelt and reported that the behemoth organization had begun operations at Mount Tohamson. He reported finding traces of relics belonging to the Ma Theern sect, an evil cult from ancient times. The family head pushed back his glasses, sneering that those remnants still hadn't learned their lesson after so many crackdowns. The subordinate said they'd wiped out 30 low-level members and were tracking someone wearing a white mask. Even hearing that the enemy force had been swept away, he remained far from complacent. But when he heard that Li Qiao was also present, he froze mid-report. He hadn't expected their target to be his youngest son, the one everyone looked down on. The patriarch pressed to know why his son would be in Jeonju at that time. The subordinate explained that because Li Qiao deliberately avoided the family's watchful eyes, they couldn't get an exact beat on him. The steward nearby listened in silence to the tense exchange. The family head slammed his hand on the table, ordering Yeonjeomdan to tail Qiao closely. His gaze dripped contempt as he declared he would tolerate no one interfering with the family's grand ceremony. The order was given: if Behemoth dared to set foot here, hunt them down and slaughter them to the last. Images of Li Qiao mowing down foes flashed in his mind, like proof of the boy's newfound strength. Meanwhile, Li Qiao had landed at Jeju International Airport under the scorching early summer sun. He shaded his eyes with a hand, feeling the island's trademark swell. Even in the airport hall, Qiao noticed the air thick with an unusually dense mana. As he stepped outside, a strange man approached him. The man pretended to be a taxi driver, cheerfully inviting Chial into his car. Chial stood still, staring at the driver with a cold, appraising look. He pointed out the cracks in the performance, especially the man's suspiciously soft hand. Chial bluntly mocked that the Black Hat Association had sunk so low they'd send such a clumsy agent. Another man stepped forward, nodding that Chial seemed unimpressed by their appearance. He smiled apologetically, saying his subordinate was still in training and had erred. This one introduced himself as I am Yongmuk, the southern branch chief of the famed Black Hat Association. Chial wasn't impressed. He judged Yongmuk was little better than the other guy. Yongmuk invited Chial into the car to discuss business somewhere more private. Despite his misgivings, Li Chial silently followed to see what they intended. They got into the car and started driving toward the foot of Hallison. Yongmuk gave an embarrassed laugh, admitting he'd completely ruined the good first impression. Chial didn't want to waste time and told him to get straight to the point. He shifted to a serious tone, proposing they sign an official information contract. The Black Hat Association was a vast intelligence network spanning East Asia, with covert lines of communication. They promised to provide any information he needed and swore not to leak his secrets to third parties. In return, Chial would occasionally have to provide information or muscle when the organization requested. Yongmuk explained they approached him because of the lightning-fast progress he'd shown. From an ostracized, illegitimate child, he'd risen to a rank 5 hunter and even took down Beak Chialsu. They even knew about his connections with heavyweight figures in the 9 Dragon sect. Hearing that, Li Chial smirked and asked if this was their grandiose humble brag. Yongmuk laughed it off, but Chial could tell it was a thinly veiled threat. They knew far too much. The taxi pulled over. I am Yongmuk bluntly asked for Li Chial's final decision on the contract. But the answer was a flat no. Chial coolly opened the door and stepped out. He told the man to keep that offer. Even if the target was the Sungmuiga family's pinnacle, he didn't need these blackbirds meddling. Li Chial's eyes were resolute. He had no intention of budging for any temptation. Yongmuk snapped angrily that he would definitely regret making such a wrong decision. Chial turned, gave a knowing smile, and told him to send his regards to his guildmaster. Yongmuk froze and demanded how Chial knew the Black Hat Association's true identity so well. Chial casually waved as he walked off, revealing he'd only been testing them and they'd exposed themselves. The branch chief stood dumbfounded, watching the swaggering young hunters retreating back. Chial left one final insult. Train your subordinates properly. Your trainees still better than these clowns. Yongmuk clenched his fist, veins bulging with fury at being openly dissed by a brat. He vented by kicking the roadside barrier, so hard it warped into a sad modern art piece. A lackey rushed over to check on him, but Yongmuk was still trembling from the humiliation of that arrogant kid. He regretted bringing a useless assistant who'd ruined his reputation and dignity. Taking a deep breath, Yongmuk pulled out his phone to report this pathetic meeting back to headquarters. He bowed his head and reported that the contract had completely fallen apart. The target was far sharper than expected. The line was silent for a moment before a cold voice asked if that was the entirety of his report. Yongmuk hurriedly added the cryptic message Li Chial had personally given to the guildmaster. The authoritative voice demanded they pinpoint the target's current location after hearing he'd just passed through Hallison's north gate. Punitive measures were ordered immediately. Mobilize full surveillance on Chial, and Yongmuk was officially dismissed. He was stunned and confused, while the guildmaster warned things would get worse if Chial truly held that secret. At Hallison's north gate, dry leaves drifted in the stifling air like uninterested confetti. A guard warned Chial this place was far more dangerous than the northern area, even for a rank 600. After checking his ID, the guard still urged him to find companions instead of marching into certain death alone. Unfazed, Li Chial coldly ordered the gate opened so he could enter. The moment the gate cracked open, a blast of searing heat and overwhelming mana pressure hit him full in the face. But Li Chial strode forward without hesitation, his footsteps echoing steadily in the silence. He looked toward the hazy mountain peak, convinced the entity called the God in Hyukia's records was right here. Hallison, one of Korea's 3 sacred mountains, emerged through a misty veil of cloud. This Jeju Island is now the only remaining danger zone in the southern peninsula because the mana is just ridiculously thick. Li Chial pressed his lips, thinking clearing this place would be tough because of the sea monsters, but that was only part of the reason. He stood amid a dense forest surrounding the mountain's base, the atmosphere unnaturally gloomy. As he took a step, the ground beneath Li Chial began to twist and warp. In the blink of an eye, the scenery changed completely without any magic circle. This was the demon's trick. This time he found himself standing in a grove of ancient pines. Li Qiao squinted. Halassen's secrets had been hidden until he read the records about the sword Hukia. Long ago, the kingdom of Tamna was founded by 3 gods, Go, Bu, and Yang. But in reality, they were the Dakibai clan, mystical beings born from nature. These Dakibai were both mages and blacksmiths, using the heat of ley lines to forge countless wondrous relics. And they were the ones who forged the legendary sword Hukia in this cave. Deep underground, rivers of glowing red magma still flowed with furious intensity. A giant blacksmith hammered tirelessly on an anvil amid billowing heat. He lifted a piece of searing metal and muttered his displeasure like a grumpy artisan. Suddenly the smith froze, his eyes wide in astonishment, as if something odd had been noted. He sprang up angrily and bellowed, "Who dares make a mess here?" In an instant, the giant monster was hacked to pieces, as if it were bargain bin sushi. Back in the present, Li Qiao shivered. Level 5 monsters were everywhere here, utterly insane. Saturated mana made the creatures in this core region far stronger than those outside. He tightened his grip on the sword, thinking he'd underestimated this demon realm. One slip with his vision technique, and he'd be hopelessly lost. A gleaming mirror flashed the word Tamna. This was where Hukia's 5th seal was hidden. Li Qiao stepped forward, sensing he was very close to the summit. Suddenly, a majestic voice boomed, "Who dares set foot in the demon realm?" leaving him stunned. Li Qiao drew his sword, amazed that someone could transmit thought waves directly into his mind. The voice rang again with contempt for humans, then warned from right behind him. Li Qiao spun and took a tremendous impact on his guard. A gigantic, authoritative face loomed right in front of him. He tried to use the vision technique to inspect, but a backlash of energy made his eyes flash painful lightning. Li Qiao clutched his face and collapsed, groaning in excruciating pain. It felt as if his optic nerves were being burned. The class gap was just too huge. A blazing entity materialized, his pressure so immense that the vision technique was utterly useless. The god looked at the sword and asked if he was referring to Hukia. Grimacing through the pain, Li Qiao observed, this was surely the earth god mentioned in the records. He bowed respectfully and introduced himself as a descendant of the Seungwi clan to show his sincerity. The earth god murmured the Seungwi clan name, his expression unreadable. But then he ground his teeth in fury. "I never allowed humans into my domain." The thick black energy exploded around the god. Li Qiao went pale, realizing this god had no intention of welcoming. The earth god declared he wouldn't let this slide, and turned away. Panicked, Li Qiao reached out to stop him. He shouted for the god to wait and explain, but the terrifying pressure was already closing in. A horrible force hurled Li Qiao away, accompanied by the god's decisive command to get lost. The word "get out" blazed across the gloomy sky like a blunt warning, not allowing him another second. Li Qiao stood dazed, still not quite understanding what had just happened. He was stunned to find he was no longer inside the mountain's mystical core. Before him now stood the giant stone gate leading into Halassen, the place where his journey had begun that dawn. He sighed and accepted the fact. He'd been booted out before he could even open negotiation. Gazing at the towering mountain in the distance, Li Qiao vowed to return to unravel the origin and break Hukia's seal. His eyes blazed with determination. He'd try again, but with a different plan this time. Night fell and Li Qiao found himself in Jeju's downtown, dazzling with neon lights. He strolled the streets at a leisurely pace, mentally listing supplies for his next infiltration. Suddenly he froze, sensing eyes stalking him from the shadows. "Black Hat, they're quick on the scent," he muttered, glancing back with mild annoyance. He quickly slipped into a deserted alley, thinking he had no time to mess with them now. Behind him, the silhouettes of his tailors hurriedly tracked his trail. A Black Hat female operative reported over the radio that they'd lost the target near Alley 19 and requested a wider sweep. The alley fell deathly silent, as if Li Qiao had vanished into thin air right before their eyes. On the ground, footsteps flickered within a faint, pale blue spiritual aura. Li Qiao was using illusion step, a stealth technique he admitted was still a bit rough around the edge. He pulled out a white mask, knowing that if he kept his real face out there, the Black Hats would cling to him like gum. Luckily, he'd swallowed the celestial face iron shell earlier, granting him top-tier disguise ability. Spiritual energy enveloped him, and in an instant Li Qiao transformed into an ordinary brown-haired guy going to buy groceries. Late at night at the Halassen checkpoint, the guard was shocked to see this young man trying to enter the mountain again. He panicked and tried to dissuade him, thinking the guy must be suicidal from debt or bankruptcy. Li Qiao smiled wryly with his bulky gear on his back, explaining no sane person preparing to die carries this much luggage. He waved goodbye and nonchalantly stepped into the mountain's darkness, promising to be back in a few days. A cold glint lit his eyes. This time he wouldn't get kicked out that easily. Li Qiao trudged through the night forest, surrounded by several odd floating red ribbons of light. After 2 days wandering the mountain, he was tired to be sure, but still hadn't found any water source. He paused to do the math. If nothing turns up today, he'll have to head back to town for supplies. Just as he was about to give up, he suddenly sensed a strange spiritual aura nearby. He hurried toward it, his boots squelching through the soaked grass. At last he found it. A stream appeared right before his eyes. But when he touched it, the water was warm, not cold. How weird. Seems like the magic in this area is weakening, maybe. Whatever, anyway, he needed to rest for a bit. Far off in the bushes, a few blue flames started dancing eerily. Back in the tent, Li Qiao collapsed, out of breath. Holding his vision technique too long had drained him. He'd barely dozed when a scream shot through the night, launching him up like a spring. By instinct, his hand clamped on the sword hilt. That scream wasn't any animal. Could it be a monster? Another blood-curdling shriek echoed from outside the tent. Winged demons with razor horns were circling, hunting for prey. Peeking through the tent flap, Li Qiao sized them up. Probably level 5 troublemaker. He planned to leave them be, but then a cry for help rang out again. It was a child's voice, so without hesitation, he ripped the tent open and charged out. Far ahead, small shadows were frantically fleeing through the pitch-dark night. There were 3 kids, being hotly chased by savage bat-winged demons. One of them got caught up. The situation was extremely dire. The blue flames suddenly flared up violently, completely cutting off the kid's escape route. A monster swooped down from above, aiming to finish off the poor child. Its swoop triggered a sickly blue magical explosion, right on target. The children were thrown back, clinging to each other and bawling in terror. The demon let out an ear-splitting screech, baring fangs and brandishing claws to tear its prey. At that moment, a flash of steel tore through the night. A massive bolt of blue lightning struck down, pulverizing the monsters in an instant. A dusty haze rose after the stranger's powerful strike. The 3 kids stared in shock, unable to believe they'd just been saved like that. Li Qiao turned to look at them, his face as cold as ever. He told the kids to back away, being close to the demons. Miasma was dangerous. Another demon, enraged, spat a stream of purple fire from its mouth toward him. Li Qiao showed no fear. His feet stayed planted as he advanced. Then suddenly he lunged through the poisonous smoke at unbelievable speed. The monster hadn't even recovered enough to figure out what was happening. With one decisive slash, its head flew from its shoulders instantly. Finished, he glanced at the necklace glowing brilliantly around his neck. Thanks to the aura of this high-grade guardian talisman, he wasn't harmed by the demon's miasma. He took off his outer coat and tossed it to the kids, telling them to use it to protect themselves. He looked at the oldest kid and asked his name. The boy answered Chang. Li Qiao told Chang to put the protective suit on and never take it off, but before he finished, the boy went pale and pointed behind. A disgusting monster, fangs bared and claws flashing, lunged to attack from right behind the young man. Reflexes sharp as a knife, Qiao spun and raised an energy shield to brace for the strike. A cerulean barrier enveloped them, shielding him and the kids from the demon's talons. Seizing the moment, Qiao slashed back with his sword, knocking away those trying to breach his protective ring. Suddenly, some bizarre murmuring filled the air, making him furrow his brow and focus intently. He realized these monsters weren't simple. They seemed to be plotting to use some kind of strange power. The demons roared they'd slaughter everyone to use as sacrifices for their king. Qiao judged quietly that their strength was far above the earlier lot, at least level 4 or more. Still, he was confident he could handle them, as long as he guarded against that weird power. He tightened his grip and funneled all his force into his legs, readying for a final burst. He leapt into the air, charging the horde with murderous intent like a tornado. At that moment, a blinding bolt of lightning tore down from the sky, ripping the darkness apart. The colossal blue electricity exploded, wiping out everything in sight with terrifying force. As the dust cleared, Li Qiao blinked in surprise at a strange figure now standing before him. It was a beautiful woman with blazing blonde hair. She smiled and thanked Qiao for saving the kids. The kids ran up excitedly and chattered, calling her grandma, which left the young man bewildered at the address. Before anyone could celebrate, Leader Ryo gave each child a whack on the head for daring to wander off. Turning to the lingering demons, Ryo's eyes showed no hint of amusement. The monsters staggered up, not giving up, annoyingly stubborn beyond belief. Ryo told Qiao to step back and rest. She'd personally take care of the rest here. Although the elder had warned against rash action, Ryo said she couldn't stand by while demons touched the kids. Blue sparks began to dance on her hands, the pressure emanating making the air feel almost solid. A confident smile spread across Ryo's face. The thunder power had been charged to its peak. She declared she wouldn't wipe them out, but would certainly teach them a lesson for their insolence. A massive surge of electricity erupted, making Ryo the eye of a mighty thunderstorm. The whole mountain forest trembled under the horrific thunder power of the Dakibai leader. The Dakibai kids trailed after Li Qiao, pestering him with all kinds of curious questions. Ryo found the kids annoying and told them to stop bothering the honored guests. Seeing Qiao curious about the outfit she was wearing, Ryo laughed and said she'd made it herself. But she humbly added she'd only threaded the needle, not stitched the whole thing from start to finish. When Qiao mentioned the Grand Elder, Ryo explained that although it's the Elder's place, she's the one running the show. She laughed loudly, saying the Elder usually can't stand humans, but she's the rare exception. After walking a bit, Ryo told him to come closer so she could open the gate into the village. A surge of energy burst forth as she plunged her weapon into the ground to break the seal. The gate swung open and Ryo smiled, inviting him into their territory. No sooner had he stepped through than Li Qiao froze at the dazzling, otherworldly scene before. Tiny sprites flitted everywhere, creating an atmosphere so magical it smelled faintly of glitter. This was Mirani village, where different races live in harmony with nature atop ancient tree canopies. Ryo handed him a glass of fruit juice to quench his thirst after the long trek. Qiao was surprised to learn other races, besides the Dakibai, called this place home. He sipped the sweet drink while she introduced the Jangi, also known as the Elf. Only then did Ryo properly introduce herself and say she was the village chief here. Just by the color of his hair and eyes, she guessed he belonged to the prestigious Sungmui Li clan. She casually asked if he knew the guy posted to guard the mountain out there. Mentioning him made Ryo explode, calling the fellow a fool who brings misery on himself by getting involved with humans. Seeing her flare up, Qiao grinned and said the guy's fine, just has a bit of a drinking problem. Calming down, she sincerely thanked him for saving the mischievous kids in the village. For Dakibai, debts must be repaid, so she wanted to help him out with something in return. Though Qiao tried to refuse, Ryo insisted he tell her whatever questions were on his mind. Hearing that, he smiled and nodded, clearly knowing what he intended to ask. Qiao set the Hukia sword on the table, and the mood instantly turned serious. Ryo's expression changed the moment she recognized the familiar weapon. He asked curiously whether she had taken part in forging the sword herself. Ryo said many Dakibai had contributed to it in various ways. She explained that she and 63 other Dakibai prepared the materials and cast the mold, while the Grand Elder finished. Looking at the sword, she sighed in relief that it had finally found its true master. However, she asked if he felt anything strange when holding it. Qiao wondered whether a spirit might be sealed inside the blade. Ryo's face grew tense. She told him bluntly this was not a sword but destruction in the shape of a weapon. She explained that all things possess their own energy. It may weaken but never simply disappear. He nodded, understanding she meant mana, that energy everyone talks about. Ryo warned that Hukia could utterly erase that energy. Whatever it cuts will never recover. If it's that dangerous, Qiao wondered why anyone would forge such a sword in the first place. She shrugged, saying only his ancestors or the Grand Elder would know the reason. But Ryo believed everything appears for a reason, and this sword was surely meant to be used. She privately wondered how a sword silent for millennia suddenly reacted to a mysteriously fated teenage boy. Qiao touched the sword's scabbard and mentioned it's currently bound by 9 seals. He asked Ryo if she knew anything about the 5th seal. She nodded, but warned it would be pretty difficult. Li Qiao, curious, wondered what kind of trial could make Ryo so serious about it. When she replied that he had to defeat 100 Dakibai to pass the test, he froze for a few seconds. Seeing he looked puzzled, she asked if he'd ever heard of their clan's Sirum wrestling. Qiao said he knew it in theory, a spiritual ritual where souls' strengths clash direct. Ryo nodded, saying that's close, but more precisely, it's a battle of mental power. To make it clear, she immediately called over the kid Jiong for a live demonstration. At the call, Jiong jumped up excitedly to be the first to fight, making the other kids jealous. Seeing the small kid in front of him, Qiao doubted it and asked the village chief if he really had to fight him. Ryo sneered suggestively, asking if he was afraid of losing to a brat since his face had gone pale. She introduced Jiong and 2 other kids as the youngest members of Mirani village. Ryo ordered them to begin, while Qiao still arrogantly thought this would be much simpler than expected. She told Jiong to hold back a little, but warned Chiao that once he tasted it, he'd see it's not easy. Following instructions, they sat facing each other, closed their eyes, preparing to enter the mind duel. Suddenly, Li Chiao felt an invisible pressure slam straight into his brain. When he opened his eyes, he found himself standing in an endless white space with no people or obstacles. A laugh echoed from above, making him shiver as he realized he was no longer in the village. A giant version of Jiong appeared, looking at him mockingly as if he were an ant. Without warning, the giant Jiong lunged straight at him, as if to snatch him up. Jiao panicked and yelled for it to stop, saying he wasn't mentally prepared for this weird situation. But it was too late. A massive foot came down from above, the crushing pressure aiming to squash him instantly.